Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
What up, Stanley?
Hey, what's up? Yeah, that I love the music in that one. I just hate my voice in it. It is disturbing.
Dude.
Oh. Yeah, I know. My voice.
Motherfucker.
What's up? Oh, all right. Well, welcome everybody to the Stanley versus the World stream. I have no agenda, but I do have a news article or two and some videos, so we can just kind of hang out and whatever comes along comes along. There is one. Tom Homan has a interview, the new border czar, with the New York Times, and I thought that would be worth hearing at some point.
Yeah, we all love border stuff. You know that, Stanley.
Love wouldn't be the word I use, but you're definitely interested. What's up, Solid? So Latino, I haven't seen you in a while. How you been?
In pain.
In pain?
Yeah.
What happened?
I've finally made an appointment, took the advice of my wife and other considerations of other people in the panel.
You got a vasectomy?
No. To you're funny. No, for my back problem, man.
What's wrong with your back?
It's freaking annoying, man, because
I remember you actually every now and again you do have back spasms. Well, good for you.
So yeah, today it's just acting up so bad to the point where it grabs my leg all the way down to my foot, and it's just aggravating and annoying. And I'm going to the hospital. I'm going to the clinic on the 20th, so hopefully I can get an X-ray and see if everything's good or it's just a nerve. I'm hoping it's just a nerve.
You don't think it's an infection, do you?
Oh man, you worse than that. You worse than looking up stuff on the internet.
No,
I attempt not to do that because you start putting a whole bunch of shit in your mind.
Hey, I tell you,
a lot of it's caused by inflammation, man.
It's not that flesh-eating bacteria, is it?
No, inflammation. It's called it's like when chemicals don't mix well. Your body don't break it down right, or you probably just ingesting too much of a certain chemical. You probably just need a good cleansing. Well, I smoke weed, so I don't have I have back pains. But that's usually due to inflammation because I'm on my feet all day.
Yeah, what I do for work is I drive most of the time, so I'm always sitting, so that doesn't help my
Yeah, exactly. Sitting and vibrations. Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't really.
Your body's made to move, so it's like HB was saying the other night. You got to get up and move every day.
I stretch and do my stretches and stuff, but And I used to do that too before, but I don't know. I don't know what happened, man. Like, it's just one day, all of a sudden, I just woke up like that.
Well, you're getting old.
It's not like I fell, not like none of that. So I just don't know.
You gotta find a way to get your back popped through a chiropractor or something to get up
We'll
on
take care
your
of it.
feet again. Because if you don't, then you're gonna become like.
Also, I had so let me see, when was it? In March, right? In March, around when is Easter, right? Like March, right?
It's March or April. It varies every year. It sounds like you got that lumbago.
Didn't Fred Sanford used to get that?
Yes.
Right. So in March, I was driving and I was sandwiched between two cars.
Damn.
Oh,
What kind of sandwich?
So I
not a
my
good
car was
sandwich.
totaled. And I got therapy, but I wasn't feeling any. I was just feeling discomfort, like just tightness, not what I'm feeling right now, which is like a spasm, and then like it just cramps up. But I don't know if it's from that, because it's so long.
Where's the cramp and the spasm?
So in my right side and my lower back, like right on top of my leg.
Yeah, sounds like a nerve thing.
I always suggest a chiropractor that's been around for about 20, 30 years.
Like if it gets so bad,
reviews, you're almost never gonna go wrong.
So when it gets so bad sometimes, right? Like in my inner thigh, like where the leg, like where you get friction.
Yeah.
That part right there also like hurts like hell.
Well, you also might have sciatica.
Yeah, that's what
have you ever tried drinking cranberry juice?
And sciatica sucks because there's like no cure for. I mean, it gets better.
What telling me, dude.
It gets better, but it takes a long time, and like not a long like years, but like 6 or 8 weeks. But he said
that some people will take up to a year, dude.
Yeah, you can't even probably sleep on that, can you?
Yesterday I couldn't.
Oh God, I had.
Right now I don't want to go to sleep.
Real simple, but it's an old trick I used to do in basketball, like when I, mess with back up. But here go what you do.
I can't jump, dude.
Perpendicular, right? Put your hands on your thigh. But what you want to do is you want to squat, turn your knees out, and squat. And you want to push down on your thigh, on your inner thigh, and you'll feel your back pop.
Yeah. They taught me that stretch. And the one where you get on all fours.
Pressure off your back, man. That's
when you get on all fours and basically like pop your back and pop it in, pop your back, pop
another one, because you're trying to lengthen your muscles. There's pressure on that sciatic nerve. Just lay on your back and slowly pull your knee to your chest as far as you can and leave it there. And it doesn't have to be in a position that hurts you. It just has to stress that muscle out. But I had it like February. Man,
this year.
Yeah, this year.
What the fuck, dude? What's going on? Did you get vaccinated?
Excuse me.
Yeah, that's the secret question to get into the clubhouse.
No, it's the reason why I asked is
because it's
like
well ahead of you, bro.
Like,
well
there's a lot of
ahead of
people
you. I
that know
got
that
you
got vaccinated that all of a sudden
there you go. That's what about. Get you one of them doorway pull-up bars.
Several years after the whole COVID thing, so I don't think there's any relation. I think the fact that I'm 61 fucking years old might have.
Oh, you 61, dude? You sound way younger than that, dude.
Yeah, it'll get you.
Yeah.
That's why I said,
hey, you remember?
I say if I was you, I'd try to drink cranberry juice before I go pay that highest medical bill.
I mean, dude, I barely.
A lot of times it's just you got to cleanse out. You probably got to cleanse out your pancreas.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. I got to clear.
You got to get your body filtered out good.
Yeah, I barely drink water. Like I'd rather drink Gatorade or something like that.
Was it Warren Zevon who said life will get you?
Yeah, it will, dude.
Oops.
It will. This is a comedian now. I forgot her name, but she says like every time like the girls are gonna get ready to go to the club, it's like a 3-step process. They put the makeup on, they sit on the couch, they sleep, take a nap. They take shots, pre-game, take a nap, and then they go out.
Stanley. Big
Sounds kind of boring.
Hey, you ever heard of X-Lax?
Yeah.
Oh God.
So big Warren Zevon guy.
Yeah, you know what? I discovered him in college, and he has a song or had a song called Desperados Under the Eaves.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was the first song I ever heard. Well, how I actually heard of him, REM did backup band for one of his albums, and which I bought in college, and kind of went from there. Wonderful sense of humor, wonderful music, and kind of a tragic end. But I remember watching his last interview, at least with Letterman.
Yeah,
and it was definitely a classic.
It's amazing. It's amazing because he knows he's gonna die.
Yeah. And he's fatalistic.
Talking about it and everything else. So what was he said? It might have been a slight miscalculation not to see a doctor for 30 years.
Yeah, I remember that.
Who was this? Tom Petty?
This is Warren Zevon. You won't be familiar with too many of the songs he actually recorded.
Poor pitiful me is
that was his, but Ronstadt did that.
Yeah.
One you'll recognize by him is
That story
Werewolves
you
of
guys
London
say has similarities to Tom Petty. Tom Petty didn't go to the hospital until he did. That's when they found out he had a whole bunch of shit, and then like a month or two later, he died.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever heard the song Werewolves of London?
That's what I was trying to say, but sometimes people talk. Yeah, Werewolves of London. That'd be the one that
I think that's the his most famous song.
Yeah. But he wrote songs for other people, like you say,
Right.
poor pitiful me, and but his work is really eclectic and cool, and he's one of these guys that was never a giant.
Here's another one, Rolling the Headless Thompson Gunner.
That's a good one. What is it?
Lawyers, Guns, and Money.
Mutineers.
Dang, you were on top of this.
Well, this is all off of the first album, Excitable Boy. Some of the later stuff is Mutineers.
I'll Sleep When I'm Dead.
I'll Sleep When I'm Dead. Yeah. Mr. Bad Example. Susie Lightning. There's a lot of them.
Yep. Too bad there's such things as copyright violations. Be fun to play some of that.
Yeah. He would sit in every time Paul Schaefer was gone.
Yep. I remember.
He would lead the band, and that last episode, you can see it on YouTube. It's kind of wild because everybody in the studio knows, everybody knows he's not going to be alive soon. And
what happened?
He got a rare form of lung cancer. And it had advanced so much it had spread through, tons of parts of his body. And that was it.
Yeah.
He knew it. They knew it. And it was just an interesting show. Oh, and that's where the famous all Warren
probably helping stupid shit.
All the Warren Zevon fans know this. Dave asked him, "Do you know something that I don't from your perspective?" And he said, "Yeah, I know you got to enjoy every sandwich."
Yeah, I remember that too.
So if you meet a Zevon fan, a lot of times you'll say, "Hey, enjoy every sandwich." So did Tyson win or lose, or do we know? Or do
he lost?
He lost.
Oh, okay.
It was about a vote points. That shit was crazy. It was almost like
they both got $20 million. So
it's
like 20 million for Mike Tyson, 40 for Jake.
And he didn't even have to kiss anybody.
Oh, that's funny.
I mean, that was that slap was for. That was that extra 20 million he was making more than Tyson, you know. It wasn't because he
Hey,
stepped on
maybe
the
He did win.
or
James said
Solid
it was
Snake. Someone was wanting to see if they'd get that white stuff on the side of your mouth for 20 million.
Who's he talking to?
I have
talking to me.
it's a running joke, I think.
Yeah, it's an inside joke.
Running off his face.
It's the froth on the corners of his lips when he gets into solid snake mode.
Okay.
Is that the Venom, Stanley?
The venom.
Is that what it is?
We're all laughing in pain right now. Oh God. Oh shit.
I'm telling you, because I stretched so much, I think I had fucked around. I don't know.
Man, you were doing push-ups. Goodness knows what you were doing. So a lot of physical activity.
He's doing woman push-ups, like on his knees.
Why did he was demonstrating? Was it that men are stronger than women or something? Upper body strength. Can't remember.
He did 15 and fell asleep.
15, I think he did.
About 200 push-ups, and it was just drunk man stuff.
Yeah.
He did 15 and fell asleep.
What are you talking about, Stanley?
No, it took him a while to fall asleep.
Yeah, the adrenaline was there, but the body just wasn't really no more, man. It was like, shit. Body was like, fuck, man. Really, brother? Night? Oh, nigga, we ain't got enough.
What time is it my time? It's about to be 3. I got to get up at 9 for soccer tomorrow for my kids. Jesus.
Well, you better get your ass up, Latino.
Nah, I mean, I'll still get up, dude.
Oh,
it's going to be cold as shit tomorrow.
Ooh.
Oh, is it? How cold is it going to be?
I mean, today was like 37.
Oh, that's not bad. Not as
Hell,
cold.
that ain't shit.
Stanley, to people that come from the tropics, like that's cold.
Hey, I lived up in Newport, Rhode Island.
We think that 60 is cold.
Well, I lived in Newport, Rhode Island for a couple years, and that wind on Narragansett Bay.
Oh, dude, next to the water, it sucks.
Oh, it is just like, you know what? And it gets dark at about 4:30. It was just like,
that's how it is right now.
Yeah, it
sucks, dude. Today what was it today? Was it today or yesterday?
It gets to minus 0 degrees tomorrow here, Stanley.
Did you guys check out the moon today?
Minus 0.
Yeah, I was gonna. I'm not. Whoa, you meant below 0?
Yeah, below 0, whatever.
Already?
Oh yeah.
Damn.
Did you guys see the moon today?
I did not.
Yeah, it was pretty big and huge. They call it
that's the last
they call it a beaver
moon.
A beaver moon. That's what they call it.
24 degrees solid snake. That's pretty cold.
No, I say this was called the super moon, the last moon of the year. The last full moon of the year is called the super moon. Well, that's
Sailor Moon?
A super moon or
Sailor Moon.
But I was mad because it rained. It was cloudy the night of the last meteor shower of the year.
Man, if it rained over here, that shit would turn into snow.
I only have a 12.
Well, not at 37. If it's 37, it might not stick depending on the person.
Nah, if it's less than 34, it will.
I only have a 12 by 16 cabin, so just me and my dog's body heat warms it up in here. And if I need to,
you don't got accustomed to this.
This house is so old.
This atmosphere, 70 degrees will kill you, 12 man. 70-degree weather, an 8-hour day.
It gets 70 here in the winter.
This is going to be interesting.
My house is so old. I need to get on insulation, and I still haven't done it yet. And like,
Let me ask you a question. Did you buy the house because it's old, like a historic sort of thing?
No. So dude, like it took us literally, what was it, like 6 to 8 months to find a home, dude.
Yeah.
So we were in the process of looking. And then, so one of my best friends, he's a realtor, and he called me. He's like, yo, they're willing to show this house before they put it in the market. So let me know if you guys are interested in checking it out. And I was like, sure, why not? We went and we saw it, and it looked better than all the other houses that we saw.
Mm-hmm.
So we made a decision, and we made an offer.
I don't know. Some of those older houses up there are really, really nice. But it's almost like a labor of love. You
Dude,
pretty much have to be good at,
we had to replace a couple of things when we moved here.
Mm-hmm.
after
plumbing,
$9,000, after $9,000 of cost.
Ah. Yeah, it's funny, motherfucker.
What the fuck is? My goodness.
After $9,000 of cost, we needed Stanley. We moved here in like the middle of February, so February is like the coldest month.
You moved there in February,
dude. Like so listen, right? So we moved, right? We had an inspection in this house, right? Everything was good. Mm-hmm. When we moved, we had everything here. It was like, oh, we're gonna spend the night because we have the beds. We're not gonna go back to the old apartment. So we stayed, and we was like, yo, why is this house so cold? Come to find out, the radiator, man, messed up, dude. We had to get a whole new one. Yep, we had to get a whole new one. $6,500.
Well, you're supposed to inspect that before you buy it.
Yeah, I know. Didn't I just tell you that we got it inspected and everything was okay?
Yeah.
So, what kind of is it? It's not. It's an oil boiler.
No.
Let me guess. It went out a few days after you bought it.
So this house used to have oil back then, but when we purchased it, it's natural gas.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not so bad.
No, it ain't. I mean, we don't. Our stove. I wish our stove was natural gas, but it ain't. So the only thing that we get off the natural gas is like hot water and a heated house.
Right.
You got a backup generator on it too?
We should buy a backup generator because when it gets super windy here, sometimes the light does go off.
You're making your own compost.
Oh God!
No, it's more like
what the fuck?
Using your own compost.
Somebody drinking Everclear. They drinking some moonshine in the background.
Somebody drinking
Everclear. Generator was
it you, Stanley? You drinking Everclear, Stanley?
What?
Somebody drinking some strong shit.
Well,
it wasn't me. That's my boy Clue, man.
Drinking on wine coolers.
I may have to make a special trip tomorrow.
12 man making them.
Yo, Stanley, you gotta get yourself if they sell them in your liquor store, get yourself these beers called UFOs.
UFO.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah. They make them here. They make them here in where is it? Here in the Seaport in Boston.
That sounds
Stanley
legal.
needs an Uber to carry
those are IPAs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
what is it? Elevated alcohol?
They have different flavors and stuff. So whatever you
they like the new age Four Loko.
I'll check it out.
They got a lemony one that's like my favorite one that comes like in a.
Now the only problem is sometimes I have trouble with flavors in beer. But yeah, I'll check it out.
Yeah, I can't like.
Is it like an IPA? Okay, IPA. Have you ever had I can't remember any brands, but these Belgian beers that come in like pint bottles. They'll infuse flavors in them. Those are actually really good. Haven't had them in years.
Yeah,
those are extra hoppy too.
Yeah, double. The double. Some of them are triple. Some of them come from the monasteries over there.
Oh man, those are so good.
Oh
Abbey, it's Corsendonk
priest
Abbey.
wine.
Corsendonk Abbey Pale Brown Ale.
Yep.
There's another one called
Brown Ale. I love brown ale.
I would tell you, Tom, I probably haven't had anything like that since college.
Have you guys ever had
like 20 or 30 years,
ale?
At least.
Have you ever had caramelized ale?
I may have. I really don't remember.
Dude, oh my god, it's like, oh dude, like you get like a hint of like caramel at the end of the beer, bro. It's so good.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get back into
like,
that.
What the hell, bro? Like, how the hell do they do this shit?
Yeah, I haven't thought about this stuff in years. I'm gonna have to make a special.
It's great, dude. Like, we made plans one time to go to a vineyard when we were in San Francisco, and we ate some edibles, dude, and we never went anywhere. Yeah, we fell asleep, dude.
Well, you probably needed the sleep.
Shit'll knock your ass out,
bro. In California, it's not like Boston edibles.
Anywhere.
No, it's not. You say that, but it's not the same, dude.
You know, I wonder if I could join a monastery and just do nothing but, do samples of the products. Be the quality control priest.
Get a job for Mike Tyson.
Your butthole if you ever do that.
Get a job for Mike Tyson and be his weed tester.
You know what? I feel I hope he just sticks to his business and kind of grows it.
Dude.
He doesn't need to be doing any more boxing.
I don't know. I'm like conflicted on it. Like, did he really need that 20 mil?
Because I'm 59. All he's really doing is depressing us old men.
Yeah, like you 1 year older than him, and it's like, dude, like don't.
Exactly. It's like, don't be doing this unless you're gonna win.
It's not like you were like a retired sniper, and they called you for combat to snipe. That's a different story, man. Like, as long as you got your eyesight, you know what I mean. But boxing is a whole different game, dude.
Now I have to admit, I saw him at the weigh-in. Dude is cut.
Yeah, he looks good, man. But it's looking good in
Hey,
I
was thinking about
two different things,
in Expendables form. Dolph Lundgren, well, the guy that looked like Dolph Lundgren, I don't know his name. But, he had to have his glasses on. He couldn't snipe without his glasses.
Yeah, but the best fight there was the two Mexicans.
Oh, the undercard?
Yeah, it was a draw, even though I didn't have it as a draw.
Yeah, that's Netflix trying to promote their boxing. That's all.
Hey, it's not a bad thing. I'm not into boxing anymore, but it's
they
good.
All made millions of dollars, so who cares?
Fuck them for making money.
Who
the hell do they think they are making money? Those bastards.
I'm communist.
What they should have did was got some WWE wrestling coordinators to coordinate that boxing. They should have rehearsed. It would have made more sense if they rehearsed it, But I'm pretty sure Mike Tyson got CTE by now, so they really couldn't do too much at 60 years old.
Not for nothing. Not for nothing.
Mike Tyson got CTE, man. If you really think that dude took all those blows from Holyfield and Buster Douglas and all those big heavy hitters, this guy literally lost 6 matches. And come on, man, that guy took a lot of battery to the brain. So it's like,
listen, I'm surprised, right? That Netflix, with like the fight being on Netflix, didn't put 2 gay guys fighting at first.
Why would they do that?
Netflix on the verge of trying to.
Well, why would that be a requirement for Netflix?
That's all they do.
Man,
You know, they was trying to get those trannies that won the Olympic boxing matches into a contract.
You feel me?
You've been
So
thinking.
they was ready. They was ready for the transsexual revolution.
You've been.
Oh, we're gonna watch 2 million beat up on women.
One of the more interesting things that I notice that it's always like MAGA spaces where you're talking about something, and all of a sudden
transsexual boxing got to do with MAGA.
I mean, we weren't talking about anything about any culture war stuff, and then it just has to be.
But come on, Stan, what's going on, man? It's not like people just tuning in and get what we think.
How about somebody's giving a speech and they all of a sudden start talking about Arnold Palmer's dick? I mean, that's weird.
It's like I'm
weird.
Solid
That's
Snake.
locker room talk, man. That dude got dementia. Everybody know he got dementia.
Trans stuff is locker room talk.
Well, they both got millions.
No, it's not trans stuff. We talking about political. We not even talking about political. We talking about Netflix.
You just forgot the last 5 minutes, huh?
I just serious, Stan. We talking about Netflix promoting their new boxing network, and they was already trying to line up transsexuals. So it's not surprising that they'll go with a young guy versus
all I have to say, and it's just an observation.
It's not like they got the highest moral standards in the network.
I'm not being judgmental, but I don't see how talking about boxing and promoting boxing, I don't see how boxing and promoting boxing leads naturally to trans stuff. That's
I'm saying they were trying to offer them contracts.
Netflix was?
Well, they promoting their boxing network. I'm pretty sure they're gonna have competition.
I like how you're trying to connect these dots, but I think
what do you mean trying to connect these dots, man? Google sometimes. Jesus Christ, you go.
Damn, we were talking about
the search network.
I think
the women. He wanted to turn it into trans.
Arnold Palmer's dick.
Turn it into trans Solid Snake.
Okay, well,
now girls fighting.
Before this,
you gotta take with Donald Trump, and Donald Trump's gonna save him by firing
before this
Donald Trump was the greatest president of all time, Stanley.
I think this turns into a MAGA.
He the best guy we got, so there ain't nobody else up there.
I think we'll just go ahead and listen to this Holman interview because this is getting weird.
That sounds good.
We go from expensive beer to trans.
Well, is this the one?
That's economy of the culture we in, man.
Is this one where he talks about Jack Nicklaus's? Never mind. Go ahead and play it.
No, it's on Tom Holman. Apparently, the borders are. Listen to what Trump's border czar believes. An interview with Tom Holman. It's a little longish, but I figure, in my opinion, immigration was probably the number one issue, that killed the Democrats' campaign. So kind of interested. He's the new border czar. He seems like a good guy, actually. So if not a little gung ho.
He muffles a lot.
Does he? Well, we'll see.
When he talks, he's like,
yeah, well, probably means you need to be paying attention to what he says. You need to get closer.
He means we're coming in.
This podcast is supported by USA for UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. People facing war and violence are now facing winter far from home in temporary.
Now, this is an interesting commercial for this particular article.
Shelters and with little to keep them warm. UNHCR works around the clock to support the most vulnerable. It's during the winter months that your support makes all the difference. Help protect refugees and people forced to flee as they face winter far from home. Your gift is matched for a limited time. Give now at unrefugees.org/winter.
The United Nations thing.
Just 10 days after the election, the story of a second Trump administration is already taking shape.
The appointments are coming pretty fast and pretty furious.
Marco Rubio is expected to be named Secretary of State. Steve Miller, Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy. Fox News anchor Pete Hegseth as Defense Secretary. Elise Stefanik will be UN Ambassador. Elon Musk and former candidate Vivek Ramaswamy to lead an advisory team. Lee Zeldin, the EPA Administrator. Other picks include John Ratcliffe for CIA Director and Mike Huckabee as Ambassador to Israel.
More than just a collection of names, Trump's appointments provide a window into how he sees the mission of a second term. And while it's hard to know the exact policy priorities of Trump 2.0, one clear priority will be immigration and border control, and more specifically, Trump's campaign promise of mass deportations. On Sunday night, Trump announced the person he was putting in charge of this effort.
Tom Homan is a former acting director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
Tom Homan.
And set to serve as President-elect Trump's so-called border zone, overseeing security along the U.S.-Mexico span and the removal of potentially millions of undocumented immigrants.
Homan was the acting director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement during the first Trump administration and played a key role in the controversial family separation policy, which made him a villain among some, but a hero to the MAGA right. Back in March 2023, I went to see Homan talk at the Conservative Political Action Conference, or CPAC. At that point, in the early stages of the Republican primary, and not long after Americans had seemed to reject extremism in the 2022 midterms, the event was treated like a sideshow. But I remained interested in this convention because it acts as a kind of think tank for Trumpism. And I wanted to see the forces that could drive a second Trump administration if it were to happen.
Ladies and gentlemen, who's in charge of the border? Please welcome former director of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Tom Homan.
In a crowd largely made up of Trump superfans, Homan spoke critically of the Biden administration.
Joe Biden's the first president in history of the nation who came into office and unsecured the border.
He responded to critics of the family separation policy.
I wake up every day pissed off because this administration destroyed the most secure border in our lifetime. And I'm sick and tired of hearing about the family separation. And I'm still being sued over that. So come get me. I don't give a shit, right? Bottom line is, we enforce the law. American families, when I was a cop in New York and I arrest a father for domestic violence or someone for DUI, I separate that family. When you violate the law with a child, you're going to be separated.
While, of course, talking up Trump and his possible return to power.
I'll tell you anything I told President Trump. He comes back, I come back, we fix this shit. No one did more. No one did more to secure this border than President Trump. If you don't like him, then you don't like me.
After his panel, we sat down for a more extended interview to discuss his views on the border, family separation, and how he and Trump plan to conduct policies like mass deportations if they got the chance, which of course they now have. Today, a candid interview with Tom Homan and a possible glimpse at our immigration future. From the New York Times, I'm Ested Herndon. This is The Run-Up.
Yeah, America.
Well,
We sat down in the conference room on the second floor of the Maryland hotel that was hosting the conference. How many CPACs have you been to? And I started by asking Homan about how we got here.
My dad was cop. My grandfather was cop.
Pause for a minute. Pause for a minute. I don't mean no harm.
Yes,
but,
sir.
We only using this for conversational purposes. So let's speak on what the police officer, the former police officer, just said. He separated men from their families. Don't you think that's a big point right there?
Point.
I mean, when we talk about the purpose of immigrating illegal citizens in the United States to replace the working citizens that's already here, mainly men. Don't you think that's the whole feminist agenda? Everything he just said, separating the men from their families?
No.
Or separating the parents from their family? Don't you think that's pretty
No.
big?
Yeah, I will tell you what I think it is. A lot of it is cruelty is the point. There is a whole there's a whole philosophy out there where you make it known that, hey, if you're going to come here, you know, there's some things that will make it painful. I think separation, family separation, is just basically a way to, a form of deterrence. You know, when you come here, we're not the land of the free. We're the motherfuckers who will separate you from your family.
Okay,
Yep,
but we're not
just like
talking
how
about
we
that. Well, Stanley, that's not my point.
Hold
My
on.
point is,
hold on.
It all, you know, I can sum it up in cruelty is the point. That's what I think it is, not feminism.
well, I can't agree with you.
Snake. Just like how we
Stanley, can I
just like how
ask
we
you a
have
Come
question?
on, man, stop interrupting.
just like how we have cruelty, right? We're separating black men from their kids as well when we lock them up.
That's what I'm trying to get. That's my point. And we're not talking about cruelty. Sometimes necessary cruelty. Sometimes there's necessary cruelty, Stanley. My thing is, we have moved from trying to move the field goal post to being able to lock men up. Wait a minute. Let me get my point across.
No,
listen to how the dichotomy of the narration has changed over the past 20 years.
Solid Snake. You asked me what I thought it was.
Okay, and I wanted to respond.
I don't think it's
we're using this for.
I do not think
it's playing people material and not commentate on it.
Don't think it's feminism.
So let me commentate on what I feel.
No, what I want to do is I commentate, then you commentate. Okay,
yeah,
you asked me. You asked me.
What's your point?
My point is it's not feminism. It's cruelty is the point. Now you go.
Okay, but do you believe it? Okay, we're not talking about that. Now my point
No,
to your
yes, we are.
point. Okay, but you interrupted me.
No, I didn't interrupt you. You interrupted
me. I believe it is just basic feminism. Is basically because you heard what the man just said. I take parents away from their kids all the time. And I'm talking about this is what he's talking about when he using the law to administer against American citizens. So you saying it's okay for him to allow an illegal immigrant? You saying it's okay for us to defend illegal immigration and don't adhere them to the same law that we didn't even allow our own to have?
Solid Snake, let me warn you right now.
Okay, guys.
This is not going to be the Solid Snake hour. Okay, you asked me a question and I answered it. If you have a problem with the answer, then you just have a problem with the answer. But I'm telling you right now, don't ruin a nice night.
Just because you feel good?
No, I told you my thoughts, and that doesn't mean you have to go off planet with these bizarre statements.
How is it a bizarre statement? What makes it bizarre, Stanley? We literally lock up American citizens, separate families all the time. So why is it a problem now?
Thinking immigration
How can you use that platform against an American citizen, but then come back and use that same exact argument to protect an illegal immigrant? That's treason.
Okay, this is going to be your last chance, okay? Because now you've pissed me off. You asked me if family separation was something to do with feminism. I say no, it's not. No, motherfucker. You don't break the law.
You don't break the law knowing your family is sick, right or wrong.
Solid Snake, you don't seem to understand that you've worn out your welcome with this bullshit. Okay, if you don't like my answer, deal with it.
So I say I don't agree with your answer. It's a difference.
Okay, we don't agree. We're done. Hey, Clue, how you
I'm
doing?
getting emotional, Stanley.
Yo.
Oh, I'm emotional?
What up,
really?
Clue?
Yeah, you use your bottom of your lung right there, Stanley.
Damn,
You came on your diaphragm on that one.
Solid Snake, we're done. I've given you my answer. So what's up, Clue?
Yo, are you okay over there, Stanley?
Oh, I'm perfectly fine. As a matter of fact,
Stanley, can I ask
I'm
you
getting.
a question?
I think I stepped
Hold on one
I
second,
stepped
12th
into
man.
some conflict over here.
Clue, there is no conflict.
Okay.
And not only that, I'm getting better.
Okay.
What's up,
You
12th
sound
man?
better today than yesterday, Stanley.
What's up, 12th man?
Oh, I was going to ask you, what do we do about the 325,000 already missing?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Can you see what's up there? This is an interview with who?
My dog, the new border
man. Who is this interview with?
But is that Tom Homan?
The border czar, right?
Right.
Now, if we maybe listen to this interview, you'll get an idea. That's the whole reason we're listening to this interview.
Right.
To find out
trying
things.
to listen to it.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping. That I was thinking maybe some of these questions, if we actually listen to the incoming border czar, might be
I
resolved.
agree with you, Stanley.
Thank you, 12th man.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
He's the guy in charge of all that stuff, isn't he?
He's gonna be.
Pretty soon.
So we probably, if we listen, he might let us know through rudimentary grunts and gestures what's going to happen.
Well, we'll see. We made it almost 5 minutes in, and
I think he did say in another interview, though, Stanley, that he was gonna try to find a way to rescue all those missing children. 325,000 and counting missing children. So disgusting and sad, Stanley.
It is sad.
I can't even think about that. And
Definitely sad.
325,000. Really?
Here we go.
I grew up in a time where people respected law enforcement. They didn't make a lot of money, but I grew up thinking police officers were there to help people and do good for the community. I grew up in a small town outside of Fort Drum, New York, very patriotic town. Everybody hung an American flag on the front porch. And I was just brought up in a large family, 7 kids, and surrounded by law enforcement. And I knew from my youngest years I wanted to be a police officer.
He said it was while he was working as a police officer that he first took an interest in Border Patrol.
I grew up just 20 minutes south of the Canadian border. So I saw him, as a police officer. Actually, the story is I was fishing on St. Lawrence River, me and a couple other cops, and Border Patrol come pulling in with a boat. And we sat there and had a long chat, what they did and, their job, their missions. As I thought about it, I said, okay, well, that sounds interesting. So they actually told me, hey, there's a test in 3 weeks. You ought to go down to the post office and take it. And I did. And 6 months later, I'm at the Border Patrol Academy.
He started in the Border Patrol in 1984.
I was in Border Patrol for several years, then I became a special agent. So I went from wearing a uniform, arresting people on the border and securing the border, to investigating cartels that smuggle people and smuggle dope, smuggle guns. I did that for a couple of decades. I climbed the ladder one rung at a time. And I was the first director of ICE nominated by President Trump that actually came up through the ranks. So I spent 34 years on the job. My proudest moment was being the director of ICE, because the 20,000 men and women that work for me, I didn't ask them to do anything that I didn't do myself as an agent coming up.
How would you describe what the rhetoric was around immigration at the time you were joining the Border Patrol?
It was a different time. You didn't read bad stories about the Border Patrol every other day. I personally think that the 20,000 men and women that wear that uniform are doing a difficult job. Look, immigration enforcement has always been very controversial. It's always been, and I get it. It's always been a tough subject for some. But the bottom line is, this nation has a series of laws that's designed to secure this country and make it safe. I'm not anti-immigrant, even though a lot of people say that I am. I'm anti-illegal immigration because of things I've seen in my 34 years. If they saw what I saw, they'd be anti-illegal immigration too. So look, it's become a political football, and I'm tired of it. I'm sick of it. And you know, I've had people, you know, call me racist, white nationalist, I enforce the immigration law. Well, so what's that make Congress? They wrote the law.
And when you were doing that work initially, did you think of it as political in nature?
No, I was sworn as a Border Patrol agent to defend and secure the border. And that's exactly what I did. I mean, I was in the Border Patrol. I saw a lot of horrendous things from victims of these smuggling organizations.
Hey, Tom, I got a question for you. Do you think that I don't know, he almost sounds like do you think the hey, I'm just a beat cop who got lucky, you know, now I run things. Do you think that's actually going to work?
With who?
Well, I mean, you know, first off, he's going to be dealing with Eric Adams and, you know, the New York, you know, politics, basically getting the sanctuary city. Well, the whole sanctuary city stuff, it's mostly big cities with, you know, complicated political machines, basically being anti-ICE. Do you think that, oh shucks, hey, you know, I'm Andy Griffith, I've done this before. Do you think that's actually going to be effective? And I personally think it is.
I think it's with like the Trump supporter, it's, you know, it's a grand slam home run. It in the public eye, I think it will work when he tangles with the sanctuary cities. I don't think sanctuary cities have a tremendous amount of support. And then the last thing is, I don't think it depends on what you mean by works with the cities themselves, because the cities, even if, you know, that persona walks in the room, they're going to go beat cop my ass. You're in charge of the federal government's
Well, that's the other point I was going to make. I think it's basically, I think he's a political shark.
Yeah, and who's going to fight back when they got
There's
the
some
feds
people
running up their
there's some people who are going to get their feelings hurt when they tangle with him.
I think just like anybody that gets one of these positions, at some point in his career, sure, he was a beat cop and he got to a certain level, and either he or those around him said, you know what, if you start angling for some of these positions, you can move up the ladder. And I think he probably found that narrative was successful for him, and it was really the only one he had to sell at some point. So if he can just keep going, and he looks the part. I mean, doesn't he look like he just ordered 3 crullers and a cup of coffee somewhere? I'm seriously, I'm not. That's not meant to be pejorative. It's he really does look.
Yeah, he doesn't. You know, he doesn't look like you know, slick, like a slick politician. You know, expensive suit, all that stuff.
Like a slick New York cop or something like that.
He's also very plain spoken.
Yeah, I like that too. I actually he might be the only one of Trump's nominees that I actually, you know, have an affinity for.
This one's.
Well, I thought you said you like Hegseth too, Stanley.
Yeah, but he apparently there's some baggage he's carrying that it's going to have to be sorted out.
He's a Fox News announcer.
No, there's some sexual assault stuff in his background, but nothing disqualifying yet.
This interview is making me like him a lot more than the remarks and photos associated with his viewpoint on New York City, which is basically, we don't care what your laws are. I mean, that's actually what he said. We don't care what your laws are. We're coming.
Yeah, we're going to be the federal agent busting your door in.
Well, I kind of think it was probably just bluster. I have a feeling he's a little bit more sophisticated than, hey, we're just going to bust down the door and do it anyway.
I don't think he's going to bust down any doors. And I think, well, I'll know better what I think of him after that situation resolves itself, because really the mayor is saying, I'm abiding by the current binding law. I can't do any more than that. I want it to be changed, and we go along with that in a second. If he's heard that, that's when they all sit down in a room and make it happen.
Well, the NYPD praised Trump and their new picks and everything. The NYPD commissioner, union guy came
Okay,
out.
well, the union is kind of a different animal than the actual.
Not really.
Actually, it is a different animal than the actual.
Well, why
leadership.
are all the police unions praising Trump?
Lead, I wanna follow up on this American flag thing when we get done with this interview, because I find that really interesting. The comparison you made. So don't let me forget, Lead.
A year in jail for burning the American flag. How about that? What do you think about that, Stanley? A year in jail for burning the flag?
I think the matter was settled decades ago. It's not going to happen.
But what if that was revamped?
Not going to happen.
You don't think the Supreme Court could change it?
Not without basically skewering the First Amendment.
Yeah, but if you basically burning,
okay, which part? Which part?
Down the country.
Which part didn't you understand my response? I don't even understand why it needs to go farther. You stated your opinion. I've stated mine. Let's get back to the interview, shall we?
Okay.
I knew I was doing good things for the country.
Were you politically active outside of your outside of work? You
No.
didn't consider yourself a Republican? Did you have a kind of political identity?
I'm a conservative. I was raised conservative. I was raised in a large Catholic family, so I have my religious beliefs. But I also believe my father was a war hero. Again, he was a police officer. My grandfather was a police officer. My father then became a judge. We're a family, and all of my sisters except one became nurses. My brother is a fireman for 35 years. My family was brought up to serve the community, and that's what we all did, and I'm proud of that.
I remember reading a story about you in 2015 when President Obama gave you a kind of special designation for the work that you were doing.
Gave me a President's Rank Award.
Mm-hmm. And one of the things that sparked as a thought here is I wondered, how did you, even within once being a Border Patrol investigator, how did you then transition to focusing on deportations?
Well, that's just a part of the ride. When you're with the Immigration Customs Enforcement, there's different sections. I rose to the ranks of HSI, the Homeland Security Investigations, but you know what? I was offered to come over to Enforcement Removal Operations, and that section of Enforcement Removal Operations had to do with enforcing the immigration law, much like I did as a Border Patrol agent. So I jumped on and I came to Washington, D.C. and ran the enforcement program for detention and deportation. Our job was to detain those and remove those that were ordered removed by an immigration judge, or to find those in the community that are in the country illegally, again, prioritizing those who are national security threats or criminal aliens, to look for them, arrest them, detain them, remove them. So
I imagine it takes a special kind of constitution to be someone who would take that role, right? Like it seems as a role that is not only, as we know, politically controversial, but as you mentioned on the stage here at CPAC, requires you really seeing some tough stuff. Can you take me through, for people who might be unaware, myself included, what does a deportation look like? What were you seeing that stuck with you?
Just so you know, deportations, what we're doing is executing the final order issued by a federal judge, a federal immigration judge. And, people demand, like what's happening right now, they have a right to claim asylum. They have a right to due process. And you know what? They do. But you can't believe in due process. You can't demand due process and not accept the final outcome of that due process. So when an immigration judge says, okay, well, you lose, I'm going to issue an order of removal. Our job is to execute that removal. I don't know of another law enforcement agency in the world who's not allowed to execute a judge's order. That's what law enforcement officers do. FBI gets a court order to do something, they do it. DEA gets a court order to do something, they do it. So when the court says this person loses, he must be removed, our job is to remove him. And I've said for a long time, we don't make this stuff up. That's the way the law is designed. That's the way the process is designed. So we're simply carrying out the laws as enacted by Congress and signed by a president.
You're saying that people got a problem with it, they should go to Congress.
I never thought that our job was immigration enforcement is always controversial, but I never questioned for a minute, were we doing the right thing? Of course we're doing the right thing. We're enforcing the law. There's a reason why the laws went through Congress, got enacted, got signed by a president.
How many deportations do you think you've overseen, if you could estimate?
I was a director of enforcement and removal operations for 3 years. I oversaw the removal of over 1 million illegal aliens.
In 2015, to the award that we mentioned, it was partly interesting because it came under President Obama, a Democrat. As a conservative, as someone who had worked under DNR, how did that change from one administration to the next? Did it change the work that you were doing?
Every administration has different instructions on how they want us to do our job. So that pendulum swings left and right. President Obama, he believed in border enforcement. He took steps to secure the border. Look, under President Obama in FY12, we removed 409,000. Arrested and removed 409,000 aliens, removed them. That's a record for the agency under President Obama. That's the most ever to this day we've ever done. So I did my job. I take it, President Obama thought I did it pretty well, and he gave me an award.
And during that time, this is also when Donald Trump is rising in the Republican primary, a rise that leaned on immigration and border enforcement for that rise. When you were in the Obama administration, I'm curious how you were looking at what Trump was saying at the time.
My plan was to retire. I announced my retirement before the election, that President Trump's first election. I already announced my retirement 2 months before the election because I just decided to retire. It was actually in January because I gave him 120 days notice because it's a position that's hard to fill. And it was actually at my retirement ceremony in January of 2017 that the day of my retirement, the day of the event is when I got a call from John Kelly saying the president would like you to stay and run the agency. And I got a call on a Friday that let me stay and run the agency. And I told him I couldn't answer right then. I'd answer on Monday morning because I need to talk to my family. I already signed a contract with the company to start with them Monday. So I need to find out what are my options. So I told them I'd give them a call back on Monday. They actually said they'd call me Monday morning. They did. And I came back. But when I announced my retirement and, before the election, my plan at the time was retire and go do something different.
But I'm saying you surely saw and heard build the wall as we all did. You surely saw a Republican Party that was talking differently.
I watched the election.
Yeah, talking differently about immigration.
To be honest with you, I didn't think President Trump was going to win. I don't think anybody in the country did. But I liked a lot of what he was saying. I didn't agree with everything he was saying, but I liked some of the things he was saying because he wanted to take the border seriously. And look, like I said today, if you heard my speech, it isn't just about illegal immigration anymore. It's about fentanyl. It's about non-suspected terrorism. It's about trafficking women and children.
I mean, Donald Trump really brought immigration to the forefront of Republican politics. Why do you think that message had such an audience as someone who was leading the kind of policy response on the issue?
Because I think he's the first president want to take it on as a serious issue. He put it on the forefront. And as far as I know, in my life, I've never seen it as being a number one issue during a campaign, but he made it number one issue. And I think, with everything that's going on in the world, I think he thought that this country needs to be secure. After 9/11, I think he thinks the country needs to be secure. And I can't read his mind, but I can't disagree with what he was trying to put immigration on the front burner because it needs to be on the front burner.
When you hear America first, what does that mean to you? Like at least in the 2016 sense.
Our policies take care of Americans first.
Where does the border fit in that?
Because we're a sovereign nation. Look, let me give you an example. America first. I had some construction done in my house. I had to call 5 different companies, so I got a company to guarantee me a legal workforce. One of the guys that showed up was a U.S. citizen father and with a U.S. citizen son. They wanted to see if they just do a repair job, not replace roof. They couldn't. There's only 2 of them. I asked him, well, you guys can't replace roof? He goes, no. He said, I used to have 20 U.S. citizen employees. He goes, but I can't win bids anymore because these companies hiring illegal aliens. They work for a lot cheaper than the U.S. I can't get a U.S. citizen on the roof for $8 an hour, but some of these companies pay illegal aliens a lot less. I can't compete when they bid on a contract. I can't possibly compete with them. He laid off 20 U.S. citizen employees. So, you know, that's one example of many that America First means, you know, Americans, they have a need to work too. And they're citizens of this country. They pay taxes. So they ought to be taken, you know, they should be a priority of this government.
Yeah, I heard someone earlier today, I'm pretty sure it was Senator Ted Cruz, but it was during that panel, talk about the change in Republican politics, specifically around the border, and that, you know, there used to be a Republican Party where a lot of those big companies, a lot of those big folks were embracing maybe a different type of policy than what President Trump came in and said. Was that shift palpable to you? Did you feel that happening?
Look, I'm not a real political guy, but I can tell you that there's a lot behind illegal immigration. But my thoughts are, if we need people to come to this country to work, then set a system up, prove that you can't find American citizens to take that job, work with the Department of Labor and prove, look, we've advertised, we can't hire U.S. citizens, it's a job they want to do. Okay, once you prove that, then create a system, Congress creates a system, brings somebody in on a work visa, let them do the job. When I first came in the Border Patrol, they finished what they call the Becerra program, to bring people, they do their job, go back at the end of the season. Seemed to work pretty good. Like I wasn't around, but I was told by Border Patrol agents.
What do you think, Stanley?
So far, so good. Lead, this is something that I keep emphasizing that no one on in this space wants to address. It was Republicans.
Like what?
It was Republicans who helped create this immigration problem.
Really?
Yes.
How?
Did you not just hear this interview? Were you listening? Like literally 2 minutes ago, he brought up.
I agreed to an extent, Stanley.
No, there's no need to agree to an extent or agree at all. It's fact.
Okay,
Well,
okay,
you know what Reagan did?
Stanley, I
gave
get it. We use it as a political game.
He gave
But
them
here's the point.
Okay, both of y'all are talking at the same time.
How
Why?
How can you then
Okay,
say?
Hold on there, Solid Snake. 12th man was
Reagan
talking
gave
about
them
your term.
sanctuary, so why wouldn't Trump?
Okay, I don't give a shit about Trump. What I'm saying is that before Trump didn't create this problem, but Republicans did, or at least helped create it.
Well,
it's not about the creation of the problem. It's
Okay,
about
why are
the
you not waiting
exacerbation
your
of the
turn?
problem.
Solid Snake, can you let 12th man finish and then I'll get to you? Go ahead, 12th man.
So did Democrats and it was Congress.
Okay, I agree that Democrats helped. I don't need the history lesson. My only point is that Republicans helped create the problem.
So did Democrats. At least
Right.
we agree on that.
I'm not going to do whataboutism. My point is that I never hear.
You agree that
I never hear Republicans say Republicans helped create the problem.
I agree that Republicans helped when Ronald Reagan did that first.
Yep, Ronald Reagan all the way up through, I would say, Bush Jr.
Well,
so what were you going to say?
Reagan was before. Did he do an amnesty too, Stanley? Bush Jr.?
I don't recall Bush Jr. doing it, but we all know Reagan did.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, between Reagan and now, Reagan set a mark. And, you know, that should have been the end of it. Had enforcement been good from that time forward,
Jimmy
we
Carter
probably wouldn't have the problem.
Did Jimmy Carter offer an amnesty too?
Don't recall.
Okay, everybody talking about something that happened per 30, 40 years ago.
So
we
what?
talking about today. We talking about.
Okay, nope, we're not talking about
think about
today.
it, Stanley. The argument you
I'm
making
talking
is
about the past.
you have not. You listen, Stanley. What
Okay,
I'm trying to talk to
you
about.
don't. Do you want me do? What does today have to do with my point?
History repeating itself.
Okay,
now,
I don't. My
point is, how old were you when Ronald? Wait a minute.
No, you
how
wait a
old
minute.
were you when Ronald Reagan
wait a
did
minute.
it? Wait. You said Ronald Reagan did it that's something to say as a
No,
man
I
at the
did
age
not
of
say
60.
that.
No, wait a minute, Stanley. We're talking about your political point of view. You already said you hate Trump. I get that point.
If you
But
want
why
to
are
hear
you
my
talking
political point
about
of view,
Ronald
why
Reagan
don't
when
you
this
listen?
guy just basically
You will
stated
stop
that
right now,
Obama
Solid
has the
Snake.
strongest
Solid Snake.
immigration policy?
Solid Snake. What was my point?
Your point was Reagan did it too. The Republicans did it too.
Reagan,
The Republicans did it too.
Snake.
But where is your commentary? Where do you lie within your value? So what? You was anti. You had a problem with immigration when the Republican did it.
Okay, why the fuck does he think I brought up Reagan? Was he not listening?
No, I'm the one who brought him up, Stanley.
Oh, I know this. Why doesn't he know it?
With political politics in the Western countries. We're not looking at the base. We're not looking at the problem. We're not looking at the solution. We only just trying to fucking win. You can't win as a.
Okay, god damn it. I'm just tired of this motherfucker.
Yeah, he could be a little overpowering.
And I support that if we can't find, if we need a foreign labor to come in.
Solid Snake.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't bring up.
Why are
Reagan.
you such an authoritarian?
I did not bring up. I didn't bring up Reagan at all. 12th Man did. If
okay, but we talking about how you keep saying Reagan
no,
did it, Reagan did it.
Where
But
do
you just breezed over the point when he said that.
God damn it. This motherfucker cannot figure out what he needs to do to have a conversation.
You gotta listen sometimes, Stanley.
No, I
you
don't.
Gotta listen. You just can't just always say, I want to hear the people's opinion and then just drown them out with your rhetoric.
Okay, who brought up Reagan?
It doesn't matter. You're following the flow of the conversation.
You expect me to listen. Why aren't you listening? My question
I
to
am
you,
listening, Stanley.
No,
you're not letting nobody
if
speak.
You're
steadily interrupting.
No, you're not listening. You're talking. You don't know the difference.
I'm trying to.
Okay, who brought up Ronald Reagan?
Why does it matter? We're talking about policy here.
You're saying I brought up Reagan, and that is
no. I'm saying you saying it's a problem when the Republicans do it, but when the Democrats do it, you don't want to say a thing about it.
I did
but
not.
The whole
say,
point is my argument is.
You know what? I am really losing my temper with you. Okay,
I know, right?
You expect people.
You
expect me to listen, but you don't expect you to listen.
But you don't never expect nobody else to
Had you been listening, you would know that I didn't bring up Ronald Reagan at all.
Well,
I didn't say anything about who brought up Ronald Reagan, Stanley. That is not my point.
What?
My point is Ronald Reagan was balled up. But my point is,
no, motherfucker, I'm not going to let you get away with
H.W. Bush.
No,
Why
sir.
would you want to bring H.W. Bush into the argument when Obama was, as he said, the strongest borders are?
No.
He was the president.
Solid Snake, you don't fucking accuse me of saying something when I didn't.
No, because you can't take that win Obama gave y'all because y'all use it as a political oppression against the American citizens to gain
what the hell is your problem, dude?
Solid
because I watch this shit for a living and this man playing.
You are literally fucked up. You have no clue what you're saying. You have no clue what I said. You're just
hey, why don't you do a poll then, Stanley? Why don't you do a poll and ask the audience? Let's ask the 15 members who most fucked up.
How about you listen to 12th Man? He will tell you how Ronald Reagan.
Stanley, I was wondering.
We're not talking about Ronald Reagan policies, man. We don't had almost 8 presidents terms since then.
You know what?
How many illegal immigrants came in?
Since Reagan been in office, we have had at least 8 presidents. Come on, Stanley. You can't keep raising up all that about Republican this, Republican that. It's not a Republican Party. They're using it as a political weapon. That's what we need to be talking about, how they're using this as a political weapon. Because redistricting is a very, very big problem that black people need to be aware of.
Solid Snake,
I guarantee you, no one hates illegal
I need to
immigrants.
talk about? Is that what you're doing?
I don't hate illegal immigrants.
Okay, are you telling me what
I just want to bring their ass over here the right way. Because if you're going to make American citizen sacrifice, you might as well go and get rid of those laws, because at the end of the day, it's treason. You even have those laws in place because it's anti-humanity. And you just said it.
Not treason for someone
It's
to be
cruelty to
over
an
here.
American citizen to have the laws they have today in
Solid
place.
Snake, can you hear me?
Yes.
Are you telling me what the fuck I need to talk about?
You gotta remember, Solid Snake and Stanley.
Hold on
No,
one
the
second.
only thing I need to remember is he's a black man and I'm a black man, and for some strange reason, it's probably not DNA from all those nigga boxing matches that we was adhered to through all the 400 years of slavery. Well, a black man ain't gonna say a goddamn thing to a white man, but the minute a motherfucking black man say something that anyway counteracts anything he has, he got to raise his fucking blood pressure up and don't listen to reason.
Okay,
I don't think he
you are
sounds
not
like
the
his blood
motherfucking voice of
pressure is
reason.
not up.
Hold on, 12th Man. Solid Snake, you are not the voice of reason, and you don't tell me what the fuck I need to talk about.
Well, I don't see that.
Motherfucker, did you hear? Did you hear what I said? Oh, no. What you're gonna do is address my last statement. Do not tell me what the fuck I need to talk about ever. Motherfucker, never do that.
That's what you're doing.
Goddamn right, that's what I'm doing.
I'm a grown man, but you think you can talk to me like that as a grown man. Why?
You're a grown.
Why so much disrespect, Stanley?
You know what? Don't
You
tell
don't hear
me.
white people. You don't hear intelligent white people talking like that.
Come on.
Fuck the both of you.
I mean, but damn, you don't never hear no other intelligent, so-called sober white man talk to the drunk 12th man like that on the panel. But then every damn time we get on here and I gotta express my opinion, I gotta deal with interruption after interruption after interruption when I'm trying to make a point.
Oh, you never, man. The last time you fucking made a point was yesterday.
What was the point, Stanley?
I don't remember what your point was, but it involved push-ups. My only point, and you need to hear it well, is you don't ever tell me what I can talk about and what I should be talking about.
Oh my God, Stanley.
Yeah.
All I need from you is okay, and we can move on.
I'm only offering you advice, Stanley.
I don't need
advice.
Son,
you can take it or leave it, Stanley.
Okay,
you can take it or leave it.
Solid Snake. Do you know how many years older than you I am?
Stanley.
Son,
but a number, but accountability ain't nothing but a thing.
Son, I don't need your advice. I should be giving you advice.
Age ain't nothing but a number.
Yeah, well, you know what? Maybe that's your problem.
I appreciate your service, Stanley. And
maybe
but
your problem.
Don't put your nuts in my face, Stanley. I don't like that.
Well, then leave the panel.
He wants you to put his nuts in your face.
Yeah, I hear
or
him.
something
And
like
like I
that.
said, all you need to do is not tell me what the fuck I should be talking about, and we'll be okay.
Well, I'm just telling you
What
what I
you
do.
doing talking about
If you
now?
take that way, Stanley.
I know you will not tell me what I should and
Hey,
should not be talking about.
Solid Snake,
That's
why are you
all I
talking
need you
about
to
your
understand.
balls, bro?
All I'm saying, Stanley, is it
Okay,
don't
and
make
12th
no
man, you're not
goddamn
helping.
logic. It don't make no damn logical sense for you to sit up here and talk about what George Bush did, what Ronald Reagan did.
I didn't
Hey, let's
mention
pick up
either.
as you, as a Kamala Harris supporter, as a liberal, as a Democrat, as a blue voter. Let's talk about what Obama did and how they trying to enforce Democratic policies that actually work. But you
Okay,
don't want to do that. You just want to fuck Trump.
let me
Fuck
remind you.
Fuck Trump. What about common fucking sense?
Enough of that nonsense.
Well, God bless you, Stanley.
They created a legal system to do it because now they don't have to pay the criminal cartels. Now they don't have to swim across the river and drown. They can come to a port and actually do it the right way. So I'm not, again, I'm anti-illegal immigration. I'm not anti-immigration. If the system's broke, fix it.
More with Tom Homan when we come back.
Impact LGBTQ plus people from being denied housing.
Liberties open my mind to subjects.
CPAC was because of his role in Trump's controversial zero-tolerance immigration policy, which led to family separations. About 5,000 children were separated from their parents after their parents were arrested at the border. And for months, the administration denied it was happening and denied the clear message of deterrence it was meant to send. And considering the backlash to that policy that reached all corners of the political spectrum, I was interested in the fact that Homan had been saying from the stage.
Yes, sir.
Because, I mean, if they're crossing illegally, then that's a moot point, isn't it?
What's a moot point?
Because he was saying that they're crossing illegally. So, I mean, shouldn't that be game over? Who cares what their story is after that?
Okay, maybe I missed something. Let me backtrack this a little bit. We're talking about deportation right now, correct? That's what ICE does.
Right. Yes, sir.
Okay, the Border Patrol controls the border. ICE is supposed to be, well, I mean, ICE literally works.
After they came across the border, that's what ICE is for. You know
right.
that.
So now I'm confused about crossing the border illegally. Where does that come into?
Yeah, just back it up like, I don't know, maybe a minute.
Okay.
To hear what they're saying exactly.
CPAC was because of his role in Trump's controversial zero-tolerance immigration policy, which led to family separations. About 5,000 children were separated from their parents after their parents were arrested at the border. And for months, the administration denied it was happening and denied the clear message of deterrence it was meant to send. And considering the backlash to that policy that reached all corners of the political spectrum, I was interested in the fact that Homan had been saying from the stage that he didn't, quote, give a shit about any of that.
You have also said some comments you got criticized for, particularly by Democrats. One saying that U.S. Unauthorized migrants should be afraid, and you doubled down. You've also, or in some cases, defending the Trump administration policy that led to the separation of children and families.
Two things.
Okay.
I mean, if you're in a country illegally, shouldn't you be afraid?
I would think, why should you be afraid?
If you're in a country illegally?
No.
You don't think you should be afraid if you're in a country illegally?
Nope.
Not at all. Okay, Stanley.
I mean, when you break a law, are you often afraid?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Well,
Wouldn't you be?
not particularly. I mean, I don't know if afraid would be the word, deterred.
So if you break into a country illegally, you shouldn't fear no repercussion whatsoever, Stanley.
You should know that there could be repercussions before you ever do it. So I'm assuming that the people who come here know that there could be consequences.
So you're not saying they shouldn't get any repercussions.
No, what
You're
I'm saying
they
is
expect it.
I'm saying if they cross the border, they should know that there are going to be repercussions. I mean, the whole point of family separation and all that stuff is basically to deter people from coming. I'm assuming that people know that if they come here, this could happen to them. If they come anyway, then they get what they get.
Stanley, the whole point is law enforcement. Do you understand that part? Enforcement
Motherfucker,
of the law.
don't be bringing up
Enforcement of the law, not being apologetic to those who break the law.
Dumb shit.
I mean, at this point, you're gonna start liberating school shooters.
The fuck are you talking about, Solid Snake?
I mean, goddamn, it's a thin
What
line
did I
Stanley would approve that.
Do you actually understand English?
Do you actually understand the political ramifications of what just occurred?
I understand.
Do you even understand that? Do you understand the political ramifications?
I understand that you use terms.
I don't think you do, Stanley. I think you just stuck in the bubble, Stanley. I think you stuck in the bubble.
That you use terms.
It is very dangerous, Stanley.
I think that you use terms like political ramifications and don't really know what they mean.
Okay, well, Stanley, I'm about to explain it to you.
Oh, no.
Take your black ass back to Africa once they receive amnesty because if Donald Trump doing what I think he's doing, I think he's a snake in the grass. Because if you look at it, Donald Trump picking out the Senate, Donald Trump is picking out the fucking Congress.
And you're
that's going to take away the Republican lead.
Stanley,
you don't know what's going on. You just watch the news and you ain't understanding everything that's going on in the background.
Okay, what you need to understand, Solid Snake, is that when you use terms like political ramifications,
Stanley, I know exactly what I'm using, Stanley. I've used these words for years, Stanley.
You have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
I swear, it's you educated niggas that's causing all the goddamn problems. Because you don't understand the damn footwork going on behind your back. Because you can't stand your own people.
Let me ask you a question, Solid Snake. Is this educated nigger causing you problems?
Shit, your political opinion is.
Okay, well then I suggest that if you have a problem with my
you sound like the male version of Whoopi Goldberg.
Solid Snake.
Sound like the male version of the View.
Solid Snake.
Unfortunately, I'm just saying, Stanley, we're talking about immigration policy. We're talking about defending the land we own right now that our slaves and our families. You just got to watching Django, but you want to allow the same people that sold Candyland, all these slaves. You want to talk about allowing all of them back over here in very large numbers.
Solid Snake,
they've been in a homogenous society for the past 50,000 years, throwing sticks and stones to the American military, wanting to use their private military group to sell them weapons.
Solid
and
Snake.
all of a motherfucking sudden, you want to be pro-immigration? And now people that come to this country that form their own trade, that come from a homogenous society to enter our communities.
Solid
And
Snake.
Bill Stars, and you not angry?
Solid
Nigga,
Snake.
you don't know what to be mad about. You've been drinking that goddamn water that turned the damn frogs gay.
Solid Snake.
You
Let me see if you can be quiet for 2 minutes while I tell you how it really is.
Okay, fine.
I don't know who the fuck you think you're talking to, but I have done more.
Put a little bass in your goddamn voice when you're talking to me, man.
I have done more. Motherfucker, I thought you said you were going to be able to be quiet for 2 minutes.
Oh, shit, man.
I think you don't quite understand who you're shitting on.
You know
I
what,
don't
Stanley?
need.
I'm about
I
that
do
into my
not
life
need you.
anyway.
I
Hey,
do not.
Stanley, with niggas
Look
like
at you,
you around, I don't
motherfucker.
even feel like I got any option.
You can't even be quiet for 2
Somebody
minutes.
let a motherfucking fox in the
I
hen.
think what you need to do is maybe I think you might need to get you some sleep because you have forgotten who you're talking to.
Who are you, Stanley?
I am a person who knows probably at least as much as you do about American politics. I sure as shit don't need you to educate me. How about just state your opinion?
But you don't see patterns, Stanley. You can't see what's happening. You don't see anything.
How about you state your opinion and don't worry about my opinion? Don't tell me what I think. Don't tell me what I know. Don't tell me what to do. Just give me your opinion and I'll give you mine. And it doesn't need to go any deeper than that.
Okay, but I gotta
nope, okay is all I want to hear.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, Stanley,
Well, I guess can I ask a question
leave
before that?
if you want me to.
You know what?
Why you ain't muting my mic? Shit, man, I told you I'm about freedom of speech.
Motherfucker.
Shit, ain't no sense.
You know
Ain't no
what?
negotiating that.
Am I the government?
Why I gotta give up my goddamn constitutional amendments? You on American soil? You on American network? I gotta give up my freedom of speech to make you happy.
Am I your fucking government?
Goddamn mind, Stanley.
Am I the U.S. government?
Hell no, you trying to be like the white slave
about free speech.
Yeah, you ain't acting like no free man because you damn sure ain't supporting the free man thought.
You know what?
You act like a slave owner.
I, as a free man,
you just act like you want to be a slave owner.
I just gave you the rules.
You just want to slave.
All you need to do is give me your opinion. I'll give you my opinion.
I think you need to learn another foreign language.
You do not need
because you don't know how to play dominoes.
You do not.
So ain't no nigga in jail gonna come from jail and respect you because I like that nigga. That nigga don't even know how to play dominoes. I teach that nigga dominoes.
What were you saying, 12th man? This motherfucker's gone berserk. Go ahead, 12th man.
You think you're gonna find leadership in those qualities? What the hell?
All I have to say is you know the rules. Don't fucking tell me what I know. Just give me your opinion.
Oh, no, let me answer that. When you enter this country illegally in violation of our laws, it's not okay. You shouldn't be comfortable. I don't go 100 miles an hour down the freeway because I might get a ticket. I don't lie my taxes because I may go to jail. When you knowingly enter this country illegally, which is a violation of our laws, you shouldn't be comfortable. That's the way it should be. That's the way it's supposed to be. It's not okay to violate our laws and be comfortable. That's what I was meant. If you're illegal in the United States, you need to be concerned because you broke the laws of this country. I don't blame anybody that wants to be part of the greatest nation on earth. I get it. But the first act shouldn't be violating our laws and disrespecting what this country stands for. So you're right. And I stand by that statement. If you're in the country legally, you shouldn't be comfortable. You should be concerned because you broke our laws. On the other thing, on the
separation.
First of all, there was no policy to separate families. There was zero tolerance policy. Same thing I testified for. In my 3 decades, I've held dying children. I've held dead children. I've talked to girls as young as 16, 10 years old. They got raped multiple times by the cartels. I stood in the back of a tractor trailer with 19 dead aliens at my feet, including a 5-year-old little boy who baked to death. His last words to his father was, "Daddy, I'm dying. I don't want to die." That changed me forever. So if we can come up with a policy like zero tolerance that prevents people from making that dangerous journey, as long as the policy is legal and it saves lives, I was for it. So it wasn't about separating families. It wasn't about, let's see how we can harm these people. It's about doing what we could so people wouldn't put themselves in the hand of criminal cartels to get raped and get killed. Now, hindsight being 2020, the reunification process could have been better, but I was retired at the time. But the intent was to save lives. It wasn't about separating families. And listen, this comes from the same people who have no problem with separating a baby from a mother's womb and killing it. They're fine with that. But the bottom line is zero tolerance is about saving lives.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I get how you have that as a policy-focused person, but these are also politics at play too. How do you separate what is the intention of many politicians to use that policy to demonize?
I don't follow.
I'm saying there's also a political angle.
There's always a political angle.
And so I'm saying, do you?
Let me ask you. Here's a concern. You're right. They always twist the words. It's always political, right? So they say that Trump's immigration policy was inhumane. Inhumane. Okay, well, put it this way. Trump's policies calm that. Okay. If less people come across that border, how many women aren't being raped? How many children aren't drowning in a river? How many Americans aren't dying from drug overdose because fentanyl's flowing across an open border? President Trump's policy saved lives. I don't give a shit what anybody says. I truly believe a secure border saves lives because they don't make that journey. They don't put themselves in harm's way.
You talked about deportations from a law enforcement kind of policy perspective, but it is also obviously seen from different perspectives. And I did notice that last year you were scheduled to speak at the America First Political Action Committee. That is a conference that was founded by someone who is a self-avowed white nationalist and anti-Semite. How is speaking there in alignment?
I didn't speak there.
I know you didn't, because you ended up.
Let me tell you what happened.
No problem. Go ahead.
Michelle Malcolm, who used to work at Fox News, called me. I was speaking at CPAC. She said, "You come speak to a conservative group."
God damn it. Not now, shit. I was asking, like, before you paused it. I don't know if I may have a bad lag. But man, everybody in the chat, please hit that like. We only got 9 likes. It's Stanley versus the world. Hey man, let's show some love for all the work we do on this channel. Yeah, it's only 18 people, but we got a lot of little streamers that don't been picking up their numbers. We a low-ass channel on the live stream, but, you know, hey, let's try to build these numbers up over here. Let's get more. Let's build a community, you know? Hey, you got the solid snake in the house, the pit bull in the backyard. It's all good.
12th man, you had a question.
Ain't got no pit bull. You live in a little kitchen. Fuck you talking about?
Man, I got a big ass house.
Backyard, motherfucker.
Man, I was gonna show you my can collection. Man, I can't wait. I think I can get about $200 off all the beer cans I don't saved over the year.
Is it all in one room?
Yeah, it's in my garage. I got a garage. I mean, it's like it's you know, they reformatted it for a hotel or whatever. I gotta redo the floor work. Man, it ain't no easy job. I gotta get floor joists, I gotta get house jacks, I gotta bust concrete, I gotta relay concrete, I gotta relay the foundation, I gotta go check all these pipes, I gotta go under the man, I got a lot of work to do. I don't know what y'all talking about. This ain't my house.
Better get on it. That's all I can say.
It sounds easy. Shit.
I need to get to building a new house too.
That's what I think I might as well go and do. When I look at how much money this costs, it'll be a whole lot cheaper for me to just buy me an acre of land and farm that. I can farm an acre of land. I'm pretty good on that.
You can
but I go to home. I go to
everything.
And I'm a single man. I ain't got no family. Shit.
Drill about 10 acres and build a
How the hell would I need 10 acres?
road and everything for about 50 grand.
Well, give me 50 grand.
you
God
got
damn it, I ain't
made.
even got 20 yet. Man, I'm going through it right now. I don't know what everybody else be going through.
So
I
we
can
done
imagine
with
what
this?
I have if I had a woman with a child in the house. Ooh, Lord Jesus.
Are we
I
done
wouldn't
with
even be
the
able to
interview?
drink.
Should we continue?
Oh God,
know
Stanley.
whatever
Why
you want
you
to
don't
do,
want to listen
Stanley.
to it?
It's your show.
You ain't even listening to it,
I was
Stanley. You don't even
listening.
want a commentary on it.
I was listening intently to it.
Oh, why was you listening until it knowing I'm on the panel? Come on now. You know you got to do commentary so I can get my 2 cents in. Donate to the channel.
Why would I
to NYC, I think that's what he said. I need to get that in my dang on Cash App.
Okay, it's a newspaper article, not a video.
Shit. Man, I'm still waiting on memberships. Golly. Cash App DC to NYC. Yeah, man, we got to pay the goddamn on StreamYard fees, man. Them motherfuckers like, what, $500 they said? I think I heard.
I don't know.
300, I think.
I wonder, could we as members on the panel, can we pay like $100?
Pay whatever you want. Send it to Portia.
Yeah, I don't like that. Because she a
Well,
married woman.
there's a
And then that
channel-
dude gonna be like she running her OnlyFans or some shit.
Well,
And
there's
that
a
could hurt her
channel-
because she a teacher. So I don't
There's
know
a-
about all that, man.
There's a
I be
channel-
scared. I be scared to even
John
cash in a
Galt.
portion like that. So I'm good. We got the DC
Send it to
NYC.
Stanley.
There's a
Stanley's
link
got
in
his
the
Cash
if you
App
look in
and
if
his
you look in
name.
the chat, there's a link. There's a link for the stream itself for the show.
Yeah, Stanley's Cash
I
App.
mean, think about it. What it gonna look like? Solid Snake. Who's Solid Snake sending you $5? Come on,
Here.
man.
Do you see this link?
So
I'm putting
please
up
get the Cash App, DC to NYC.
Okay, I put
HB2 in if you're gonna help pay for the lot lizard now, because that shit's still going. They ain't married yet. That motherfucker ain't married yet.
You still think that's real? Like HB and Portia are gonna get married, dude. You don't know what you're talking about.
There's a show link right up on the screen here.
Well, man,
Do y'all see it?
We're not talking about all that.
Do y'all see the show link? The support the show link up on the screen?
Yeah, DC to NYC.
No.
John Galt.
It's the HTTPS streamlabs.com, the urban landlord.
Yeah.
That's
wait a minute.
that's the donations to the show channel.
I like Cash App
That's right.
because they take
Donations
the
to the
less.
show URL.
Cash App takes the less money when you transfer.
Right. So
it.
there's Cash Apps, and then there's the Streamlab show link. Support the show link. That's what I'm trying
I
to
wonder,
say.
could I get my Google Cash? Like if I go get my Google, I can just go to Family Dollar and get like a $100 Google Play card and just donate
got a
that
Family Dollar
directly to the
there?
show. Now that's what I'm trying to do. I mean, I got my bank account, but I ain't trying to let everybody out here know everything, man. I don't even like my Cash App like that, man.
Hey, Solid Snake, what do you buy from Family Dollar, bro?
Everything.
What? Like what?
Toiletries. Man, they got some tile in there I was gonna look at because I want to do my flows, and I just want to go and sit up here one side and just go. This side I wanted to do my flow, but having cash flow problems, but it's all good. You know, I fix it.
Gotta work harder at the Special K, bro.
Special K, ain't that some shit? You got some jokes, don't you, Twitter man? Oh, Lord. Goddamn Alaskans. Anyway. Yeah, man. But anyway, what we was talking about, man. Stanley, hit that play button, man. What you talking about? You said you wanted to hit, but now you
What
want to
after
listen
that?
to two
You
drunk
gave me the name. I
motherfuckers
don't know
in
who
the
they were,
drunk
but I
tank.
trusted Michelle. So I showed up. I was there 10 minutes. When I read the pamphlet, I got up and left. So I didn't speak there. So I didn't know who these people were. And if I would have known who they were, I wouldn't even, I trusted somebody that wouldn't do what they did. And I said, I walked in there early. Luckily, I walked in there early and I picked up the pamphlet and I left. I didn't speak there. I don't support Nick Fuentes, whether he's a white nationalist or not. People call me a racist on the internet.
I mean,
I'm
he
not.
calls himself one, so I think he is. I guess I'm asking.
I don't know. I've never met the man.
I guess I'm asking, why do you think there's an alignment between your message and the message of white nationalists?
There's no alignment. That's all bullshit, right? That's an opinion. I'm not a white nationalist. I'm not a racist. I'm a guy who's seen some terrible things in 35 years. I want to save lives. I don't care what color lives they are.
We started our show last year by talking about the country's demographic shifts. And there are a lot of people who said that they think that the focus on immigration is partly in response to a growing population of Latino Americans, a change in the country's demographic makeup. Do you see any connection between those changes and the growing rhetoric around border security and Republican politics?
No. I think again, it's a political talking point. I've never seen a country so divided on politics I do right now. And people call the men and women of the Border Patrol racists. These are the finest men and women I've ever worked with. I'm down the border so many times. The only humanity on the border are the men and women of the Border Patrol. I've been down there about 10 times the past year. These men and women, they don't hang their heart on the wall when they put the badge on. So when people say, well, these policies are connected to white nationalism, I don't play that game. I don't believe in that. Are there people that believe in that? God help them if they do, because I don't agree with them. But I think enforcement of our laws to secure this nation, to save lives, has nothing to do with white nationalism.
What would you consider your biggest career success?
I saved a lot of lives in my career. I've saved a lot of lives. And that's where my congressional testimony with Chuy Ramos, whatever his name is.
He's talking about a viral exchange he had with Congressman Jesus Chuy Garcia, which took place at a House Oversight Committee hearing in 2019. Garcia, a Democrat from Illinois, was questioning Homan on the subject of family separation.
He said, I didn't care about dying children unless they're white. That's what anchored me, and that's where we got in the shouting match, because you can't tell somebody spent 34 years serving this nation who saved many lives. I've conducted a lot of trafficking investigations. I conducted a lot of alien smuggling investigations. We have rescued thousands of people at the hands of cartels. So I think I can rest my head on my pillow every night knowing I've saved a lot of lives.
Republicans going forward, do you expect border security to be the top issue going on?
It should be. We're dealing with a historic crisis right now. We've never seen numbers like this in the history of this nation. 1.4 million the first year, 2.4 the second year. We're on a glide path right now to beat 2.4 million. And what I said is, it isn't about illegal immigration anymore, right? But when you cause a crisis this big that takes a big part of the border patrol off the line, that's when the drugs move in to kill Americans. That overdose on it. That's when the child sex trafficking increases. I'm not saying they're all criminals, but you better believe there's some criminals in there, there's some gang members in there, and God help us. What's going on right now is the biggest national security failure this country's seen since 9/11. We don't know who's coming in.
What was the biggest difference between working in ICE under Obama and running ICE under Trump?
I did my job under both. They both had different priorities. They both have different direction. I did what President Obama told me to do. I did what President Trump wanted done. But both of them wanted to enforce the law. And again, if you look at the end, what happened in the end, there wasn't much difference. I worked for 6 presidents. I respect every president I've ever worked for. But with the immigration enforcement, it's like on a pendulum. It swings right and left. Right now, we can't get any further left on the pendulum we are right now.
One thing I'll never forget when I was doing the Democratic primary was how on those debate stages, they would get to the topic of immigration, and everyone would talk about what President Trump was doing wrong. But very few people would talk about what they were going to do.
Well, look at the data.
Stanley,
we had the most secure border in my lifetime under President Trump. And as far as the wall goes,
hey, remember on one of those live streams I had spoke on this pendulum gonna swing so far to the left. I don't know if I said it on this channel or Chaotic channel, but I said when that pendulum swing back, It's not going to be Christian. It's not going to be American. And that's what the threat we're looking at right now. A lot of people downplaying this. They
I have no
redistricting.
fucking clue what you're talking about.
Oh, God. See, Stanley?
What pendulum?
That's because you a bigot. God.
Well,
it's like
actually,
you got low
actually,
expectations
if
of my
not-
intelligence, and you got this little sine wave of where you think my mind gonna be at, but you don't know where my mind gonna be at. We sitting on the internet, man.
Why do you think I asked you a question? I need you to explain where your mind is. What pendulum, what is left? Are you saying now is left? Are you saying it's going to be left? What do you mean?
I'm saying this pendulum can swing far
What
right.
pendulum?
The pendulum of justice, the pendulum of moral standards, the pendulum of the fabric of this country.
Immigration.
The pendulum of, oh my God.
What
you gotta look at more than books, Stanley. You gotta do more work, Stanley.
No, actually, you have to learn.
I think you just got a bigotry of low expectations.
No. Okay,
and it's
you know
trying
what?
your vision.
You know what? You keep saying the same things over and over. Can you tell me what morality has to do with this interview?
I'm talking about what he's talking about. He's talking about the pendulum swinging so far left. The pendulum has swung so far left, Stanley.
Okay, 12th man, can we do one mic at a time?
Yes, sir.
Solid Snake, you're talking pendulums, you're talking morality, and you're talking the left. And we're listening to this interview.
No, I'm talking about how he just said how the pendulum has swung so far left.
The goddamn dots.
Okay, let's look at it. This has been an illegal immigration for the start. Why has the Supreme Court waited so long to judge on this ruling?
Do you know how the Supreme
Court been
do
allowed
you know
to
how the
days to go against the
do
invasion
you know
of America? Why
how
are we
the
giving the Supreme Court time to think about it?
Do you know
the
how
Supreme
the
Court don't
Supreme
have
Court
time
works?
to think about it. There is a Bill of Rights. There is a Constitution. There is capitalism. We sold this country in 1911, 1933, 1931. We created legislation that emboldened us to pay taxes. Now this man trying to reverse it back to where we was in the 1800s, where we was on tariffs. You don't even understand that. You ain't even been fucking reading half the motherfucking topics been coming out on these podcasts. And that's embarrassing. You're supposed to be well educated and well
walls
read.
don't work. We got record illegal
Don't just
immigration.
read what
Apparently, his
you read in
465 miles of walls don't
1987.
work.
Bring your ass up here
Where the
talking about
1.7
something
where there's not a
2024.
wall. So, it's just, again, it turned into political football, but I stand by everything I've done. I'm proud of what I've done. I think I've done a lot for this country, and I know I've saved a lot of lives, and the men and women of the Border Patrol deserve respect from the American people. There's 126 names on the National Law Enforcement Memorial down the street here. 126 men and women in the Border Patrol who lost their lives doing the job. I watched them pull babies out of the river. I watched them save toddlers that were abandoned. They find people in the desert all the time that's been abandoned. The men and women of the Border Patrol save lives.
Do you have anything you regret?
And that's what I told the congressman when we got an argument in Congress over the whole, you don't care about children unless you're white. I told him I spent my career saving lives. So don't every man and woman of the Border Patrol.
I hear that. All I'm saying is there any piece that you think did go too far? Or maybe you might say, I would do differently.
They don't do anything differently. No.
Do you wish you did more?
I wish I would have put every child trafficker in prison. I put a lot in prison. I wish I would have got them all.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Since Holman and I sat down with CPAC last year, he's continued to be a leading figure in Trump's inner circle. I saw him again at Trump's New Hampshire primary victory party, and he had a speaking slot at the Republican National Convention. This week, after he was named border czar, we asked for a follow-up interview. He said no, he wasn't available.
But he has talked to local news and conservative outlets about his plans once he's in office. And he said this to Fox News on Monday.
Now, I'm going to say, if you're in the country illegally, you shouldn't feel comfortable. Absolutely not. I won't feel comfortable if I'm in a country illegally. If I'm in some other country illegally, I'm not going to be comfortable. You shouldn't be comfortable either, because when you enter this country illegally, you have committed a crime. You are
that's
a criminal,
just like somebody
and you're not off
entering
the
your
table.
house.
Homan's
and
recent
then knock on
statements
the door.
underscore what he was saying to me in
Matter of fact, they
2023,
beat your
that no
security up
undocumented
and
immigrant
said,
is off the
"Fuck
table
you."
when it comes to deportations, because their existence in the country is itself a crime, at least in the view of this incoming administration, which sets up a dynamic that will be crucial to watch in the next several years as the impact of this election begins to set in. Because whether it's Trump or Homan, it's clear that Republicans see last Tuesday's results as a validation of their policies, including the most controversial ones, like mass deportations and family separation. And their conviction is such that it answers a question that I've had since Election Day. Did voters support Trump as a rejection of the Biden administration or as an endorsement of Trump's MAGA agenda? Well, in some sense, it doesn't really matter. Trump and his allies see a mandate in the results, whether that was the intended message or not. Yesterday, Trump announced another cabinet pick, Matt Gaetz for Attorney General.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Florida, Congressman Matt Gaetz.
Gaetz was also a featured speaker at CPAC in 2023, where, like Homan, he laid out an explicit vision for what a second Trump administration would mean.
And I don't care if it takes every second of our time and every ounce of our energy. We either get this government back on our side or we defund and get rid of, abolish the FBI, CDC, ATF, DOJ, every last one of them, if they do not come to heal.
They can't come to heal. That's the joke. They were only made to last.
That's the run-up for Thursday, November 14th, 2024.
We extended them through
we'll see you next week for what will be our last episode, at least for a while. Until then.
Even the IRS wasn't supposed to last until after World War II.
You're taking a late afternoon scroll from outfits to sports highlights to wedding pics. A New York Times cook.
Marian Lozano, Pat McCusker, Diane Wong. So,
shit. I need to start down.
Think it's a joke, Stanley.
Oh.
They intend to abolish the Department of Education and
what does that
a
have
lot
to do
of
with
other.
what does this have to do
with? No, we need to bring it back to the state level, Stanley. We need to bring it back to the people.
They're gonna abolish the Department of Education.
Okay, what does the Department of Education have to do with what we just heard?
Man, you know what you're talking about, man. Y'all know what you're talking about. Y'all playing dumb.
Administrations are gonna be done away with. We're gonna
Okay,
find out.
What
smaller government,
have to do with the topic? Which
Bitcoin kicking ass. That's what's happening, Stanley.
Anybody got any comments on the interview we just heard?
Nah, really, my mind don't went somewhere. I can't stay on one topic for too long, Stanley. I tried. But I heard that earlier today when I was in my Zen mode.
Gotcha.
I already heard it. I already had opinions on it. I mean,
beware. Be afraid. Be very afraid if you're here illegally.
No, hey, 12 man. I'm gonna be honest with you. It ain't gonna happen like that.
I think it is.
Nope. They gonna keep those immigrants here. And they're going to take all that money and they're going to invest in some super prisons. And they're going to get China to build them. And you're gonna be amazed at how fast they do it.
We'll be investing in getting illegal
You know what I
immigrants
heard
up
one day,
out
and
of
I don't know
here.
why the YouTube algorithm chose to bring this up, but the YouTube algorithm had the audacity to bring up Donald Trump explaining the way the Twin Towers was designed, right? And then he got to talking about how fast trying to build
illegal
30-floor
immigrants
buildings.
up
So
out of
think
this
about it
country.
like this, Stanley. You got a building maybe 20 miles by 40 miles long, and it's just one big ass constructional unit. Can you imagine how
You're
many
in this
American
country,
citizens
then you should
that
worry about
president
it.
can hold? And imagine if they built them underground. They advocate hostility.
All righty. Well, the next video
They're gonna need
is
some new sheep for the herd.
the next video that I'm going to show right quick. It's a lawyer, an immigration lawyer, and I think
Hold
I know.
on, Stanley, before you play that video, did you see the video about the Vegas in Las Vegas where the police officer ran into the man home after a call, and just because he was in his boxers? I mean, why would you shoot the homeowner?
No idea what you're talking about. Didn't see the
Ooh,
video.
now, Stanley, you need to go watch that. You got to go
I
watch
don't think I
that.
do.
You got to go watch that, Stanley.
I doubt that I do.
It's violent. It's very violent.
Well, then I definitely don't need to watch it.
You got to watch it.
Why
Stanley,
would I?
watch it.
Why would I watch it?
Stanley, we don't work like that now. You got to watch it. I promise you,
care
Stanley.
how we
Stanley, I know
work.
it's going to
I
make
care
your
how
stomach
I
turn.
work.
But if I can go through the Nick Berg video, you can handle that video. If you can go with the little black girl getting shot up in a pink outfit a long time ago, I think that was like, what, 6, 7 years ago? I mean, you can deal with it. But I mean, it was like that guy was naked, so you seen the bullets penetrate his flesh because he ain't had no shirt on. And I mean, the dude that robbed the house, the dude that was robbing the man, the dude, he was trying to defend his home again.
Sounds
You know, the
like
police told him,
problem.
put your hands up. Put your hands up. Wait a minute. I'm paying taxes, nigga. I pay your salary. And you shoot me.
All right.
And you talk about we don't have a disassociation in reality with our culture about purpose and goddamn accountability. Man, I'll tell you, this shit is
next
deep,
video.
man. We fucked up in this country,
Stanley,
bro.
Stanley,
Something
I
wrong
said
with
you
us.
were in back chat if we could start it. Like
Okay, I
halfway
plan on
through.
watching the video that's up on the screen. It's about denaturalization, which
We got to send the herd.
which I assume means which I assume means
We gotta send the herd. We're talking about immigrants. I'm not even talking about immigrants at this point.
You're right,
Well,
but I
they come
am.
here legally, so that's what they get. Too fucking
But I'm
bad.
talking about accountability.
That's
A
the way
country
I
with no
see it.
accountability
Jesus
can't defend
Christ.
its borders because they don't have nothing to fight for.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing to fight for now.
They
You
can
just
go
see
right
the
back
police
as far
officer
as
shoot
I'm
a motherfucking
concerned.
homeowner in his t-shirt.
I'm
Nigga,
willing
the
to
homeowner
spend
ain't
the
even have a
tax
shirt on, bro.
dollars.
Man, go watch that body cam, that beautiful body
cam
cam footage and tell me. Man, I'm gonna tell you, I want to go to my boy channel tonight, but you know what?
What?
Can no speak English? Get
What
the
kind
fuck
of
out
American
here.
are you? What kind of American are you?
That's
That had to
kind
be
of
one of the
American I am.
coldest
Get the
lines,
fuck
and I'm
up
telling
out.
you, it's finna become relevant. What kind of American
Time
are
for
you?
them to go.
Y'all think it's a joke?
That's what time it is.
Yeah, you're right.
All
You're
right.
right too,
Well,
man. It's
this
time for me.
this is an American lawyer, and she's got some words about
really?
denaturalization, which I assume is self-deportation, but I'm not sure. I'd like to watch the video and find out.
Yeah, get the fuck up out of here. We don't want you here, bitch.
No, hey, put me, I don't mean no harm. I don't think of it that seriously. No, I don't think of it that seriously. I'm not mad at the motherfuckers that violated the law at this time. I'm mad at the motherfucker that claim they administer the law.
I'm just saying.
I mean, how many different branches and levels of government do we have to adhere to? This had to come through all 3 levels of branches of government. My main concern is right now why we don't hear about the hurricane victims in this country at this point. After an election, you got more people talking on these live streams and these podcasts about a motherfucking boxing match that was staged and performed like a WW fucking event. And we not worried about the motherfucking citizens of North Carolina. We not worried about these hurricane victims. Hell, you just heard John talk about the other day about a motherfucking shooter at a major HBCU, but don't nobody want to talk about that.
What can
they want to advocate for a motherfucking civil war when they already advocating for the invasion of this goddamn country. And it needs to stop.
Take part in your Republican election and community meetings.
No,
That's what you gotta do, man.
No, man.
You know, like Portia does. She does everything.
You gotta do what you gotta do, but at the same time, you can't violate that Bill of Rights. You can't violate that Bill of Rights. Now, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. This country going to go back to the Bill of Rights, and what we as Black African Americans need to do is have a resolution where we can rewrite the Bill of Rights to include us, not as 3/5 of a motherfucking citizen. Because guess what? When we go file our call into that thing of people of color, hell, we right there in legal what they call it, legal, not goddamn literature, not literature, it's something else.
All right. Well,
anyway, my brain having a block right now as far as these damn words. But anyway, yeah, man, we gonna fuck around and be 3/5 some of the American citizens soon if you don't own no property.
My poor immigrant. Boo-hoo.
Who said we for immigrants? Who the fuck on the panel?
Hello, friends. We're going to be talking tonight in this live session about denaturalization. Who is at risk for denaturalization? And what is the process? I'm going to break it down for you because I've been getting a lot of questions about denaturalization. So many people are afraid of what's being discussed with immigration, particularly on the denaturalization side. So pull up a chair, sit down, listen, join in, text others, tell them to join tonight's live session. This is an important one. You're going to learn a lot of good things, and I'll answer some of your questions towards the end of this session. But come on in and say hello and type in freedom now, freedom now, freedom now. I'm Latoya.
Just so everyone knows, I'm not real familiar with the term denaturalization. She's a lawyer, an immigration lawyer, I think in the New York City area. I think she's out on Long Island. Just wanted to hear a little bit of this just to see what denaturalization is and what she has to say. Don't know if we're going to watch the whole video, but I'll give it a couple minutes.
Stanley, can I interrupt for a minute?
Sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But go ahead.
He's trying to defend people that are past their, assimilation dates, or they're like they're being denaturalized because they're past their date.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What is a naturalized citizen?
As somebody who went through the process and had a green card for 10, 15
Okay, great.
years,
If you're a
like
naturalized citizen, why would you need a green card?
You have to have a green card to become a naturalized
Okay,
citizen.
what is a naturalized citizen was the question. I'm assuming you know that a naturalized citizen is an actual citizen. The word she's using in this video is denaturalization. I've never heard the term. Knowing what a naturalized citizen is, I'm curious to know what. Can you fucking let me finish, please? Knowing what a naturalized citizen is, I'm curious to know what denaturalizing is. That's why I'm watching the
Stanley,
video.
Can we look what the word means?
No, I'd rather hear it from her.
What the word means?
There is nothing stopping you from looking up a word. I'd like to watch the video.
You're the one setting the premise. So
Again, I was going to watch the video to find out what it is. You want to look it up, so you look it up. I'm going to watch the video.
Denaturalization.
Don't know. Just about to find out.
Is that where you commit a crime, then we kick your ass out?
Well, we'll find out
what
now.
it means?
McBean Pompey, an immigration lawyer in New York, working with clients, with you, some of you, and folks nationwide at McBean Law, where we believe that freedom is now and you need to be free here in the United States to be your best. Okay, so now we're facing a big change with immigration. Big changes are coming in January. Some changes will be swift. Some changes will happen on day one, week one, the first 100 days. We're going to see a lot of different things happen in Washington across all parts of our government. I mean, we're looking at a complete revamp, okay, of government, federal government. So there will be a lot to talk about. But on the immigration side, the big issue that is on a lot of your minds tonight certainly is denaturalization. Why? Well, because the Trump administration, in particular, his architect around immigration policies, Stephen Miller, had tweeted a year ago, a little tweet that had gotten so much attention and still gets a lot of attention today. And that tweet says, yes, we started a new denaturalization project under Trump. In 2025, expect it to be turbocharged. And that's the word that has a lot of people quite concerned. Stephen Miller is correct in that they did ramp things up a little bit, okay, with denaturalization during the first Trump term, but they didn't get very far. But now they are looking forward to using their experiences to really do something a little bit more significant than what they were able to accomplish.
Yes, sir.
I still haven't learned what denaturalization is.
Gotcha. Well, let's see if she what happens. Looks like she's about to explain it.
Before, but I'm going to tell you in this live session what the foregrounds are for bringing a denaturalization charge against people, and whether it involves you who might have gotten your naturalization or citizenship based on fraud or a mistake that the government made, or whether you misrepresented on your application for a green card, and are you at risk of being denaturalized? Well, what about your children who got their citizenship through you? What about them? Are they at risk? What about your spouse who became a citizen early because of you? We're going to talk about.
Pause. Oh,
Yes,
God.
sir.
Jesus Christ. Okay, let me go and break it down to you. The concept of denaturalization, which refers to the Congress, has also addressed the concept of denaturalization, which refers to the revocation of citizenship from a naturalized U.S. citizen.
I don't think that's what that means.
If you become a U.S. citizen through naturalization, It is possible, although rare, for your citizenship to be removed and for you to be deported through the denaturalization process. What is an example of denaturalization? Oh God, I gotta share this.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start the video.
Stanley, we can go deep in this, man. Oh
Let's watch
Lord,
the
Jesus
video,
Christ,
shall we?
it's a lot of material.
That's why I
Ooh.
got the video up.
I think you just stumbled upon a gold mine.
Of
Well,
course I
Stanley,
did,
at
but
least we
I'd
know
like to
now
watch
it
the
is.
video.
Stanley, at
Okay,
least
go
we
ahead.
know now that it is
Oh
a
no, let's
progress.
man.
Same.
Like they don't just do their snap their
About those
fingers
issues
and
in
do it.
this
There is
session,
a
okay?
due
So let's get
process.
started. Denaturalization, guys, applies primarily to individuals, obviously, who are naturalized through an application process. But with naturalization occurs, I should say, naturalization occurs through an application process with the government and a test and then an oath, and then you become a U.S. citizen. Now, let's say that an individual got their citizenship by fraud or misrepresentation, and the government later discovers this. Well, in most cases, the government doesn't take any action whatsoever against those types of cases. The government does know about some of the mistakes that have been made over the years with certain individuals, but they make the decision not to proceed with anything serious, like even revoking a green card. Many times they don't even revoke a green card. And then with naturalization, many times they don't do anything with it. They just let it go. And they allow individuals to live their life in the US as citizens. But, historically speaking, the government rallied their resources around denaturalizing war criminals, people who came to the United States after committing war crimes in their home country, and they changed their names. They come to the United States under some alias, and then lo and behold, they become a U.S. citizen. Well, traditionally, the government went after those people like those. And, on average, it was like 11 people a year, right? 11 people a year would be denaturalized out of the millions of applications and folks that the government sees each year for a green card and naturalization. So 11, that's not very much, right? But let me just share with you some procedures here. So denaturalization, guys, is litigation. It starts with a federal complaint that is filed against you, an individual, in the district court where you're located. It's literally a complaint litigation process, and it's handled by the Civil Division of Office of Immigration Litigation under the Department of Justice.
That's interesting. I had no idea stuff like this existed.
Well, you remember that
See, that's what I'm talking about, Stanley. Stanley, I don't hang on the internet in the corner you hang it, man.
Stanley,
I be all in the boondocks, man. I don't feel down the rabbit hole.
At once.
My bad.
Stanley, you remember that Enemy and Alien Reduction Act, like from 1798 we were talking about?
Yeah.
That changes the whole tune right there.
Nope. Actually, I could see where they might intersect, but this is different. These are people who are already citizens, but how they achieved
you're
it
only working through the 1931
there was
bill.
something that, God damn.
I can't think of the name of it.
You two motherfuckers can't help yourselves, can you? You're
bad,
talking
Stan.
over.
Damn.
You're talking over each other. You ask me a question, the other over talks. How the fuck am I supposed to answer a question if you keep over talking each other?
Go ahead, Stanley. Damn it.
I was about to say that I could see where the Alien and Enemy Act might intersect with this, but these are people who are already have been granted citizenship, and then somehow or another it's found that something in their application was fraudulent. So now they're gonna, reverse the process. And I had never, I mean, I guess if I sat down and thought about it, I guess I understand how this exists, but I've never heard of it. I've never heard of a case. So that's why I'm watching the video. It's a new wrinkle to the immigration process that I'd never heard of. That's why I'm watching it.
Why do you feel it's a wrinkle, Stanley?
The fuck do you mean? Why do I feel it's a wrinkle? I literally just said I didn't know about it.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but why do you think it's a wrinkle in the immigration
I
process?
literally just said it's a new wrinkle, as in it's a new aspect that I did not know about.
Okay, but why you gotta be so violent, Stanley?
Okay,
Golly,
because
opinion.
you're asking me dumb questions. That's why.
Why is it a dumb question? We talking to the audience and then we talking
Oh,
amongst each other at the same time.
You know what? You stopped talking to the audience a while ago. Okay, when you started yelling shit about what I know, what I don't know, why don't you know, motherfucker? You weren't talking to the audience. You were talking to me.
Exactly.
Okay, which is it gonna be? Are you talking to me or are you talking to the audience?
I'm talking to the audience through you.
Okay, well then I suggest you listen to what I'm saying. And when I say, hey, it's a new wrinkle, if you don't know what a wrinkle is, let me know. But I thought it was like normal English.
It is.
It's an aspect of immigration law that I had never heard of, didn't know about. That not knowing it means there's a new aspect. Another name for a new aspect is a new wrinkle.
So you think they're gonna use this as a new trajectory to promote the idea that
I don't know.
the
I just said I
Republican
don't
Party
know
gonna
about
try
it.
to immigrate the blacks
I
back
literally
to
just said I don't know about it.
I'm just asking you a viable
I
question.
literally
Do you think
why
they're
are you
gonna try to
asking me?
utilize this against
Damn
the
it,
African
dude.
American people?
Okay, I literally just
I
said
mean, the
I don't know.
argument of
I
what they call
literally
it, reparations.
God damn it, Snake. I'm gonna boot you off this panel. Okay, I'm tired of your bullshit.
What'd I do?
Every time I try and fucking answer one of your questions, you're over talking me and I can't answer it.
Yeah, I just wanted you to wait for me to get through speaking.
You know what? You have done enough speaking for the whole night.
Why you all in your feelings, man?
You know what? I'm not all in my feelings. I'm very controlled right now. You better fucking thank God I'm not drinking. That's why you're still on this panel.
You never did go
If I were drunk and in my feelings, your ass would have been gone 2 hours ago.
Stanley, you never did go to town and get a 12-box of beer.
Motherfucker, I have things to do around the house sometimes. I don't always have time to go get beer and get drunk.
Shit, I don't always have time to do my damn house. I do this
shit.
motherfucker messy. I like to, when I get down and clean up, nigga, I like to get down and clean up. I like to let my shit build up a little bit. About 2-3 days. I don't clean up every day. I'm a little lazy. Shit. Ain't nobody here.
Shit, I'm lazy in a motherfucker in the wintertime, y'all. I ain't gonna lie.
Man, that's why I gotta clean up my house. I like to let my shit build up so I can do some sweating. You know, that save on my heating bill. Because I ain't got no gas, because I got a gas leak and I think it's under the foundation. I can't find no leak nowhere else.
All right. Well, I'd like to do a little bit more of this video here.
They handle, and you'll see here in the overview of the scope of their authority, they file denaturalization complaints and original original actions. They handle many different types of cases for the government, but specifically denaturalization complaints. And once that complaint is filed in federal district court, you, through your lawyer, will have to go through that litigation process. Now, there are two ways that denaturalization can occur from the litigation standpoint. It could either be a civil process or it could be a criminal process. If it's a criminal process, obviously you're facing very serious criminal charges. In a civil matter, it's handled a little differently, and there's no statute of limitations that's attached to that, which means that, well, if you became a naturalized citizen maybe 15 years ago, well, they could still come after you if they have strong grounds, and we'll go into that momentarily. They could still come after you 15 years later.
Stanley, that's what I be talking about. My bad, pause, Stanley. That's what I be talking about, man. They using that child support bullshit. And see, I know they was gonna use that bullshit like that. See, listen, Stanley, you don't understand why I say
no, don't.
I understand that a man needs to work. I understand that.
Solid Snake, you didn't even know.
Why you gotta interrupt me, Stanley? I just got a point. It's my point. You ain't gotta say all that. You ain't gotta be attacking me all the time, Stanley. That's your viewpoint. I just talk a lot.
Okay, I haven't expressed a viewpoint. I'm saying you didn't even know this denaturalization process existed.
Yes, I did, Stanley. I've been talking about it for months.
I don't believe you.
Stanley, if you go back and listen to every argument I talked about, I've been saying for time and time again, this is how they gonna work on getting your ass back to Africa. I've been telling you this for time and time again.
Africa.
That's why I called you invasion. They controlling the motherfucking voting block.
Solid Snake
You don't even understand the voting block, Stanley. Golly, I might be retarded. I might be slow, but I ain't fucking stupid.
Stanley a question.
Why is everyone screaming? Everyone's here.
Hey, Stanley.
You know what? I'm just gonna let it burn off till they sober up or pass out.
Stanley,
I ain't think you gonna be up this late, Ray.
What made them naturalized in the first place is the question
Basically, they either lied or something. They lied or defrauded when they did their application for citizenship. Citizenship has been granted, and I'm trying to figure out, once the citizenship is granted, how does the government or an individual, how do they know there was fraud after the citizenship is granted? And that's what I'm trying to find out from this lawyer talking about the process. And I can't seem to fucking do it because I keep getting interrupted.
Stanley, the question I wanted to
ask. Again,
I'm just talking. I'm just running my mouth, Stanley.
Yes,
you're just
running your mouth, and
Ray,
it's
what's
annoying.
up, man? You can go and search for us, Stanley. Golly, let us talk.
No.
God, see?
If they weren't.
Okay, 12 Man is trying to ask a question, and you keep talking over him. How is that fair?
Because you keep talking.
Motherfucker,
and you need to be searching up some shit.
12
You're
Man
supposed to be searching right now and finding new articles about what we just researched. And 12 Man gonna talk. I'm gonna let 12 Man talk.
What are you talking about? We researched what?
Naturalization Act, Stanley. Focus on the topic.
I didn't research the naturalization.
How does it have a wrinkle in your theory? That's what I want to get into.
What
I have
theory?
an idea. I have an idea.
My idea is to boot their asses off for the night. I'm trying to avoid doing that.
Hold on, I have an idea. For a 4-minute video, it should take about 5 minutes.
No, hold on. If they were never naturalized to begin with, then how are they denaturalized?
Okay,
That is
I'm
my
saying
question.
I literally just said they were naturalized. There was something fraudulent discovered after they were naturalized in their application. So now they're going to court to have the process reversed. I'm
Hey,
trying
Ray,
to
can you?
figure out how did they find out after they became, how was it found out after they were naturalized that, oh, hey, there was something wrong with the application?
Fraudulently.
How
But
did they?
Stanley, Stanley, you're not thinking. You're
Damn
not
it,
thinking
dude.
like
I
a
can't
soldier.
even.
You're not thinking like a soldier, Stanley.
I was
Stop
never a
thinking the way
soldier.
they want you to
Why
think.
would I
Think
think like something I
differently.
never was?
Okay, listen, you're a soldier.
So
Now
they
listen to yourself.
were
It's not
fraudulently.
about denaturalization of the
These
immigrants.
motherfuckers.
That is the plan of the illegal immigrants once they gain their voting blocks.
Voting.
Once they gain their voting blocks, Stanley.
We were talking
Stanley,
voting.
once they gain voting rights, they already got the media. The media already talking about how to denaturalize your
Okay,
American
is it me
citizenship
or
status,
is this motherfucker
regardless of
jumping
how many
all around?
generations
You
you've been
have
in this
to.
country,
You have to
regardless if
mute
you're the
him,
slave or
Stanley.
colonizer. This is a threat to both.
Stanley, you
You
have
know
to do
what?
This is a threat.
Here is the deal.
Assault.
People have let this motherfucker get away with this shit for so long.
This is an assault against foundation.
He thinks he's adding benefit. He thinks it's okay to do this because CT or whoever the fuck has let him run rampant. What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
This has been awesome, Stanley. I'm just going to tell you. It's just been the greatest, probably half hour of my life.
Yeah, I was just
Well,
trying
you know
to
what?
figure out.
The only thing I did right today is not go get beer. Because if I were drunk, I'd have fucking just lost it a while ago.
if they were fraudulently naturalized, then how do you get denaturalized from something
You know what,
were
12th man?
fraudulently?
Why do you think I put this video up? So I could learn why.
I'm not real sure because it's like a 4-minute video. It's taken a good 4 hours to watch it.
Well, this is a 20-minute video.
Well, you can't really.
It would have been over by now. But anyway, see, I didn't know that this was a thing. Denaturalization. I kind of always thought, hey, people, when they do the application process to become a citizen, they were properly vetted, investigated, or whatever the term is. Yeah. And then apparently you can defraud, get naturalized, and then years later, this lady's talking 15 years later, you can be found out to have defrauded, and then you wind up in court and they're going to yank your citizenship away.
I think it's just fraud. I mean, it's just fraud, really.
Right, but I had no idea this was happening.
It's probably very rare.
How can you be
Yeah, she said that 1 year, there were millions of citizens created, and 11 were found to be fraudulent.
Yeah, it's probably. Yeah, I'd imagine most people have their and
but
before
what
the
she's
last few
thinking
years,
is that
it was
now the investigations are going to be more rigorous. So it may be a bigger problem. Once more scrutiny is put to it. So anyway, I guess I'll have to do this video.
Stanley, I think what will happen is you're going to see immediately they're going to go after people that were involved in crime, low-level crime.
But I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, now I know what you mean. They're going to be tiers, the violent crime first,
yeah,
etc.
And they should be doing that.
Right,
already.
but this is a crime, albeit rare, and I it's fascinating.
Yeah.
I didn't know you could do that.
It's really, to me, it's a broken system. It's more of a symbol of that because at the end of the day, like, you can just come. We have this idea that like oh, you should be able to come in, right? We should give you a pathway to come in. At the end of the day, like we really don't have to. A lot of countries are like, no, nope, you're not coming in.
Right.
That's the way it is.
Ryan, imagine being an attorney for people who frauded the system. What the fuck? I mean, that's crazy.
What do you mean defraud the
Well,
system?
hold on 1 second, 12th man. These are, whether they're fraudulent or not, they are technically
We
U.S.
tapping on some good
God
shit.
damn it! Why the motherfucker are you talking?
I just said we tapping in some good shit.
Okay, 12th man. Even though they may be going to court, they're already citizens and they're presumed innocent until proven guilty. They deserve representation.
Yeah.
They're U.S. citizens.
Treason,
Remember?
on treason.
And by the way, because we signed the UN Charter,
we're talking about denaturalization.
God damn.
Wait. We're talking about established American citizenship.
Hold on, Solid Snake. I wanted to ask Stanley.
Hold on, y'all.
Do they
Listen.
deserve representation if they're
I get you, 12.
citizen?
Okay, I
But
just
Stanley,
said
we're not
they
talking
are
about
citizens.
naturalized citizens. We talking about we passed that point right now. They are about to grant amnesty. We are past naturalized citizens. Listen, this is what's called an invasion. They already redistricting for the illegal immigrants. That's why they put them in certain areas and certain districts.
I was talking to 12
Come on, man. What do you talk? What? Come on, man. Why you think they got sanctuary cities in California and New York? Two of the largest delegates that hold political status in Congress. You got 52 electoral votes in California. You got 40 plus over in New York. They redistricting, they redrawing lines.
What does this have to do with naturalization?
Per population.
12th man, what's your question again?
I know what he's saying.
Oh shit, man! I was
okay.
talking
All
about
I'm saying is that
like
if you're a citizen, you're suspected of fraud, you're innocent until proven guilty. You should have a lawyer like any other U.S. citizen should. If you're found guilty, then you're de-citizened and deported, probably.
Even if it's suspected that they're here fraudulently.
Okay, I literally just explained this to you.
And also, even beyond that, we signed the UN Charter that said that anyone that's tried in your country, that's not a legal resident, still has a right to a lawyer. So we signed this UN Charter.
They do.
So ultimately, you deserve your own.
They shouldn't have a lawyer. That's not the American way. Yeah. So let me emphasize, these people are suspected of fraud in the citizenship process. However, they are U.S. citizens. They're innocent until proven guilty. That's why they have lawyers.
How is that, Stanley?
What the fuck do you mean, how is that?
They don't have rights as American
Of course
citizens.
they have. I literally just said they are U.S. citizens suspected of fraudulently.
If they're humans or not.
Oh, goddamn. You know what? Apparently you have had one too many and you're post-rational.
Even in Russia, they have representation. Even if it's poor, they have it. Every country has representation.
So now we're comparing Russia.
Oh, for God's sake.
Okay, stop it. That's fine. That's fine, man. Whatever.
You know what? I might as well just move past this. Apparently, it's
We
above.
not,
It is
Stanley,
interesting.
this is the
I
hottest
thought
topic
it was
of the night.
interesting.
Stanley, we on the pulse of the vein of this controversy right now. And you
What
want to run away.
controversy?
Why you
The
want to run
only,
away? Stand
the
guard. God
only,
damn it. We
the
just
only.
talked about the same thing, the denaturalization of home ownership.
You
So
know,
what in the hell are you allowing all these people over here for, and you financially
why?
investing
How
in
am
them, and
I
you ain't
allowing
financially
people
invested
over
in
here?
people with Social Security numbers?
Motherfucker, I don't work for the government.
And
I'm
you
not
want to worry
allowing
about the
anybody over here.
Denaturalization Act?
You know what?
Nigga,
Solid
you a
Snake.
naturalized citizen. That's how you gained your 14th Amendment right through naturalization.
The fuck are you talking about?
They create the gateway to goddamn remend the Constitution, you dumb son of a bitch. Do you understand that?
Do you know? Do you
I don't even
know?
know why y'all even go to college.
Solid Snake, you sound like
college.
you literally,
Fuck college.
you literally are making no sense right
I
now.
couldn't stand college.
Okay, I don't care whether you went to college or not. My problem is that you're incoherent.
They breed motherfuckers
I
like you. You don't
suggest
even know about the Denaturalization Act.
I suggest that you get a nap.
You suggest that to me before too, Stanley.
Oh yeah, you need a nap too.
No, I don't. Who are you
I
talking
think you
to?
do. I think you're
I
drunk
think
as a
you need a
scalorious
nap.
slunk.
You need a nap, motherfucker.
No, I don't think I do. So I guess we're done with this video. I guess I'll watch the rest of it later.
Just save it for watch later. Download
No,
to
I'll
watch
save
it.
it. I'll save it for a sober
go ahead
audience.
and play it, Stanley. Play it.
No, you don't understand what's going on with this video.
Yeah, I do. I understand perfectly.
Maybe let everyone share.
I'm done,
Like,
motherfucker. I'm moving on.
Time them afterwards. Just do a stopwatch and say 30 seconds. That's all you get. Afterwards. To prevent overtalk.
What are you talking about, Ryan?
See, now
I'm saying
they're attacking you, Ryan.
Have some limited. I think that if everyone gets a chance to, after the video, to share for a minute a piece, a timed minute, you have to time what you're going to say versus just going on for 14 or 15 minutes about everything. It probably would be more sensible and coherent.
No one on here has the brain capacity to go on for 14 or 15 minutes.
I don't disagree with the brain capacity part, but they certainly do have the ability to go on long diatribes. So, including me.
Okay. Okay, I'll play the video if you think they're capable of understanding it.
Absolutely.
On the civil side, but not on the criminal side because there's a 10-year statute of limitations. Now, the ACLU, I'm going to share with you this resource that the ACLU, along with another organization, put together some years ago after Trump, during the first Trump term, about denaturalization and how it actually works. And here are some numbers back then that they shared, showing that on average, just a small number of folks were denaturalized each year. Between 1990 and 2017, the government was only averaging 11 denaturalization cases per year. And then under the Trump administration, DHS had already referred 95 cases for denaturalization since this January 2017 date. And then later on, there were about 1,600 additional citizens were recommended to DOJ, Department of Justice, for prosecution. And then in 2019, ICE sought through a budget process with Congress, they sought dollars, guys, to begin reviewing files of 700 700,000 US citizens. So 700,000 back then files, okay, files, not, they didn't, not all of these individuals were prosecuted, so to speak. No, but there was a budget request to begin a process to review 700,000 US citizen files for denaturalization purposes. And you might be saying, well, yeah, that's a big number. It is a big number. What I don't know through the research that I did very quickly before tonight's session, I don't know how far they actually got with that budget request for the 700 to review those files. But there are people who become naturalized, guys, who actually have a removal order, and they have an alias that allowed them to naturalize. And the government caught up with quite a number of them under the Obama years. That's how a lot of this started. Let me just share with you just this little timeline here that they have. It started with an operation under.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I think this woman is a criminal. She's
Why do you think she's a
trying
criminal?
to get people in here under aliases and all that shit.
What?
Yeah, that's my take too.
And the
My take too.
ACLU.
Well, wait, hold it.
She's
Okay.
part of a criminal organization, as far as
Yeah,
I'm
Stanley, I'm trying to tell you, Stanley, your selective hearing at this point has become a level of dimension. And I'm telling you, man, it's a national security risk.
You know
Having
what?
black people that don't understand the basic
Okay.
limitations of citizenship. And that's
Motherfucker, you don't actually understand reality. Okay, what you need to do
Yeah,
is go back,
I'm
you
trying
need
to tell
to
you.
go back to your dimension.
Stop being
and
a
I'll
bigot,
call you when
Stanley.
you need it.
Stop judging me because I'm drunk,
No,
Stanley.
I'm sorry. It's too late. I've already judged you.
And that's sad, Stanley.
I've judged
Stanley.
you. I've judged you drunk as hell and annoying.
I'm
Now which part am I wrong about? The drunk as hell or the annoying?
I'm
The
drunk
fact
and
that-
stoned,
I'm
Stanley.
basically say it like this, Stanley. You literally are a military veteran, and you don't even understand naturalization process.
Okay, Ryan, what I'm thinking is that these people come to her with these cases after the fact.
How can you fight
I mean,
for
what
a
do you-
country and you don't
I don't
even
think
educate
that you
yourself
don't
on that?
need a lawyer.
Hey, Stanley, who the third
You
president
don't
of
need
the
a
United
lawyer
States?
to fill out. You don't need a lawyer to fill out
Who the fourth?
a citizenship application.
No, but I think
So
that
I mean,
if you
she's coming to these people
I
after
really
the
think
fact.
you need to go back to 1776, Stanley, and research history again.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Start from right there.
Yeah, I'll let you know
That's
when I'm
never
done. All
gonna
right.
happen again. So
all right, look, we said we would have limited conversation after during the video. We'd have, I think everybody gets 30 seconds or a minute, right? So let's try that. That's what we're doing.
Oh, okay.
You guys have all, okay. So Snake, you had your 30 seconds. 12th man, would you like your 30 seconds? Go ahead.
Oh, you go first. I just
All right,
took a hit off the marijuana pipe. I'll take mine afterwards.
Okay. So I'll answer Stanley's question. Yeah, they probably hire her, and I also think Juan's firm does citizenship law. So
Right.
like you hire
Yeah,
them to help.
he does immigration law too.
They have an immigration lawyer, right? So, so I think she's just speaking to this thing that started under Obama to denaturalize, look into the fraud cases, which
Well,
I think the government has a right to that.
this
They have a right
paragraph,
to that.
this paragraph here, if you read it, says a lot. I'll read it because probably these two aren't able to read currently. In order to strip the citizenship of a naturalized American, The government must initiate a process called denaturalization, which can only occur in federal court. Now, this is the most interesting thing. I had no idea that this was a thing. I've always wondered. So essentially, my question is, why would the government know to initiate this sort of process? It's got to go through a federal court, apparently.
Obama wanted them to look into these cases and investigate, I guess.
Yeah, but
I think
why? I mean, why not investigate before they're granted citizenship?
I totally agree. I don't know why. I mean, and I think the government has a right to look
It's
into
called an
things.
invasion.
Well,
Why
here
y'all
is
sitting up there playing
let
with
me
this
read the
time?
rest of this. A court
Y'all
can
sound like
order.
them liberals that hollering about what happened to the 18 million votes we had in 2020 at this point.
A court can order civil revocation of naturalization if the government establishes
What
that
happened to the 20 million votes?
if the government establishes that the U.S. citizen is subject to one of the grounds of revocation. A person's naturalization can be revoked either through a civil proceeding or as a result of a criminal conviction. In either case, the government must prove that the underlying act was material to the government's decision in granting citizenship. I would love to hear a test case. I mean, how would a crime committed after you became a citizen affect the application process?
You'd be
This
revoked,
this is incredible.
So I think what happens is
you'd be revoked.
if you're a non-citizen, you're not tried in the standard court system. There's a separate court system.
Hold on, wait.
So
You use the word citizen. What is citizen? Define citizen.
Oh,
of the
for
United
fuck's
States.
sake.
A U.S.
No.
citizen.
Seriously. That's the quintessential point.
No, it's actually not. It's a
citizen?
dumb question, is what it is.
You have less rights as a citizen than an illegal immigrant at this point. But let's go ahead with this argument.
Okay, why are we defining what citizen is? We're not talking non-citizens.
Yes. So once they become a citizen, I think it means the government has to prove them a non-citizen in a U.S. court, civil court.
Okay, what do you mean prove
they
them
got to
a
prove it?
non-citizen?
Well, in other words, to denaturalize them, right? The denaturalization
Okay,
process. Once they're naturalized, they got to denaturalize, and then they can export them.
How long does the process take?
These people are citizens who commit a crime, or for some reason the government thinks, well, gee, these guys committed fraud in the application process. So they go to civil court.
So they gotta go.
They go to civil court saying, hey, we think this citizen became a citizen fraudulently.
Yes.
So they go back and prove it. So these are citizens who are naturalized,
they gotta get the fuck
and
up
the government
out of here,
thinking there was a
Stanley.
flaw in the process.
Yes, they think it was fraud, so they have to go
gotta
through
go.
Right. So, but the thing is once you're already a citizen, you are afforded the full rights of a citizen, lawyer, et cetera, until you're proven, hey, this dude should have never been a citizen in the first place. You're out of here.
So they had to
So
first
you
denaturalize.
came in as a fraud,
Then-
and now we gotta prove you a fraud. What the fuck is that about?
You know what? Sometimes it stuns me to hear some of this shit.
Like,
Well,
you came in
okay.
a fraud, and now we gotta prove you a fraud.
Hey, Stanley. Hey, Stanley and Ray. Can I go and read something? I know I'm probably 30 minutes I violated. But listen. We're going to talk about the Immigration and Reform and Control Act. Legalized most illegal immigrants
No, let's not
who had
talk about
arrived
that
in the
because it has
country
nothing to
prior
do
to
with it.
January 1st, 1984.
Because you're
The act altered U.S. immigration law by making it illegal to knowingly hire illegal immigrants and establish financial and other penalties for companies that employed illegal immigrants.
Okay,
Now we
these
can
are
speak from that point. We can speak from
okay.
that point forward.
These
Whatever
are
y'all
not.
just said,
These.
I just told y'all what was established during Ronald Reagan's term is
The
what we going by today. Now, unless we're
Okay.
talking about any other immigration act that came afterwards, let's discuss that. But
Okay,
we're
Solid
talking about
Snake.
naturalization,
Solid Snake.
deletion.
Solid
They
Snake.
revoking your citizenship.
Solid Snake. You are
I
drunk
don't
off
think
your
I should
ass
have to discuss
and you're not
anyone's
making sense.
fraudulent.
How about just fucking sit down and listen and enjoy the ride? Now, what
How
the
about
fuck
just
do you
drinking
have
a
to
beer?
say, Tough Man?
How about drinking a beer?
Snake,
You
I
go
feel like
ahead and
this
drink your
woman,
beer.
this
If you're
woman,
fraudulent, then
Sip
get
your
the
beer
fuck out.
slowly,
Your
please.
That's all
sober
I gotta
mind is
say.
not your best co-pilot.
I feel like this woman that went to school for 7 years and then passed the bar could probably tell us more. I'm just saying, she sounds
Well,
pretty.
it's just one
Try to-
it's just one 20-minute video. She's got other videos.
Trying to
Yeah,
protect
well,
frauds. I mean, what
no,
the fuck?
no, she's not. Okay, once they say you're a citizen, it gives you rights as an American person. And so you're under the U.S. court system and the penalty system, right? And the
Right.
civil system.
Kinda, but
Once they
not
once they
really.
prove, hold on, listen, 12th man, listen. Once they prove you're not a citizen, if the government can do that, then you fall under a different jurisdiction, which would be international rules, laws, or that of what you
Well,
have
why
as
don't
an
they just deport you?
illegal immigrant. Well, they
I
probably
really
will,
think you
right?
need
Because
to
you broke
go
the law.
back to the court documents of that case. I really think you
But
need
they
to
have
go
to
back and do a
Fuck the
little
denaturalize you.
more
court. Get
research,
them
Ray.
the fuck up out of
Ray,
here.
I really think you need to
Yeah,
go
these
back and
two
do
are
a little
really
more research
limited.
because I think you can
I mean, they're limited when they're sober.
understand it a hell of a
Definitely
lot
limited
better,
when
and I
they're not
think you can
sober.
dissect it better with your vocabulary and your dialect. So what I want you to do is go back to the judicial records
Motherfucker,
and go
you don't
look
tell
that
me
act
what you
up.
want
Go
me to
look it
do.
up. Go look it up
Who the
and
hell do you
dissect
think
it.
you are, my
You
father?
motherfucker!
Dude, you're
I
not
think
my daddy.
I think Stanley. You know what I think
I
this
didn't
is?
say that,
It's
Dude,
Stanley.
I'm
Why you trying to be
smarter
a
than
slave
you
owner? This
are.
ain't your plantation. You ain't paid for that property.
You know what?
Well, I
Then
don't
get
know
your
that.
ass
I
off
don't
my
know that. I
plantation.
don't know that. I learned a lot of things tonight, and I don't know that either. But that ain't my point. My point is, goddamn it, we trying to bring people to the channel, not deflect them away with your
Okay,
liberal
I'm
fucking
afraid.
ideology.
I'm afraid you're not bringing people to this channel right now.
How many we
What the
got
greatest thing
watching,
that ever
Stanley?
happened to YouTube? How you gonna tell me I'm the worst thing that ever happened to this channel?
Is that what I said? Or did you just think it?
No, that's what I think I heard.
That's what you heard?
This is like, okay, so I think this is denaturalization is like an annulment of a marriage, whereas just standard deportation and asylum court is like, or one is like an annulment and one is like a divorce, right? One is like it never existed. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I think that's the difference.
Well, I
Well,
would
if
say
you
this
were
is more
never
like an annulment.
naturalized, then if you were never naturalized to begin
Okay,
with,
they
how
were
can
naturalized,
you be
12th man.
denaturalized?
They were naturalized.
Through fraudulent means,
Right, but they
evidently.
didn't discover the fraud until after they became citizens.
So what?
The fuck do you mean, so
Like
what?
none of them knew about it? Stanley,
Okay,
you really
listen,
believe that?
apparently they didn't.
Stanley, what
Yeah,
you
they
think
all
can happen
just
when
plain
America starts
stupid
selling off all his
uncitizens.
assets?
I guess.
Stanley, you know about the stock market, right? What you think gonna happen when America starts selling off his assets?
I'll cross that bridge when I get to it.
Stanley, you already at that fucking bridge. You been to that bridge for goddamn 5 hours arguing at the bridge with the toll troll.
Okay, all right.
What? Well, I can only say that this is an interesting this woman's take is
How's it
interesting.
going, Ryan? What you got up your sleeve?
Nothing. I'm just listening, man.
Yeah,
I
I think we've reached the limit of productivity in reviewing this video.
Stanley, is
It's
your
something
Your brain,
I
yeah.
would actually, I wonder if she would actually do an interview.
Stanley,
With portion.
I feel like the night shift is harder than the day shift on this channel. It should involve hazard pay. It
Well,
should
I'm gonna be
involve.
honest with you. Usually, I mean, every now and again it gets this bad, but it's not usually.
What do you mean this bad, Stanley? I didn't know you didn't like me anymore.
Okay, you know what? It's not so much that I don't like you as much as I don't like what beer does to you.
What do you
Or
mean?
wine or whatever it is you
Don't
drink.
dig it. Ugh. I'm
I think that,
alcoholic, Stanley. Accept me as I am.
Stanley, I gotta be honest. I think your guest speakers should be people in the recovery community.
I am
Rehabilitation centers.
recovering. I'm recovering from failure.
You
Bring in
need
the
to recruit
rehabilitation.
some of them rednecks in your areas, Stanley.
You know what? I'll be
addictions
honest with you.
counselors.
There
Addictions
are really
counselors.
not that many rednecks in my area.
Addictions counselors would be great.
Can you do online interventions?
Hopefully,
I don't think that's
I'm
a
sure
thing.
you. I don't know. I think that person has to be willing to go to the rehabilitation center at that point.
Well, I had a couple pop the balloons and a pop the balloon. They'll sometimes go double back and hear how a couple did after they left the studio.
Yeah.
And this one lady, I wish HB were here because this one lady, and the guy she left with, she was just on. We just watched this show. I guess it was last week. So I'm kind of interested in her, but
I feel like we won't get very far.
Yeah,
some reason.
HB and John, they need to be here to watch it because they'll know who this girl is. She's a good-looking woman, but just kind of off. So I guess we'll just kibitz until something interesting comes along because I was kind of getting into this video and this process, and now the fun is ruined. Bastards.
What ruined it, Stanley?
I don't.
Oh, never
don't know.
mind. I just kind of lost interest in it.
I can't even remember the beginning.
That's a shock of revelation, ain't it? That Denaturalization Act, ain't it?
It's not the act as much as the process that I didn't know. I never knew much about it.
It's
That's
another.
what I'm trying to tell you. Listen, man.
No,
you're
not. You're in no state.
People frying their illegal immigration.
You know what?
Immigration for over 30, 40, 60 years. And they have utilized that to gain funds and deny African Americans. Listen, it's the reason they call you a person of color. Because that's how they integrated every other immigrant under the laws we created that we fought for under slavery. And
I think that you are rip-roaring drunk and you're making it up as you go along.
I get it. I get it, Stanley, but it's like when I hear these,
I don't think you do get it.
I'm not trying to be like those guys.
You got it, you wouldn't be doing
those
it.
guys. Oh my God.
I mean, Snake makes a good point. I do think that
he does.
Okay, so I think what he's saying is that the immigrant has siphoned off some of the resources that perhaps Black Americans would have gotten. I mean, I would say that's probably true.
Exactly. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Ray.
I think that's possibly true, but I think it's actually irrelevant.
It's not a comfortable thought, Stanley, when you think about it.
Okay,
you got black people up there hollering about. You got black people hollering about reparations, and at the same time, the argument was we were the conquered.
This is what happens when you encourage them. Okay, just like you know, a person
Okay, it's
coming
a good
in
point,
and
Stanley.
committing
It's a
this
good
type
point.
of fraud.
Stanley, can I sing you a song, Stanley?
No thanks.
I could say,
A
get
person
the
committing
fuck out to the immigrants. Get the
a person committing this type of fraud, there are
get
all
the
kinds
fuck
of
out my house.
there are all kinds of fraud. Basically, saying immigrants like this are committing fraud, while true, there are other types of frauds going on. I would say that probably actual U.S. citizens who are committing like Medicare fraud, this sort of, there's all kinds of frauds going on.
Yeah.
I would almost guess that the immigrants are a small part of the actual fraud against the government that's going on.
Well, or like, okay, so you come into the country, you claim you're somebody, and they find out later that you're not. I
Right.
think what this does is require another hurdle for the government. The government's saying, okay, we have to denaturalize first, and then we can proceed. So it creates another thing for the government to
Oh
have to
yeah,
do.
definitely.
Almost like a higher standard, a higher bar,
Yeah, but
because
they're so small. I mean, like they're going from 1,600 cases is what they want to increase the number of investigations per year
yeah,
out of
yeah,
millions of people.
yeah.
I mean, it's such a
It's
small percentage.
all these are it's super underfunded, I'm sure. So they've underfunded
But
a lot of stuff at this point.
I also envision another scenario where someone comes in, they've committed a crime in their home country and don't put it down. And then they're discovered,
Guarantee it.
like they
Guarantee
commit
it.
a crime in the United States. They go back and they start looking into, the history of this guy,
Yeah.
guy. Because I mean, if I were an investigator and I found out that someone committed a crime and he's a naturalized citizen, well, gee, I wonder why, what did he do, back before he
Yeah.
got here? I think that's
That's
how
right.
a lot of this stuff is happening.
Well, definitely. Or like, okay, I'm a criminal, but my uncle dies. Oh, okay. I'll go to the US and say I'm that guy, like whatever the uncle's
Right,
name is.
right.
And they don't know the difference. They don't have it's not like Venezuela's sending fingerprints of people, right? But then they find out later and say, hey, this is the wrong guy. He defrauded. So then the government goes to the denaturalization process and says, okay, he lied. And then once they prove that, then they would deport or do something. Who knows? So, but it just creates another barrier, almost like a FISA court or something, where they have a higher bar they have to hit. They can't just spy on you willy nilly,
Right.
So that's my guess. But there's all kinds of things like that. There's like people that just work on international law. That's all they do. Is they're involved in trade agreements and just international law. That's it. That's all they deal with. So
Well,
we don't even know about that stuff.
no, I did know about it, and this lady's video just popped into my algorithm randomly. So
Probably because talking about immigration.
yeah, it must have been something that prompted it to show up.
I mean, they're listening to us and you, and I mean, your phone's listening when you're sitting there, or it's always listening, So
well, you can do stuff to make it not listen, up to
search
and including
engine,
just removing the battery or turning the phone off.
yeah. Well, even anything you type into search is going to get, that goes into the algorithm, and then, I mean, if you speak into your phone, just everything. So they're tracking every movement.
Who is they? Crash out, Andy. They don't even speak English at the post office there. It's just amazing how people, like, we're talking about people who are naturalized citizens, meaning they have passed the citizenship test, which is in English. I think they get the test in English. I think
I
they
would
do.
guess.
So
Stanley, what is your standards for being an American citizen? What do you consider an American citizen? What kind of American are you, Stanley?
Okay, well, I'm a citizen who's born here versus a naturalized citizen who.
Hey, Stanley, I'm a citizen whose family established a culture here.
Yeah, and okay, but you need to also understand that under the 14th Amendment, your family being here for generations and you being born here, if a first generation kid born here has the same rights you do, at least under law. So what's your point?
A naturalized citizen?
No, I'm talking about a first generation kid born on U.S. soil has the same rights.
I'm talking about a tether baby, a tether baby. You know the tether babies, the tether babies.
Okay, the tether.
No,
you know what?
Baby.
How about
I
what
was
if
a tether baby? I was a descendant of a slave, Stanley. Why are you demeaning African American culture, Stanley?
Okay,
why do you look like an African American?
How about
why do you actually defend and say you African American, but you are a person of color? Why are you infiltrating our fucking design of my God?
How about if that child?
Never mind, Stanley.
How about if that child
it's good? It's good.
How about if the parent of that child is a naturalized citizen? That child isn't a tether baby.
I didn't say that, Stanley.
Okay, well, you didn't consider that scenario. How do you know I was talking about a tether baby?
I don't want to draw the line, Stanley. I don't want to draw the line.
You know why?
I don't want to draw the line anymore, Stanley. I want to make a break.
Okay, well then I suggest you do that and get you some sleep.
I want to isolate. I don't need NATO no more. We don't need NATO. We don't need FBI. We don't need immigration. We need to close the border down. Take a fucking census.
Talking about?
Hey, give out government grants to all the stock trades. Bitcoin is up, and we can tax off the trades, man. Hey, man, terrorists. You want something from America, you gonna have to pay. You want to invest, you want to bring something in America, you gonna have to pay the cost to motherfucking sell your products here in our motherfucking country.
You know what? You are living inside your head, and your head.
That's how the world works.
Your head is literally having.
Why are you giving all these third world countries all these different luxuries that you don't even grant to your own citizens?
Are you talking to aliens?
It's treason.
Okay. Are you on another YouTube channel as well? You on two different YouTube channels?
I can't believe you, Stan. Of course I'm not on my own YouTube channel. Hell, that damn phone ain't gonna do all that. Shit, I better keep status. I better keep a good ping when I got everything else off.
All right.
Watch my YouTube.
All right. Well, what can we talk about now?
Shit, I ain't on T-Mobile.
I think we switched to tariffs a couple minutes ago. We switched to tariffs.
Yeah, we were switching to tariffs, man. I'm talking about the importance of tariffs. I'm studying that right now. I didn't know about tariffs and how they motivated the economy as per what year that was they got. Oh yeah, it was after World War I when they tried to bring in the IRS and make the Americans pay the tax. But we was already, who was that? Edgar J. Hoover? What year that was?
Why
damn it, I read that article earlier.
One specific topic and then extrapolate like
man, keep going down there naturalized rabbit hole.
When you don't know what they're talking about.
Well, you will learn, Stanley. You will learn. Just go and research it. You just want to argue.
I'm telling you right now,
but you don't want to go and read nothing.
Solid Snake.
You know everything.
So fucking just way off track right now. I don't know.
I want you to go read the article.
I think that you being on these panels and no one kind of towing the line and keeping you focused has done you much harm.
A disservice, yes. It's a great disservice.
Okay.
And Crash Out Andy, do you want to come and talk about whatever it is you're talking about? Because I wasn't talking sanctuary cities. Here, I'll drop the link for you.
They built their own home.
Oh, wait. That's eclectic.
Man.
One line at a time.
Oh, great observational skills, Stanley. Great
Eclectic,
observational
is
skills.
that you?
Damn, you don't
Why
pull
did you
your
change your
nose
name?
up from somebody's ass to finally realize what's going on in the chat. Ain't that some shit?
You know what? I think it's
Never
hilarious.
mind.
I think it's
I know you.
hilarious that you were telling me I'm not
You
paying
smoking
attention.
weed, Stanley? Stanley, you smoking weed?
Nope.
You're a lie.
Uh,
You're a lie.
I haven't smoked weed in like 40 years.
It's been a few for me too, Stanley. 30 years, probably.
Yeah, but you know what? Come my 60th birthday's March, so I'm gonna do it to see what it's like.
I gotta be honest.
I'm guessing I probably won't like it.
I had a buddy of mine who he's an older guy, and he said he tried it. He said he was paranoid as hell. He said it wasn't a fun experience, man. He said it was not. It ain't like when you're young and it's fun and you're just cracking up laughing.
Did you do it by yourself? I'm sorry. Did he do it by himself?
I don't know. He said he did it, and then but then he kind of freaked out because his kids were they were coming home later, and then he got nervous about it, and then he ended up getting kind of paranoid and just went to bed at like 4 p.m. He said he was.
Now, was he
wasn't.
retired?
Nah, he's probably about 45 years old. Just an adult. But
Because
he said he didn't. He
I'm
wasn't. It
trying to
wasn't
think
fun.
I'm trying to think of what I would be paranoid about.
Well, I will tell you that it's not like the weed you used to smoke. It's
Yeah,
about
I've heard.
20 times more powerful. It's like acid. It's like
I've
dropping
heard.
acid or mushroom. So it's almost a hallucinogen at this point. Very, very strong. So take it easy on it if you do it. So
Yeah, if I do
think
it, I may just.
when you get older, I think when you get older, you probably feel out of control. I don't know if it would be fun unless you've been doing it the whole time. But
Well, see,
it's been
that's what
30
I'm
years.
kind of worried about. I mean, I haven't done it this long. It probably isn't that necessary to do. So I may chicken out.
Yeah. Well, you could. I mean, try it. Maybe might be fun. I don't want to be out of
Well,
control though.
actually, I've got arthritis, so I'm actually thinking, shit,
might be good for pain.
actually, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to see if Georgia does medical marijuana. Let me Google that right quick.
Well, even if they don't, you can get a doctor. It's everybody's got weed. It's everywhere.
Well, I don't.
All the weed people they've really. I mean, I got a friend he thinks you can use it for about 12 things. And I'm like, look, man, just say you like to get high. It's fine. I'm cool with it. See, it's good for your skin. Good for your skin.
Okay, it says Georgia is a
cataract.
medical cannabis low THC oil patient registry state, which means there's a lawful pathway. So what you're getting, let's see, after certifying with a doctor or physician to purchase and possess 20 ounces or less of low THC oil in products. What is THC oil?
I think it's to extract the oil out of the cannabis.
Was it like a topical ointment?
Probably.
Well, that's no fun.
It probably doesn't have a lot of.
It's just a way for people to think that they smoking marijuana, but they're not even inhaling it the right way. It's like a chemical imbalance. It's like
But
vaping.
I don't think that inhaling a burned item, if any doctor's prescribing burning a product and putting it in your lungs, he's not a legitimate doctor. Because to me, that's a very cancerous situation.
Yeah,
So
actually, that is. Now you can get like
gummies and stuff.
THC
Yeah,
um,
everything,
chewable things.
everything. Yeah, 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 yeah. The gummies. My sister gets the gummies actually. So she has a bunch of medical conditions. I'm telling you, the weed people are like, oh, you can use it for
Yeah,
cataract.
there's a
You can use it
medical
to lighten your hair. I mean, they think you can
there's a
use it for everything.
medical marijuana dispensary in Marietta.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Get the gummies though. You don't want to be smoking it, you know. Just
Oh
get the
yeah, I
gummies.
agree.
Yeah. If you smoke, first off, you don't smoke, you'll be coughing your head off, you know.
Well, I
So
Well,
can
I do
let's
that
see.
anyway. I smoke cigarettes.
I may of course you can get like you know what I may do? I may just get you can get
A
like
vaporizer.
what are they CBD sort of things? Like
I think
CBD gummies?
that doesn't get you high, I think. I don't think that gets you high. It's just got the pain relief part in it,
Yeah,
Well, you
that's
from
know
what I
all it
what?
is.
understand.
To be
Yeah.
honest, the pain relief
You get
part is
numb
good
to
enough.
pain. A lot of your
Uh,
protection areas are down, especially when you're drinking. So you'll start drinking more. I mean, stay away from CBD, in my opinion. It gets rid of your natural defense mechanisms, in my opinion.
Well, what do you mean natural defense mechanisms?
Like your pain receptors, like your good decision making abilities are gone.
Really?
Like you gonna, yeah, CBD is like an, oh God, man. I mean, like if you take enough gummies, man, your mouth gonna get
Well,
real
I'm not going
restless.
to take more than the
I think the CBD does not affect the decision making, Snake. I think that's just
Oh yeah,
another
do if you ain't
another.
natural to it. I mean, like if you a
I
dose,
don't think it gets you
if you
high.
taking, you got to look at it as dosages. Your
No, I
body
think it doesn't
breaking
get you
this
high though.
thing down. It's not gonna be an easy ride if you just take a mini pill or a
now.
mini
This is
gum.
CBD that you could literally go into a store
I
and buy.
mean, CBD is not an easy drug, especially if you're not. If
Well,
you're a
it's
virgin,
technically
yeah,
not
but
a
I mean, if you
drug.
smoke weed, I mean, it's like a relaxant. But if you like a
I,
cancer patient, it's a pain reliever. But if you ain't never took that shit before and you stable minded, you don't know what that thing gonna do to your chemical balance in your brain once it break down through your body.
Well, you
that's a
know
good point.
what? Hearing you warn me, maybe I'll just avoid the whole thing. It's not
Yeah,
something I have
man,
to
let
do.
a nigga blow you a charge. That's all you need to do, Stanley. Just get high. That's
Well, I'll
it.
put it
Just
to
get
you this
high
way.
and be happy.
After
Secondhand smoke. That's the safest way. Your body can defend against it. Shit, we've been
after
smoking for
hearing
100 years. What? 1,000 and something years. Shit,
yeah, I
you ain't
probably
supposed
I
to
have till
live
March.
forever.
I have till
They
March
how
to
about
decide.
lung cancer? Lung cancer gonna kill you.
I don't really.
Well,
I feel like
so will another
seems to
nigga
be going in a
that
lot of
don't
different
vote for
directions.
Trump.
Wow.
That nigga gonna get mad at me. He gonna
This
shoot
is
me dead in my face because he a Kamala
this is
Harris supporter.
rational thought without
So
limits.
fuck that. I'm smoking my
There's
Joes and
doctors
I'm smoking
without
my blunts and I'm
borders.
smoking my cigarettes. Fuck a nigga.
There's
So
rational thought with no limits.
drug policy,
I mean, but it
tariffs,
is.
uh, immigration.
You think I'm worried about lung cancer? You
Well,
think I'm
no,
worried about
actually, now that
cancer?
you bring up tariffs,
Shit.
uh,
I'm worried
I'm
about
glad
pistol.
I'm glad you're here. Back in the day, because we kind of talked about this, the way I'm understand tariffs apparently have never been like if tariffs are like a main source of income, um, apparently they can wreak havoc.
Tariffs
And
are the dumbest idea Trump has had so far.
I don't know,
well, but I
man.
mean, on the surface, it seems
Ooh,
like
let's debate that.
it seems like if it's like managed well, it could work maybe.
It
You
could
can't
release
fund the.
Because
tax.
Okay,
essentially what he's doing is what it sounds like to me, what he is going to say, hey, if you're an American company and you're making stuff overseas, We're going to tariff the hell out of it when you bring it to this country. What you need to do is manufacture stuff here and not deal with tariffs. The thing is if you onshore your product, isn't it going to be more expensive anyway? I don't know what the cost benefit analysis would be.
It'll be better.
So really, I think it is he's puffing his chest out. I think he's simply using it. He's using it as leverage. Okay. Whenever they threaten tariffs, companies like Toyota decide to start building factories in
Well, I'm talking
Georgia.
American companies. What about the American companies?
Well, it's the same thing. Like American companies start going, you know what? If Trump does these tariffs, we're going to have to bring manufacturing back. So the truth is tariffs are economically very painful for us. They would be very painful. I'll tell you that.
They would raise costs.
I mean, it also hammers our allies in Europe, and I mean, we're doing business with Mexico. We're doing a lot of business with Mexico, actually. I mean, between us, Canada, and Mexico, we got there's a lot of trade, man. I mean,
it's called the North American Union.
Well, there's a lot. Mexico's booming right now. They are booming.
Yeah, wait till
we're
Trump start that pipeline again. When Trump start back pumping that oil through American soil, oh man, watch how prices drop.
Prices
Y'all think that's a joke.
Okay,
Y'all think
you
it's a
don't
joke.
seem to understand.
Man, come on, man. We just had 4 years of refining facilities. They still building.
Oil is a world market.
So is corn.
The thing about oil is it's diminishing returns. So you get to a point where the more you're making, the less you're making from what you have, right? So if you make too much, it goes to $40 a barrel, and then you don't make money making it, right? So you got to have it at a certain price point. And if you make too much,
what are you talking about? They're not making money. They're making money. They make money hand over fist. You got to look at it. You're looking at oil to gas production, but you got to look at all the byproducts of oil.
Even with the byproducts, if everybody makes oil, like a lot of it, just keeps making it, right? And there isn't demand for that oil, those barrels drop in price to a point where you don't make any money. Companies do not make money drilling more or making more. They just keep, you see what I'm saying? You're dividing the pie more times, but it's the same size pie.
You're looking at profit margins. We're not looking at profit margins.
Well, you gotta pay your workers. You can't pay that involves profit margins.
All you need to look at is refinement costs. That's the only level that you look at, refinement costs.
So when gas is selling for $1 a gallon,
refinement costs, distribution, and customers. At the end of the day, those are the things that really matter. You got the resource in abundance. All you worried about is profit margins. You got to look at where all those profits going.
Okay,
Once you stabilize those profits.
What you fail to realize, Mr. Snake, is that these companies are not committed to lowering oil prices. They're committed to profit to their shareholders.
That's their job.
No. And how do you profit to your shareholders?
Okay, do you understand how capitalism works?
Through refinement. You got to reduce the cost of refinement.
Solid fucking
technology taking care of that already now.
Dude, you know what? Apparently Trump is puffed smoke up your ass and you're high on it.
No, because y'all worried about social justice. I'm worried about motherfucking manufacturing.
We're not talking at all about
social justice.
No, what I'm talking about is policy, economic policy.
Okay.
This is what I'm going to say, Ray. This is all I got to say.
Okay. No, this is all I have to say. You need to start. The voices in your head are drowning out your ears. Okay, you're not hearing what people are saying. You're just kind of going off on your own tangents, and it's not helping the discussion.
I seem like I got more fans in chat than you.
Fuck the chat.
He sounds like Trump. He sound like Trump, Solid Snake. He sounds like Trump. He's like, everybody watches my stuff. Everybody watches it. Everybody tunes into me. Everybody tunes
Yeah,
into
but
me.
hey, you had 4 years and you produced nothing.
You know what?
You still have the highest. Y'all want to sit
All
there and
I'm
play that
saying-
numbers game
all
about
I'm
who
saying,
spread
if
the
you
most to the
actually-
deficit.
if
At
you
least
actually-
it's Trump policies right now
Okay,
that
if you
reduce the
act-
deficit
oh,
over the
this
8-year
motherfucker-
period,
Okay,
with just
Solid
the
Snake.
policy he made with the 4 years.
Solid
So
Snake.
really, when you're looking at
Okay,
that
this
little
motherfucker
$4
is just out
trillion
of control.
deficit that Obama.
Okay, Solid Snake, when you're done talking, you can
Oh.
unmute and then you can actually, maybe you'll be more sober by then. Bottom line is companies exist to make profit. Not even Trump can tell them not to satisfy their or make profit for their shareholders. So Daddy Trump is he's going to favor the corporations over your dumbass.
Well, what'll happen too is this: when the U.S. decides we're going to tick up production, a lot of other countries, like the Saudis, like the Iranians, they will crank up their production because it makes it makes our companies less profitable to make more, right?
Yeah.
So it kind of
But isn't that what just
disincentivizes us.
happened in the last 4 years under Biden? Isn't that what happened when Democrats get in office? We stifle and we stifle American production, and that shortens jobs. What that does is that shortens our GDP, and that's a
Snake,
very big product we need to be looking at. Refinement costs only. Okay.
Are you
We're making
following
more
the
oil.
conversation at all?
We're making more oil now than we've ever made in the history of the country under Biden. So they hammered production in the beginning, and then Biden basically let the reins go because he was getting crushed with economically. So he let it go. There's a lot of oil. We're producing more oil right now. The environmentalists are pissed at him, but he did the right thing because he had to because of Russia and energy shortages. Like he let the reins go on it. He did it smart. So Trump says we're going to make all this more oil. At some point, there's diminishing returns with it. Like the price goes down and down and down, and then it's like, why make it? We're making 2 cents a barrel. Why make it, right? So there's a certain point. Now we should crank
We're
up.
going to use Bitcoin to subsidize. Come on, man. We're going to use trading taxes.
I don't think.
As
Look,
you trade
they need
your
to crank
Bitcoin,
up
we're going to be taxing
natural
your
gas.
Bitcoin. That's
They
going to
need
make
natural
up
gas
all the
production.
deficit we need.
From an energy standpoint, they need to kick up the natural gas, et cetera, for Europe because Europe's still pretty dependent on Russia for that. So we can have a far better business. It takes a few years to ramp it up, but natural gas, LNG, liquefied natural gas, would be a great. We'd make a lot of money off of Europe, so we should do that for sure. And
I think the
continue to
only
look at
thing we
nuclear.
be doing is learn how to refine lithium mining. If we can advance lithium mining refinement, we can
know how to do it.
advance the game to astronomical levels. And I think that's what Elon Musk is basically purposed on.
This
Man,
motherfucker is just pre-programmed with the same words and logic.
Oh my God, lithium
You're
mining.
not
I was saying
you're not
lithium,
actually
but
thinking
it's a
for yourself.
revolutionary thing because you got to look at it. We got graphene battery technology. We living in the future where we're going to have to secure and come down with refinement processes
We don't
that
have
make it
graphene
less
here.
dangerous, and we got to learn how to profit off of it for our margins. I don't know what y'all talking about, man. You can't
Yeah,
be stuck
you
in
don't know what we're
1980,
talking
man.
about, and it shows. Yes,
Okay,
that's
fine,
the only
fine.
thing you've gotten right in the last 5 hours is you don't know what we're talking about. How about catch up?
Okay, well, why you still don't know what naturalized citizen abolishment means? They revoking your rights as a
Wait,
citizen.
hold it. What does naturalized citizen abolishment mean? What does that mean?
You finna find out.
Tell us.
Well, once they own the voting blocks that they need to secure, you'll find out.
No, I won't. Because it
This is an
doesn't
awesome
exist.
It's gonna be too late when you do find out.
Yeah, it will be too late, all right.
No, graphene is pretty I think the Chinese are the only ones making graphene now, and I think they
At
got
this
an.
point,
I think they also have tariffed us on. I think they are charging us a retaliatory charge for on graphene and these other things. I think they're hitting us with, in other words, they're taxing that on the way out as we buy it because of our steel tariffs. I think that's what they did. You see what I'm saying? Like an export tax. So I'm pretty sure that's what they're doing. But they're like, magnesium's another one. Like I think only the Chinese have it. We're like stuck buying it from them. So they just retaliate and charge us more money for that because we tariff them on steel. So that's one of the problems with this tariff game. So, but there is countries
yeah,
that
but
already have.
what it
Hey,
does is it pays for American production costs. That's what we want to build back. We want to
No, we
build
don't.
back the selling. Listen,
hmm.
if you
Okay,
selling
what are
product on
American
my block,
production costs?
listen, if you selling product on my block, I want a cut.
The
At
fuck
the
are you
end of the
talking
day,
about?
this is America.
You know what? No, it's not.
Okay, fuck you then, Stanley.
No, it's not
Shit,
America.
you're a damn lie.
It is solid snake land, and it only
Look,
exists between your ears.
the thing
The
about,
name
I'll
of
give
my
you this about
base is
tariffs.
Shadow Moses. That's the name of my base.
Most economists, and
Shadow
I'm talking
Moses. Because I'm hiding from all
90%,
you antichrists. I'm in the
most,
shadow.
I would say yes, very much. Yes,
Hiding.
sir.
And
Look,
the
most,
master of this motherfucking base is a nigga named
Oh
Silent
my
Snake.
Lord.
So fuck you, Confusion Snake, Goalpost Moving Snake, motherfucking ratchet ass. I want to distract you and disturb your vocal communication, snake having ass nigga. Oh, gaslighting snake ass motherfucker. You will never get the Shadow Moses.
I feel like this is a run-on sentence.
Yeah, it is.
It's a
pretty much
run
is.
on. It's a run on
I
existence.
was trying to cut it up right then, man. I had to get the algorithm aggravated. I wanted to say a lot of
That'll
things.
do it.
Yeah, that's what I try to do. I try to stifle the motherfucking algorithm. Because it's still an AI at the end of the day.
Well, I think the steel tariffs, Biden, what's funny about the tariffs is Trump did all these tariffs. Biden actually expanded on them. He kept them and expanded on them. So we've got a lot of
Exactly.
shit
That's
tariff
why
right now.
he had a 40% decrease in inflation rate. You know, the whatever they call it, the little deficit we own. He is still building off Trump and Obama policies, which is why I don't understand why they continue to try to promote immigration when all you got to do is stop all the motherfucking drama, get rid of the income tax, get a lower class people more money back in their pockets where they can afford a fucking house.
You know what? You have been fooled into thinking that Trump is a
that you knew what the fuck you was talking about, because you don't.
You will be as poor.
I've been
4
fooled
years.
into thinking that
You
you
will
was
be-
actually smart.
You will be as poor in 4 years as you are now.
Actually, Stanley, I gained wealth.
Hear me out. You will be the same solid snake that you are in 4 years.
The question is,
Okay.
what will the price of chicken be? I've told everybody this election came down to one thing. A pack of chicken was $10.50 in 2020, and it's currently $22.50. They're trying to figure out, why did the Democrats look? Chicken was $10.50. It's now $22.50. What else do you have to say?
They just
That's
robbing
it.
America, paying
That's
for
it.
Ukraine and Israel.
Well, you got a lot of factors. That's not really
Well,
but
we finna
there's
make
a lot of
everybody
factors.
else in the world
Israel
pay for
drove
Israel.
up food prices. Is that what you're saying?
We just gonna pass the buck. That's all we doing, Stanley. It's simple as that. We
Okay,
pass
you know
the
what?
fucking
You
buck.
are literally. You know
You
what?
don't know what I'm
James
talking about.
Joyce-
You don't even know about the Naturalization Act, Stanley. I'm still sad about that.
If James Joyce were an
Smart as
economist,
you
he would
is,
sound
Stanley.
like
I thought
you.
you knew that one. God, Stanley, I'm so
I feel like
disappointed in you.
this is kind of a word salad situation here.
It's not a word salad situation.
SKC, if tariff, why don't you come up here and tell us how tariffs make money? I'd be interested in your expert economic explanations.
Yeah, pull up.
Let me, yeah, pull up.
Pull up. Pull up.
Oh shit, Ryan will show his blackness. He said pull up.
Pull up.
And he put a little bass in that motherfucker too. He said pull up.
100. 100. 100. 100. Gotta have the accent.
Fire.
I gotta work on my black scent. I gotta work on my black scent more. Especially as a newly minted black man. I gotta work on my black scent.
I call it American scent.
I don't
it's
know.
just black. You just black with it. We just a different dialect of the same language.
It's actually a very southern. It's like a southern dialect in a lot of ways, you know. There's a lot of
What's up, HB?
similarities
Hey,
between
Stanley,
southern
man.
culture.
Yeah.
Good morning, gentlemen. What's going on?
What's up,
Oh, it's
HB?
HB.
What's good, man? What's going on?
Chilling, man.
Have you come to let me out of the drunk tank?
Burger all night. Chilling with Ryan tonight. We just having fun.
Is that what
Running
we're
in
doing?
circles.
Is that what you call it?
Yeah, I'm
HB,
just
you need
kicking
to
your
rewind
ass
like
right now, Stanley.
Yeah, you have been
2 hours
kicking my
ago
ass
was
all
the
night.
greatest.
I'm doing what Mike Tyson should have did.
No, what you're doing is learning new rules.
I wish I
Oh,
didn't
God.
watch that fight, man. That fight was sad. That was a
It was
Did you
sad
see?
fight.
He was so. You know what, man? As a 50-year-old man, sometimes I feel like I can knock the shit out of one of these 25-year-olds at the gym and shit like that.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
after
yeah.
seeing that shit, I'm like, I don't know, man. You hit an age
That
where
was
you
so
just
sad, y'all.
fucking
You know what
old,
makes me
man.
sad?
No, Ryan. This is the thing. You gotta knock him out. You gotta knock him out in that first
Yeah,
round. If you
yeah,
can't get him
yeah,
out the first round, it's over. That young
yeah,
guy's
yeah.
gonna
I
This
get
is
gotta
my
hit
tired.
him
point,
like
and
very
this is
quick
why I
early and
consider
go.
it a scam. I'm
Yeah, there's no
not a
stamina.
Man,
residential fighter.
come on, Solid Snake. Everything's a scam, man. Come on, you don't gotta get on your soapbox this early. Come on, man. Everything's a scam, man. What are
Yeah,
you
I don't
talking
even know if
about?
that was a legitimate fight, but I
Oh,
will
of
tell you
course
that
not. Of course not.
Tyson looked winded. He looked winded, man. He looked
Yeah,
winded,
he's
and
as old as Stanley. Of course he did, man.
yeah, he
I
looked like
think
an old
Tyson
man.
smoked a blunt through one of his blunt wraps.
Wait, I did hear you guys talking about this tariff thing, and this is like one of the things that I think a lot of Trump supporters, they don't really get with these tariffs. The
Okay, let's
tariffs
go. Let's go.
the tariffs don't the tariffs the China's not paying no tariffs. We are.
Yes,
Okay, so what?
it's both ways. So if China, okay, so Solid Snake, if China sells a piece of, they're selling just steel. Let's just say steel, right? Angle iron. Angle iron's used for bed frames. It's used for construction, all kinds of stuff. So when it comes in, we charge 50 cents a pound on it, right? So that item we buy it for $10, it becomes 15.
Yeah.
That $5 would be the tariff the government collects, but a US citizen pays the $5 and they buy it
Right.
for 15. The government gets 5.
Right.
And then usually what happens is, so the government collects money. It's supposed to create incentive for US companies to make steel mills and sell the same thing.
Right.
What happens usually is, so that might happen, or when we are selling products to China, which we do, we're the second largest exporter of goods in the world. All the other countries charge tariffs like we do, and then usually there's a retaliation, and then everybody loses, right? Usually it just drives up prices. Economists have proven this a million times over the years. So tariffs are hard. I do think we should have.
No. I think it's a conspiracy against the tariff philosophy.
Come on.
First of all, you gotta look at it. Everything is manufactured in China. Why is
China.
everything manufactured in China? First of all, China is free of EPA regulations. That's a great
Yes, that's a
advantage over
good point.
producing in America.
Every
Let's
Yeah.
not
motherfucking
even
country
consider the
on earth.
salary, the wages.
Every
Let's
country
not
on
even.
earth besides the
Okay,
United
but let's
States
talk
is
about
free of
production costs. Let's
EPA
talk about
regulations.
refinement costs.
Yes.
Solid
Do you know
Snake,
how long it's
you know
going to
what?
take for us
I'm
to
just
establish that
really
same
tired.
level of refinement that China got?
This
Of course,
sloppy
China's
logic
going to
is
have to pay a
driving me
tariff
nuts.
to sell in America because it's a
Every
disadvantage for them not
motherfucking
to.
country on earth
It's
besides the
not going to
United
increase
States.
the prices. The prices are going to be included.
All right. Wait. Solid Snake. Yeah.
You know what, dude?
Yeah. No. Stanley. Listen, I'm the co-pilot. When it's your show, I'm the co-pilot. So
I know.
listen.
I
I
have
don't
been
feel.
putting up with this motherfucker all night.
Hey, Stanley, I'm telling you.
HV, it's been awesome. It's been an awesome night. At like 3 o'clock. And look, at 3 o'clock, it was Stanley, 12th Man, and Solid Snake, and both of them were hammered. I watched for like a whole hour. I'm like, I want to call in, but this is even more fun just watching this
That's
shit go down. And
that's like
Stanley's
the
just
worst. That's the worst combination right
No,
there.
Snake.
That's awesome.
No, Snake. I want to hear your opinion on it. I think tariffs are a great idea.
Here is the problem. Here is the problem with that victimhood mentality that you keep wanting to push.
Oh my God, Stanley, what is a
Yeah,
victim?
look, you
A
sound
victim
like
can't
a victim
protect
right
himself
now.
and you
Oh my
can't protect.
God. You
Solid
sound
Snake.
like a victim.
Solid Snake, you
Oh
made
my
your
God.
point. Let's Stanley go.
No, he made no point. Okay. He is random. He is weird. He is mostly drunk, and he won't go to sleep.
Oh well, I'm gonna get more drunk, and I'm gonna get not going to sleep. Cause guess what? I'm off today, Stanley. I got all goddamn gone day.
All right, Solid Snake. Hold on a second. So to Stanley and Ryan, the only way I feel like, because I agree with you, Ryan. Tariffs are going to drive the prices up. Now, the only way we can combat that, though. So Trump is talking about getting rid of income tax, and I think that would balance it out. I don't know how realistic that is, though. What do you guys think about that?
Wait, how is income tax going to balance out tariffs?
Okay, so here's the idea.
Hold on, guys.
And he's not going to be able to get rid of the income tax.
What it is,
That's
what it is
actually a
consumption tax.
constitutional issue.
It's a consumption tax. So here's the thinking. Before we had an income tax, the federal government was run off of tariffs. So everything that was coming in, they would charge a tariff on, and that funded the United States government. Well, it wouldn't work today.
Tell us what happened.
Well, it caused a lot of turmoil. It caused volatility, et cetera, right? It did help U.S. companies, but here's what they really want.
Companies, but it did not help the people. And
here's the long-term idea. Okay, let me explain it to you. That ultimately people want a consumption tax, meaning what they want to assess taxes, get rid of income tax, and assess taxes at the point of sale. So a house there's no income tax, right? But when you buy a house, there might be a 20% tax bill on it. When you buy a luxury good, it might be a 40%. When you buy food, it might be 2%. So they're looking to do whatever you consume. So the rich would ultimately, for their luxury goods, would pay a lot of money for their stuff. And then food and stuff would have low taxes. Like that's, instead of just assessing income, they would be looking at what you're consuming.
To make a point here. Okay. We made this mistake back in the late 19th century. It did not work then. It will not work.
You're talking about tariff. Well, you're talking about tariffs, not consumption.
We had, as a matter of fact, tariffs led to the income tax.
Tariffs were here all along, but my point is, this is different. This is ultimately what the GOP wants is a consumption tax.
Okay,
so
I'm telling you right now,
not just tariffs.
It is not different. Okay, I think we established over 100 years ago that tariffs alone will not do what we think they're going to do. Consumption taxes. Basically, what we're going to do is we're going to create a new golden age where the oligarchs, where the companies are benefiting more, and the people at the bottom are basically getting nothing.
I don't think
Hold
so.
on a minute, Stanley, because
Motherfucker, don't tell me to hold on a minute.
Jesus Christ.
he gets angry pretty easily.
No, why do you think I'm annoyed, 12th man?
I don't know,
Can't
but
imagine.
No,
I wanted
motherfucker,
to
you probably passed out and forgot.
I wanted to let you know that there were more taxes collected during the last Trump administration than during this administration.
Okay, what I would like to
with the
tell you
tariffs
is
and
that's not
everything.
my point.
That's what you were just saying, that there
No,
weren't
what I
going to
was
be.
just saying is that tariffs back in the late 19th century eventually led to the necessity of an income tax. I think tariffs basically benefit corporate or large corporations. Okay, America ran on tariffs. The robber barons were getting rich. The top 1% basically thrived, and everybody else did not. Eventually, what happened is there was a lot of roiling at the bottom, people getting unhappy, a lot of unrest, and it wound up leading to massive reforms.
Well,
It eventually
Stanley,
led.
I don't know if that was necessarily based on the tariffs though, versus
Stanley,
income tax. Like
Trump
both would work. A consumption tax, just taxing whatever you consume, meaning food, luxury yachts, or TVs or whatever. Like you could make both work if the question is which costs
The
more money to
problem
make it
is
work.
prices are going. It's the prices, not the taxes.
Oh
The
boy.
tariffs are going to drive up.
I understand that. But if you got rid
when
of the income
prices
tax,
go up, I mean, I don't know that I necessarily agree with it, but essentially, there are people who say basically tariffs are a tax.
yeah, I explained how they work.
It's a form of income tax. As a matter of fact, tariffs was what was used before the income tax was implemented.
I literally
income
just
tax was
pointed
only
that
supposed
out.
to be
I
temporary.
literally just pointed that out, Solid Snake.
So
oh, my bad. I just came from the store, y'all, because I had to go get a refresh.
All
Oh,
right,
that makes sense.
Gotcha.
I'm off
Makes
today,
sense.
Thank you, Solid
child.
Snake. So Stanley, let me ask you this. So back when it was just tariffs and no income tax, what ended up happening that made us go to income tax instead?
Hold on one sec.
Okay.
Let me look it up because I don't remember the details.
Okay.
Oh, now you want to look it up, but earlier you wouldn't look it up.
You could fund the government though either way. You could
during
use
Trump's last administration, Trump's tariffs didn't drive prices up at all. In fact, they drove prices down.
Because the way I look at it though, Stanley, like I think the way I look at it is if I can get more money on my check and prices are a little bit higher, then you know to me that would be to me that would
it's
be
a
a better
wash.
it's
a wash.
It's kind of a wash to me, because when you really look at it, the shit that I'm buying from China and stuff, I don't really need it anyway. You know, I mean,
Well,
it
you
would
could
really,
still you could still do both. You could do both.
You could,
yeah.
but really, what it would affect is like the business owners that got to buy a bunch of shit from China. I mean, prices would go up all around, but American citizens who work would have more money to spend too. So
yeah, and you could hammer like goods like TVs could be Everyone buys TVs, so that might be a
Okay,
10%
I
tax,
don't
consumption tax.
think it's as simple as that. And I'm
That
I'm
was the
not an
idea. Okay,
economist.
that's
I'm
the
not an
idea of the
economist,
consumption
so
tax.
I'm not going to be
Consumption
able to
tax.
explain it.
But
All
listen
I
Yeah,
to me,
can
Stanley.
you
do,
know, Stanley,
all I
Stanley,
can
and that,
do is
and that's
say
the
that tariffs. Now, the consumption tax, I don't think that's been tried. That might be the part that I just don't see the offset.
I think it's hard to manage the consumption tax, but you could do it. Like, okay, you want to buy a luxury yacht, it's a 50% tax. So if it costs 100
Okay,
grand, it's
you know
200
what?
grand, right?
That's I would take it back down to something like vehicles that everyone has. Okay. The consumption tax for something like an automobile is a lot more realistic, and a lot more people are going to be buying automobiles than they are yachts.
Okay, okay, here's what I'm trying to explain. You could set the tax rate on food that everybody buys, poor to rich, right?
Okay. And then the other
All
thing you need to
all
factor
food
in is
is
state
1%
taxes.
tax.
Those don't go away.
Well, let me finish. So your taxes like food would be 1%. Your taxes like cars might be 5%. Your taxes on luxury goods, you could hammer the rich on, right? You could oh, you want
Okay. Do you
football
really think the
tickets
rich are
for
going
the
to allow
year.
themselves to be hammered that way?
They're already getting hammered on the income tax. The rich pay all the income tax. Go to the tax foundation and look at what the 1% pay
Okay,
40% of the
I
taxes in the
don't
country.
buy that argument. Okay, the
you know,
1%,
Stanley.
the
It's a fact.
1% have a lot of loopholes.
You know,
Okay,
Stanley,
if
that's my issue with this whole thing is like when I listen to, because I do like to listen to both sides. So when I listen to more left-leaning economists, they say it's a bad thing. But then when I listen to right-leaning economists, they say that they pretty much say what Ryan is saying, that these rich people, they don't really care either way. They're still in the driver's seat. Like they're gonna still pay for what they want. They're getting like, 100% on their investments. They're getting 100% back. So whether they pay it in income tax or on luxury goods, they're still paying for it. So I don't.
the thing about the rich is
Okay,
they're
and
smart.
then the other thing I want to ask is, why are we switching? Why do we want to get rid of income taxes?
To
I think it's a
offset the
cumbersome.
tariffs.
Why not?
Okay, why do we need tariffs at all?
I don't think we need tariff. I don't like tariffs personally.
Okay,
The
basically what
consumption
this
tax is
okay,
okay. I'm okay with that.
HB, this is what I suspect, and I guess
Yeah.
I'll have to waste my time going in and digging into the economics of it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I actually think the reason I actually think what's happening here is we are basically exchanging oligarchy for corporatism. Okay, what we're going to have is a bunch of people like Elon Musk, a lot of individuals basically doing very well in an economy where tariffs and consumption taxes are.
Right.
Apparently, they're not making enough money in this current tax structure.
That's not it.
Okay. And I also think that people like Elon Musk and Trump and MAGA in general, they're riding the backs of the working class to make profits that the working class won't share in eventually.
I mean, listen, Stanley, I don't know where you're getting this with.
No, I somewhat agree with Stanley, but then if you look at it like, pretty much everyone does have like a 401k. So if they're investing in these companies, they're pretty much gonna ride the backs of those corporations.
Well, they're riding the backs now.
Right.
Let me give you this. Let me give you this, Stanley. One thing that is mind blowing to me. So number one, I'm not pro tariff. The verdict is out on that. I think you do want a tariff in certain industries, national security specific. However, overall, I don't know if tariffs work. But I will tell you this much concerning the income tax. The top 1% pay about 40% of all federal taxes. You can look that up. go to the taxfoundation.org. It shows what each percentage bracket pays. They pay all the taxes. They pay a lot of taxes, right? They pay for everybody else. So now here's something I'll say. I don't know why the Republicans and the Democrats don't get together and say, hey, let's increase the tax. If you make over 5 million, you pay 50%. If you make everything over 20 million, you pay 60%. We used to do that way back when. I don't know why they don't do it now. It doesn't make any sense to me. Just do it. Who cares?
A question.
Do it.
Things like luxury taxes. What happens if you don't buy that yacht in the United States?
I'm sorry?
Don't buy it.
What happens if you don't buy that luxury item in the United States?
I guess you would pay the tax wherever it is.
Okay.
Loophole.
Do you see what I'm getting at?
Yeah,
it's
so maybe you would buy.
Can I ask you a question, you guys?
You'd be able to levy.
Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Can you?
Yeah.
Okay, so please answer this question.
It's a lot easier to avoid luxury taxes.
Stanley can't hear you.
Stanley, we have a guest up here. We have a guest.
Understood. And I was in the middle of talking.
Okay. All right.
Customarily, when guests show up, they just kind of sit until there's a break in the conversation.
All right. Will you finish, Stanley?
There is no break. The plan is not lending.
Okay, what I'm saying is that it's a lot easier to buy luxury. You know what? Let me just go ahead and drop down because I guess all these idiots
Stanley,
are just going to
Stanley.
Put him on like
annoy me.
1.7 at least.
No,
Oh,
Stanley.
come on, Stanley. Stop being a little weakly.
Come on.
I'm not being a little weakling. I've had to deal with your drunk ass all night.
Stanley, I really did want to hear your perspective on this.
It's a lot easier to avoid. It's a lot easier to avoid luxury taxes and consumption taxes than it is to avoid income taxes. Okay, essentially what's going to happen is the 1% will be able to skirt things like luxury taxes by not making the purchases in the United States.
Okay, now can I talk, or are you done lending?
You know what? Maybe you go ahead and talk, and I go to a place where I can't hear bullshit.
She's coming in hot.
Yeah, well, come in hot, and I will put you down and send you on your way.
Go ahead, Josie. Go ahead.
You send me on my way, just like you said last time. Yeah, okay. How about tariffs? You know what's actually really unavoidable is printing money, and the amount of money printed not chasing the amount of goods. That's affecting everybody, not just the people that go get their yachts.
Printing money have to do with my point.
At your point, why are you guys arguing
We're
tariffs?
talking taxes, not printing money.
No, we're talking tariffs and taxes, right?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
So what does this have to do with printing money? Educate me.
But I'm just having a hard time to understand because I've been listening. You seem to be saying, tell me if I'm wrong, that what is coming up as a form of taxation or tariffs or government collecting money whatsoever is going to be a negative impact over time. Like it's going to be worse than what we have right now. Am I correct?
No.
Okay, so
to an extent. I think tariffs will drive prices up.
And not printing money.
Like it did
Right.
last time.
Hold on, I'm asking him a question. Guys.
Money have to do with this.
No, I'm asking you, are tariffs going to be worse for the prices than printing money?
Printing money has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
No, it has everything to do with what you're talking about.
Well, then explain it to me. What does
because
it have
when you print
what
amount
does
of dollars,
money have to do with taxes?
I'm about to tell you. Are you going to let me tell you? Okay.
Very quickly, because my patience is running out.
Yeah, well, me too, and you're like really slow to
Okay,
answer.
well, I don't give a fuck if your patience runs out.
Okay, when you print money...
Calm down, relax.
Solid Snake, I think you're not the one to tell me to calm down.
When you
I'm
print,
just saying, Stanley, it don't sound right when you get aggressive.
when you print money and that those amount of money printed is not chasing the same amount of goods, that means there's more money printed than the amount of goods that is produced. You know what it does? It's called inflation. It means that the stuff is going to cost more. You claim that tariffs are going to increase prices the same way.
Well, I don't claim it. I know it.
So tariffs are gonna make my Greek yogurt more expensive than if we just printed more money.
I have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
Yeah.
How is that difficult?
Stanley, let me
You print
simplify this. Let me simplify
Charlie
this
Brown
for you.
Encyclopedia.
Wait,
Charlie
wait,
Brown
wait,
Encyclopedia of printing money.
You know what?
Do you guys
Snake.
know what happens when you print money?
In the interest of peace.
Hold on, that's what
Are
I'm
you
talking
guys
about.
that
You
fucking
devalue
ignorant?
the currency.
Hold
You
Wait,
devalue
wait.
the currency. That's what I'm trying to educate about.
Wait, Snake, hold on. Let Josie explain it, because I'm lost too. I'm kind of lost too.
When you print money and there is not enough money chasing the same amount of goods, that means that you print money but you don't produce more goods. It causes inflation. Okay?
That's the root.
That is what
No,
the Biden administration is doing right now.
I'm just going to mute and go to the kitchen and get some Greek yogurt.
Yeah. Josie, I don't.
You're like the most bad fake
Get some
person I've
peanut
heard
butter
on the
too,
panel.
man. Get some peanut butter and some milk, because you need some milk, Stanley. You need some milk.
And
Give
some
some milk.
Christmas
No,
like
what
it's
I
a
need is a break. Maybe y'all can figure out what printing money has to do with what I was talking about.
Are you
That
kidding me?
devalues the currency. Did you not see how
wait,
gold prices went up?
Okay, maybe let me re-explain this to you, okay? If I'm Canadian, okay, and I ask my dad, how come, like, if the economy is bad and we don't have, like, enough money, why don't they just print more? He said, well, Josie, that's because when we go to the US, when we go to Walt Disney, if we print more money, like, the plushie that you want to buy, okay, if we print more money, it's going to cost you 40 Canadian dollars instead of 30 when that plushie costs $20, okay? That's what happens.
Josie, I think you're arguing two different points. I think inflation.
No, he's saying that the tariffs are going to make it worse. I just asked him if that's what he meant, and that's literally what he said.
No.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like
Are you guys
to
high or
argue
drunk or something? Am I like talking to people that are coherent right now?
No. It's just you're arguing two different points. I mean, there's
No,
always
I'm not.
been there's
I'm
always
really
been
not.
there's
I
always been
quickly
Actually, I'm
check.
listening to everything you say.
I just think that you guys don't know what you're talking about.
Explain what I'm trying to explain.
Josie,
But my point was why tariffs won't increase the price.
No, you guys are just living on Bidenomics. Let's face it.
No, Josie. Inflation is
Well, I
always
think she
there's
just came
always
in to
been
make
there's
her
always
point
been
and she just
inflation.
made it.
There's always
She
been
just wants to
inflation.
say the word nigger.
There's always been inflation though. Like even when they had coins, they would mix the silver with copper. There's always been inflation.
Yeah, okay, but the Biden administration printed a crap load of money, and he's saying that the tariffs under Trump is going to make the things more expensive than they are now. How is it?
So hold on a second here, because did the last tariffs under Trump drive prices up or down? Everybody ask yourself that.
It dropped them down. It dropped them down.
understand what you're
But there wasn't as much other taxes also. And the thing with tariffs is, yeah, it drives prices up, but that's why you gotta get rid of other taxes to offset it.
There's only a residual effect. Once the tariffs take place, once the economy balance out, the tariffs will increase income, and we will be able to allow American citizens to be free from the income tax, because we are not a producing country, but we are a large purchasing country. That means the American dollar increases in value.
Yeah.
Look at the market rise of Bitcoin over gold.
The fuck does that have to do with anything?
But with the Stanley, here's what I don't understand.
Stanley,
Stanley,
production.
Here's what
You
I
know
don't
what?
understand. I
I
know you're
love-
not
I love
uneducated.
how
Like, I
people-
know that you know.
I think Stanley's just trolling at this point.
No, I'm not trolling.
No. I don't think he's trolling. I don't think he's trolling.
I'm the whataboutism is essentially what this is.
No.
Tariffs are the point. And
No,
I
it's
guess
you making the argument that tariffs are going to
Exactly.
make it worse than it is.
Stanley, there was more tax revenue collected under Trump than Joe Biden, as a matter of fact. Even
Okay,
with the
now
tariffs,
let me ask you a
and
question.
everything.
12th man, since you want to make this point, were there tariffs under Trump? I mean, were there?
Yes, sir, there was.
What allowed Trump to collect more tax money?
Well, he
implemented the 12th man, the wise 12th man who wants to bring up these points. Let's see if he can defend them.
Oh
What
yeah,
was the
all you
difference?
gotta
What
do
did,
is look
what
it
did
up.
Trump do differently than Biden did?
Decrease government spending, removed all the red tape. That was two major
He brought
things.
in tariffs, and those tariffs made up for the tax cuts. Stanley, that's something.
Okay,
you
you
don't
said
understand.
that there was more tax revenue. Did you not?
Tax stock trades.
Okay, I didn't say
right,
tariffs.
Yeah, you want to know why?
Okay, which part? Which part? See,
There's more tax revenue under
a
Trump
lot of
because there was
whistling
more
Dixie and
money.
about 8 people to defend 12th man. When 12th man can talk, he asks the question. You said there was more tax revenue,
more money
not
going around,
tariff.
so
You literally
that's-
said tax money, correct?
tax money and tariffs. Yeah,
You did not
that's
say
right.
tax money and tariffs. Don't change it now.
Yeah, well, I meant more tax revenue.
Okay, well, you know what?
From tariffs.
Now we know what you meant, 12th man.
Yeah, there's more tax
They call
revenue.
it tax revenue.
Because Trump cut off the tax loopholes for the top 0.1% because he knew what it was because he used it.
What the fuck?
Exactly, and Biden replaced them.
You know what? I'll just sit back and let you wise economists
Because
talk.
Stanley, it's not about left or right, Stanley.
Okay.
It's about what's right. Be what's
Solid
right and
Snake.
be the left behind. God, why is it so hard for you to do?
Solid Snake, I've had to contend with you all night. I would just give me a rest, please.
Okay, fine.
Go rest, Stanley. It's up to you.
Like you weren't part of the problem.
All right, have a good evening.
I'm always blame somebody else for my failures or maintaining my argument through the night.
You maintained something over the night.
Yeah,
Well, I was wondering how HB is settling in Texas myself. I was
man, I'm
curious about that.
Hey, is it true that you and Boyce are getting married? What the hell is this I'm hearing?
Ah, man, come on, man.
I'm pretty sure somebody was lying.
Ryan, just to wrap this up, I'm gonna have to go back and do the research on the tariffs because I don't have a solid argument here. I thought I did, but I think there are too many ways for rich people, the top 1%, to skip out on consumption taxes. And the tariffs are their own problem, but I don't see the consumption tax plus tariffs is a suitable replacement for income taxes. It's too easy to just to avoid paying or replacing the money.
Maybe he needs to have good crack to make him understand a little better.
No. I think
you know what, Solid Snake?
I think Stanley
You don't
is right.
see.
I think Big Crack got a better. I think Big Crack can give you a better angle on it than I can.
No.
And maybe he don't agree with it. I don't know. But we'll have that discussion later on.
Solid
I
Snake.
got all day.
Solid Snake. Get Crack has been talking about this for months. He's saying Get Crack has
Yeah,
pretty much
we have.
No, Get Crack has literally been saying what Stanley's been saying, that the top 1%, they're in these next 4 years, they're gonna get a lot richer. That's why you have to invest.
Once they got
let me go ahead and
invest.
let me go ahead and tell you off right now.
Oh God.
Yeah, oh God.
Oh God.
All I have to say, I don't know where you've got the idea that I don't know what I'm talking about.
You just said you need to go research tariffs, Stanley. I
Let me
already
tell you
did.
something, and I'm gonna call you son as your elder. You don't know half the shit you think you do. Sometimes instead of you seem to substitute talking for hearing. I don't know why people have allowed you to get away with this bad behavior, but it is very annoying.
No, but Solid Snake, Crack has literally been saying what Stanley's been saying. That's why he's going so hard on the investing streams, is because he truly believes this next 4 years, this is going to be the most like the distribution of wealth. It's going to be on steroids pretty much. So if you're not investing, you're going to miss out. If you're just working,
of course.
So he's pretty much agreeing. He's pretty much agreeing with Stanley on that. That the rich
But
are
what
going
I'm
to get rich.
saying is, we need to be investing in Bitcoin.
Oh, now.
Yeah, I don't know about that. But
well, all I have to say,
I'm serious. Think about it. 6 months ago, let's look at what Bitcoin was, and let's look at how Bitcoin increased. Okay, and then look at how Bitcoin increased even exponentially after Trump got elected. And then look at the marketing moves Trump making right now. Come on, man. They're not going to let Google be the superior superpower over technology for the next 4 years. They diversifying their stock portfolios at this point. So you need to be doing the same thing, readjusting your visionary politics as far as how the market's going to work. Because tariffs are going to be a thing, and so is the deletion of low-income taxes. Low-income employers shouldn't have to pay income taxes if we increase the tariffs. That'll decrease the motherfucking involvement of monetary funds going overseas to invest in manufacturing. That'll bring that money back home through pressure, through the tariff system. And that's why we was the world's largest manufacturer. That's what created the world's superpower. Because it wasn't beneficial for another country to produce overseas.
Snake, you made your point, and that's that I do agree with that.
You know, wouldn't it make you
I
feel
thought
better?
you said you was going to sleep.
Solid Snake, man. Come on, you made your point.
I know, I'm just praying.
You know what? I thought I was asleep while you were talking.
Oh, really steady. Okay.
I was dreaming that you might make sense. And
HB, how many miles you covered today, dog?
Man, I got about 400 I gotta do today, man. I got about 400.
Still,
400 miles
already covered.
No. I've only covered maybe like 60. I still got some ways. Yeah, I still got some ways to go. But Stanley, I don't think you can have one without the other. You can't add tariffs without the income tax, cutting the income tax. Something's got to balance out, because we are gonna get squeezed as the consumer. But you know, it's a pretty interesting. So you're just not very bullish on it at all, Stanley. You just don't.
No, I don't. I think the and again, I'm going to have to go back and do some reading here. But the thing that concerns me is that the golden age, where we had all these oligarchs, all these robber barons, the Mellons, the Carnegies, Standard Oil, etc. coincided with tariffs. Essentially, that top 1% got like super powerful, super rich. And it did eventually cause an economic crash. There was an economic crash in the 1890s, and I have to go back and read about it so I get the timelines right. But the main thing is that people, the workers basically started getting mighty, well, unrest is the word.
Do you see
The natives started to get restless.
But I think the biggest difference from now to then, though, is most workers do have like a 401k. They are doing some investment.
Okay, well, the 401, we already know what happens to 401ks during market crashes. Remember 2007 and 8?
Yeah, that is true.
During the Obama
Okay,
crash.
the market crash happened during the Bush administration. Solid Snake.
I thought it was Obama.
Motherfucker, I just said it was the Bush administration.
How you say Solid Snake? I ain't said nothing.
I'm
just
sorry.
listening
You
to
know what? My
you
bad, Solid
disrespecting me
Snake.
so hard.
My
I just
bad,
sat back and
Solid
just
Snake.
want to let you put
I
on
heard
your own
both
shoes.
of y'all.
Your
have been-
clown shoes.
Both of y'all
You sound like a
combined
clown.
into one. Both of y'all combined into one drunk monster overnight, and I get the two of you mixed up.
Oh, such embarrassment, insult. Such a loser tactic, Stanley. Such a loser tactic.
Whose bailout was it back then? What's bailout?
No, what I should have done is just bounce the both of you.
Oh, wow. Such an
Oh, I
authoritarian,
contemplated
Stanley.
it.
Oh, Stanley, you such a big man.
You know what? I'm a big enough
Stanley.
man that I just had to deal with the both of you.
Yeah. You, Stanley. I don't know. What'd you do with guys like Solid and 12th Man when you were in the Navy?
Let my chief handle him.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I guess I'm the chief in this case.
No, not really.
I'm taking your position next because you don't know what you're talking about.
I'm
You just
afraid.
sound
I'm
good.
afraid.
You wouldn't let nobody handle me, Stanley. I promise you that.
Yeah, you mighty brave now that HB2N is here.
Oh, come on. Ooh.
You know, Stanley, I do agree with you, though.
We hide behind HB.
Stanley,
Yeah,
I do
that's
agree
what
with
I'm
you,
saying.
though.
Oh, Stanley, you so messy.
Stanley, I do agree with you, though. I do think this is going to benefit the top 1%. And I'm not sure if that's a good or a bad thing at this point, though. And that's
Well, why would it ever be a good thing?
Well,
I don't think we should make that conclusion. I don't think it's going to benefit the top 1%. I don't.
No, it definitely is.
Look,
Definitely
Elon Musk is running. Elon Musk is in the government.
Yeah,
Businessmen don't ever do this shit out of the goodness of their heart.
I think we just going off of right-wing political leaning points right now at this point.
Okay,
Because
MAGA is not right wing in my opinion.
So hold on, let's back up.
Even an American citizen. So how can we
Back up to where, Ryan?
Biden and Obama were both Democrats. Under both administrations, the 1% got just as disproportionately wealthy as they did under the Republicans.
Oh,
So
I agree with that.
you can't raise. I don't even know if it's possible to raise the bottom end without raising the top end disproportionately. I don't think it's possible economically to do it. I don't know when it's happened. It hasn't happened. It doesn't happen.
Well, let me ask you a
Right.
question. And I don't have the numbers and I can't really piece together, but I do know the middle class under Biden has done way better than it did, possibly in history. But I do know, if not in history, I do know that the middle class specifically has done a lot better under Biden than in quite some time.
Hold on. Do you mean as far? Do you mean as far as risk of distribution of wealth, or do you mean buying power?
I
Like, what do
think
you?
I mean distribution of wealth.
Yeah, I don't know the numbers on it. I don't think we'll know the numbers for a while. I know that the middle class, relative to wages and inflation, has done worse under Biden than that.
You'd
Yeah.
have to show me those numbers because that's
Well,
not what
just
I remember.
go to look up real wages, average real wages, which is inflation versus wages.
Stanley,
Like wages,
you don't
average.
remember
Why do you
much of
interrupt
anything.
Ryan? It wasn't
Yeah,
even
so
me talking. It was Ryan talking.
if you look at real wages, which is inflation, which is wage increases minus inflation, right? Because of the inflation, we've done worse, and that's the problem with the whole administration and Kamala Harris's campaign is, hey, we're doing great, we're doing great. Well, chicken went from 10 to 22.50 a pack. Like we've lost ground, but from
Okay,
a wealth
hold on one
from a
second.
wealth distribution,
According to this, and this is just, I guess I would have to go deeper.
Go to Federal Reserve. That's the best one. FederalReserve.gov.
Okay.
That's the best one. So real wages under Biden, or factoring in inflation, we did worse under Biden.
FederalReserve.gov.
Yeah, that's the best one. It's like Fred Doc or something. I don't know what it is, or Bureau of Labor Statistics, another good one. But yeah, real wages were behind Trump, pretty much consistently in terms of wage increase versus inflation. That's average wages, of course, median.
Okay, there's a
So
Bank of Atlanta wage growth tracker.
is that under Federal Reserve? That could be one. There's just a broad base one.
Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta.
Yeah, that's one of the study groups, so that'll probably give you good information. Just look for national. But I haven't checked it in 6 months, but Trump was outpacing Biden the last time I checked, unless we got a lot of wage increases recently. So, but if you look at the 4-year track of Biden, his wage growth to inflation was behind Trump pretty well, because Trump's inflation averaged about 2% year on year.
Okay,
but the
well,
wages went up 3 and 4.
we know why the inflation was a problem because
And
of
so was tax revenue. Tax revenue was up under Trump.
I frankly don't believe you. 12th man, produce the numbers.
So I don't know specific to that. I do know that when you cut taxes, it does have a stimulating effect on the economy, because people that would have paid taxes then blow that money on stuff, which then
Okay, well,
it's just like,
hold on. When Trump cut taxes, how did that was mostly in the upper income tax brackets, right?
they're the ones that pay the taxes. So yes.
Okay, yeah.
Well, middle class and upper income, like if you're making less than 50 grand, you pay almost no taxes, no federal taxes. Right. So the people, if you're making 100,000, you're paying 12% to Fed, or maybe 18%. If you're making 250, you're probably paying 22% relative federal income tax, effective income tax. So what's that, $25,000-$30,000?
Okay, but my question is, even if the upper income brackets are paying taxes, a lot of times there are like offsets. I guess my point is they should be paying more taxes.
Here's what you should do, Stanley. This is going to help you tremendously. If you just look at what the federal...
Okay, well, hold on. Answer my question. Okay, they pay most of the taxes, but a lot of times there are offsets. My argument is they should actually be paying more taxes.
Oh, come on, Stanley. Now you're going crazy.
Stanley, they are. I mean, if you look at if you're in California,
is it true that a lot of times there are offsets? If they're paying taxes, they are able to claim losses which offset their taxes, correct?
So you can. So if you're a business, you can claim business losses. If it's personal, like if you have bad investments, you could offset that. But you only save the taxes you would have paid. You don't
you still get hammered, you know? So in other
Well, what I'm
words,
saying
you
is
would
that
save only the
say
tax
there were
portion.
no offsets. Say that you, if you took a loss, you took a loss. Period.
Yes.
Okay, you
Okay,
did.
so
You weren't able to
let's
go in and
apply
claim
dollars.
losses on your taxes. Wouldn't you
Let's
wind
say I
up
make,
on your
okay,
tax forms? Wouldn't you wind up paying more in taxes?
let's do it with real numbers. Let's say I
Okay.
make 500,000, I make 500 grand a year.
Mm-hmm.
Through investment income, I made $1 million, so an extra 500, right? And then you take out investment losses, I might have lost 250.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, I started at 500. When I have increases and then decreases, I'm at 750, right? So I pay taxes on the 750. The difference would be 250,000. The taxes on that would probably, I mean, 250,000. So the taxes on that would be, you'd save about 40 grand at that point in tax you would have paid. You see what I'm
Okay,
saying?
so that's 40,000 you didn't have to pay.
Yes, that you would have
Okay,
paid
so
if you didn't lose that money.
what I'm saying is if you weren't allowed to write off those types of losses, that's 40,000 that the government would have had.
Yes, but you also
Okay,
pay
well then
taxes on
you're
the.
basically my argument is if they should be paying more taxes.
Okay, but understand but you pay taxes on the gains automatically. So if I make 100 grand and then all of a sudden I make 200, that extra 100,000 I pay taxes on. So then if I lose
Stanley,
50,000,
can you read that
Can
link
you?
I sent
I
you?
will get around to it.
just
All
destroys
right,
any flow
thank
we
you,
had.
sir.
It just destroys any flow we had at all. Yeah, so
Yeah,
you pay taxes
that's
on
what they
all
do.
gains.
Right.
So you pay taxes on all the gains, so they allow you to write off the losses, right? Like if
Mhm.
you go to Vegas and win $1 million,
But I'm
you
saying
pay
they
taxes
should
on
be
that.
allowed to. Why are they allowed to write off the losses?
Because okay, if I go to Vegas and win $1 million, I pay the taxes on that because I gained money.
Right.
If I go to Vegas and lose $1 million, they then allow me to deduct that money as a loss, right?
And I'm saying they should not allow it. It should just be a loss.
Well,
It should just be a personal loss.
that's yeah. I mean I understand your thinking, but I think the problem that happens is they want people to invest, so they don't want to stymie that. If they
Right,
tax
I
investment,
understand why they're doing it. I'm just saying
What up,
that
Big P?
I'm just saying that they should. That's money the government's not getting. So
I think that
what I'm saying is that top, level, let's say the top 10% with all their fancy write-offs and stuff like that. Yeah, they pay most of the taxes, but they could be paying more.
I think that the biggest problem with our tax system is lack of transparency. And when I say that, I mean we're all paying more taxes than we see because we pay it in other forms. And
Exactly. I understand that part. But
our fucking
what I'm
employers hold
trying to
money.
focus on, I don't want to get away from my point. What I'm trying to focus on is I'm not that impressed that the upper, echelons pay most of the taxes. I'm simply not impressed. They could be paying more.
Hey,
Here's another
Stanley,
here's another thing.
some breaking.
Okay.
I have some breaking news. There was this teacher that was fired after threatening to kill Trump student.
This is off topic, motherfucker.
Well, wait, hold it.
This is off topic, motherfucker. What are you talking about?
Well, wait, I didn't understand the slurring. Can you say it? No,
it's not about taxes.
Maybe
it's not
you
about
speak.
taxes.
Maybe you speak slurred.
I understood it.
Wait,
I
hold it.
understood
I'm
it.
dead serious. I didn't understand it. What were you
said,
saying?
12 man.
I'll translate for 12 man. He said a teacher threatened to kill students that were Trump supporters.
Why is that?
Stanley,
Why is that funny again?
Hey, Stanley, do you like different kinds of fish?
I don't see the
Hey,
humor
Stanley.
about a teacher. I think I did actually hear about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the
Okay. It
problem
doesn't
is
matter.
students don't vote. So I don't get the joke.
Yeah, I know. That's what makes it. That's what makes it funny. That's what makes it funny.
What
She's
makes it
straight.
funny
She's
is we're talking
insane.
about the
She's
tax
insane.
code, and he fucking brings this shit up.
That's also
Stanley,
that's
but
what makes it funny too.
Stanley,
Yeah.
Stanley, go to the IRS page. Go to the page and look at the tax
lady
brackets.
is a teacher.
Jesus
I
Christ.
wonder if Portia smack them in line. I bet she would. If she had to.
She would.
Smack them
So,
right in line.
You know, it's so funny. I am getting less and less comfortable with drinking when I'm on this channel because I hear these two and I
it's
just
just
do not.
embarrassing. It's just embarrassing.
Yeah.
It's America, Stanley. Get used to
That is
it.
okay. So I'm on IRS.gov. Where do you want me to go, Ryan?
Just look at if you look at the tax rates, you get 12,000, 13,000, I think, right off, right out of the jump. So that's out of your income. So if you make
Hold on 1 second
100,000,
here. I don't see tax
He's
rates.
a veteran. He
Am
already
I gonna have to
gets
search
all the
for it?
write-off.
just if you within the page, it'll have the tax code, right? And it'll say these are the tax rates that you pay. So if you make just say
Okay,
100,000,
applicable federal rates. Maybe that's it.
that's it. So
Wait,
you get the
Stanley.
first.
Why would you want to tax on losses though?
He doesn't want you to
Well,
be able to
no,
write them off.
I'm not doing a tax on losses. I'm just saying let the losses be losses.
Oh, you mean there shouldn't be a write-off on the losses?
Right.
If you win $1 million in Vegas, you pay taxes on it. But if you go out there and lose $1 million, he's saying you shouldn't get a tax break because you lost.
Correct.
Which I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
No one who
If you're
owns
going to
no one.
if you're going to tax me on the
But
winnings,
listen to why I'm saying this. Okay, when you go and you tell me, well, hey, stop fussing about the rich people because they pay most of the taxes. My response is they also are not paying all the taxes they could be. Their losses are written off. Okay, I don't give. It does not matter to me that the rich are paying most of the taxes because they're not paying as much as they could.
But wouldn't that affect the not rich but like the middle class too? Like let's say a business owner, somebody who owns like a dry cleaner. Now
Well,
they would have to
like
meet their
George
losses
Jefferson HB. Like
well,
George
I mean,
Jefferson.
you know what?
Right.
We can. Well, I'm sure we can probably graduate it where over a certain amount. Now, it wouldn't be fair. I admit that.
Right.
But here's one thing you don't realize, Stanley. Let's take Apple, right? Steve Jobs, the greedy bastard that he was, starts his phone company. And then what Apple's done, listen, what Apple's done it has gone around the world and made money off of every one of these fucking people in other countries, stripped all this money out of mined these countries of cash, brought it back to our government, which is being taxed.
Well, I don't think they have.
Our
Didn't they
shareholders,
offshore a lot of it?
Dude, listen, they're paying. It's a $3 trillion entity. It's bigger than countries. The government's taxing the shit out of them every year, and then we redistribute that money for our programs, etc. And U.S. shareholders, I think half the country, more than half the country, probably has Apple stock in their 401k.
Okay,
So
I understand what you're saying, but
these tech companies are strip mining the world of cash for us.
I also think that the government is not getting all of it. A lot gets offshored. There's a lot that's written off. And Tom actually left me a note saying GE pays zero taxes each and every year.
They don't pay zero taxes, Tom. That's not a real thing. Maybe 1 year they did, if they reinvested all the money in the company. But when they pay out, the shareholders pay taxes, or if they declare revenue,
Okay,
they
but the
have to pay
company's
taxes on the
not
revenue.
paying taxes. Okay, the shareholders, yeah, I guess as owners
The
of the
shareholders are
company.
taxed. Yes, they're taxed. And
Okay,
if
but
I
see,
have a
I don't
company,
care about any of that. Okay,
ultimately, eventually,
if
listen,
the shareholders are making money, that's the shareholders. Okay, I'm talking about corporate taxes.
okay, so here's the corporate tax.
I proved
It's a double.
to you that the Trump's first 4 years he brought in more taxes. I sent you the fucking CBO link, and you just keep babbling on like it never happened, dude.
Okay, listen, 12th man, just let me finish the tax discussion. If I own a company, right, and at the end of the year, let's say I sell $1 million worth of stuff, and then I make 800,000 off that. I have 200,000 in revenue, right? I would have 200,000 in income. But if I take that 200,000 and buy a building, that is a business expense. That would be for a business for the building. That's an investment in the company. That I don't have revenue at that point because the money stays in the business. But eventually, the company grows, and ultimately, at some point, it's going to have revenue. That these companies are reinvesting in themselves to expand,
Okay,
right? Like,
Ryan, what I'm trying to do,
but eventually, they pay taxes on it when they're bigger companies.
I'm actually a just a peon. Okay, I don't care about the write-offs. I don't care about the reinvestments. I don't care about any of that. Okay, I'm just some dude on the street, literally. All I know, all I know, all I know is that the rich may be paying most of the taxes into
They already are.
into our coffers. I think they could pay more. They get a
Well, I
lot of
don't disagree
write-offs.
with
There
that.
are a lot of
You
loopholes,
pay
et
more.
cetera, et cetera. My ultimate point is I'm not impressed that they pay most of the taxes.
Listen, I'm okay with if you make $100 million paying more taxes. I have no problem with that. I think if you make over $1 million a year, we should have graduated rates. Over 10 million, you pay X rate. Over 50 million, you pay. I'm fine with that. I think that's a great idea. Let's do it. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Like Elon Musk on his top, on his 200 millionth dollar and above, pay 70% taxes. I'm fine with it. That's a good idea. So I don't disagree. I don't think it's going to
Is
raise that
that
much
what
money
he
because
says?
Elon Musk, no, he didn't say that. But he did pay $11 billion in taxes the year he bought Twitter after
That's a
Elizabeth Warren
lot of
said he didn't
money.
pay taxes. But some years, a company will reinvest all its money into itself, buying
How much
warehouses,
you
buying
pay,
trucks.
Stanley?
Holy shit.
I'm sorry, what?
How many taxes you pay? How much?
Why is that your business?
I was just curious. Compared to
Well,
Elon Musk,
stop being curious and mind your business.
since you're
Which
so
which part? Now I'm being very polite and I'm not inclined to do so right now. How about mind your business? What I paid in taxes really has nothing to do with my argument.
I would say this much. Let me say this much. Elon Musk, when he paid $11 billion, probably paid for 2 million to 3 million people in this country to go to school.
So?
Or receive food or have roads to drive on. And where did he get that money?
Oh, you mean his tax dollars
Yes,
went
absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Great.
And
Thank you, Elon. You could have paid more.
Because he pays so much, I get to pay less, right? People want a flat tax.
Is that?
People want a
Oh,
flat.
no. Why on earth would I think like that?
People want a flat tax.
He
Guess what?
paid his fair share is how I think, and I'm going to pay my fair share. Okay, he's not paying more so I
what's
can
his
pay
fair
less.
share?
That
What's his fair
dude
share?
is not that kind of altruistic.
What's his fair
What's
share?
your fair share,
His fair
HB?
share is whatever the tax rate is.
Well, he did pay that because he has an account.
Okay, well,
What does
congratulations.
fair
What
share
I'm saying,
mean?
God damn it, 12th man. What
I
I'm
just
saying
want to
is
know what fair share means.
I'm certainly not going. I literally just fucking said what fair share was.
It's the current tax code.
That's
which you paid.
literally what I said.
Yeah,
Why
the
the
current
fuck are
tax
you
code.
asking the question again?
Listen,
All
Stanley.
I'm
What I'm saying
saying,
is,
all I'm saying is I don't want to think of it as he's paying a lot, so I don't have to pay as much. No, he's paying his fair share.
I appreciate these people, Bill Gates. I appreciate they've created companies that are strip mining the world of money. India has to buy Microsoft shit. Uh, all over the world, they are literally dragging money revenue back to our country.
So
Our
what?
government's getting a piece of it, and then we're using it for our citizens. And in the same time, if you're invested in those companies, our retirements are going up. I appreciate those things because if it
Okay,
wasn't the
I'm
case,
not
we'd be
inclined.
losing.
You know what? I'm not inclined to appreciate that they do this. They're doing what they should be doing. Okay, because
Look,
in
even the Europeans are
in
pissed.
other words, number one, they are using a lot of taxpayer funded resources as well. It's, in my opinion, it's symbiotic.
Let's just say this. These companies are paying a tremendous amount of money in taxes.
And I
They're
don't
paying
care. They're paying their
in
fair
corporate
share.
revenue. In corporate revenue, they're employing millions and millions of people that are then also paying taxes. We don't want these
And
companies
that's what
leaving.
they should do. That's the cost of doing business.
Stanley Cross,
They're
I
not
I'm fine
doing
with it.
anything. They're not, Ryan, they're not doing anything special.
But you
I
want
don't know why.
fucking tariffs.
Stanley Cross, I just want to say I don't want Elon Musk anywhere around me, man. I'd be
Thanks for
creeped
that.
out.
Thanks, Wealth Man, for letting us know that. No, I'm just saying. I think we vilify the 1% because we're jealous. I'm jealous. I want to make
Well, wait,
$10
hold
trillion
it.
a year.
Okay, while we vilify, we also deify. Okay, the makers and the takers. There are people out there who
I don't
say, "Oh,
deify.
hey, we're lucky that the great Elon Musk pays taxes, so I don't have to pay as much." Fuck that. He's doing what he's supposed to do.
Listen, let's think of it this way. What if you became a citizen of Ireland at 12% tax? They pay 12% corporate taxes in Ireland.
Is your argument he wouldn't be paying it here?
What if you decided to just become a
Fuck
citizen
him,
of a
let him
different
go.
country?
We'll be all right.
Dude, you know there's a Tesla car in orbit right now?
Good. I hope it stays there.
Like this guy
Hopefully it
is
doesn't
putting
explode.
he's got a mining company. He's got a boring company that's boring tunnels under the earth. He literally, like, we want these people here. We want them here.
Okay, I'm not saying send him away. I'm saying I'm not going to suck his dick.
Well, why is Elizabeth
You
Warren on
wouldn't?
that?
Are you promised, Stanley? You wouldn't suck it?
Look at Mayo. Come on up, Mayo. Pull up. I need help.
Hey, Ryan. Hey, Ryan.
Yeah,
You
what's
know
up,
what,
big
Mayo Monkey? I'm not as immature as someone who would call himself Mayo Monkey.
Hey, right quick, you get. Hey,
what's up, Brave?
Right quick, Ryan. Rush Limbaugh, the late great, and I'm glad he's dead. Rush Limbaugh once said, "Corporations do not pay taxes; they pass them on to consumers."
Well, that's in the cost of goods. That's absolutely correct.
Right.
Thank you
So
for
I'm
pointing
just
that
saying,
out.
yeah. So let's not get carried away with the too much on it. But
no
you know what
male
killed me,
monkey.
Ryan? I was amazed at because Stanley brought up a good point, and I got a kick out of it. So somebody makes a whole bunch of money in a year, and they go play with it and lose it. You think they should be able to write that loss off? To entertain themselves with?
I think that I think it goes both ways. If you're going to tax me on winning something in Vegas, then you got to let me deduct losses too. Like, why do you
Well, the
just get to
winning
make?
with
Why is the government?
because the winning
The government
wasn't
just
there in the
makes
first.
money.
What do
Well,
you
because
think
the
about
winning wasn't there
projected
in the
gains
first
tax?
place. The winning wasn't there in the first place, and I understand calling it winnings might put it in a gray area, but I don't get at all the reason that that would mean like you earned this amount of money. Now you go play foolishly with it, and now we the people get to be penalized because you don't want to pay
Oh,
your.
and you're the fake be brave. We get it.
I have a problem with the government. Like, if you
Right,
look at Social
I
Security,
get that. I get that, Ryan. I'm
I
just
hate
saying.
them.
Right, once somebody
I'm
earns,
70 years old.
once somebody earns an
I'm
extra.
be brave, and I'm 70 years old.
Holy
Oh
fuck!
yeah.
Once somebody
You're a
earns,
fake and
Very
a
good.
fraud. Fuck off.
once somebody earns $1 million, you know that's earnings. You're taxed on your earnings.
That's right. That's
You
right.
don't get to write that million off because you went and said I'm going to go buy $1 million worth of hookers. You know, you still earned
Well,
it, and it's past tense. The earnings, the winnings part is just that you maybe didn't earn it, but you won it. Now you could probably make a case for like,
Damn
wait,
dude, man.
you could
Done.
probably make a case for the fact that I won that in entertainment, and I don't have to pay taxes on that. But there's no
No,
way
you get a
because
tax bill from Vegas. You get a
right,
tax
I
bill.
do. No, I'm saying if there was an argument to be made, you might be able to argue for not taxing winnings, but you don't get to. I don't see how they can let losses
In the
be
meantime, you're
complained.
paying taxes for illegal immigrants. So be
Anyway,
Holy shit!
that's some sick
I
ass
want to
shit.
hey, be brave.
Fucking hours of shit.
Anyway, so I'm just saying, yeah, I'm just saying it's
Be brave.
you.
Good morning. Good morning, be brave.
Hey,
I got a
good morning.
question.
I got
What are your
a question.
thoughts on the projective gains tax?
What was that, Snake?
Wow.
What are your thoughts on the projective gains tax?
A projective.
They tax you on the projective gains of your property or your income or projected income.
Well,
What
that's
they're
foul.
projecting, yeah.
Yeah, that's foul as hell.
It's speculation,
Yeah,
speculative tax,
that's
really.
pure foul, man. That's pure foul.
Yeah.
But
You
what are
tax
your
on
thoughts
you
on it?
tax
Because
on
they trying
you
to
tax
implement it.
yeah, you tax on what passed through your hands.
Yeah,
You
they're
know?
not. Well, they're running out of ways to raise revenue, because they've
Oh
done
yeah,
every
sure.
possible thing.
Oh yeah.
They've taxed you coming and
Yeah.
going.
Yeah.
I mean, so you work your whole life and put away for Social Security, as does your employer, and then you retire, and then they want to tax that again. You've already paid taxes on the money. They want to tax Social Security again. I'm like, well, that's not right. That's double
No,
taxation.
they're tax
Bullshit.
social they're not taxing Social Security now.
They do tax your Social Security. You kidding
Well,
me? Absolutely.
okay,
They
so
tax
they're
you.
They tax your
okay,
Social Security.
all
You pay
right. So
15% tax on your Social Security money you've been saving your whole life.
okay, so they when you get your Social Security and they tell you how much you're going to get each month, that includes the amount of that means that amount was already taxed before they
They
send it to
take
you.
they take
'Cause-
15% out of what you would have got.
no,
Yes.
I don't. No, hold on. Hold it. I think we're
I
if we're
promise. I
oh,
promise. They
so
do.
right, 15% out of what you would have gotten, correct?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I
So
was
Projected
gonna say
gains tax.
if you're due
right.
if you're due 7,000 a month, you're only going to get 6,200,
Right. Okay. I
which
was
it's
gonna say
not that
right.
much.
That
And they
right.
if you
My
projected
Yeah.
to make that.
yeah. So, but the
That's a
point
double
is
tax.
right. The point is what they send you each month. That's been taxed. You do not have to tax that
That's right. They hit you. Yes, it's
before
already
they even
taxed.
send it to you. Yes. Yes.
Yep.
if you're
Yep.
dependent on the federal
That's still
government
no.
to
That's still
save
That's
you,
highway robbery.
no. It's not. It's not. You gotta. If
Yeah,
you're
it is.
gonna.
That's called a projective
if
gains tax.
you're
That's based
depending
on
on the
speculation.
No,
government
That's
that's not.
to
not fair.
save
No.
you,
No. If they. No.
then you
Oh, come on,
already
B. Oh,
suck.
Bree. Oh, man. Come on now.
No.
Oh,
No. If
Lord.
they look. If they.
And you only see
When
half
you
of it. Like,
pay on what you would have gotten on Social Security, and so you would have gotten 3,000 a month, but they only send you 2,600.
yep.
Yeah, the 400 isn't a horrible thing. You're getting most of the time if you live.
Taxed it in a projection of what you're gonna get as a projection.
But
No,
it's
they're
double
not.
taxation. You already earned the money.
On the projected gains.
Well, now hold on. You paid in the money. The money that you paid in.
It already has been taxed.
You could say you already earned it, but the money you paid in, if you pay when you pay that in, you by far, if you live a number of years, you draw out of Social Security more than you paid in. A lot of people do.
Okay, but if you add your employer, what your employer pays plus what you pay, you both pay.
Yeah.
And you add it up, I won't get my money back out till I'm like 94.
No.
You'll
get it back quicker than
Yes.
that, Ryan. Yes, no, you'll get it quicker than that.
The average American lives to 79.
Right.
And
you'll get it.
I'm not going to get my money back till I'm 94.
I probably made for many years of my life, I probably made 40, 48, 50 grand, 47.
Wait a minute.
And I'm telling you, I've got.
Let's talk about the bottom percentages now. We're talking about a projected gains tax on projected life expectancy.
Hold on, Snake. But anyway, I am sure that I've probably gotten my money back in the 5 years I've been retired.
Look at your statement. And then look at what your employer plus you have paid in. You probably won't get all your money back till you're 84, 85.
Then your employer's paying what? And I've never looked into that figure, Ryan.
They pay what you pay.
Okay,
so if you pay $10,000 a year, they pay $10,000 a year. That's $20,000 a year the government gets.
Is it an equal match? Because I know it's horrible on insurance premiums. They pay like 3 or 4 times what you pay on insurance premiums.
No, it's equal. And then they pay Medicare on you, Medicaid.
Right. So the employer
would have got that money.
Okay, so you're counting
the government takes it.
Right. The employer, you're counting the employers, maybe rightfully so, but I say maybe not because what actually came out of your pocket is what counts. Because if that employer, if you wouldn't have,
it's what you earned.
That's what I meant. What actually you earned is what you paid. Your employer's contribution is you can't call that I can't add that to mine because I don't have it. It wasn't me. It's the employer earned that, and he was forced to pay that for a worker. Or you could say that if he didn't pay to the government, he could have paid me that amount of money.
Exactly. He would have to.
Well, but no, he wouldn't have to illegally. No.
Wait,
in a competitive market.
Let's look at your name. Be brave and think. And you have failed to do 2 things when I asked that question. How do you tax an American citizen twice?
Jesus Christ.
What is he talking about?
And then on top of that, on a projected gains tax on speculation.
No, it's projected gains.
It's highway robbery.
No, projected gains.
He's talking about.
It's projected highway robbery.
Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't know.
It's not even projected highway robbery. It's absolute theft.
Being the bottom feed.
Families in the middle class. It's a direct
Okay,
Being
thank you.
Right.
Thank
Thank you.
How y'all thinking, man? I don't get it.
Oh, motherfucker, you want to talk about how people are thinking? Do you want me to describe how I think you're thinking? Fucking, what you're doing is you're drinking your thoughts.
Stank, do you have neighbors? Are your neighbors anywhere near your house, dude?
You're drinking
I think Solid is
pissing
drinking.
them away.
Dude, his neighbors gotta hate him. His neighbors gotta fucking hate him.
I'm drinking my pain away because I thought we were
Motherfucker, I don't give a shit about your pain. I don't give a shit about your pain. What I want you to do, I want you to suffer in silence.
Absolute treason to the American taxpayer community.
Fuck you.
This been going for hours. Snake's got a lot of fire in his belly. Snake's got fire in his belly, boy.
There's a lot of taxes that are foul. Even I'm a goddamn socialist, and I'll guarantee you I could find taxes that don't make sense if I look.
I think
you're a goddamn socialist brief? What is the socialist brief? You shouldn't even be advocating for no goddamn taxes. Do you even know the party you stand with?
Jesus Christ. Snake lives in a
You know what?
townhome. He lives in
Somebody spoiled this little baby into
Be
thinking
brave.
that just yelling actually is charming.
Please explain to me anti-establishment.
What the fuck?
I'm not worried about it. Everybody's anti-establishment by nature.
No, everybody anti-establishment by motherfucking goddamn bullshit. Because you sitting up here allowing all this bullshit, and you act like you ain't got a word on it. And I'm the black man on the panel, and I sound more intelligent than all y'all motherfuckers. And that's
He's the only black man on this panel.
the stock market. I gave up on the stock market when I gave up on it because I found out it was just highway fucking robbery.
No.
They shifted investments over and over and over again, burning down houses and goddamn letting foreign governments buy
Damn,
property.
how long has he been going on like this?
It's been hours.
Well, Virgo, you said in the chat I was the one that wouldn't shut up.
I know. I thought it was. It was you talking at the time, but Jesus Christ.
Virgo. It was the greatest.
Yeah, but I was at least making a point, Virgo. You could at least maybe apologize to me.
Virgo, like,
I'm sorry.
3 hours ago, it was 12th Man and Snake and Stanley.
I accept your apology, Virgo.
You know, I'm only teasing you. Be brave. Come on. Now.
Okay. All right. There's a lot of
Stanley,
people really. Virgo, there's a lot of people really
show.
mean to me. I don't know who's really being mean and who ain't.
The overnight weekend show needs to be called the Drunk Tank. Called the Drunk Tank. That's the label of the show. You got to tell
Stanley versus
Portia
the Drunk Tank.
The Drunk Tank, yeah, it's got to be the Drunk Tank.
God, I like when Stanley puts him on low and then we just talk over him.
Snake's woken me up 3 nights this week from screaming into the
mic. I put
mic.
him on low, but somehow or another, even when his volume is low, he's able to elevate his volume.
Well, somebody asked him if he had a neighbor. That was a good question. You got neighbors, buddy?
I know, if he's got anywhere near him.
He couldn't be my neighbor.
Well, better yet, I think there are people who live in the house with him.
Oh my God!
Yeah, but they know him. His neighbors
They hate YouTube. They fucking hate YouTube. They want to cut the cable.
So Virgo,
I feel like he puts the. I feel like Solid Snake puts the mic in the like 13, 14 foot away, and then screams across the room into it.
Oh, that's what he does. Yeah, I'm a loud talker. I know exactly what he's doing. I can slip up and do it. You dirty motherfucker, boy! I tell you, goddamn it, boy. I mean, you know.
It sounds like he's far away, though. It sounds like he's far away.
But being loud doesn't make you right, though.
No, you're right, but it makes you obnoxious. That's why I try not to be.
It's what you're hearing is his empty head echoes his voice.
There's no periods in his
Good morning, Stanley, Ryan, be brave, and even you,
Actually, Solid Snake, I do.
Hi, Virgo.
It's just that you don't know that I do.
Ooh.
That done ran 12th man off.
Well, I didn't. Well, he probably did. His battery probably died.
What's going on, Virgo?
Yes.
Nothing much. I cammed up because Be Brave. 12th man always says that I never cammed up to show him my dog, but I did. But
don't worry, he won't remember. He'll ask you the same question tonight.
The same dog I got.
Let me say this as a resident.
He just come over here with his time to eat. He only brings his ass over here certain times of the day.
No,
he know what time I got food. That's when he brings his ass over here.
Let me say this.
Right, Jakey?
I got something for him today, though. I hope he be with that dog. I want to give him something good today. I got a
you do know you're talking and not thinking inside your head, right?
But you guys are talking taxes, and as a resident socialist, friendly neighborhood local socialist, I understand fully that the government is full of shit right now, Ryan. I do. The things they tax, the things they do, the way they do things is all bullshit. I get that, though. I'm just saying, as the reason I call myself a socialist is because I understand that taxation and collective funding is the foundation of any civilization. What we got right now What we got right now is a pile of shit people the world over that are doing things with the power, the economic might they have, that makes no sense. But I'm not going to disavow the value and the spirituality of the collective funding of the humans. That's what I'm about. So don't ever get this socialist wrong. I know they're taxing us wrong. I know they're doing a lot of things wrong by design to keep our faces in the dirt. But that still doesn't take away from the reality that
can we
collective
increase
funding,
our algorithm at this point?
collective.
I want to talk about the Las Vegas police officer that shot the homeowner over the robber, the guy that was robbing his home. I want to talk about that. I want to see the video. I want everybody on the panel to see the video.
Guess what?
What?
We'll do it later.
I'm telling you, it's a good topic, man.
That's why I say I say when I don't say this lightly. There's people like Ed. Remember Ed Schultz on the left?
Yep.
Yes.
I was glad when he died. Rush Limbaugh on the right. I was glad when he died because these people are in charge of splitting our hearts and souls right down the middle.
What about Rachel Maddow?
I'll be glad when she's dead.
Why you don't hold up accountability though?
Why is that wrong, Ryan? Because hold on, Ryan. Oh man, God damn it. God damn it.
Hold them accountable for their actions
Ryan.
while they still here.
Yo.
Ryan.
Dead.
Yeah.
Hey, what did Mike Tyson tell that little girl? I don't give a fuck about no legacy, and I don't give a fuck about what nobody say about me when I'm dead.
My point on Rush Limbaugh and Ed Schultz and these people, I know it sounds harsh to wish death, but you.
Damn, why is he? Okay.
Go ahead, be brave. We can hear you, be brave. Go ahead. Go ahead, be brave.
AHB.
It's not wrong.
Virgo, good morning.
I know it sounds harsh, but the reason I say that I do not shy away from that because people like that do so much damage to the common sense. They do so much damage to the common sense of the collective that it's irreparable. They're leading.
I don't like Sean Hannity.
I don't like none
Rachel
of them.
Maddow.
I hope. I
like
wish that. I wish
opinion
all of them.
shows.
I wish all of them would be just drop dead because they're the agents of the confusion of the human
I don't
species.
like them either. They just create dissension.
Yes, they
discord.
They are.
Yeah.
Yes, that's their job. That's their job.
Conflate the facts, distort the facts. Yeah.
That's why I had no guilty feelings. It's like people, I understand they're not pulling any triggers and killing people, but the bastards are destroying the souls of humans. There's a lot of people that believe that damn Rush Limbaugh. There's a lot of people that believed Ed Schultz and Rachel Maddow. There's people that live and die by these people. Their own souls have been raped. So since these people are soul, the rapist of souls, that's why I feel very comfortable when I meet my maker on saying, I'm glad they're dead and I'll be happy when they die. That's not hate. That's not hate.
Can I
hold it? Hold it. Hate is too much of a word. I don't waste time hating. But I'm glad when they die. Go ahead, Stanley.
Well, I don't believe the 70%, 3% theory that you espouse.
I got you.
Ooh. So I'll just stop there.
Here we go.
But I'm close. I'm close enough to that. No, Ryan. I'm gonna give you.
Here we go.
I'm gonna show you mercy, Ryan. I'm gonna make it quick.
Well, no, I think that when you spout numbers that are unsupported like that,
if people think that, and they have a right to wish
that are unsupported like that,
if I'm that wrong,
you're raping souls.
If I'm that wrong, right.
You're doing the same thing that Rachel Maddow.
Let me say this. I'm going to agree with you, Stanley. If I'm that wrong, if I'm that wrong, I wouldn't blame somebody for wishing death on me.
You are that wrong.
Okay, but I would not blame the people that think I'm that wrong. I don't blame them for wishing death on me. They've got a right to, because that's a hell of a nasty, dirty thing that I'm saying.
Just hold it. Consistency check.
I am. You know me. I pass them all the time. I'm saying this. If I'm that wrong, that is a filthy, vile thing to say. If it's false, filthy, vile thing to say 70% of the black Americans are fucked in the head. That's a dirty, rotten, filthy thing to say if I'm wrong.
It is
I think it's a
horrible and
non-productive
it's
statement.
horrible in its inaccuracy.
Ryan, if it's true, it's productive. You got to be with Stanley. If I'm wrong, that's where it's unproductive. If I can prove it, that's productive because it's not being
Well,
said.
I'll wait for you to prove it.
Oh, it's obvious. It's in your face. It's in your face in everyday life. Now Ryan don't want to hear this shit, Stanley. God damn it.
In my face is not
I mean, Brave, Brave, listen, I don't think, so I think that it's not really the place of people up on YouTube. And I think that you need to have better evidence other than anecdotal.
No,
to
it's
say
not
that,
anecdotal.
These generalizations are difficult for me.
No,
I don't
I'm saying
like,
it's everywhere you
right.
look. Go look at Ron.
Dude,
Look.
in your face is anecdotal.
No.
I use
No, it's not.
for actual evidence. I use the election. I think
Okay,
the numbers.
anecdotal.
I
Not
use for
not data driven.
I use for evidence the outspoken black Americans that talk like damn idiots and lead the rest of them to hell.
Yep.
Roland Martins.
Again.
Rashad.
But that's
Rashad
not
Richards.
70%.
Tariq
That's
Nasheed.
a small vocal
there's
minority of idiots.
You're right. If I was counting only them, but I'm saying there's a whole minion behind them that think exactly as they do. Look, if I'm wrong, it's a foul, filthy
Not
thing to
data
say.
driven, thus bullshit.
Well, then if somebody wishes death on me, I don't blame them.
Oh, nobody's wishing death.
No, I'm saying the consistency. Rush Limbaugh, Ed Schultz on the left, Rachel Maddow on the left. These idiots right and left. I want them to die. I'm waiting to die. Please die. Please go off and die.
So I'm just going to give you a poll that I just saw on Bill Maher. And hold on. Solid Snake's gotta take a breath in a minute. So hold on.
No, he won't.
Go ahead, Ryan. Go ahead.
No. So it actually said that the poll was, what percentage of do you feel that there's systemic racism in the country? And white liberals polled the highest. They were like 98%, right? It was crazy. Like white liberals were way more. Then it was like Latinos. It had all the different groups. White liberals were the highest. So I think that one of the biggest problems in the country is white liberals, man. Like you got to face that. That's the reality.
Before we go and blame white liberals, you're not asking if systemic racism actually exists. What if they're right?
The question was, do you think it exists? Right?
Yeah.
Do you think it exists?
What if they're right?
I think I think that systemic racism exists in multiple ways,
okay,
right?
Let me just say this.
So in other words,
Ryan, I'll shut up.
construction.
Ryan, I'll shut up right quick.
Okay,
One
go ahead.
sentence. If the white liberals, what's funny about the white liberals is them bastards are racist too.
They're the most
Well,
racist.
Okay, well,
They are the most racist.
Okay,
They
no.
are the most racist.
Let's level set. Okay, just because they believe it exists doesn't absolve them of being racist. That's
They're racist.
obvious. See, to use your phrase, be brave, it's in your face.
The white liberals are racist also.
And so are the white conservatives.
Right, I know it. I agree, Stanley.
Racist though.
Right, Stanley. I've always said 90% of white people are racist. They won't tell the truth.
My question to Ryan is, what if the white liberals are right? Maybe they're not the problem. It's the other people are.
Well, Stanley, just give us one example of systematic.
We got into this discussion the other day.
Yeah, and it was
European beauty standards. It is a cultural example of systemic racism.
The prison system.
Everybody gets judged by a white-skinned, blonde, blue-eyed standard. It is systemic racism.
The prison system is
an example.
The classic example is prison system. Prisons are disproportionately kicking blacks in the shins over the years.
But I think the prison system,
is
the judicial system, I should say, the judicial system.
Don't drift off. I answered your question. Do you have any other? I need to clarify?
I just don't agree with that. Now the prison system is a little bit different.
You don't have to agree with it, but it doesn't make it a wrong example.
Let me ask you this, HB. Do you agree that beauty standards are systematically racist? Whatever Stanley said, I thought thought I heard what he said, but I don't want to misquote him.
Beauty standards are a form of systemic racism.
Now it's going to be 2 for 1.
No, I hadn't heard that.
No, it's 3, Stanley. You were full.
Sorry, Stanley.
Do I, John? Do I believe?
Do you think class is the driver? Class?
No.
Class
Wait,
is the critical.
Hold on, Ryan. Hold on, Ryan.
Right.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me answer John's question. Yeah. Do I believe beauty standards are systematically racist? No.
Systemically, not systematically.
We just lost Virgo. We just lost Virgo, by the way.
Systemically racist? No, I don't.
This is a sexist panel.
Doesn't make it
all male panel. That's right. Because sometimes men
sexist panel.
Well, hold on. But Stanley, are you saying that it is racist? Because I didn't hear that.
Okay, there is a difference between racist and racism.
Racist.
That's a whole nother topic.
Yeah.
I'm saying an example. I was asked for an example of systemic racism.
And you say
and I am saying a cultural example of systemic racism is the European beauty standard.
Okay.
He's got a point. I mean, he's got a point.
Oh, I'm fucking right.
But
yeah, I would say
you can get
certainly more right than wrong.
All flustered and all exact and all that stuff, but I know the arguments, John, and you will not. You are wrong, and so is HB.
I don't have an opinion.
Yes, HB.
So I wanted to ask you, Stanley, how is that I'm just asking you, how is that applied?
Okay, if it, to use B-brace, I already know where you're going. How is it racist? Is that what you're saying?
How is it applied? Expand on
what's the impacts.
I don't need to expand. I've given you an example.
What are you going to say, Stanley? It's in your face.
Yeah,
I was
right.
going to say that.
He's going to use your argument, right? Well, don't you see?
I'm not going to expand because what you want to do is lead me down a wormhole.
I could
argue you an example. You can either accept it or not. I don't.
John, I can make the argument
to go farther.
I can make the argument. John, I can make the argument that American black women are actually the beauty standard. I can make that argument.
I'm interested in your argument.
Boy, I got to hear that one.
Well, a lot of women, especially nowadays, they try to get BBLs to look like black women.
Not that many.
They get lip fillers. They get lip
not
fillers.
that many. Not that many.
A lot do though. A lot do.
I know, but not that many. When it comes to the white European standards, is overwhelming.
They also tan their skin to look
okay.
darker.
HB, how about being adult? Do people lose jobs because they don't have BBLs?
Wait, what are you talking about?
The fuck do you mean? What am I talking about?
BBLs.
When I say a beauty standard, people have gotten in trouble. They're kids who don't graduate because they have dreadlocks. They're not meeting a standard. Okay, people don't lose jobs over a black beauty standard.
Hey, hold on.
You need to get serious.
Hey, Stanley, hold on, Stanley. What you said? People have not graduated because of dreadlocks?
Yeah.
I think I vaguely remember that case. What case are you referring to, by the way?
You know what? Fucking look it up.
Okay.
He means on stage, by the way. He means on stage because he did graduate. He just didn't graduate on stage because he wouldn't.
I hadn't heard that. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Facts.
So that would be like a beauty standard example that this guy's hair was preventing him from walking the stage.
You say that. You say that. But I mean, what in a business sense, why should somebody have their hair braided or in dreads? In a
you know what? That's beyond my grade.
All
I know is it's an example of the European beauty standard. There are dress codes.
White people get dreads.
There are dress codes. There are hairstyle. What are they? Crown Act or whatever it was. There are a bunch of things that dress codes are built off of, and it's a good example I don't need to get into detail.
Can I argue back to Stanley? Can I argue back to Stanley? Stanley, look. So I think so. I agree with what you're saying. Okay, like there are certain systemically fucked up things, but you can't drop in and say, like, here's an example. Like, is something systemically sexist because it's mostly women that do it? For example,
Well,
education.
don't drag sexism into it. I'm not that kind of expert.
Yeah, he just said European beauty standards, Ryan. That's all he said.
Well, okay, so I don't disagree with that. So
Well,
I think the thing
what
is,
you're doing is
what are the
what
effects? I'm not saying what aboutism. I'm saying I think it's hard to land on something and say, okay, this is a system that's fucked up and is disproportionately impacting this one or that one, just solely based on that. Because there is preference, like in education, it's all
I'm
women.
not talking
Women want to be
preference,
teachers.
rules that are built upon the standard.
Yes. Not only that, Stanley, but at 70 years old, I remember all my life white women in all beauty commercials.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that
But I know, but
they're
that
the
was black and
standard.
white TV, dude. That was black and
No,
white
it
TV.
wasn't.
So
No, it wasn't. No. It's even mostly you dirty bastard, Ryan. It's that way to this day
It's black and white
almost.
TV.
Brave,
It's
but
black and white
you're
TV.
not.
That was
you're
when
not
they had
taking
little
into
round
consideration
screens.
white people were the majority. Wouldn't it make more sense? Why would you
No.
fly some woman out from
Not
Africa
there were
to
still
be in your
people.
commercial?
HB, they were still 12% of the population. Trust me, you didn't see no 12% representation in commercials until just lately, in the last 10 years. It's been white, all of it.
Since the
White.
80s. They've done a better job since the 80s.
Yeah, that's because white people are
Oh,
the majority of
Snake's back.
Okay, well, but HB, what you're saying explains it.
Yeah.
I think it explains it great. But now that you've explained it, you have proven its existence.
Yeah,
no,
you have
I'm just.
It's
no,
a phenomenon that you literally just explained.
Hey, Stanley,
I think no one said it didn't exist. They said, what are the effects? What are the effects of it? What are the impacts?
I'm just proving it's economical. Why would you fly some woman
Okay,
out
whether
from
it's
Africa?
hey,
Why
I
would you
don't
fly
care
some
what
woman from
I
Africa?
don't care what it
because the blacks paid
it
taxes,
exists.
HB. They deserve to be in television commercials
No,
for
they
60
don't.
years.
They don't deserve anything.
60. Okay, now hold on. I didn't say that right. 60 years ago, blacks were very much of a part of America. They were completely unrepresented in television commercials, radio commercials, and everything. It was all white women. At the
It was
very least,
actually
it was
called
only
stupid
Spanish.
marketing.
Whatever.
Several trillion
No, it
dollars.
wasn't. It wasn't stupid, Ryan.
man.
It
Hold
was
on, man.
engineered.
Brave.
It was.
I have a question, and I'll let you guys get back to it. So there was a couple acts that were passed. Someone mentioned the Crown Act. I think I remember that out of Virginia. Did that law being passed, or are there other laws that can be passed to address this racism issue that Stanley mentions it related to the beauty standards? Can we address that within the law?
Yes.
Is it addressable within the law?
Yes.
I don't even know what that means.
I think it is, but still, the lingering effects on the collective psyche that the persuasion created, the engineering created, lingers.
Let me react to what you
Go ahead.
So in Virginia, black people complained about hair discrimination. Correct me if I'm wrong, Stanley.
I don't recall the details. I do remember that.
Right.
It was, where I mainly remember it from is the Army. There was some military things that had to be modified. There were certain hairstyles that weren't allowed, and the Crown Act might have even affected the military.
Okay.
I don't.
There are Virginia schools and stuff like. Military. But so I'm asking, did the Crown Act effectively address the issue, or is
don't
the issue
know.
here? Okay, all right.
My only concern, John, is that there was a need of a Crown Act.
Mm-hmm.
Thus, the existence of that beauty standard is indirectly proven, at least.
But
Stanley, could you?
It was passed for a reason. Is my point.
But the law could have addressed it in Virginia. So
Don't really care about it. Don't care how effective the law was. All I'm saying is the need for the law.
Oh, I got you. Okay, all right.
Pretty much justifies my my bringing it up.
Damn, I'm on Team Stanley this morning because he's
Stanley,
right. It's
Stanley,
the law itself proves that there's systemic racism.
See, every now and again I get something right.
but Stanley, even in the Army, can't you see that it being an issue if you're in a foxhole and you got dreadlocks and now it gets caught up in some sticks and
Okay,
stuff?
you don't spend 100% of your time in a foxhole.
Yeah, HB, that's not a good comparison, old buddy.
what about you got really long hair, it's all out, and you're in a submarine?
Okay, white women have really long hair.
Yeah, and they keep it in a bun. They keep
No, they don't. No, not in the corporate setting. They let that shit.
No. I'm talking about the military.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they keep it in a bun. They keep it tight.
Okay, yeah, and what? And so what?
Well, I mean, you could say that's sexist. They have long, beautiful hair.
Okay,
So
we're
just
not
let it-
talking sexism. That's totally different than what I'm talking about.
What we talking about, Stanley? Explain.
Stanley's staying on cue. I mean, he's on point here, you guys. I mean, I hate to break it to everybody. I know we all love to hate this goddamn clown,
You
but
can't even describe what a liberal is.
You know, Stanley.
I actually know what a liberal is, but it's too complicated.
Stanley.
Ryan, at some point you mentioned class. I want to talk about that.
Stanley, I hate to make this personal, but you told a story.
Of course, you know what? Apparently, making it personal is the last recourse of this scoundrel.
Because I just want to prove your hypocrisy. You told
You're not going to prove shit. I'll bat it down like I have everything else, HP.
Okay, all right, and don't take this personal, even though it is personal.
Oh, I'm sure it's never personal.
All right. Now you told a story about how Stanley Jr. asked you to get dreadlocks. He wanted to get his hair braided.
Twisted.
You told him absolutely not. Wouldn't you? Aren't you a system of white supremacy at that point?
You're enforcing the policy.
No.
Yeah, you're enforcing the policy right there.
No. Nice try though.
How not? How not? How not?
Okay, well, I didn't think that he needed to get his hair braided.
Why not?
Twisted.
Why not, Stanley? Why not? Keep it real. Why not?
Because he was in my house and I didn't want it.
Why not? Why not?
Don't
though?
be,
I mean,
don't be confusing. Don't
just
be
the
confusing
hairstyle.
my benign dictatorship
It's
with,
just the
white
hairstyle. It's just the hairstyle. What should it matter?
Okay. Nice try, HB.
It's just the hairstyle.
What happens? Parental rules are not necessarily white supremacy. I told him when he leaves home, when he goes to college, he can do what he wants with his hair.
Stanley, I guess in fairness, what HB is asking, and yeah, I know you're gonna bat it down, but people fought for these rights to wear their hair however they want to, but sensible people like yourself have a reason for not wanting it.
Okay, well, you know what? My son's hair is curly. Hold on. Let me go ahead and bat this down once and for all.
Let me ask you a question.
He had grown his hair down to his back, which he's capable of doing. I wouldn't have liked that either.
But let me ask you the question, and I think what HB is saying, be it the long hair or the dreadlocks, there's a reason why you don't want that. And
if he was a girl, I wouldn't have had a problem with it.
There's a reason why.
Hear what I'm saying, John?
I understand it.
It wasn't a white thing. It was, God damn it, you're not a girl.
Stanley, I'm 100% with you, right? I understand where you're coming from. I think HB is just asking, why is there a difference that a man can do that?
Let me say what I just said 2 seconds ago.
I understood it, Stanley. I got it, Stanley.
African versus white versus anything like that. He is a male, not a female.
I think
if
Stanley,
you were a female, I wouldn't have had a problem with it.
I think Stanley just kicked some ass right there, folks.
Stanley. What makes you different than the system of white supremacy, though?
Okay,
It was boy girl. He just explained it, HB.
Hold on. But a
It was
lot
boy
of
girl.
just told you why.
We're moving the goalposts though,
hold on.
because now we're talking about gender. We're talking about gender.
Be brave.
Right.
What can I do with these gentlemen?
I don't know. They're not getting this, Stanley.
You're moving
It's
the
obvious.
It's
You're talking
not
about
a
gender
European
now.
beauty standard. It is a male female. I don't want him to look like a girl.
No. Vikings used to wear braids all the way down.
It don't matter. It don't matter,
God
HB.
damn it. He's not a Viking.
Hold on, Sam.
How do you know? How do you know?
You guys, we got to give Stanley credit for consistency here. He kicked your asses on this.
No, it's not consistent.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
You know
Yeah,
what?
it is.
Let me ask you this question, Stanley, because I think this is where HB is actually headed to.
Okay, because the dude is half white. His hair is fairly straight.
Let me ask you a question. I don't care about his hair, Stanley. I just want to ask you a question. Damn it, Stanley. Right? Yeah, if you give me a chance. Damn, I forgot what it was. You keep going up.
Doggone it.
It's hard to have with you guys.
Well,
Son of a bum.
Eventually.
But anyway, the point I was going to make, I think I was going to make is that I think there have been issues. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm pretty sure that the Crown Act may have covered black men, or there have been issues where black men have complained about racism as it relates to their hair as well. And I think, honestly,
in the military?
No, just in general society, in terms of governmental jobs, this or that, police force, fire department. And they didn't say, well, it's sexist. In many cases, they said it was racist. It was, and again, I'm not agreeing with them. I vaguely remember the cases. And I think the same reason why I say the governments didn't want their hair, or people that look at their men, and I'm talking about men, only men. And I think probably the reason why you don't want your son with dreadlocks.
No, I told you the reason.
A long hair.
Don't guess. Don't guess. Don't surmise. I literally told you the reason.
All right, so take you out of it. But the government, fire departments, whatever, they had different standards for men. And a lot of the black men, I do remember, complaining about racist. The policy was racist, that white men could have their hair however or whatever. And the black men wanted the right to wear dreadlocks as police officers, and they won that right. And it wasn't sexist, as you couch it, and other people may have couched it. It was racist.
Okay, well, I didn't couch it. I told you the reason why.
Right,
my son is my son in my house, not a cop, not a
That's
fireman.
That's
why
what
are you making these analogies?
I understand, but there is a racist element that at least was played by men.
If you say so.
Right. Yeah. So it's not just women, a beauty standard. There seems to be.
Okay, again, I gave you an example.
Right, I understand.
I think I provided ample evidence that it exists, and I don't know why you're just going all over the place.
I'm not disagreeing with you, Stanley. I'm just trying to further clarify something.
Okay, well, okay.
I think it's
and by the way, that's not the only thing that's, there are other examples of, systemic racism.
Yeah, a few of them. Just a few.
And can you give
you guys, white privilege ain't white privilege is real. There's a reason for it.
Stanley, can you give us another example?
Give me a minute. I'll think of one.
My number one is just the overwhelming show of white women in all commercials and everything that shapes our thinking. Just complete top to bottom for the entire history of television.
Why didn't it work on me then, Be Brave? I'm not attracted to white women at all.
I think you're being hard-headed to yourself.
Well, wait, hold it.
You think so?
Well, hold
it. Let it loose.
HB,
come into the light. Get you a white sweetie.
Okay, HB, you need to understand.
I'm not saying that lightly, HB. I'm serious.
When I say systemic racism, I'm not talking personal preference. Those are two different things.
I can see that, but I think what Brave is saying though is it manipulates people into thinking white women are the beauty standard.
Yes,
I would agree. I would agree with that.
I think
for every HB there's a Bob.
And as Stanley, I guess you're right. I guess you're right.
HB, and let me make clear on something since people think I'm a
Well, I
horrible
can
racist.
go either way.
Hold it. Let me make clear something to HB. HB, when I
I've
say
never said it's only white women for me. I've never made that
right.
statement.
HB, when I say get a white woman, it's because black women in such large numbers are hard-headed and hard to deal with.
Oh my goodness.
That's why I'm saying HB, give it up. Go white. They roll if they love you, they roll over.
Brave, you're preaching to the choir, but personally, I've never really had too many issues with black women. You know, I've had some issues here and there, but
I got you.
You know, but yeah, it's you know,
I'm just saying until you experience the white culture of monogamy, you're missing out on something because black women make it so damn hard now. Black women didn't used to, I'm sure, but nowadays black women make it so rough and tough to be in a real nice coexisting monogamous relationship. Give it up.
Brave,
Go get you a white girl, HB.
I will agree with you, the majority, but not all, Brave. I do agree.
I didn't say all. I didn't say all.
I know.
I'm saying they're in large enough numbers that I'd say as a black man, I'm done with it. I'm just getting whitey and forget it. I'm tired of looking. I'm tired of looking for the needle in a haystack.
Let me know when you're done, Brave. I've dated some black women. I remember dating a woman in Virginia during this whole Crown Act thing being passed, and you know, I've heard black women's frustration about, you know, certain things about their hair, things like that. And I've always found it interesting, to be quite honest with you, right? Like, and here's what I mean. A black woman will say to you, I can't wear my hair natural to work. And she's never done it. But in the back of her mind or in the front of her mind, she can't wear her hair natural to work. So she wears her hair up naturally, right? So she may have a perm, right? So it'll be straight. Or she will put in braids and shit like that, which is totally ridiculous, right? Because that shit ain't even real. But they say that, and the reason why they do that is because they can't wear their hair, or they feel that they can't wear their hair straight to work. That has never made sense to me.
I think it's a lie too, John. I think it's bullshit. I think it's bullshit.
Now, most of the women that I've dated have had natural hair.
Yeah.
Right. And so those women just had to work a lot harder than the damn women with the perm or the braids. They got to do something at night or do something in the morning, and that shit worked.
Yeah.
But they would do it, right? And oftentimes, I'll be honest with you, as I look back on it, it really came down to the texture of the hair. Yep. The looser the curl, the more they were able to work with it between getting off work and the first thing in the morning. We were watching Pop the Balloon the other day, and the white man said to the black woman, he said something that I've said. A black woman can change her natural hairstyle from one to the next, from morning, noon to night. They can press it straight one day, bump a curl it the next night, roll a curl it the next night. But that's work, right? And so they take the easy route. Not all of them, but some of them seemingly take the easy route out. And I've heard some of my own women say, just got tired. I want to put some braids in my hair for a few weeks. So they do that shit. It's the easy way out, in my opinion. And I don't know what the law affects. I know it can't change the way men view beauty or things like that, whatever law there is. But I think it just comes down to some laziness. If you have curly hair, you're going to have to work with that shit.
I think it could come down to laziness if you actually could put a finger on how much time it takes. Is it that much horrible of a time? Because white women spend a whole bunch of time on their hair. So is it much worse than white women spend on their hair?
Brave, I would say double.
She's got like 50 products.
It's double the time.
Yeah, I would say double the time that.
You got all these fucking products in here for.
But they're poisonous. Products. No, they're poisonous.
All these fucking products. They got like 2 products.
Right, but they're putting it in like
shampoo.
So, but the point is, like, let's just say a woman with long hair. Let's say Lolo, right? I don't know what she has to do to her hair in the morning. Right?
Portia says triple the time. Go ahead. Sorry, John.
I don't know what Lolo has to do to her hair in the morning.
Not much.
Right. But when she ready to go out, all she really got to do is pull shit back in the ponytail or just let it fucking flow.
Yes, right? Let it flow. No. No.
Black women, by and large, can't do that, right? They can't just let it flow. They can't just pull it back in the ponytail. Oftentimes, to get it back in the ponytail, you may have to put some heat on it to loosen up the curls, right? You may have to do that. That takes time. Then that doesn't last all day, depending on the temperature outside. The humidity may make their hair look frizzled. So it doesn't last all day again. So it's a different texture, context to the hair. And I think that, you know, if you want your hair, probably, in my opinion, they look better natural. But it's a whole hell of a lot of work, man. It's a lot of work. You see quadruple.
A white woman, all a white woman has to do and is this: take a shower, condition it in the shower, no time, out of the shower, dry it. All they got to do is bend over, they rub their fingers through it and shake it dry, and then toss it back, and voila, they look like beauty queens.
And that's what I'm saying. That's the difference right there.
That's the difference.
They never do that. They spend fucking hours for shit.
That's the difference right there.
Have you ever been with a black woman?
Snake, I used to be a pimp.
Answer the question.
You ain't buying it. No, Snake. I have never lived with a black woman. I've had a couple in my sights, but I never. I just
that's two white women.
That's why you could.
I have had two white women in my life.
All right. Thank you for telling us twice.
That's why, John. That's why you can kind of make the case that, you know, not letting people wear their hair how they want. You know, it's you know, it is a little. It is a little. It is a little.
Slamming this,
I don't know. I don't know if it's right or wrong. I think it just depends on the environment. Like in a business sense, you go into an office, man, you can't have your hair looking all, you know, crazy. You just can't. But
yeah, I don't know if the Crown Act was over. Maybe we should look that up because like I don't know how an act can affect how a man views a woman when he naturally desires the hair coming out of her head. You can pass all kind of law, let them put wigs, braids, weaves in their head, but that standard man has ain't gonna change, right? Because of the law. That's just my opinion.
When was the Crown Act written?
I was in the 2000s, right? Because I remember some women talking about it. You know,
I can't imagine it was constitutional. So.
No, Mavid G. White women brushing their hair is nothing to it. It's immediate and it's very quick, Mavid.
Well, the Crown Acts basically said, I think that, you know, there can't be certain types of rules.
Let me tell you something about white women with long, beautiful hair. It's such the standard that when they're brushing their hair, they even act sexy while they're doing it. Watch
Oh my God.
Watch a white woman brush her hair. She knows she's beautiful. Brushing that long hair. Yes.
All white women brush their hair like that?
You know what's interesting, though, Brave? You know what's interesting?
I said white women in general, Stanley. Okay, the pretty ones with nice hair, with long, beautiful hair. Watch them brush it.
They brush their hair sexy? I think you think they brush their hair sexy.
No, they know they're sexy. They brush it doing
they're
it.
just brushing their hair, and you're at the window.
Come on. Wait. Let John go before he forgets.
Y'all argue like
oh, are we now?
Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
Go, John.
I want you to forget your point, John.
I remember when y'all were talking about breaking hair, Brave brought up a point that I thought about. I remember hearing of black women used to get pissed off when white women would toss their hair or whatever the fuck you talking, right?
Yep.
And so I do think there's something.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? There's something, but we've said that long time ago.
Right. That's what I'm saying, though. It's not a problem. They don't have to do anything to get that. They're just born with it. Voila, they throw it back like,
now
look
I know
at me.
What the feminists mean when they say objectification.
But there's been a lot of perms.
That's what we do. Yeah, we objectify women. Yes, for their safety.
A lot of perms over the years.
For their safety. It doesn't matter the perms. I'm talking about long, straight, flowing, beautiful hair. Watch them with it. Watch them.
You want to run your fingers through, right?
The bigger point that, I think about it honestly, like, and I've thought about this for a long,
John just proved my point anyway. Thank you.
I've been, someone posted it, that I like hair, and that is true. I'm very much, a hair guy, right? And if I see a woman from the back, she gets the benefit of the doubt with me if she got nice hair, right? Till I see what her face looks like. And I think many men are like that. Hell, when I was growing up, there was a commercial. I can't remember who was in the commercial, but it was a woman riding down the street in a convertible, and her hair was blowing. I said, God damn, look at that woman. Her hair just blowing. And I think Derek, whoever it was, this is 70s, 80s. And I think,
hold on.
What were you looking it up, right? But yeah, I think they're, you know, as men typically are gonna like long flowing hair. It probably has been a standard for a very long time.
Oh, only about thousands of years.
Okay, listen, have you ever seen Adrienne Barbeau? Adrienne Barbeau in the early 80s, she had like an afro.
So what's that got to do with it?
She was the first. That's the first set of tits I ever saw in my life. I was like seven.
Thank you.
Like 7. I'm just letting you know. It was the best day. I was 7. It was great. It was the greatest day of my life.
All right, thank you for telling me.
Anyway, thank you, Ryan. Back to it, John.
She had like a super tight afro, and it was great. It was great. Now, I think beauty standards change over time, though, right?
No, they don't. No, they don't.
You know,
Not drastically. Not drastically.
I think I've been up here and I showed some women from the 70s. Maybe I was looking back at some of my old pictures and family and shit, and those women, you know, for whatever, I don't know how they maintain those afros.
Would somebody read Portia's comment? I'm sorry, John.
It's pretty awesome, though. Afros are great.
I'm sorry, John.
He said, I've been wearing my natural hair out. That was across. I just had my natural hair on. Oh, okay. Well, you know, I get, you know, I'm not for that. So if they're doing that, then, well, I guess there should be some kind of law against that. I wouldn't know what the reason was.
Yeah. What was that snake? What was that snake?
That is, So,
hey, John,
Portia just proved
Brown Act
systemic
was a
racism.
California thing. Brown Act was a California thing, apparently.
Well, I thought it was Virginia.
Let me read Portia's statement, Stanley.
No, we're gonna read it again.
But you interrupt me. How you gonna
You read it. I read it.
What is he talking about?
I think
it's been hours.
Stanley, you might be right. You might be right, Stanley. I just don't know why.
He is right. He is.
I just don't know why you would enforce it in your own home.
He said male to female. You know, HB, when I was a kid, that's exactly what people said. Why are you growing your hair out? You want to look like a girl?
But hold on, Bray. Hold on, Bray. Hold on. Let me, I know what I'm about to say here.
Go ahead.
I think a lot of this has been couched in racism.
Yes.
Right?
Okay.
It hasn't been this, or it's a beauty standard, this or that. A lot of it has been couched in racism.
Excellent, John. Go there. I'm waiting.
There's some school, you know, I think a black woman, somebody said that they weren't able to graduate from school because of their hair and things like that. And I, you know, I think that it is kind of a lowering of the standards. You're trying to maintain a look for the men and a look for the, you know, maybe not, you know, look for the women. And under the racism, guys, you have to kind of let the black men wear dreadlocks. Yeah. It kind of comes with it.
Some of it's just been the plain twist, you know, not necessarily long hair.
Dreadlocks, whatever the case may be, you have to kind of go along with it, right?
Yeah.
Nah, I don't think you do.
Even if it is, but if you don't go with it, then if you don't go with it, Stanley, that is systematic racism.
What the hell are you talking about, HB?
I'm sorry.
If you don't lower the standards and let black men and black women wear their hair how they want, it's systematic racism.
No, you can dictate length.
You know what? I admire you trying to get into the spirit of what systemic racism is, but that's not it.
You know, as I Google Crown Act, I noticed that they're like in every state or multiple states.
Are they?
Yeah, there's one. Here's Virginia, because again, I remember Virginia, the Crown Act in Virginia. When did this pass here? I don't know. It doesn't show, but basically, it's creating this respectful and open world for natural hair. Prohibits based on texture, blah, blah, blah. Introduced by these people, blah, blah, blah. Crafted and sponsored by California state senator. So California led the way with this. Similar versions passed in New Jersey and New York. 27 states and Washington, D.C. have also passed it. Also 30 other states, 30 states with similar legislation filed or pre-filled. There you go. All right, so I think
I got a question for Ryan. I'm sorry, John. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No.
Ryan, how many since you're around people that in your profession and you're quite in on getting around a lot of professionals, how many of these young people do you see, white males, how many of them, what's the percentage of them that you see with these goofy spiked stupid moosed up stupid hairdos? What's the percentage of that as opposed to a nice neat executive cut?
Shit, it's only 1% did you the other side. Go ahead, Ryan.
I mean, in a professional field where they're white collar, like project manager.
Yes.
I mean, it's all 90. Everyone has, generally speaking, a conformist hairdo.
Okay.
Black, white, Asian, etc. Everyone.
Okay, so
it's like a uniform, right?
Okay. Yes.
And
so
then
you said
occasionally
you said 10% are the whacked out stupid shit that you see these kids doing.
Occasionally I'll get like some dumb. I'll get dreads. I'll get a man bun. And it could be like a white guy will show up in a man bun, and I'm like, you don't need that. Get that out of here. I want to cut it off,
But is he in a high position though?
Usually they're not the highest positions, but you might have a mid-level guy, right?
That's my point. When you get to a certain level, white men have to conform. Black men should also have.
Well, I think everyone does. It's always they don't have to have.
Every
it's
most
this hair.
most people do.
Black and white, they're all gonna do this.
Yes.
Can I ask
Yes.
another question?
That's all I'm saying.
But
you don't get to look like a Rastafarian in a high-ranking executive position.
As I said earlier, black women can come up with some really interesting hairstyles with their hair because of the texture. They can come up with some weird black hairstyles. Yeah, we've seen Coolio, right here. We've seen Fulio.
Yeah.
All kind of shit being done by
black people. Yeah, but that's acceptable. I was asking Ryan about a particular where Ryan's at. He's around what's making the world go around.
Okay, so but most women also have a fairly conformist hairstyle, whether they be black, white, Asian. Right. It's typically not going to be it's I don't want to stand out, right? It's like I'm the professional, I'm wearing the uniform type of hairstyle, So
are women white women are much easier to wear their long flowing hair though.
Right.
Hold on.
Long flowing blonde hair, right? They're all blondes.
All curvy, all real pretty little noses.
With alabaster skin.
There's Indians,
I like the word white.
There's all different groups. In DC, you get everybody.
Guys, I think that one thing, at least in an educational setting, you probably want to, cut down or mitigate on disruptive things in the classroom.
That's true.
Uniform would be one, and hair could be another, right? I mean, anyone remember the Detroit hair show? I think it was the Detroit, right? Was the Detroit hair show?
Was it the Bronner or something?
Bronner Brothers hair show. Anyone remember?
Yeah. Definitely.
I don't recall it.
Bronner Brothers. Yeah.
Let me see if I can show this shit for you. Man, this is a really popular show.
It's insane. It's insane. I remember I saw a girl with a helicopter in her head.
Right.
Woo! Portia's got another statement. Red alert. It's a good one. Portia statement.
Hold on, Bray. We'll get
Hold on, guys. Hold on. A man with long hair. Now, what if you get you one of those little trainer dudes that actually know how to fight? Now,
yep. Portia's bringing up all kinds of good examples of systemic racism.
Hey, Bray.
Hold it. Read Portia's statement. That was very valuable to this discussion.
Damn, I can't do all this motherfucking back and all. Tell you what to do. How the fuck I keep making heads and tails here?
You feel like I did last night.
I know, baby. God damn,
dude, you don't even know.
That motherfucker going 100 miles an hour in the back.
Throwing 12th man. It was crazy. It was the best moments of the show ever.
Thanks, Ryan.
That's the greatest.
Wait, Stanley, can you read Portia's comment real quick?
Yes,
Stanley?
please. This is
I
very important.
remember one time I got sent home from work, and white women had rainbow hair. It looked crazy as hell, had those big circle things in their ears. Looked crazy, but me, natural hair, sent home.
You know, that's interesting. Like, what would
systemic?
But hold on.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
No.
It's culturalism. Black people are always 20 years behind.
Man, how low do we?
Black people are always 20 years behind.
Let me ask you this question. Hold on, Sam. Because that's interesting. What was the basis of them sending her home? Did they say, "Hey, we don't like the style of your hair," or is permed?
Yeah,
Like, it doesn't matter. I guarantee you, with Portia, there was no reason. Portia ain't going to work looking raggedy.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So I want to know, what did they say? I'm not disputing her.
Why isn't your
They sent
hair
her. They sent her
rainbow?
home. They sent her home. Look at another point she makes. She's not old. She's only young, and this happened lately. Systemic, still in existence, babe.
Great. Did you hear what I just said? I want to hear the question. I'm not.
I got you. I heard you. I know. I heard you.
I just said there has to be a reason. They couldn't just say, "Hey, we don't like your hair today. Go home."
If they let her rainbow hair stay and they sent her home, somebody said that's black hair and it ain't happening.
That just seems weird to me. You know what I'm saying?
Well, ask Portia. She probably tell you.
Well, what setting was this? Like, was this a school setting? Was this I'm just wondering what kind of setting was this?
If a white woman had rainbow hair, the setting doesn't matter. That white woman had rainbow hair in that setting.
Hey, let's be honest. For a woman to work in a male populated environment on the patriarchy, she has to have short hair.
He said patriarchy.
Point blank, period.
Point blank, period.
You know, too, I think a lot of times,
professional.
You know, I think too,
the same standard that apply to women should apply to men.
Damn, he has been doing that
Jesus, like a fucking
hours.
He's like the Energizer Bunny. He's the Energizer Bunny of aggravation.
Man, Solid Snake, I just wish you could get to your point faster, man. All right, Solid Snake, we got you.
Just run on.
Solid Snake, we got you, man. Solid Snake.
Lock it down. Lock it down.
We got you.
He's on fucking
We got
4.
you, Solid Snake.
He's on 4. That motherfucker still loud as fuck.
I know, it's crazy, right? It's crazy.
He screams into the mic. It's like he's 20 feet away from his mic and he's screaming.
And he's off today.
I think
Mavin's got a funny one up here. Mavin says systemic doesn't mean a boss is racist. Systemic has to be rooted in the system. But the boss probably didn't have a problem doing it.
Well, yeah, but the thing is racist and racism are not the same thing. So Mavid is right.
Yes, Mavid had a point there. He's got a point.
I don't know. It just seemed odd to me. Like, I mean.
Yep, outside of the bounds of code of conduct.
Bingo. Okay, damn, outside the
Well,
bounds.
finish reading the whole statement.
Her hair needed to be tamed or pulled back into a ponytail, preferably a bun. Oh, tame. What the fuck does that mean? Okay, how? Okay.
Good catch, John. Good catch. That was a good catch. That didn't even dawn on me. Oh, that was a good catch, John.
You were wearing your hair. Like, if there's somewhere represented, we could pull a picture of the style. That just seems like most black.
Here's an excellent point, man. She's just coming up with all kinds of good stuff.
Hold on, what was the point?
She said she's working as a paramedic. Happened when I started teaching. The moment changed when I started working in my current school, and my director was black. Okay, all right.
Yep.
All right.
The director was black and told her about it.
No. She never had problems.
It changed.
Oh, well, let me read this again. I thought I wasn't listening properly. Let me read it.
Let me put it back up there for you, bro.
I'm reading over in the comment. When I started teaching, the moment it changed is when I started working at my current school, and my director was black. Oh, the black guy said, "Never mind, sister, you're okay."
Yep.
Yeah. Right. No, it's systemic, man. I mean, that's what I'll know. That's why I don't like it when white people run from this shit. racism, white privilege. It's all real. It's okay. What are we gonna do? Where are we gonna go from here?
And I think too. That's why. That's why. All right. All right, Solid Snake. I can't do it anymore. And I think that's why you see so many black people kind of rebelling with their hairstyles.
Yes.
That's
and
why.
and it's sad because they look completely goddamn goofy in their rebellion.
That's your opinion, but
this crazy. I know.
I think it is a reflection, or it is like a reaction to that.
There's a point.
That's why Stanley, I don't want to make this personal, but I think when, Stanley Jr. wanted to get his hair braided, he wanted to kind of
I'm telling you right now, I
understand.
I understand you desperately.
Hold on. I'm going to go back to this point by Portia, because you guys will not forget your argument. You'll be able to argue the rest of the day.
Well, he has no argument.
Well, I mean, you won't. You'll be able to argue, right? You'll be able to sum it up an argument and flash it down. The moment she said, wait a minute, her supervisor said her hair needed to be tamed or pulled back into a ponytail. Okay, make note of that, right? Right, tamed or pulled back into a ponytail. Well, most black women can't pull a pony, right? Even if they got a lot of hair, they still may not be able to pull a pony, right? Yeah. You understand? Right. Without putting some heat to their shit, with long hair, they can't pull a ponytail. They can't do it. You see them
put it up in a bun.
Ass ponytails in the hood. I mean, they got one straight swig of hair in the damn ponytail. Just one.
Hey, John Galt, I just came up to say howdy, brother.
Right, good morning.
So black women, what they can do is they use barrettes to tame their hair.
But you can't get into a ponytail unless your hair is really long if you're a black woman. Right? Now,
be brave. Black women haven't used barrettes in like 20 years.
Yeah, but it was very pretty when they did it. I remember one of the.
Gonna lie.
Yeah, when our little black cheerleader in high. When my cheerleader, the black girl that was a high school cheerleader, she would use barrettes, and she was just the cutest damn thing, boy, man, whatever.
Aren't they called barrettes?
Be brave,
barrette.
He don't count.
It's a barrette.
You ain't right.
Barrette. Is that what it's called? I think I'm using it right. Barrette. Yeah.
About?
Clip it.
Between you talking about barrettes and Ryan talking about the first time he saw breasts 50 years ago, man, shit, we learned a lot about you guys.
Yeah. Am I using the word right? It's called a barrette, right?
It's a barrette, brave.
Barrette? No, I'm not talking about the hat. I'm talking about something.
No, that's a beret.
No, that's a bonnet.
No, he's talking about.
I'm talking about what they pin their hair back with is a barrette.
What's the matter with this guy?
What it's called?
It's a barrette. Barrette,
okay.
not a barrette.
All right. I stand corrected. I don't know. I don't know. I just,
you stand corrected, but don't nobody give a fuck a Barrett, Bonnet. Who gives?
Yeah, me neither. It's like, goddamn. Ryan?
I have daughters, yeah.
Call it.
My daughters had barrettes.
Okay, good. That don't mean I'm all wet. I'm saying they use berets.
How long we gonna talk about these motherfucking barrettes and shit?
A barrette.
Barrette.
That must be some kind of colloquialism.
John, you want to...
Dude, that's an Arkansas dialect right there.
I think it's white trash out there.
Arkansas.
My money, Ryan says it's white trash.
That's some Arkansas shit right there.
Goddamn right, boy.
In Nevada or something.
Man, he is still talking.
Dude, 12th?
Looks like they're in jail or something.
Hey.
12th still wrong.
Hey, what the fuck is going on? I had a comment on the goddamn screen. I'm reading the goddamn comment, and we end up in fucking Arkansas.
Thank you, Ryan.
Sorry.
Oh, wait a minute. I was in on that too. I was in on that too. Sorry about that.
Sorry. I'm sorry, John.
I will, but we end up in fucking Arkansas.
Well, I mean,
And don't nobody wear barrettes anymore. How the fuck we end up there?
Because I was talking about how they used to look very pretty with them in, black women.
How did we end up in Arkansas? We were.
I don't know.
Well,
I don't
apparently,
That was my fault.
the systemic racism thing has just gone too far.
Ryan did it, not me. I was just talking like
me,
a
John.
dumbass
It was me,
Whitey.
John.
And yeah, Ryan did it.
That's me, John.
Yeah,
Ryan had to
Mr.
expound
Mealy
on it.
Mouth.
I think
Mr.
it started.
Mealy Mouth started it all, John. I'm telling you.
Jesus Christ.
You think we can finish it? Can we go back? Can we get back on the main fucking road here, please? Damn.
All right, John. Roll, John. Roll.
Her hair need to be tamed or pulled back into a ponytail. Now, that's not telling you that you can't wear your hair natural, but most black women just can't get into a ponytail, right? I don't know what tame means, so I'll leave that up for
You
discussion.
called it right earlier. That word applies.
Pull it back into a ponytail. Well, most black women just can't do that, right? So, what do you do? Do you go weave, or do you work it out every night and make your hair look whatever tamed? What do you do? If you decide to tame it, that's a lot of damn work every night. You can't pull it back in the ponytail, so that's off the table. So now what's left? What's left? Well, I
You wear a bonnet?
Well, you can't wear a bonnet to work.
You can't wear a bonnet, Stanley.
I'll be damned.
So you get a weave or a wig.
Right.
Stanley might wear a bonnet.
You get your hair comb and you run that motherfucker through your hair. You slip
Right.
your hair
Okay.
back
So
and you make it straight.
right. But if you want to take a temporary measure, you run a hot comb through your head every morning. That's a lot
Yeah.
of your hair.
That
right?
that destroys your hair. The woman shouldn't have to do
Right.
that.
Or you could get your perm, and then that would chemically straighten your hair for a longer period of time.
And that's still chemically poisoned. Women shouldn't have to do it.
Easy. And we just going
How
through the
about
opposite.
just get a haircut?
We just talking about that.
A hot comb is
Motherfuckers. You either put some heat on it, put some chemicals in it. Those are two options.
Mm-hmm.
To get you to a ponytail, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or to tame it.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're lazy, well, you can put a wig or some weave in it. And that is where we are now today, right? That all that work to tame or the inability to put it in a ponytail because your hair too fucking short without putting weave, I guess you could put some weave in it to get to a ponytail or something like that. But that second part of her statement, pull back into a ponytail, is damn near impossible.
Yeah, that's an uneducated person.
It's exhausting.
For
That's why the Crown Act was needed.
For 95% for 95% of black women in America, they can't pull a ponytail with their natural hair. But I would probably say 95% of black women, without putting some heat or chemical to their hair, can't pull a ponytail. They can't do it.
Why not?
They don't have the length.
Okay.
They don't have the hair.
Okay, hold on. Listen.
The hair is too coily, even if they have the length. If you stretch a black woman's hair out, it might be long, but then it snaps right back to her head.
Yeah.
How you gonna pull
Oing.
right? How you in the ponytail, right?
Yeah.
And that's the second part of that is really what the problem is, because black women can't do those length-like styles with their hair easily.
Let me say this: if I was married to a black woman, I would be rich because I would dare somebody to make her destroy her hair with a comb, or I would dare somebody to insist she uses chemicals that poison herself. I'd be rich as a white man. I'd say,
Yeah,
honey,
yeah.
we're gonna get this. We're gonna get this, honey.
Yeah, Brave. As I said to you,
Well, let me say this, John. I love hairy black women.
All right, thank you. Yeah. All right.
Good to know, 12 man.
The thing
Good
is,
to know, buddy.
as I said to you, the option
It's
to
very
change
disturbing.
requires work, Brave.
Right, I got you. I just wanted to throw in that it requires work, but it also requires damage and poisoning.
No, it doesn't, because the other option which I left out is she got to work. She gonna have to put rollers and shit in her hair at night. She gonna have to do shit like that, and then she gonna have to get up in the morning and get that shit right. That's probably another 30 minutes in the morning to get that shit right. And then if she got kids, she rushing to work. Ain't got time to do that shit. It's too much time. I'm giving them an excuse in a way. It's probably too much time for many of them to do it if they have a family, children. We probably should have T-spells or something. Or T-spell, I think, got early hair.
Yeah, she did. She Dominican. She Dominican.
Right.
So
But have a black one with some 4C or whatever the hell that tight curl pattern. Yeah,
What is Portia's hair in her photo? What hair is that?
It's a looser curl
Portia,
pattern. It looks like.
yeah, Portia, her hair type isn't
Don't
like
you
a. It's
be
not.
worried about Portia, boy.
It's not a 4C. It's not a 4C type of hair. And mind you, I don't know all the hair types, but her
Well, have
hair
Portia tell us. Portia, right? Give us a comment.
What's your
it's
hair?
not as
Whatever.
it's not as coarse as a lot of other black women. I'll say that.
Okay.
So it might be a little bit easier for Portia, but for other black women, it might be a lot harder.
Oh boy.
Take it easy.
All right, see you, Solid Snake. Sober up a little bit.
I'm just listening.
All right, Solid Snake. God bless you, man.
Drink plenty of water.
But John, I don't even think it's John. I don't even think
speaking of water.
I don't even think it's an excuse, though, John. I think it's just the reality. That's just the reality of it.
There's a common ground here. Here's the deal. There's a common ground. Like, so if they want your hair, some organization wants someone's hair a certain way, there's a reason for it. Like, okay, is it a cooking environment? Is it maybe it's paramedic, maybe it's some kind of professional organization, whatever it is, there's got to be a common ground where you can say, okay, these are the standards in length and in type or whatever.
And why?
And well, okay, so for example, in the military, you can't just have the entire corps of people. They're trying to create uniformity and equality and discipline amongst everybody, right? Like, so you're all equal in a sense.
Let me ask you this about school then, Ryan. We got the military. Let me ask you this about the school. Do you think schools should have standards for their teachers? Like, let's say, should a teacher be able to have like Rastafarian like dreadlocks?
I think each school has to make a decision themselves. So
each school. Hold on.
And I think
hold on, Ryan. Hold on. I'm going to let you talk. Each school doesn't make its own policy. The school board does, and then go up a level as the state. Do you think?
I think there's a certain standard of professionalism by the school, and they can sit down with each group, Asian, white, black, all of them, and say, okay, we want to have a professional appearance. We want to have some uniformity amongst the teachers. So what do you think would be professional looking, right? And then you could take those proposals. You get 8 black ladies up there that say, this is what we feel is. What's that?
Would you be okay with a Rastafarian dreadlock teacher in the school?
I think
I'm just using
personally. Yeah, I personally like I think braids are great. I don't think
Yes. Okay. All right.
like Bob Marley style dreadlocks. I think they don't look like they look pretty bad, right?
Right.
I'm talking like
But the answer is you're okay with it. You just say I'm okay with it, right?
Yeah.
You're okay
But
with
like
it.
braids look kept. The Rastafarian style dreadlocks like Bob Marley.
Yeah.
Or it doesn't look. I don't like the look of that personally.
Ryan, it's unsanitary. Say it, damn it, doggone you, white man.
I'm saying I don't like the look of it.
Something.
They're unsanitary. That's why they look white. You can see the dead skin.
John, I think Portia set the standard for what a woman should look like in a classroom.
Jesus
Christ. I like that.
Then once they cut the die and say these are the styles that we go with as a school, you can build your program around that. It's pretty easy, And then nobody can win. And then, basically here are the options. You can be individual, but we're not going to let you do these over here and these over here. A white guy can't walk in with Brian Bosworth mohawk, right? He can't do that. You can't come in with Rastafarian dreadlocks. You can't. You know what I mean? So then you create a code around that. It's pretty easy. You got to get input from all parties though, and you don't want to discriminate for sure.
And you're right. You're right, Ryan. I worked in a bakery, and everybody had hair nets and beard nets. Everything was netted.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, KJ? Man, special shout out to you, man, for the cash out, man. Really appreciate that, man. Shout out to CKJ.
You see what I'm saying, John?
Salute,
John, you see what I'm
saying? To you, man. You sent that cash up yesterday, man. I really appreciate that, man. I didn't want to say your full name, but
No. You good.
I'm waiting on you to get back up here. Shout you out, CK.
But look, John. You see what I'm saying, John? You see what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I totally get it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can't just have. And then if some guy walks in with a mohawk like Mr. T, you're like, okay, listen, this is not on the list of things you can pick. You know what I mean? So, so that way you establish that program, right? But you get input from everybody. You get input from everybody.
I do think it does. Unfortunately, it does kind of disproportionately affect Black women more than anybody, probably.
They would have input though, right? They would say these are the styles that we think are professional and that we are cool with, right? And there might be six
Not
of them.
necessarily, at least not in the past.
That I'm saying this is what they should do.
And let me ask you
This is
let
they
me ask
should be
you
getting input from everyone.
Let me ask you this, guys, right?
Yeah.
All those girls that we've seen on Pop the Balloon.
Yes.
How has their hair been?
Not one natural.
No, there's been some natural girls in there, but not most of them.
Yeah,
Most of them
been
have.
a few.
Most of them have weaves, though. Most of them have weaves.
Of the natural ones, describe them.
John, you going there? Come on. The natural ones usually been either light skin or Latino.
Well,
John,
no, there have been some close. There have been some close haircuts. And I must ask: is there a point to all this stuff about women's
John, weren't
hairstyle?
you talking about afros like the women with the most natural hair or something?
Well, yes, there's a point. Stanley, you started it by saying that
Oh
there's.
no, actually, I have started nothing. I made
No, you made a point of systemic racism.
right.
And then,
Well, so
this
what-
is
so
systemic
I
racism.
didn't realize it was gonna.
Well, okay, but your point is being reinforced here pretty well.
Yeah, Stanley, you're kind of
winning the game
Stanley.
here.
Yeah, you're making me see the light now, Stanley. So I do appreciate.
Well, why didn't you just take what I said at face value? You can trust me. I'm not going to lead you wrong.
Because you're a liberal, Stanley. Nobody believes.
Yeah.
And not only that, but you did. Yeah.
Oh, is that what it is?
And you deny things like the 70%. So can we really trust you completely?
Okay, well, see, I guess
I was just kidding, Stanley. Really?
Yeah, okay.
John, do you believe him, John?
I'm starting.
Do you believe Stanley?
Believe Stanley about what?
About what they were just talking about.
And we made a bunch of points. What exactly? I think Stanley probably made more than one point.
His main point was that
systemic racism exists.
Yes, systematic racism does exist, and an example of it is
white beauty standards. White European beauty standards. No, he said white European beauty standards. Do I listen to you, Stanley, buddy, or do I listen?
Right.
I think about that. I don't know what I think about that. I probably don't have an opinion. I probably don't have an opinion on that. I have to think about that a little more. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, it is something you gotta really think about because Stanley's been having me really think about it.
Go ahead.
I do see it from both sides though too. Like there's certain jobs where you just because of safety issues, you don't want to have long hair. You don't want to have.
My point is not to go. My only thing is just be aware it exists. It's not that big a deal.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, be aware.
Be
conscious of it.
I guess my point. I've seen women.
Well, Stanley's retired, so he don't have to worry about that.
I've seen women with.
Oh no, actually, I have a son who's 18, so I should always. It's not that I'm worried about it. It's just that people forewarned is forearmed.
Yeah, I've seen women, work their way up in professional careers, nurses, consultants, whatever, and by and large, they wore their hair naturally. Sometimes they put weaves and shit like that in. But I would say 85, 90% of the time they were natural. And they never had a problem. Their biggest frustration, again, was the amount of work it took. Yeah. It was a lot of work. And, I remember one lady in particular that would grumble about, how white women, or what she thought white women didn't have to do relative to what she has to do for her hair. But I just think that.
Well, the other thing is some jobs are better than others. This isn't like a
Well,
consistent.
she had multiple jobs. She had multiple jobs, and the other lady I know, and I just think honestly, they don't. And people gonna jump all over what I'm saying is, I think a lot of the women that just did not want to do the work with their own hair because they probably didn't feel comfortable with it at its current length. Not that they couldn't grow it longer, but wherever they were in the world, if you Jada Pinkett, you've braided your hair out till you've alopecia'd yourself to no hair. If your hair is short, you're just not willing to wait to get it long. You want to go with them braids and shit like that until you can get your hair long, because many of them use a term like, oh, this is a protective hairstyle, and when in reality it's not. And I think that it was two-part, they're uncomfortable wearing their hair as it is natural. It's too short. And they don't want to do the work at least in it. Well, you got to do work probably all the time for them, but they don't want to do that daily routine of maintaining their hair while it's very short to make it look nice. And they don't want to come out here bald head like the woman on
bald head,
like the woman on like the woman on Pop the Balloon. And they don't want to come out short hair like Jada Pinkett. Many of them can't wear their hair like that. And so I think it's just laziness and a little bit of self-consciousness, in my opinion.
Jesus.
It's a lot of work, man. It's a lot of work.
It is a good point though, John. I'm not gonna lie.
I saw a big fat black woman in one of my houses yesterday. Fat, weave down her back, nails on her hand.
Never did I think we would take systemic racism and use it against black people.
Well, I'm not using it against them. I'm just saying that if you want to wear your hair natural as a black woman, you got to sign up for the job 24/7, 365. If you're not willing to do that, then you got to take some shortcuts, weaves and shit like that. And then you got to ask people, hey, can you make an exception for my weave? Right? Somewhere along the line, you're going to have to get an exception made for it. And then you're going to see these white women with long hair. Then you're going to want you a long braid hairstyle or a long wig or weave hairstyle. And that is one of the most ridiculous things I see all the time. You see these
black people with it, black women doing ridiculous things.
No, I'm trying not to talk about race, but you see some of these women with braids in their hair, and that shit's damn near dragging the ground. You be like, what black woman could even have hair that long? Yeah. And they put this shit in to just drag the ground all down their back. It doesn't even look culturally normal.
John,
that makes it look even more ridiculous. And I think HB, as someone said it earlier, like it is kind of like a revolting mechanism. And I'm almost starting to look at it like now, like so we've been having this discussion. Could you overlay the Taquarius names, the Shaquisha names, and these wild hairstyles?
Yeah, it's all jungle stuff.
That's like a perfect overlay.
Jungle bunnies gone wild.
It's very interesting. Like, is it like a revolting where I'll name my son Raekwon, the chef, and I dye my hair red and put long braids down my ass, right? Like,
it's to piss people off. It's to piss people off.
It's to piss John off.
It doesn't piss me off.
No, I'm not saying pissed off in the general sense. It's just to poke somebody with a sharp stick. They go around all day poking people with sharp sticks. They know what they're doing. They love it.
Yeah, like look at Phoenix Fish here. He says most weave looks completely ridiculous. Well, some of these names are completely ridiculous. Right? Like I'm starting to see.
Here we go.
I'm starting to see like a correlation between the names and the weaves. It's just interesting. Like I wonder if you to get the names of the young black women with these long, ridiculous-looking weaves and braids, what would their names be? Jennifer, Mindy,
Shaquila.
It probably would be some ridiculous names.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Well, I think I'm going to duck out of this anti-black tirade.
Hey, Black.
Stanley's leaving.
Stanley, I don't think it's anti-black though. I think
Well,
it's
I do.
I think
I didn't
it's
ask you what you thought.
well, Stanley, how can you say it's anti-black when you feel the same way?
You know what? How can you not say it's anti-black?
You feel the
Why
same way
is
though.
why is it anybody's business what people are naming their kids in the first place?
He was just making an observation of the confused state of
I'm
mind.
making an observation. It's anti-black.
Okay,
You feel the same way though, Stanley. You feel the same way.
Hey, Stanley, can I ask you a question before
You
you
know
go?
what? I might feel the same way, but I have enough class not to make a tirade out of it.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. Well, at least we're on the same. At least we're on the same page.
No, we're not on the same page. I don't make it my business to poke my nose in what other people are doing.
Hey, Stanley, can I ask you a question kind of on the other side?
Sure.
Male perspective. I don't know if you've paid attention to this in the young people's society today.
Probably haven't.
Right. That's why I'm asking you. You were talking about your son growing his hair long. I'm not sure if you're familiar with a lot of young black men these days are growing like these really large beards. Are you familiar with that, Stanley?
Oh yeah, I've seen them.
And I was just wondering. I guess I wanted to get your opinion. What do you think about like the really large beards?
I think they look like black versions of ZZ Top.
If your son had a long beard, what would you think? Like one of those Rick Ross type beards.
Well, I mean, it's I don't know that my son can grow a beard like that. I would think it's a lot of work.
Would you be would you be okay with it?
Think about that. I didn't even think about that.
Probably not in my house, but he can do whatever the hell he wants to do once he leaves.
Now, why not in your house? Just out of curiosity. I'm not trying to challenge
You know
you.
what? I think that number one, I'm not buying all the fucking hair products. It's like a shitload of
hair products for this.
Maintain beards like that.
Yeah, I guess they do.
You know what? If he wants to do it, he can do it on his time. Let's just say I have a dress code in my house. Like when I was in high school, it had to be a military haircut. You had to be clean shaven. Well, I don't care so much about the clean shaven, but I do think that you ought to look respectable.
Well, and I'm really curious about this, Stanley. Do you have when you see a young black man, typically it's going to be fairly young, under 40, like under 45. Let's say that. With one of those big beards, typically. And what
do I think?
Yeah. Like when your first,
I think he has a big beard. Must be hard to maintain, and other than that, I don't think about it.
Yeah.
Hey, John, what do you consider a big beard?
I'm sorry, what?
Say that one more time.
I was saying, what do you consider a big beard?
I don't know. If it's not not clinging to, if it's like hanging off your face.
Because me personally, I go. Sometimes I shadow my beard out, and then sometimes I grow it out. But it's always me.
Right now,
I go to the barbershop like every week.
I
so
honestly,
as
long as it's fairly trimmed and all that stuff.
TKJ3, I think he was talking. Go let TKJ finish and then respond, Sam.
Yeah, I was saying like I go to the barbershop every week, so mine is always like trim and neat. So what do you consider like a big beard? Because I go, like I said, I go back and forth.
Put my picture up. Put my picture up. Full picture. Put my picture up. I've got a trim.
No, I don't think.
Yeah, but be brave.
When you start having it hang like that,
our hair texture is different.
Well, no, but what I'm saying,
like so mine can be like B Brave's length, but it's not.
Like
it's
B
not
Brave's beard is fine.
I did not know I was that handsome.
Okay.
Damn.
And
I'm a good-looking old dude.
Neither did we, and we still don't.
What would you consider like a big?
John didn't know he was that handsome.
I would say
either.
if you can take your hand and you can grab a bunch of it on your chin, like grab a handful of it, probably getting a little long.
Yeah, but you can do it in a way to where like it's trimmed. You know what I'm saying? Like it's
right, but
it's nice.
don't get defensive. I don't.
No, I'm
care.
not. I was just I don't. Me personally, I don't care. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
but
Like
I mean,
I was
if
just
you can
asking. I
grab
was
a
asking a question.
handful of it, it's probably longer than I would wear it. I consider that long.
You look like Lou Albano.
beard?
You look like Lou Albano.
Here's the thing, Stanley. So the reason why I brought up the beards was on the women, we had the women, but then we had the men. And the men have been put in positions where they fought to change the policies in police departments, like here in DC. They wanted to be able to wear their beards.
Well, I have about organizations that are kind of paramilitary or kind of modeled on the military. I would probably want to say, hey, you need to have a military standard.
Right. And
but
I do know they changed the standards in the military when it comes to beer.
Well, yeah, I know the profiles. They have more profiles than when I was in the Navy. I know it's changed a lot.
Yeah, they just changed it like 2 years ago, I think.
So you can actually wear beards because you used
you
to
can
be
wear
able
them,
to
you can tape them up, you can do the whole nine now. Because a lot of times, like I know, Stan, you probably know this. When it comes to like African Americans or people of that descent, like we can't like use a razor and shave.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
a lot like how they want to stand it, so we get like no shave chicks. Because I had one when I was
back when I was in. I mean, there was if you had a profile, you could wear a beard.
Yeah, but it had to be like a certain length. I think it's like
right.
But now you can grow it out, have it lined up, shaped up, and everything now.
Right, and so
that's cool. But I mean,
so,
it can't be
it's still nice
long beard.
All right, let me. So the point I was making is that in many police departments around the country, they've couched these same laws for women's hair, and they used it kind of the same playbook to get exemptions for, say, black men wearing beards. And again, I'm not expressing an opinion one way or the other, but I can say this: is that like there are kind of like limits to things or levels to things, right? Where if you got a beard, cool. HB got a beard, Brady got a beard. No one finds that, out of the realm of normal. But then what happens when a person comes up with a Rick Ross beard, right? Or society or that race of people or group of people, as an example, start to adopt Rick Ross beards. And then you have to start to ask yourself, why are they adopting those beards? And when I was anyone ever been to the Middle East? You go there, you see like the men with the beards.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you'll see men like in Philly with them big beards. Sometimes they put a little color in it, a little red tint. You ever seen that shit? Mm-hmm. And I think some of that shit is meant to intimidate, right?
Intimidate?
Yeah, I think some of it is meant to intimidate.
You mean like people?
I'm sorry?
Intimidate people?
Yeah, I think like if you run up on you run up on maybe not him because he's smiling and grinning, but you run up on a big man with a beard, right? And, yeah,
what
I'm trying
will you do,
I'm trying to catch my words because I don't even want to say, well, damn, he's Angry Man is light skinned, by the way. But if you run up on a big or man with a beard, you like if you put James Harden's beard back up, you're gonna make an assumption that he probably doesn't work in certain aspects of America, corporate America. Right?
Yeah.
And then you start saying, well, shit, if he doesn't work in corporate America, well, where does he work? There really aren't many places you can go and work with a big ass beard like that. And so
electricians and carpenters.
Yeah, but
okay, but let me ask you a question. You don't have to be a black man with a beard to have the assumption you don't work in corporate America.
No. I don't want to say it. Let me finish what I'm saying. I'll let you go. And so you got big men like this. This is almost like naming yourself Raekwon. Because I don't care what your resume looks like. I've had people come to me looking for a place to rent, and they look like this. I'm like, nah, I'd rather not, right? Because Because and here's my point. If he loses his job, the one job that he's probably fairly lucky to have, is he willing to cut that beard off to get the next job? Probably not. Right?
Why do we care again?
Well, let me finish.
John's making a good point here.
I
don't think he is. I think
okay, that's good. It's good. Everyone doesn't have to agree, right? You can chop everything up.
Okay, well, this is what I disagree with. Okay, these broad.
Let me finish. Let me finish, though, and I'll let you disagree with everything, chop it all up, right? But I think again, the big beard, just like naming yourself Raekwon, is meant to kind of be what was the word I used? Kind of aggressive, like to intimidate you. And I think, it's just a bad look to me, and it says a lot about the person that would do this, in my opinion.
Yeah, be like,
Okay,
get
well,
the
here's
fuck
my
away
response
from
to
my
that.
girl.
Thank God nobody gives a fuck about your opinion.
Wait, John. So what do you think about 12th Man's beard? Because I'm kind of agreeing with you. 12th Man's beard is a little intimidating. Like if I saw 12th Man out in the middle of the woods, I'd probably think, he's got a 6-shooter aimed at me or something.
Come on,
If I saw him in the middle of the woods, I thought he'd be a man for the context, a man for the times. I want a big grizzly
right.
out there in the woods.
That's what I was going to say. That's why I was going to add Frank.
Black man out in the woods, his name would be Raekwon.
If I'm looking for a plumber to go in a customer's house, I put their Raekwon back up. I probably don't want you looking intimidating to my customers, and I can't send this guy right here into I can't send this guy right here into someone's home while her husband is away from work. I don't care what And
would
someone
you
says,
send a white man in there with this kind of beard?
Well, if it's 12 man, probably not, right? But
Probably not. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think so.
But there is no doubt.
Maybe American man could hire him
Hey,
to
John.
plug holes.
But these beards are a hipster thing. I mean, hipsters have been doing beards like this.
Stanley, we've seen Pop the Balloon with 40-year-old men out there with big ass beards.
Right.
Right. And I'm telling you, Stanley, I'm telling you more than I know. And I could give you some stories if you want some. And like a big dark-skinned dude with a beard like this is persona non grata with me. I ain't fucking with him.
Oh, with you? Okay. Now, how about the rest of society?
And I'm imagining that there are probably a lot of mini me's and big me's all around the country that just don't want to. And again, cause I tell you, it ain't about his current job. If he loses that job for whatever reason, he slip and fall, make a mistake at work, is he willing to cut that beard off to go get that next job? And the answer oftentimes is not, because it's a rebellion.
John, can I ask you a question?
I think citation needed. I think this is very personal to you for some reason. You have your own personal biases for whatever reason. I don't think it's largely shared outside of your skull.
No, I think it is, Stanley. I think
you're John's mini-me. Maybe that's the case. But outside of John and his mini-me.
No, Stanley, I see in the majority of America, this type of beard isn't accepted, whether it's the military, whether it's corporate.
Okay, well, the military
what about a trade job?
Society. Don't bring in the military. It's totally different.
I know people that are doctors and lawyers with that same ridiculous facial hair. I don't know why that turnover machine would deliberately add 20 degrees to his head temperature with that dumb Civil War beard. But I see it everywhere, and it shocks me, John, that it's like I see a lawyer. I used to work for a company that was nothing but lawyers, firearms defense lawyers. And there were dudes that came out with that Paul Bunyan beard. They look like they should be on the side of a cough drop box or at Antietam or Gettysburg. I don't get it, but ain't no facial hair on any man going to sweat me at all, ever.
No, it doesn't sweat me at all.
Well, Tom, to be fair, you are in Texas. It is kind of the I think what John's point is though, it is like a masculinity thing, and I think it is kind of used for intimidation. So maybe when you're seeing those guys, they're kind of good old Texas boys, wear their
No,
cowboy hat.
they're black, they're Indian, they're
Oh yeah, I do see a lot of Indians with the beards too.
they're everybody, and I don't know how a safety razor is gonna
If you
take
had
care of
an
them.
18-year-old daughter and this dude come walking up to her, what would you do?
If she's 19, she on her own.
Do you
Dating.
guys think this is a problem for a guy that's working like a trade?
No.
No.
Let me respond to what PKJ3 is saying. Now, this is my opinion, right? It's no one else's opinion but mine. What I have seen, if I see a young man with a fairly clean cut, if you got a beard, doesn't matter. I'm assuming that he's trying to stay within the realms of what's acceptable to keep employed, and maybe he's upwardly mobile. Understand? Right?
Yeah.
So he come to me, he said, "Hey, sir, I'm looking for a room for rent." Right? I said, "Okay, cool." I look at him, and yeah, looks presentable. Look like he could get a second job if he ain't got but one. He presentable enough to get a second. But then if someone comes to me looking like this, and I said, "Well, this guy really don't give a shit about what anybody else, how the greater society views this oversized beard. He don't give a shit. This guy's rich. Why would he give a shit?" Right? But for the rest of us, for this guy that's looking to book a room, coming to me looking like this,
okay,
I probably opt who looks cool. Right?
Even if he got a good trade job, you would turn him around.
But see, now you go to something. Okay, now if he got a good trade, that's different because he got the ability to make his own money, right? And if you can prove that to me, sure, hell yeah. Because if nothing else, I may be able to squeeze some plumbing out of it.
Right. That's what I was asking. Like, you turn him around like, I'm a licensed plumber.
If he said, "Hey, I work for such and such plumbing company. I'm 23 years old," and he got his hair looking like that, I'm like, damn, you must not plan on doing very much with them because they're gonna have a hard time sending you in people's houses.
I don't think so, John. I don't think.
Oh no, John's right. John's right.
I could put buddies up. I could put women up here on the phone right now.
You talk about plumbing, John?
Bro,
to fix somebody.
I would probably go so far as to say, a plumbing company, if they had to dispatch a plumber, they're not going to dispatch this man to Susie Homemaker at home with her
looking like this.
Work for
Roto-Rooter.
Say what? Roto-Rooter might. The Roto-Rooter is a big company. Roto-Rooter don't give a shit. They just. But Roto-Rooter is just dispatching. They ain't giving a shit. But a company trying to maintain quality customer service, a small
Roto-Rooter not no throwing apart company though, John.
But I mean, Roto-Rooter is nationwide.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I seen a guy, come out and
you got Mike and Sons Plumbing. They got 20 plumbers, 20 people team.
Would you hire him, John Galt? I'm just going off you.
What I'm saying is, if I own a plumbing company and I had to dispatch him on a job, I wouldn't send him to Bob's home in Potomac, right? Where it's likely to be a single white, or not single, but a white woman at home by herself. Her husband might not like that shit. And so I wouldn't send him. I'd send him somewhere else in the city where it's more acceptable.
John, do you have the same attitude
when it comes to trades and stuff? I don't think people they just want their shit fixed.
Yeah,
I don't think they looking at it like
it's
I had a buddy of mine. He called a painting company down in South Carolina. He looked at the advertisement. They had all white people on the pictures, website, whatever. He called him out. You know how they send out an estimator. They send a white estimator out. He said, "Oh, cool. These people look all professional and shit." And then they sent black workers out to do the work. He didn't like that shit. And he was like, basically, I wish I could tell them, don't send me any more black people out here doing work because of the way they look, right? I don't know how they look. Maybe they look like this guy.
What do you mean?
There's certain... Don't cut me off. I'll put your ass in the back. 12th man. I just think that, bro, if you're trying to manage your customer, I don't give a damn what you're doing for them. certain men ain't gonna want this man coming in their house, their wife at home by herself. Period.
So, John, do you feel the same way about like a guy with a face tattoo?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's kind of different. But what about John? What about the Amish?
That's different. It's a tattoo on a face rather than facial hair.
Spirits, and they come now and they build their homes.
I got you. Hold on. Let me respond to Bob. Tom, this is basically a face tattoo. This is,
no, John. No, John.
What do you mean? He put it in.
No, John.
It's not a mole.
This is a well-maintained beard.
No, John. No.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah, but
John, just a regular face tattoo. What do you think?
I think it's the same thing as crashing out growing a big beard like this, bro. Like you're taking yourself out of parts of society that don't want to take a chance on someone to grow a big beard.
The only thing I don't like about James Harden beard, he doesn't line it up. Because if you line it up, it looks totally different.
that's the only thing I don't like about it. Is
had
it's
my
5
beard
turnovers a game.
But like I said, I keep it lined up.
Again, I'm not saying I'm against beards. He got a beard. Brave got a beard. But once
John, where are his ears at? I gotta know that.
It's behind the beard.
But once you get too big of a beard, right? You are basically canceling yourself out of parts of society that don't want to deal with someone that looks like that. I truly believe. I could be wrong, right?
John.
Yeah, you're wrong.
John, I always felt like face tattoos were a sign that I don't want to be employed by anybody. I thought that's kind of the sign of a face tattoo.
Face tattoos.
To a certain extent, I think these really overgrown beards are kind of the same thing. Where it's like, listen, I'm not trying to be employed. Either I work for myself, or I'm not trying to be employed. Either or.
Right. Like Brave.
I'm gonna say when it comes to me, like I said, like I'll go back and forth. I rock a shadow beard, or I'll grow it out a little bit, but I always keep it nice and neat. But
yeah.
I wouldn't. Me personally. Me, like when I was in the military and like going to like the boot camp, I had to shave my facial hair off because I grow a lot of facial hair. I mean, my father has like a lot of facial hair. I get it from him. But me shaving like everything off, to me, I look like a fucking pervert, man. Like I look like a pervert. Like I don't look right without having facial hair.
Everything off, right? I didn't say
yeah.
So
what John is saying is
I get what John is saying, but I think like if you're doing a trade, nobody is thinking about that. I think it's certain job fields that you can pull this shit off. If you're a doctor or something, you may look at somebody funny or something, but like okay.
Let's say you do foundation work, right? Okay. Which is a very sketchy part of construction, right? James Harden show up, right? And Steph Curry show up. They both skilled, so they say. One look like Steph, one look like James Harden. Everything being equal, who are you gonna sleep better at night? With select. There's no right or wrong answer. I'm just saying, if it all go fucked up, if he does a poor job, and you choose James. In the back of your mind, you're gonna say, "I knew I fucked up."
Yeah, but John, before I went to the military, I did public sanitation for my county, and I'm telling you, like guys, Italians, Irish guys, black guys, like dude, like these people. I mean, I live in a pretty big county. They don't give a fuck, John. They don't care. They just want their shit done, right. They don't care. And I did a lot of work in white communities.
Let me answer the question.
No. Hold on. I want to.
John, I may be wrong, John, but this
all you had to do was pick one.
This is my experience doing that type of work.
I want the chat to answer the question too.
I don't think they care. They just want their shit done right.
Hold on, CKJ3, because I asked you a direct question. If you had to get some foundation work done, 2 men showed up: Steph Curry and the man with this big beard right here. I'm just asking you the question. There's no right or wrong answer. Who would you feel best about choosing? There's no right or wrong answer. Just tell me.
James Harden, because he looked more masculine.
You don't have to give me an explanation, right? I'm not. I'm not.
James Harden because he looked more masculine.
Okay, fair.
Steph Curry looked weak to me. He looked like
Fair.
a weak guy.
Yeah,
Fair.
it's
That's
3.
good.
He looked
Right?
like a weak guy to me.
There's no right or wrong.
Compared to James Harden, I think James Harden is stronger.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'm looking at.
I would pick James Harden because I think light-skinned people don't like to get dirty.
Okay.
Hey, Stanley, I see what you just did. That was funny.
I picked Steph because Harden won't play defense, turns it over too much, and Steph at least will he'll at least carry it up and down the steps. He's got step in his name.
John, I would say that on foundation work, that's not that crucial.
I've had my foundation work, and like I don't want a man with a big ass beard worry about his appearance and shit. Like, as that's just me. Again, like I said, there is no right or wrong answer. But as HB said, once you start to get out of the mainstream of look, name, whatever, then you really are entering the territory of I don't need to enter mainstream society. I got my own shit. I got my own business, thing like that. And that's what we see on Pop the Balloon a lot of times. A lot of these men don't work corporate jobs with big beards and shit. They work for a company. I mean, they own they DJs and rappers and producers and event people and social media people, right? Because that face, right, just like the long red dread braids in your hair.
It looks like somebody started a brush fire where his mouth is, and the rest of it's just forest. But you
filter yourself out of large parts of society.
Do you guys like when I see guys like this, that even dudes that have like a manicured big beard, not talking like a beard like B Braves, but those big Civil War general beards. I see them in the morning, they look great. I see them at 10 o'clock and they're starting to come undone a little bit. But the biggest thing is after lunch, at least a quarter of their lunch is in that beard. I don't know how they do it. I really don't. It's just in their women. It's like, whoa, man, like a dude dealing with certain things in the 70s. It's like that's a lot to get through.
Yeah.
And John, you gotta remember, John, it's also a lot less work just to have a beard. So these black men have a right to go, you know what? To hell with shaving every day.
Here's the thing though, Brave. A lot of these men are putting a lot of effort into maintaining that beard.
Well, that's true.
I mean, they're dying.
A big beard like that, it takes a lot of effort to maintain.
You got to get it trimmed every now and then. Keep
like
it up.
picking the beard, like they're picking the beards out. This is like the extension of dreadlocks on their face, where it requires a lot of time and attention.
There's a whole industry of products that have sprung up since the beards have come out. Various waxes and whatever.
I'm the only guy with a beard on the panel, by the way.
No,
I got
you're
a beard
not.
too. I got a beard too. Me and B Brave got a beard.
You're the only one with ZZ Top.
Yeah, I mean,
CKJ too.
I got a beard too. I got a beard. Hey, John, can you grow a beard?
Yeah, I mean, my hair grows. I cut it down. I just don't trim and do all that bullshit.
Why do you choose to have it the way you have it? Like, why you don't like to have like a? Cause it looks like you got like a goatee or something, or you just.
I got hair all of it. And it's just like I just cut my hair the other day. Let me see if you can see. Oh, I got my camera closed.
Can I ask HB a question?
I got hair. I got hair.
Oh, okay.
I'll cut it down. Like whenever
that peach fuzz,
right? Whenever I cut my hair, I just cut it all down, and so now it's thin because I just cut my hair.
Got that peach fuzz, John.
And come back out, then I'll rinse and repeat, man. It's just laziness for me. I ain't trying to style shit.
But like I said, like John, like me, like I go to the barbershop every week, so like I'm there, every Saturday. Like, a lot of times, like when it get like hotter, like I go shadow. When it get colder, I grow it out a little bit. But like I'm going to the barbershop every week. I mean, I've been doing that since I've been like that since high school.
Every week, how much do you pay a week for that?
$30.
Jesus Christ!
I ain't been to the barbershop in 30 years.
Hey, but
30
years.
Does that include the tip?
No. My barber been cut my hair since I was like 13, man. So
You give him a tip? No.
no,
I'm
I
about
just,
to
I
get
mean, no,
shaved.
no.
Okay.
I'm
All
gonna
right.
cut
We got
it
a bond.
all
You know what I'm
off.
saying? So for
Gotcha.
me, like, I like to look clean. You know, I like to smell
I
good.
got you.
I go to the barbershop every week. It's just, you know, it's just a thing that I do. You know, so I
Yeah,
mean, I
30
don't
is
know.
Okay,
30
so
is
you get
actually
there at
cheap.
6 o'clock
No,
every morning.
hey, HB,
is
man.
cheap.
Some of these guys are paying 200.
Oh, come
Yeah,
on.
I know.
Okay, if
My
you're a
barber,
star, or something, but a
like my
regular
barber,
dude.
Hey, Brave,
been
you
cut my hair
won't
since I was
believe
like
this, Brave.
13, man.
Brave, you won't believe this, and I'm going to express an opinion. I hope I don't offend anyone in here, but there is an industry, Brave. I'm not sure if you're aware of it, where black men spend a lot of money on grooming, a lot of money, right? I'm talking about working class men, Brave. I ain't talking about high level executives. I'm talking about working class men. You can see it on YouTube. Where a haircut is easily $100. Right?
Oh, God.
Easy.
And I'm gonna say this, Brave.
Man,
And I'm gonna
I
say
got my own clippers. I
I'm gonna
don't
say
need
part
to
of it,
pay
Brave.
that.
I'm gonna say part of it, Brave. You know, there's even TV shows and shit called The Shop. LeBron James part of it is. You know, part of it is you know, it's I forget what I was about to say, but you know, men, you know, the black men are really, really embracing the grooming. And a lot of the men you see, they spend a lot of money on their grooming. They're as soft as women.
I was gonna say something's wrong. Something's wrong up there. If you're a working class dude and you're spending that kind of money on your hair, that's like,
Look at some of these men. Some of these men, Brave.
I'm about to get all
What do you
my
think?
hair cut off. I'm gonna
Don't
film
cut your
it.
hair. Don't cut your hair 12
No,
months.
cut it off and sober up.
Yeah, you see, like Brave. You know, I think you know.
I'm gonna get a flat top.
On one
For
side,
real.
on one side of
Sorry,
the aisle,
John.
there are men, you know, like this, the real soft men that put a lot of
Looks
money.
like you, John.
Yeah, it puts a lot of time and money into, you know, their grooming. You know, their look. They like to look good, smell good, right?
Well, this is the man in a tuxedo up there.
Right. And then, but you know, it's just like on Pop the Balloon. And again, you know, I see all these men off all the times. I read through the profiles of most of these men. Most of these men can't work for anyone else, and that's fine. It's not a problem.
Look at that motherfucker. Looks like Unga Bunga.
That motherfucker. Like, look at these men. They promote a very flashy lifestyle, you know, Maserati, the big beards, and it's an older guy.
John, there was a movement here. I think it started maybe 5 years ago called metrosexual.
Yeah, that's what they are.
It's the same thing. It's that, hey, I'm going to take care of myself. I'm going to look a little better. I'm going to dial it up a notch. A lot of us people, you know, it's like I always just said, hey, that's a nice shirt. Does it come with a purse?
Oh, come on now.
Nice.
Well,
He's
not everybody
right.
can be the manly man you are, Tom.
I think what you're talking about, Tom, is like, if you look at the trans movement, okay, we had
no.
We had the Bruce Jenners of the world, okay. They can kind of assimilate into the regular world, right? Then down on the street, you got the trannies getting killed by
Oh, for God's sake.
The boys, right? Who they're engaged, they're taking their training to a different level. And I think same thing with the metrosexual. To a point, it makes sense. Yeah, you know, there's nothing wrong with men grooming themselves nice and clean, wearing nice fitted clothing to move away from that baggy style. Is more of a European fit. That makes sense. But just like with the training movement, I think as an example of movements going too far to the extreme, the black people have taken the grooming of the beard too far. You have poor men, working class men spending hundreds of dollars a week to get their beard groomed. Going back into ghettos and working class neighborhoods, it's a misallocation of resources, if you ask me.
Oh, it's a mental issue. You can bet on that, John.
And again, you know, as I said, like, you know, it is just another example that I see. So when I see somebody with a big beard, he got to maintain it. and he got to pay John Galt. And that nigga might choose to maintain that beard before he pay me.
Well, now they got all these. What it is? The whole world gets judged by John Galt's tenants.
Well, it's probably a pretty good indication of things, Stanley, at a certain level of society.
Hold on, goddammit. I think a lot of people.
Hold on, goddammit.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are applying similar type logic.
I think not.
Okay, fair enough. Right.
You know, they've got a whole direct to consumer on television thing now where they sell these kits that have these tools and trimmers and things for every part of your body, your nose, your ears,
lawnmower.
It brings me to my question. Anybody here take the clippers to the undercarriage?
That's a sick. I know that's some sick ass shit, and I see it on commercials too. It's like
a very dark turn.
Well, the ladies, man, I remember in the 70s, you could watch porn and you didn't get to see any porn. There was so much hair. And now it seems like everybody's kind of, you know, I live in Texas, so, you know, you really don't want the hedges to grow too tall, if you know what I'm saying.
Phoenix Fish, I agree wholeheartedly. A man that's living day to day in day-to-day housing is not the barometer for society.
As I say to you, Stanley, you know,
it is.
Right now.
Actually, it isn't.
It's a good indication of an aspect of society.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I had a guy.
I think measuring society by its weakest links.
Yeah, my mic not working.
Yes, you can.
Is my mic working?
I don't know about that.
Hey, hello, is my mic working?
There's a middle class for a reason.
Yeah.
I know it. And the lower class will always bring everybody down with them if they get out of hand.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, all I'm saying, man, look, you can say working class people should be exempt. Some men living day to day, but again, these are working class people, right? Like I told you, I had a guy paying me $82 a day before he eventually upped the ante and paid $475 a week. That's not some just derelict, but I guarantee you that African paying me $475 a week ain't spending $100 a week on his fucking face.
Hey, John,
right?
check the back chat. Play that video in the back chat, just so people kind of see what just so people kind of see what you're talking about, as far as the grooming guys are doing now with their beards.
Take your new growth beard oil and massage it thoroughly to the skin beneath. Use it to evenly distribute the oil. Warm up the beard pomade in your hands until it's clear and use it to shape, style, and condition your beard.
Get to fire on.
Then step back and get ready to live a fuller life.
Okay, well, how is this any different? You know, when I was in 8th grade, we used to have the waves, you know, something similar.
Stanley, I was thinking about that, but a wave, you know what that cost you in terms of time and money?
Well, back then it didn't.
It cost you the Dax wave grease, a wave cap, and a brush. And overnight,
yeah, that's about it.
Whatever you came out with was what you had, right?
And I had a whole lot more time when I was in 8th grade.
The food didn't get in your hair, right? When you were eating this shit, and you were maintaining a natural hairstyle because it was shortcut if you're gonna have waves, right?
Yeah.
Right, just gonna be some waves in there, be kind of slick.
But I tell you what, $100 for a haircut, you know, that stuff's gotten much more expensive.
The bigger point I'm really making, man, and hopefully you guys can get what the fuck I'm saying. You got a large number of men, black men out here, just damn near on the bottom, right? Barely can keep their head above water, but they spending time in the barbershop and money on a fucking beard, right?
Okay,
It doesn't make sense to me. It seems like a misallocation of resources. Who would do that? It doesn't make sense to me. That's all I'm saying, man. That's all I'm saying.
I would rather see somebody do it for personal grooming than on Jordans. if I had to make the choice.
Yeah, I take
or
that.
on drugs.
Pants pulled up.
Yeah,
well groomed.
But that big beard, yeah, you know, I just think that shit push you out of reach of certain, you know, aspects of society. You know, people are skeptical of you when they see it, right?
When you see a white man with a long beard, he knows that he's going to get a particular type of attitude from a particular area of society. He accepts it. You don't care. Probably blacks are in the same place, John.
You know, I used to live in New York when they had the whole man beard shit. Does anyone remember that movement?
Yeah.
And you would see white men in New York with man beards and suspenders and shit on. Like, man, who the hell are they intimidating?
What was it? It was hipsters.
Yeah. They be getting off the train in Williamsburg, nice fancy area, with the man beard and the damn briefcase. Right? It's a totally different look than some dude in a t-shirt, some Jordans, and a big beard. You know, it's you know, it just wasn't the look. And a lot of these people were in creative fields where they could go into Madison Avenue on a marketing firm. Hell, I worked with many of them, and they could pull that kind of shit off. But beyond that, right, you know, a lot of these men are really canceling themselves out of society.
I agree with John. I think there are parts of society, if you have a beard like James Harden, there are parts of our society that you cannot be in, and one of those is the NBA Finals.
Oh yeah. No, I think we all agree. Even Stanley. I think Stanley agrees too, to a certain extent. I think we all agree. I think we all agree on this.
So was the Tyson fight thrown?
Oh man, the Tyson fight was brutal, man. Oh man, did you see that, John? The Tyson fight?
Nah, I didn't catch it. I heard he lost, though.
Yeah,
I didn't see it. My money says they just threw it. Both of them took it easy on each other.
He could have killed that man in the ring, couldn't he?
Yeah. I think what's fucked up. I just saw the highlights, but you could tell Jake Paul was holding back, man.
Yeah.
It was bad. Tyson looked really good in that first round, though. He looked really good.
Yeah.
But as soon as Jake Paul stuck him, it was like
over.
Was he hurt? Was he did he hurt Tyson, like stun him, or did he just?
No, Tyson was hitting him with some in the first round. Tyson was hitting him with some body blows, but once Tyson felt Jake Paul's strength, it was pretty much downhill after that. And then it was just kind of like Jake Paul was just kind of toying with him for the rest of the rounds.
That's why I said they should have just done one round and called it an event, a 1 3-minute round. That way Tyson could have been, determined. Because after 2 rounds at 60, come on, stop. This is
you know, to me, just when you describe the fight, to me, it just seemed weird.
It is weird.
Yeah.
It's an insult to white people. What, we put a 28-year-old up against white man up against black people?
Like that's
I don't care. No, that's to me. It's like funky ass white man. That's all we got.
All right.
Nah. I think it was a money maker.
Yeah,
of course it was. But it proves something.
You making money is fine, but again, like, damn, like, is there no other way for these two to? Well, I can understand Jake Paul fighting, but at 60 years old for Tyson, like, god damn, like, damn, man, how much money is too much? Like,
you think there was no money? You think there was no money attraction on the racial aspect of this? Are you fucking kidding me, folks?
Oh no, that
I don't give a damn what it was, man. I'm talking about.
I'm with you. 40 million and 20 million.
Somebody watching a 60-year-old man fighting or promoting a 60-year, like, it just seems like, damn, do we have, like, I guess it really shows you how low boxing is falling.
Yeah.
The impression I got, and I'm way out on the periphery, so I could be wrong. I really thought it was more an age thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I thought
old
age
man versus young man. I really didn't get the racial.
Yeah, I didn't get the racial thing. Tyson.
Oh yeah, well then you didn't have your eyes open.
I don't live in your neck of the.
I know. Go into your dream worlds and pretend that there was no racial.
No, I think I live in your neck of the backwoods.
But I'll be honest, Brave. I didn't hear any racial player. Like some of the fights, like that last guy that fought down there, fought against somebody, he was saying he MAGA and he didn't like black people or something like that. Now he played up the racial angle. Was it Canelo? Who the guy that was on TV?
Ryan Garcia.
Right. Now he played up the racial angle, true or false, real or not. He did play it up. I didn't see any headlines where it was like,
well, hell no, you're not going to see him, John. Please don't be that naive. What do you think they're just going to come out with it and say, let the white man face the black man?
Well, now that Trump's president, things like that are more likely.
But you did see it with the Ryan Garcia. Like,
yeah, right. But this is different.
I think it. No, John. I think it was subtle. It wasn't like a
Thank you.
thing. It was subtle. But I think when you compare Mayweather versus McGregor, that had a lot more racial undertones.
Yeah,
that was racial. That was a super racial.
But they brought racial into it, didn't they?
They did. Yeah, they brought race into it. This wasn't as much racial as it was old versus young.
It was as much racial age. It's just what he stated.
I actually think Mike Tyson's at an age to where he almost transcends race.
I said that earlier, Stanley, and that's why I disagree with Brave.
I agree. No, I agree with that also. But still, race was a major aspect.
Like right now, well, I would probably argue that if you tried to make him play the racial angle, and I don't know him very well, but my impression is that he probably would not go along with racial grievance. That's my thoughts on Tyson, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think he can go along with a racial grievance narrative. But I could be wrong. Money.
I think you're very wrong. Tyson had fun with it. He made $20 million off it.
70% of black people thought it was racial.
I don't think he would have stoked.
Yes, they did. Thank you, Stanley.
Stanley, is that true? Is that true?
No.
I think it's true. Everybody was rooting for Tyson, black people, because of his color.
You believe with Brave.
There were plenty of black people who didn't think he would win.
Brave, you were rooting for Tyson too, man.
I know it. I was, but that don't mean I don't know the realities of what the hell's going on among white people.
I think you were rooting for Tyson because the age was more of a factor than the race. That's why.
Yes.
No, here's the thing, though, Brave. Well, I will agree.
If they were both young men, I would have rooted for Whitey.
Now, here's the thing, Brave.
I know.
Here's the thing, Brave.
All right, let's get the consistency straight.
Brave,
there ain't no white people that can fight. If I see one that can fight, I'm rooting. Come on, a white person here somewhere. Can one of us fight? Go ahead.
I do agree with you, though, Brave, that if he had beaten Tyson to a pulp and just knocked him out and not toyed with him as HB said he did, it would have been really racial.
Yeah.
Because then you would have clipped the wings of a black hero. But with him not beating Tyson to a pulp as he could have, I think they maintained the racial harmony. I think that, I want to give Tyson some credit for that, but not allowing it to happen, not in the ring, but, probably, legally binding, like, hey, man, can't let you beat me up in here.
Okay, you got 100 white boys buying Netflix to watch this fight. I say 80 of them were saying, let's get this white boy up here and get him beating that black man's ass. 80 of them out of the 100.
You mean the white boys didn't already have Netflix?
Yeah, Brave. See, I don't think white people want to win like that, though, man. Honestly,
is that what you think?
I think
you're just a sweetheart.
Brave. I'm looking at you as the spokesperson for white people, and
don't do that.
No, he can do that.
You don't want to see Mike Tyson get beat up because
I don't.
Age.
No, but that doesn't mean that the other white guys weren't praying that old black man didn't beat that young white guy.
No. Listen.
Really?
Listen. When that McGregor and Mayweather fight happened, I went to a party, a watch party. It was 90% white guys. Brave. These guys wanted McGregor to knock the shit out of Mayweather. They were I was probably the only one like gloating when Mayweather won. It was quiet as a church mouse in there. They really wanted to see McGregor win that fight.
Did you notice how? I understand.
That was more racial because
yes,
it was
young.
it was almost booked as a fair fight. I knew it wasn't a fair fight, but they thought it was a fair fight. That's why they wanted to see him lose. With this, nobody thought it was a fair fight. So I don't even think white people wanted to see Jake Paul win.
Yeah, man, ain't
because
nobody.
it's not a fair fight.
No, but there's no. There's many. What I'm saying is, the 80 out of 100 white men didn't want to see Tyson beat the hell out of Jake.
All right, fair enough. All right.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, nobody. Nobody.
I mean, anybody that knows anything about combat sports knew Mayweather was going to beat McGregor. You got a guy that's the best, maybe defensive fighter in the history of boxing, and he's taken on a dude that's his first boxing match. If they'd have been MMAing, you'd have said Mayweather doesn't have a chance. So,
but Tom, they really booked that fight like McGregor had a chance, man.
Yeah,
it was some solid promotion, man.
The promotion was incredible.
But HB, you know, Floyd always his marketing is to be the villain.
Yeah, I know.
Everybody always wants him to lose. Like he marketing himself to be the villain.
Yeah.
I wanted him to kick McGregor's ass. McGregor's an asshole. I loved when Habib talked to me now. It was just beating him in the corner. That was beautiful.
I thought that was the best moment in MMA was that McGregor and
HB, you got to give Whitey credit. 90% of the guys there were white, and when their white guy lost, did you feel in danger from all those horrible races?
I honestly think in this case the age transcended the race. I think
I'm saying, did you feel any danger when the white man lost from all of those people that wanted the white man to win? Did you feel any danger?
No, I didn't feel any.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. We keep our white racism in check.
Oh no. But I definitely felt the underlying tension though. It was some tension there, but it wasn't.
Right. The sport of tension is there. I mean,
I didn't feel in danger.
Thank you. I'm just giving a big up to the white boys that are racist. They keep it.
When's the last time anybody here has felt in danger after any sporting event of any kind with any racial makeup? I thought so.
Go to an inner city where a bunch of blacks are and see what happens if there's a disagreement.
Yeah, you go to some of these football games, it does get a little.
High school shootings. There was 13 shootings, high school shootings in last year in football. High school, 13 of them in high school. Football.
Predominantly at same race games, in addition to the fact that.
You spoke attention. I'm just saying. Excuse me. You spoke attention.
You know what's interesting, Tom? In my hometown, my home county, the city that borders mine stopped playing my hometown because of shootings.
Ta-da!
My high school is one of the top high schools, not just where I'm from, but in the nation, and predominantly white. And there was a predominantly, 99% white. And there was a 99% white school playing us, and there was a shooting there. I think that the pro stuff that happens is less racial and more what team are you supporting and or how much alcohol have you had? Unless it's a championship, in which case, yeah,
high school, right?
City ground.
Yeah, but it was pretty bad though, John, man. Tyson, man, it was sad.
It should have been a 1-round fight.
You know what, HB, I ain't think it was. I think it was a terrible fight, but I don't think it was that bad because what I got from it, you could tell that Jake Paul didn't really want to get. He didn't want to get caught by Tyson. Because Tyson had like a bad leg, but you could tell he was kind of scared because he know like if Tyson catch him with one, it was gonna be night.
Yeah.
HB, two topics I want you guys to think about. We're gonna talk about this. The first topic I know is near and dear to HB's heart. Man, I was watching DJ Op last night. Hey, yo, bro, this is not about rap music, but it kind of is. Op was going through the lawyer for all these motherfuckers. King Von, Dirt, Ryan Feffy, and Melly. I don't even know who the fuck that is.
That's or WFN or YNF Melly. He's
HB,
the guy.
that's the dude that said I got murder on my mind.
Yeah, that's the murder on my mind guy. That's the guy that he basically got accused of killing his two best friends and staging it as a shooting.
And so some of these people have rapped against each other, right? Like Bun versus Butter. Is that right?
No. You're talking about Young Boy and Dirk. They got the same lawyer.
Right. Yeah. Some of these people like had the same lawyer, and apparently Bun had the same lawyer at one point. Dirk's lawyer now, and on and on and on. I went down the list of all these rappers where the lawyer has, in some cases, represented the killer and the murderer and the victim at some point in their rap career.
Yep.
And so I said, man, what is it all worth if the lawyer's gonna get all the money? Right? And then the next topic,
they don't see the big picture, John. They never do. They don't see the big picture.
And I think it was an eye-opening moment for him because I could do him very well himself. And like I think he at that point maybe he's done it before. I just now recently started watching him. He really kind of like exposed kind of like the industry of sorts. The lawyers, the record labels, all they get the money, and then these guys more or less just serve as crash out dummies. Right?
Yep. No, this is why they promote that type of music so much, because everybody makes. This is why I always say, like, there's really no incentive in Black communities by the powers that be to stop the crime, because everybody makes money off of it. And you can see it being played even in the rap industry. This is why they promote that type of music, because everybody makes money off of it.
And then he went into YSL's lawyer, the Young Thugger guy.
Mm-hmm.
This guy's lawyer had given, which is state allowed, money for a fundraiser for the judge who let his client off. I say, I'd be damned.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, damn, like, this ain't the Playtime Network here. Right?
Yeah.
Hey, let my client off, and I gave some money to your fundraiser, give me a good deal on this one. You can screw the next guy who doesn't have any money. And we keep the thing going here. And it really amazed me. I said, damn, this is like really amazing. These guys are paying this kind of millions of dollars to these lawyers. So unbelievable. And the next thing is, I just saw a tweet here that says Jake Paul will be a billionaire by 2029.
Yep.
What? Yep. He ain't even real fighting. Like, I mean, he's real fighting, but you know what I mean? It's not like he's not fighting Mayweathers of the world, right?
Yeah.
This is social media fighting.
It's social media changed the marketing game, man. You can be an expert marketer without social media, or with social media now, and you don't need to go to anybody else. Jake Paul, I mean, he owns this company called Prime, which is it's like a soft drink company, like a kind of like a Gatorade competitor. And he's like, I'm pretty sure he's like majority owner of the company. So he hosts everything, and then he'll have his company be the sponsor of it, and he's paying for everything. So he's paying for everything and then recouping all the basically all the winnings and all the
He's vertically integrated there. Yeah. Damn.
Yeah.
Hey, John, he's from a city called Westlake, on the west side of Cleveland. I guarantee his parents or his father or somebody, they are connected. Because I think what he does is just a show, but I think his father or mother or something is very business savvy. I guarantee. They're from a nice, wealthy city called Westlake.
Which brings me to the point that I was headed to. Glad you added that context, CKJ3, is that like Tyson got in the ring and fought real wild animals to make however much he made, right? Mm-hmm. They ended up broke because of it. The middleman, the Don Kings, the Showtimes, and all that shit, got it. Left him broke. Now he out here on Jake Paul's circuit. But Jake owned all this shit. Ain't no middleman. Like
you know what? You know what, John? It's a guy named Curtis Combs. You probably heard of the guy before, but he was the guy who they said originally murdered Jam Master Jay. But he got if you go to his Twitter, he got a documentary that he has done about Don King, and I think he talked to like Don King's son or something like that. And he said, yeah, Don King is from Cleveland, but the guy Curtis Combs from he's from Queens. You can look him up. His name Curtis Combs, but he was saying that that Don King didn't rob Tyson, because a lot of times like these fighters, like Don King was paying these guys up front, was giving them straight cash, like whatever they wanted, paying for funerals. If their mother needed like surgery, like he was paying them. So basically, like what they were spending up front, he was just getting his money back on the back end once they fought. So he wasn't really like what they described him as, like he was robbing them or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Like,
he wouldn't rob them. He would buy the house that they wanted and lease it to them,
right,
at incredible rates. And he did stuff like personal service fees and things of that nature. So you sign with Don King, and he goes, "You don't worry about anything. You're going to get your purse. You're going to get a certain amount of money, and then I'll take care of everything else. Don't worry about it." And
but you know what's crazy about that is like Don King, I think he was ahead of his time, but they didn't
Let me interrupt you
like
for 1 second, CKJ3. As you say, he was ahead of his time. That was the original 360 deal.
Universal Jones brought up an excellent point.
What do you think about that? Was that the original? Don King the original 360?
But check this out.
Absolutely.
But check this out, John. He's not doing nothing different than Bob Arum, but they would never say nothing to Bob Arum.
I don't know about the two, but I guess the bigger point I want to make is like
what I'm saying is, John, they both been around the same time. But if you look at some of the fighters, they would let Bob Arum rob them over Don King.
Universal Jones brings up a very, very interesting point. And that's if it wasn't for Jake Paul, or boxing is dead. If it wasn't for Jake Paul, no one would care. Now, hold on. Could a mediocre YouTube black man draw this much attention?
Well, yeah, of course. Tyson that draws more. But the bigger point, though, Brave.
No, not Tyson. Jake Paul in general.
He said Casanacci, be Brave. Yes.
Oh, who's Casanacci?
You don't know.
Oh, I thought I heard Tyson.
Or I Show Speed. Yeah, there's
they
guys.
they not fucking with them.
The bigger point that I want to make here, Brave, is that social media is allowing these.
I got it. That's my point. And it all hinges on fucking white skin.
No,
Jesus Christ.
Be Brave. We just named two black guys.
Hold on. Every argument don't end there. A lot of them do. But in this
this one does. Jake Paul, he's white. That's why he's pulling off millions as a mediocre boxer.
Practice listening. Because sometimes, again, it don't. You know me. I like to talk race, but all the time it don't end up with race.
No, sorry, no. On this one it does. Jake Paul, his draw is he's a white man.
You just repeated yourself twice.
Well, and I did, and I'll repeat it 100 times, John, because it's silly to think anything else.
Brave.
You're not tripping me off into some make-believe world.
Brave. You got to listen sometimes.
Go ahead.
The point I'm making here is that Jake Paul may be a billionaire by 2029, putting on stage fights. I don't need your course. Is that he owns the business? He's the dope.
Yes. I didn't say he was going to make it off fighting.
I got it. I don't need the amen card.
Well,
he's the dope man. He got the dope and he's selling it. He's controlling the sale of the dope. Just like Tyson. I don't need the amen card, Brave. I got you. Just like Tyson out of all these people. The Tysons of the world, the Larry Holmes of the world, all those people, they had middlemen. They were the dope, but they couldn't control it. They let other people control it. Hence, Jake Paul will be wait a minute. I don't need the amen card.
Oh, tell me when I can say this.
By 2029, this man is expected to be a billionaire because he took the bull by the horns. Just like Tyson Knott, who's black, and I Show Speed, who's black also. And they're using the social media to cut out the middleman. And that is allowing them to get to the billions. We talked the other day, Tyson Knott makes $55 million a year or something, or he was offered 60 in a year. That's more than basketball players. And there's no middleman for him. It comes straight to him. I just find it interesting that, it's not even about boxing. It's the social media spectacle that they use to center around boxing. This guy's gonna be a billionaire. No, it's all you.
Okay, John, when you said he was going to be a billionaire, my first thing that came into my thoughts was his business aspect. I understand that, John. All I'm saying is right now his draw is his white skin. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
But be brave, you're not listening.
No, I did. I understand.
Listen. Shut up and listen.
Yeah, I am. You guys are full of shit.
Casa whatever his name is, and ISP are black men drawing in more viewers than him with their black skin. Be brave. You're not listening.
I'm saying Jake Paul is mediocre, nothing fighter.
You still not
no,
listening.
because those guys are real fighters. Jake Paul is a mediocre, nothing fighter.
They sit in a room and play video games. Be brave. What are you talking about?
Brave, that wasn't a fucking fight last night, Brave. Don't you understand?
I know it wasn't. That's what I'm saying.
Talking about, he got people to come out to see some shit that wasn't even what they thought it was.
Thank you. You're proving my point. It's this white ass skin.
No, give him some credit for him being able to use social media, just like HB.
John, let's say one of us is a goddamn fool.
You won't even.
No, I don't want to hear. I understand what you're saying. I get it. Let's just say one of us is a goddamn fool on this and drop it.
Yeah, let's say that.
Yeah, it might be me.
Yeah, I think we all know who that is.
Yeah, we know. We know.
John, I 100% agree with you, John, and I think that the paradigm has changed so radically from the old broadcast era and the old I have a manager and I'm going to box within this organization. Nowadays, if you have a dedicated audience, I'm talking dedicated audience of 25,000 people, you're a millionaire. You're just a millionaire. You don't need millions and millions and millions. You just need that the people that are your fans, and you own, so to speak, that audience rather than a TV station or your manager or the league. They're yours.
Right.
If you like say, for example, you got a big TV star and he's on a big popular show. If he leaves that show, he's starting at zero again. Now, if he leaves that show, his people follow him and it just grows and grows and grows. So I think you're dead on.
Yeah.
John, I understand what you're saying. Hold it, John, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying about the business end is my point. I get that. I'm just saying I get it. Okay. That's not lost on me. I'm just saying right now, his draw is that mediocre punk ass boxer's white skin. That's all.
He's not a boxer, Brave.
I
know it. My point exactly. But what's he doing for money?
Brave, to prove your point wrong, who was his last fight against?
I don't even care. That's my point. That's my point. He doesn't even have to fight real.
No, you don't even know. You don't even know who his last fight was against.
It wasn't anybody any good. I guarantee you that.
Hey, HB, can I ask you a question?
Real fight.
About this Logan Paul here. He does something else during the day other than box? Does he have podcasts or something?
Yeah, he does podcasts. He does interviews. I'm not gonna lie. I get him and his brother. There's Logan Paul and Jake Paul. I do get them confused all the time, so I'm not really sure. But I know he does podcasting too. Somebody in the chat might know more about what he does. But
it's him and his brother. Be brave. They do their business together.
Yeah.
I got it.
So no,
I understand that.
So I think.
Go ahead.
No. I think what it is obviously the draw for this fight was Tyson. It wasn't Jake Paul. It was Tyson.
Yes.
He's just leveraging his his money making and media skills to pull in more money. But the fact that you don't even know who he fought last. It's not his white skin that's getting him ahead. It's his marketing skills. He has skills.
I didn't say that's not the case. I didn't say that's not the case. What I'm saying is he's marketing his white skin. Listen to what I'm saying.
Never mentioned his white skin.
Let me ask you this again. Hasn't he had some pretty big people on his podcast?
Yeah. He's interviewed a lot of like sports people.
Tons of people.
Yeah, tons of people.
He's been at it since 2013. He's good at this. He started off on Vines, and he is outstanding. And he has fought some people that, if you follow sports at all, you would know. I mean, Tyron Woodley, Anderson Silva, Nate Diaz. He's fought big people. Nothing like when he got to fight Tyson. Tyson was the big X Factor draw.
But I think, man, like, I don't like to simplify things down to race. I don't want to give someone credit because of their race. I don't want to take any credit away from him because of his race. And I think what he's doing is phenomenal.
It is.
I think
smart man, very smart man.
What KyleeCTCross is doing phenomenal. And I don't think it's because of his race. I don't think he benefits at all because of his race relative to KyleeCTCross benefiting from his. Hell, KyleeCTCross may make more. I mean, you listen to what the guys saying. The guys are saying to you, Brave, they're kind of educating you on something. The guy.
Oh, nobody's educating me on nothing because I understand the business aspect of it. I'm giving Jake Paul complete credit for being one phenomenal businessman. I'm saying he's drawing from his right skin. Stop it. One of us is some goddamn fools here. This is sickening.
And it's you all day, brother.
Good. I'm sure you think that, and I think it's you. We're even.
But why would you want to?
Hey, be brave. Can I ask you a question?
What?
Serious, man. Like,
can't we move on? This is childish. You guys are in some dream world. I don't want to discuss it.
Yeah, I think that would be a good fight.
Yes, it would.
Tyson, who's it? Tyson Fury. I like that Tyson Fury. Yeah. I like watching him. He had a hell of a comeback story. Yeah.
I do think a lot of these celebrities, they kind of transcend the race stuff a lot of the times. Yeah, they might use it to their benefit. But
thank you. Finally,
and Brave,
Jesus Christ.
I think what you're doing, honestly, man, is what the blacks do on the opposite side, where they
Dream
look
on.
Let me finish.
Yeah, but I don't want to hear bullshit. I guess I'll have to go. I don't want to hear the bullshit anymore. I know. I'm not saying anything, you guys. Right. I'm just saying Jake Paul's playing off his fucking.
And I think that a lot of black people would look at what Jake Paul has done and automatically discount what he's done because of his race. And then that builds in a built-in grievance that I couldn't have done. He did because of his race. And they overlooked KyleeCTCross and I Show Speed.
And they overlooked his business abilities too, which is bad. Jake Paul's a businessman. He's a smart son of a bitch.
That's all it should be. We ain't need to talk about his race.
No, that's not all. It's for the fun of it. We got to face the fact that whole damn thing, Jake Paul, his white skin is pushing him along, and he's a genius for taking advantage of it.
Hey, John, I can make an argument that this stuff really started with Floyd, where it's 24/7. If you think about it,
with Floyd.
Floyd Mayweather remember he started 24/7. He started on HBO, then he went to Showtime. All this stuff really started like with him, with Floyd Mayweather, and then the older brother ended up fighting Floyd, and that's how it really blew up because of Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah, I really think it's just. I don't think it has anything to do with race. I think it's just because they train to be boxers, man, and they're leveraging their social media to basically get opportunities to box people that 9 times out of 10 they're gonna win, but it's gonna draw a crowd.
You guys, back before political correctness, there was a fighter, Cooney, I think it was his name. He was called the Great White. He was called the Great White. He was called the Great White Hope. Outright called the Great White Hope.
Yeah, but he was an actual boxer. These guys are social media people.
That's what I'm saying. Boxing. Jake Paul is not an actual boxer, and he's still making bank because of his white skin. That's his intro. That's his intro into his billions will be his white skin.
All right, Bray, I can't wait to get off this panel so we can really have a discussion. Because if you're gonna keep going back to race.
No, I'm not going back to race. You guys are going back to delusions. I'm going back to reality. But yeah, I'm gone.
I just think Brave is taking over. Man, it's like, damn, I feel like a Uncle Tom. I'm trying to tell Brave it's his skills that got him where he's at, not his white skin.
I think what Brave is doing is what a lot of blacks do.
I know, it's kind of ironic, man.
And a lot of blacks would say he got to where he is because of his race. He'd be like, nah, he's very talented. Look at KyleeCTCross. They'll totally overlook I Show Speed to zoom in on what Jake Paul is doing. Logan
Yeah,
Paul.
and the irony is what's kind of crazy too is these guys don't get in the ring and fight nobody. They just play video games all day and rake in that same type of money. So I don't think it has anything to do with race. I think it's just, you know, some people leverage their skills in different ways. And obviously this was a passion of his, but he knew he can't really compete with the actual boxers of the world.
Right.
So he fights MMA guys and washed up boxers.
Right.
And
Like,
leverages it.
I think what people are missing really is what's actually happening is that he's seeing that boxing has no life.
Yeah.
So why the fuck would you even train to get in?
Let me say this, John, you hold it. John, you wanted me to get off the panel. John, you wanted me to get off the panel. John, you wanted me to get off the panel. I left. Stop talking about me if I'm off the fucking panel, all right?
We're not talking about you. We're talking about your argument.
I'm off the panel.
We're not talking about you, Brave. We're talking about your argument.
Hey, put on your big girl panties and deal with it. Just go back to where you keep the crosses and the kerosene and just have a nice Saturday morning, man.
We're talking to the young people here, Brave.
Well, good. Then quit bringing up my fucking name and drop it.
All right.
Carry on with your issue. Do you mind?
Yeah,
all right. All right. Thank you very fucking much. I'm out. Leave my name alone.
Keep my wife's name out your mouth.
We got a man who doesn't believe in free speech.
Hey, Brave.
What?
I'll see you on your show tomorrow morning.
Oh, you gonna be there for sure, Stanley?
Yeah, should be.
Thank you. All righty. I'll see you fellas later.
See you later, Brave. I think it is a very, instructive moment for young people, honestly. You know what I'm saying? Like, and again, that's why I think it is destructive when you bring in race. Because we could just as easily be talking about Kai Cenat, but Jake Paul is in the news right now.
Yeah.
I mean, if Kai Cenat is getting that kind of money, $60 million a year, at some point he would be talked about as being a billionaire at some point too, right? He does the right thing.
Yeah.
And so the bigger point to be made above and beyond race is that these people, Jake Paul, let's talk about him. He looked at a dying sport and said, why the hell would I try to make riches there? Boxing is dead. Except for the elite few. My game is social media. I stay in my lane. I'm physically fit enough to do a little boxing. I make a spectacle of this shit and, get the views and the social media follows from that without taking the real serious damage of a boxer and getting in it with these greedy, dirty promoters and that underworld. I like the way he's, switched lanes and more or less made boxing work for him as opposed to getting himself down in the mud with boxing.
Yeah.
You know what? Sorry, John.
It really makes so much sense when you're looking from a business aspect. He'll be richer than Tyson. Why in the hell does anyone want him to go be like Tyson and be a boxer? Evander Holyfield. Are they talking about them being billionaires? Hell no.
Well, you know what this reminds me of? Hopefully Stanley will remember this. Back in the 70s, they had this tennis match, the Battle of the Sexes. And Bobby Riggs, this old male tennis player.
I actually watched it.
Yeah, everybody watched it. And he took on Billie Jean King. Now, Bobby Riggs had beaten Margaret Court, who was another big women's tennis player. But that particular night, there were special rules. But that particular night, Billie Jean whipped his butt. But it wasn't so much about the sport as it was the spectacle and the battle of the sexes. And I think this one, to me, it came down to, it was an age thing. It was a young versus old.
Yeah, I agree. It was the age thing.
Hey, you know what else y'all don't notice about Jake Paul and Tyson?
Go ahead.
They both are big Trump fans.
I did notice that. I didn't want to say that in front of Stanley though, but I did notice that.
Why wouldn't you want to say it in front of me?
I was just playing. I'm just joking, Stanley. I'm just joking. But yeah, no, I think that's another reason why the race angle didn't really play in this match. It wasn't like, Tyson's a Kamala supporter. I think if if that was the case, it would have definitely been more racialized, and it could have it could have gotten ugly if Tyson was a Kamala supporter.
It would have been more political.
Right. Which
And
would
you
have
know
made
what?
it
You
more
know what?
racial.
Too HB. No one never goes back at Tyson when he tells people that too. Like he sets people up. Like they really afraid of him. Like when he.
Yeah.
No, that's my guy. That's my guy. What you gonna do about it? That's my guy.
Trump was the only person speaking up for Tyson when he caught that rape case. That's why.
And Michael Jackson, by the way, I didn't even know you spoke up for Michael Jackson. That was interesting.
Yeah. Trump was going on like TV shows talking to people about it. Like, I think this is a travesty. There's no proof. I don't know. Tyson is a good guy. He's a good guy. He was doing his. I think he went on Letterman and did that to his face.
Let me ask you this question, HB, and CKJ3. As the landscape for like media is being shifted, and clearly you're seeing that the Cash and Knots of the world are putting up numbers like basketball players.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like clearly the rappers are going to shift, right? There's just no money there. They're seeing those guys make big numbers, and I think they're already trying to shift up. It appears.
They've already done it. They are the ones that have any type of personality. They've already shifted.
Now I wonder how about like the some of the other musicians, the ones that it takes talent, I think, to talk on the air. Right? It's like public speaking.
Yeah.
And then you have to be creative, put a decent spin on it, or have some form of content to sell. On the periphery or in the front of it. And I think it's a different world that Tyson doesn't have the abilities to be Logan Paul.
No.
Right?
No.
I don't, there are very few basketball players that are going to be able to transform to social media stars.
Nah. Like I don't think there's any athlete right now that could do what Tom Gully does. None.
Oh, right. There are probably some, right? There's some that do it well, right?
But do they do it well? Like I think the only person I would say is maybe Shannon Sharp. I think Shannon Sharp has transitioned pretty well. I think, but even with Shannon Sharp, there's something about him that it just doesn't. It doesn't do it for me specifically. But I'm just one person.
Right? He's successful.
But he's successful, right? But he's successful.
He found the lane and it worked, right?
Right.
But then there are a lot of other players that I've read about, and you see Stephen A. Smith trying to make the transition from ESPN to social media. We even heard about Bob Wallace or Chris Wallace, whoever the hell on CNN. Don Lemon has tried it. I think it's a totally different world. And in some senses, is uncontrolled, and that's what many of them, may not be able to have a lot of success with.
You have Pat McAfee.
He's had a lot of success with.
And he's kind of a Jake Paul in the sports world because he started his own thing. And they came to him and said, "Let us sign you." And then who's that wideout for the Patriot? Edelman.
Oh, Edelman. Yeah. Man, I love hearing his stories.
Yeah, he's got a great podcast. He's pretty good. There's some of them out there, and then there's guys that I thought. I mean, I interviewed Troy Aikman for many years, and when they said he was going to be a guy on Fox, I went, "Well, that's he barely make a sentence. He's actually really good." So,
do you think he wasn't that smart? You think Troy wasn't that smart or something?
No, I think. I knew he was smart. My concern was that he wouldn't be able to verbalize all the things that he knew in the way that a broadcast requires.
Oh, wow.
And by God, when he started, I was like, wow, he's awesome. He is. Yeah, he's really good. I don't think he's getting older, so he's kind of getting the same old thing, but he's real good. There's actually quite a few former athletes, but there's a difference between doing what a lot of them are doing, which is opinion and analysis, and what I was doing, which was reporting, gathering, and reading the news. Is two entirely different things.
Let me ask you this. Did you ever interview my boy, Michael Irvin, the cocaine cowboy?
Oh, please.
Did you ever interview my boy, cocaine cowboy?
Many, 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 many times. As a matter of fact, the sports station I worked at in Dallas, I was one of one or two white guys at it. It was a black-owned, black station.
Yeah. And
when the station got this one general manager, I mean, it's in the papers and stuff. This is the worst radio stations ever existed. He was throwing a Hail Mary, and we brought Michael in after he had left the Cowboys to see if he would come on the station to give us a shot in the arm, paid for the flight, all this other stuff. He wanted nothing to do with our station. But I've interviewed him many, many, many times. He's awesome to interview.
Yeah, man. I always hated the Cowboys, but something about Michael I always like. I remember one time I think they went to a hotel or something or arrest him or something. He had some cocaine and some women in the hotel room or some shit like that.
Well, that was the famous, I want you to report when I am cleared with the same intensity. With the same intent. He's in these reporters' face, and then he did get, they didn't charge him or anything, and man, he was in people's face. But Michael Irvin is one of those people, and there's few and far between. You could go to a guy and he could have something super important to tell you about what happened in the game and whatever, but he's just not good at telling it. Michael Irvin, he could tell you he stubbed his toe, and it would be a clip that was everywhere because of the way he said it. You were always going to get good content from Michael Irvin, no matter what. I think Shannon Sharp is incredible. My only regret about his career, and I think this was a mistake, is that he didn't challenge Skip Bayless to a fight. Boxing. Now, Skip Bayless it is no joke what you see on the screen. He is a first class, 24/7, 100-karat gold asshole.
That's right. You're down there with Skip Bayless. Have you ever met Skip Bayless?
Oh, hell yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. First time I met him, I was like, what are you doing here, little boy? Oh, you're a grown man. You're just so tiny. I'm sorry. But maybe he and Be Brave were separated at birth. I don't know.
Yeah, see, I Skip Bayless is one of those examples where I don't think his white skin ever got him, helped him out. I think it actually hurt him when it really came down to it. Because I don't think Skip Bayless is really that talented at what he does.
He's terrible. He just says, he gets up and he says, what's going to piss the most people off?
No. In defense of Skip, he loves, I don't know about other sports, but I know he really puts a lot into football, and I think that's his life. And I remember he used to report on the 49ers or on the Cowboys, and when the Cowboys were big rivals with the 49ers, and I guess he leaned Cowboy. He was a Cowboy fan. He didn't like the 49ers. And a lot of the shit he would say, I would hate him for it because I was a 49er fan, but he was right. And I think he does a very good job of carving up an argument to piss people off, Yeah.
Well, he also wrote a couple books, and in one of those books, he accused Troy Aikman of being gay.
Oh, yeah. It's true. Hey, I was going to ask you that. You think, look, someone said Skip Bayless used to be, he used to be a 49er. That's why I remember reading about him. Yep.
He wrote here in Dallas, and he was on the big sports station here right when it started. But that Troy Aikman thing, first of all, Troy Aikman, let's just say, was hitting anything that moved in Dallas. And he had Lori Morgan, that country music star. He was dead. He's not. And you just don't do that. So after he did that, he was persona non grata here in Dallas. And there was actually an issue when Fox signed Skip Bayless. Apparently Troy Aikman was livid about it. But he does that kind of stuff. And so he's kind of a scumbag. What he did to Shannon when Shannon was his first, not even through my first sentence, you already interrupted me. I mean, he's just, I'm glad he's going through what he's going through now. He deserves it.
I didn't like what Shannon did to Skip. Like, make your breakup, bro, but don't make it about race and then getting all emotional like a woman up there and carrying that baggage like a woman would carry. I didn't like that, to be honest with you, but kudos to Shannon. He's doing very well at what he's doing.
Yeah. I think I
John,
think
he told me, put your glasses back on.
yeah, I think I do think Shannon did kind of make it about race and not that it was just about money. But I do kind of understand Shannon's point of view, because I think when him and Skip were together, Shannon was kind of the draw more than Skip was. And I think their post careers or post after they split, it kind of proves it. Like, Shannon was really the draw. People like Skip as, as the, kind of the second host, not necessarily the first, but Skip wanted the bigger piece of the pie. And I don't know, I think Shannon just wanted 50-50, something like that. But
I think there was something that led me to think, though, that they had to go their separate ways. Clearly, Shannon started to overshadow Skip. I think initially Skip was your draw.
Yeah.
But Shannon wasn't there first, right? It wasn't someone else there before.
No, Stephen A was there first.
Stephen A. Then Shannon came in. Shannon did very well, but I think that racial thing, I would say he really kind of created in preparation to move to his next thing. He used it as like a springboard.
Yeah.
To the next thing. And that is what I really did like. I think, like, why tear somebody else down to help build what you're trying to build? Like,
John, the only reason I kind of disagree with it is because I think Skip knew that the racial aspect of it is why people watch. People like seeing a white guy and a black guy go back and forth arguing. It's just I think just inherently most Americans just like to see the white versus the black, the dichotomy of that.
I think that's because of how we argue differently versus the racial aspect of it. You know what I mean?
Well, if you remember, the thing that brought it to a head was Skip had tweeted when that guy from Buffalo had the heart attack on the field.
Right.
Skip had tweeted something about, why are we holding up the game for this? Come on. Or it was really, it's sort of an insensitive. And one of my favorite things about the Skip Shannon dichotomy was Shannon would always be like, hey, you don't understand. You didn't play the game. Here's what the players are actually thinking. I love that about Shannon. He gets down to, because there's a lot of people that when you get to the pro level that don't understand what it's really all about. And Skip's one of those people. And after that is, after Shannon's out the door is when some of the racial stuff started coming out. But the thing that brought it to a head was Skip doing all that crap on social media, Shannon coming in, and apparently Skip didn't want that topic discussed at all. And Shannon's like, no, we're going to talk about that. Because a guy almost died. A man almost lost his life, and you're worried about the game getting, your popcorn's getting cold.
Well, I think that brings up the complex subject of, like, those guys more or less, as I said, just zeros and ones on the field now. Yeah. It's all they are. They're probably all they ever are, but they're really more so now than ever. They're just zeros and ones. And in a sport that's largely black, they're seeing their power erode in sports. Shit, fantasy football takes up more time and energy in the people's mind than watching the actual game. And I think, a lot of those black players see that, particularly in football, that they're becoming rendered, worthless. Somebody that was up here talking the other day, I think it was Ryan, said their career is like 3 years.
Average length of career is 3 years.
We just had a football player here, washed out, I guess, and then got himself shot trying to open up a restaurant. I mean, these guys don't seem to do very well after their careers, many of them.
We saw one get arrested for being at January 6th.
Yeah. You know, but somebody's making money, doing very well off of them in their eyes, I'm sure. And I think that is what Shannon was defending. Because players used to get paralyzed and shit on the field, and the game kept going on.
Did you see Jalen Rose get into Skip? Because Skip said he played the game. Now here he is talking to Jalen Rose, okay? Not a bad player. And Skip me talking about, I played the game. And Jalen goes, yeah, Jalen, I looked up your stats. You averaged 2.4 points a game in high school. That was your big year, and you never played since. And you're going to now compare you played the game to me, who's telling you how it is in the NBA. You're a joke. It was awesome. Ray Sherman also lit him up bad. He's like, I'm better at everything. I'm better at life. I'm better at my career right now than you are at yours. It was pretty cool.
I think with basketball, it's probably much more difficult to talk if you've never played. But I think you can talk, along the periphery of football and be very knowledgeable.
Well, Howard Cosell never played a down of football. Not one.
Defensive coordinators and offensive coordinators, they didn't really play much football.
Yep.
Right? They just have good strategic minds. And that is where I think the money is flowing in sports. I mean, remember when they started coming out with Oakland A's, used to try to, this was the initial, I guess, AI introduction to baseball, I guess you could say. Remember the Moneyball?
Yeah, sabermetrics.
Mm-hmm.
That the whole thing is you're trying to buy home runs and runs batted in and low ERA. What you ought to be trying to buy is wins. And that changed the entire face of baseball.
And I think you're seeing the same thing with basketball. They're getting these European players.
Yeah, man.
These Steph Currys of the world. How the hell are you going to foul him? You better not foul him. You're going to make the shots. And he's way behind the three-point line. He can still make that too. He's like a guy shooting a rifle when everyone else has handguns.
Well, the way that they do all the sports now is, I mean, they bring out a card. Should we go for 2 points? They've got it all figured out in advance. There's, almost everything. All the sports have gotten very NFL teams. The first 15 plays of the game, they're already scripted.
Yeah.
They've already analyzed them. They've already done all of that stuff.
Nowadays, I guarantee you that they'll have it wired where it'll dynamically update based upon the plays on the field within the next 5 years. You ever seen the Super Bowl game when Amazon crunches the analytics of the throws and the power the players are running? They usually do it during the playoffs. You ever seen that, HB?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, University, let's do it now, man, because I got to get ready to run.
Those European players, all of them, fundamentals top to bottom. That's why you got 7-foot guys. Dirk comes over. He's 7 foot. He's draining threes. He can pass. He can box out. He can do everything. Those guys, they're changing it really bad.
HB, there's a player in the NBA, man, and I bookmarked the clip. Maybe I should show it one day. And, someone showed this shit, and it was like, maybe it's Anthony Cumia or somebody, a racist guy. Mm-hmm. Anyway, he's pointing out more or less that some of the players over there that they're bringing here, like, really don't, like, these are hardcore ass people. Yeah. And they're getting fouled, and then they come up and just knock the shit back out of the black guy. Like, that back down of the American white man, they don't, I guess it's not drilled into them yet, at least, right? Mm-hmm. But yeah, it was some dude, man. I mean, like, yo, it was like clip after clip. You foul him, he throw an elbow in your face.
Oh, you're talking about Jokic. You're talking about
Yeah.
Jokic.
Yeah.
Yo,
that's one hardcore fucking white boy right there.
Yeah, he don't even, man. Jokic is, he's old school, man. You're not gonna be able to intimidate him at all. Like it's a different type of.
Same with Doncic, I mean, he doesn't play inside like that, but you can't intimidate his ass. He's coming for you.
Yeah.
Now, where is Jokic from?
Man, it's some Eastern European country. Somebody in the chat will put it.
It's Serbia.
Oh, he a blockhead.
Yeah.
He's Serbian.
Yeah.
Oh, yo, those are some dangerous people, man.
Very
Those people
dangerous.
are hard lives. You remember my buddy Richard up in Brooklyn? My neighbor is from like in that part of the world, man. You know, lived through a damn what war did they have over there? Bosnia Herzegovina. It was like a civil war, wasn't it?
Kind of. I think it was ethnic based too.
Yeah. Well, they were fighting each other, bro. You know, they lived in other countries. Like a Serb may live in Albania, right? And man, the way he described that shit was amazing, bro.
Yeah.
We have to get him up on the show one day, Tom. Are you familiar with that? Stanley, you still here? Are you familiar with that conflict at all?
Barely.
Man, he told me some stories, man, like how they would get out in line. It'd be a line for like food, right? Or clothing, right? So you say, well, okay, this is the boot line, the shoe line. And this was communism back in those days. So it give you a size 13 shoe. And then you go over there to another little market and trade off that 13 shoe for a baby shoe. Some shit like that. They just giving you some shoes. They giving you just get whatever they give you in line, then you make a market out of it after the fact. Right. Yeah. It was very interesting, man. Like, oh my God, the way he described that shit.
So, like, that whole war was a result of the dissolution of Yugoslavia. And like Yugoslavia had a Slovenian and Croatian type thing going on where they wanted out of Yugoslavia. And then Bosnia and Herzegovina were a socialist republic that had Muslims, Orthodox Serbs, and Catholic Croats. And so all those didn't get along. And while it was technically a war of nations or states, there was a huge ethnic slant to it.
Yeah, it was very interesting.
I think like the top players right now are all international guys. Well, there's LaMelo Ball's playing pretty good right now too, but besides that though, I think everybody else is pretty much
HB, we got laptops for America. America first.
Hey,
Good morning.
Universal salute, man.
Salute.
Good morning, man.
Laptops for America.
Yeah,
that's right. America's first.
They'll send a laptop down to the southern border.
Only if she's cooperating.
Make him a passport, bro. Send him domestic. Why fly domestic when you can go international?
That's the truth.
Let's see if I can pull it. Tom, you want to jump in on these? What's this, week 11?
Yeah, we're on week 11.
Moving on.
NFL picks.
We're moving on here, guys.
I sent Portia my picks already, but I'll say them again too, just so we can have it on screen.
You know, Tom, the thing is, every time an interloper comes in, he wins. Last time it was Crown Reese. You're the only interloper up here today, so you got a shot. Well, I don't think TKJ3 has ever been in, maybe.
No, he hasn't fully participated.
There was a dude in Times Square said the same thing to me before he played 3-card Monty with me for about an hour. My money. NFL's got too much parity for me to bet. Or even if it was English Premier League, I'd be in a heartbeat. But yeah, if you guys just need an extra $5, I mean, I'll do it. But it's
no.
All right. Let's get to this. Packers Bears. Oh, this is what that fingernail boy's out, right?
Yeah. I got the Packers. Obviously, I'm never gonna go for the Bears, man. Quarterback guy, fingernail polish, man. Nah.
Now he's out. HB, isn't that boy out?
That makes it even worse.
Right?
I'm checking right now.
That makes it even worse.
Bears quarterback, was it Caleb Williams? He's got the lowest completion percentage of any quarterback throwing 15 yards or more in the last 15 years.
Hey, let me ask you guys this. Do you remember when that boy came into the league demanding ownership?
Yes, that was not too long ago. Yeah, he was tripping.
That's against league rules.
But it just goes to show you again, like, these outsized personalities of these people, and they're going about it the wrong way.
Yes.
Bro, if you're successful at being a quarterback, you could be a billionaire in no time.
Absolutely.
Jake Paul ain't played a damn round of real boxing, and he on his way. You know, like, you're asking for ridiculous demands, right? Without even proving yourself. And now look at
you guys remember Roger Staubach?
Yeah.
That dude is close to a billionaire. He's got one of the largest construction companies in the world.
It's true, yeah.
Yeah.
You got steakhouses too, right?
You know, John, I saw a pie chart of like the millionaires in America, and I think like 45% of it was business owners. I don't think you could become a millionaire begging a white man anymore. I don't think that's how it works.
They're begging anyway. Just working, you know, you're gonna have to monetize your labor.
Right. You're gonna have to be a ownership of your own. You can't beg the white man anymore. Those days are over.
You also have to leverage your brand, and that's what he did not do. He hasn't proven anything yet.
Yeah, he just came in with
the not at all. Not at all. He hasn't proven anything, man.
All right, we all on the Packers bandwagon here.
I got Packers here.
All right. CKJ3, you in? Yay, nay? Is this CKJ3?
No, I don't watch football, man.
All right. Jaguars,
Lions.
Detroit.
Yeah.
Yep. Golden boy, let me down. Tom, who you think gonna win this game? You got any idea? Yes, not no Tom either. Raiders, Dolphins. Yeah, this is too terrible.
Dolphins. I got the Dolphins.
I'm going Dolphins as well.
Tua is back. I'll go Dolphins. Rams, Patriots.
Yes, sir.
Yeesh.
This is going to be the deciding factor here. I'm going Patriots. Let's go.
Wait, which game is it? Patriots what?
Rams.
Oh, I got the Rams.
It's gonna be an outside game. It's getting cold. I'll go with Rams. I'll go with Rams too. We separating Universal.
That's all right. That's okay. I'll take it.
Is Deshaun Watson still playing?
He is, but I don't think he's starting this week. I think that they've set him aside for our boy Jameis.
He's going back home. Jameis going back home here, huh?
Yeah, he's going down back to Louisiana, where he spent some time over his NFL career.
I'll still go with the Ravens. I still got
or it's the Saints. It's the Saints and Browns.
Oh, Saints.
Yeah, I'm going Saints too.
Saints, yeah.
I'm gonna go Saints, but I think it's gonna be closer than what we think. I think it's gonna be closer.
Yeah, so you bank on Jameis Winston Universal.
No, I can't do it, man. No, sir.
Ravens at Steelers.
Ravens at Steelers. This is gonna be a good one.
Ooh-wee.
I got the Ravens.
I'm gonna go Steelers here.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm thinking I'm gonna go Steelers too.
Wow.
I go Steelers too. Yeah, Steelers too. Yeah. You know what? Put me down for Ravens.
All right. they haven't steered you wrong yet, John.
Huh?
They haven't steered you wrong yet. Every week you pick them, they won.
You know, John Harbaugh is who I'm picking.
I'm gonna get racial and be brave, and I'm going with Tomlin. Let's go.
I'm going with I'm George Clooney here. Was it George Cooney, Jerry Cooney? What was his name?
Yeah, was it Cooney? Yeah, the Cooney rule. What was the owner's name?
No. The white boxer, the Great White Hope.
Oh,
who was it? George Cooney, Jerry Cooney, whatever he was. B. Brady mentioned me earlier today, but anyway,
Jerry. It was Jerry.
I'm sorry, Jerry Cooney. I was sitting here talking with my mute on, but yeah, it's Jerry Cooney who was knocking people out left and right, and then he faced Larry Holmes, and the joke was over.
Well, I'm saying Mike Tomlin is no Larry Holmes, so I'm going with Jerry Cooney, John Harbaugh. Vikings, Titans.
I'm gonna keep rolling with the Vikings here.
Yeah, I got the Vikings too.
Colts at Jets.
Who did you have, John? The Vikings?
Yeah, Vikings. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I got the Jets. Jets, Jets.
Oh man, this is an ugly one. I'm gonna go Colts here.
Who's playing, Flacco or AR?
Flacco's still starting.
Oof.
Good. AR is softer than a 3-minute egg. I don't know why they drafted him.
I don't either.
Damn, these are some ugly ass games. I'm gonna go with Flacco.
Wow.
Somebody Aaron Rodgers, man. It seems like he's lost his step or something.
Yeah.
Ooh, Atlanta. Go ahead, HB.
I was just gonna say, after those gay accusations, it does seem like he kind of lost the step. I don't know why. Guys can't really bounce back after the gay allegations, man. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is.
Is Devontae Adams playing?
Yes, Devontae Adams is playing.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, shit, he got his boy now, huh?
Yeah.
Put me down for Aaron. I'll go Aaron.
All right, we're going to change that to the Jets. All right.
Aaron Rodgers. Falcons, Broncos. Damn, two evenly matched teams.
Brian Nichols said Richardson is starting. We'll see if he lasts the whole game.
Richardson starting for the Colts?
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Put me down for the Jets.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
All right, this should be a good game here. Falcons versus the Broncos. I think this is going to be pretty entertaining. I'm going to go with the Broncos.
Yeah, I got the Broncos too.
I'm going against you guys. I'm going with the Falcons. I'm trying to win here.
All right. Falcons it is. 12th man. Seattle versus the 49ers. 12th man versus 9.
Yes. 12th man going to be mad at me again. I got the 49ers, man. Damn.
Yeah, I'm going Niners here too.
Yeah, I go Niners. Oh shit! This is the game of the week right here.
Oh yeah, here. Now this is gonna be all right. I gotta think about this one. Sheesh.
If the Chiefs win this game, they may go undefeated. No.
Yeah, they might, because ain't nobody in their division gonna beat them.
They better not. They want to win a Super Bowl. They better not.
Man, I don't know. Man, it's at Buffalo too. This is a good game.
I got the Bills. I'm taking the Bills.
All right, contrary.
They not. I don't think they're gonna go undefeated, man. They're probably gonna win it, but I don't think they're gonna go undefeated. I got the
Bills with the odds.
Only one team.
Is the odds favoring the Bills?
I mean, you go the odds. They got to lose. At some point.
They got to lose at some point.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. The spread is going with the Bills. Shit. I'm gonna go Chiefs here. Still, I'm sticking with them.
They got to lose at some
point.
And
the Chiefs, the Bills a favorite?
Yeah, -2.
Damn. That's basically a push, right? At home.
Yeah, pretty much.
Points at home. I'll go with the Chiefs.
All right. That might be the money ball for you, HB, right there.
Yeah.
This next one ain't easy to call either, to be honest. So, the Bengals versus the Chargers. Sheesh.
Bengals been losing close games lately.
Yeah.
And Burrow throws for 468 yards and they lose or whatever it was last week.
Yeah, I'm going to go Bengals on this one.
I'm definitely taking the Chargers.
Chargers. All right.
Let's see. What do I have on the screen? Oh, you see the okay. All right. Damn, did I lose the screen here? Where's the screen? Oh.
It's still up on our end.
Okay, still up. Okay, there it is. All right. I go with the Chargers.
Chargers as well. Okay.
We're gonna be playoffs ball here now. The good teams got to separate themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I can't pick the Cowgirls or anything at this point. I'm going Texans on this next one. Can't do it.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to go with the Texans, man. I don't. One day though, I think one day we will have that Texans versus Cowboys Super Bowl one day.
Well, yeah. Cowboys can't stop the run. They've been getting blown out for the last 4 or 5 weeks.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, did Dak sign that contract this year or last year?
Last year. Well, maybe he signed it in the off season. But he had it coming into this year. I thought they took care of that last year, though. I mean, they had 3 straight 12-win seasons. That team's built to play with a lead, and if you run on them, they cannot stop you. They can't scheme it. They can't personnel it. Nothing. They just can't stop the run. Too small.
I'll go with the Texans here. I want to follow up with Dak in a minute.
Yeah, I found an article you might find interesting about Dak, John. I'm putting in the back chat. It's Dak and the Cowboys.
And then are we doing the Thursday night game too?
Yeah, we might as well pick it now because we always miss it.
Yeah. That's it.
You know, the thing I think about Dak, man, is that like, and I think that his decision on that long-term contract, I think you can kind of extrapolate why he's not a good quarterback. And I know people are saying, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And University, I run this past you, and we talked about this before. But let's call this game first. Steelers, Browns. Ooh, that's easy.
Yeah, it's too easy.
Steelers. Yeah, that's an easy one.
This won't be a tiebreaker then. I was thinking about this. How are we going to come up with tiebreakers? Because this is not going to be an effective tiebreaker if we all pick the same team. But anyway, we get that down. Steelers. But the thing is, like, you know, we talked about this University. If you really, really believe in yourself as a quarterback, would you demand a guaranteed contract for 10, 11 years, 7, 8, 9 years of your career? Would that really be?
Well, actually, September 8th of this year is when he signed his contract, and it was a 4-year contract extension worth $240 million, including $231 million guaranteed, and an $80 million signing bonus. So with an average of $60 million per year, the deal gives Prescott the highest average annual value in NFL history.
And he was due to become a free agent, correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
And so he probably wasn't going to make that much this year if he hadn't signed the contract, correct?
Well, not after the way he's playing this year, but Dak Prescott, in my opinion, is the worst kind of quarterback to have. He's good enough to get the stats and to win games that you should win, but he's not the guy that can make the big play when you need it and put the team on his back. So you sort of get lulled into this. He's great. Look at his numbers. We won 12 games. But then you get in the playoffs, and that's when you're facing the quarterbacks that can, when crunch time comes, make it happen.
Right. They can throw that pass like Aaron Rodgers threw early in the season.
Yeah, that was crazy.
And then Dak Prescott, he probably could throw it physically, but mentally he would never, ever, ever.
And so it's better to have a quarterback that sucks because you'll get rid of him and get a better one. He's that guy that's just going to be there 75, you know, in the top 25 toward the bottom % of the quarterbacks. And you just get to the playoffs, and
I think right now with the mediocre quarterbacks, he's in the top 25%, but down toward the bottom, and that's really trash today.
Yeah, and you sit there and you start saying who are the top 10 quarterbacks. It is really hard to put him in that.
It's hard to put him in the top 15.
Yeah,
honestly.
And I think, in some ways, I guess it is a good bet. It was a good bet for him. But you really have to ask yourself, I guess, if you're an owner, if he's dumb enough to sign to a long-term deal, then should I be dumb enough to sign it?
Well, the owner is the general manager. He said he's never going to not be the general manager. He's also said, because I asked him, I said, if there was another guy that wasn't you that was general manager, based on the results, what would you do? And he said, well, I suppose I'd probably fire him, but that's not going to happen. I bought this team. It's my team. We're going to have it as long as we want. And I'm going to be the general manager. So this summer, after the Green Bay Packers trucked them at home, it wasn't close in the playoffs. I mean, it was 35-0 into the first quarter. And they just kept running it down their throat. Couldn't stop them. Whole NFL sees that's the recipe. Over the summer, over the offseason, he didn't sign anybody but Ezekiel Elliott, who they got rid of last year and played with the Patriots because he wasn't good enough. What? But playing with the Patriots made him good enough? All of a sudden, that's your guy? Meanwhile, Derrick Henry is sitting at home in Houston going, call me. All you got to do is call me. Phone didn't ring. And he didn't sign anybody, not one change. And now you think you're just going to trot those guys out and everything's going to be fine? That's insane.
Yeah, that is insane. But I think, maybe he knows that he can't win with Dak. So why the hell would you sign all these players you can't win with Dak? You just win one more game and get bounced out of the playoffs. So wait till you get rid of this guy. I think he knows he made a mistake with Dak. Like, honestly, like any quarterback pushing, demanding, wanting a long-term contract, if Dak would have been the real deal, he'd say, you know what, man, I'm going to play this contract out, and I have so much fucking leverage over you. I can demand $80 million a year, $100 million a year. I could do a Kirk Cousins on this shit.
Exactly. That's where I was going with it.
Jerry Jones is super loyal to guys that he considers, quote unquote, his guys. And Dak is one of them, and he rewards them financially like you can't believe. Let's see. CeeDee Lamb, I guarantee you, he ain't going nowhere. He'll always be a Cowboy for as long as he wants.
CeeDee Lamb can play,
Yeah,
he's top, echelon of his position.
Right. And who's the receiver they had before him, number 88, maybe X's, I can't remember.
Des Bryant.
He didn't have the speed.
Bryant, but the Cowboys kept him. He led the league in drops and drop percentage for I don't know how many years. He couldn't separate off the line. He wasn't a good route runner. The only thing he was good for is throwing the ball up in the end zone, and he was pretty good at going up and getting it. But he kept that guy for I don't know how long because he was one of his guys. Ezekiel was that way for a long time. That's the reason they brought him back. He's done this over and over and over again. And
I think with the NFL today, he won't be trapped with the quarterback the way he may be trapped with a running back or wide receiver. Because if you have a deficiency at quarterback, particularly as it pertains to the fundamentals, teams are going to make you fix that problem, or they're going to beat you by virtue of it.
Sure.
And I think that is really what you're going to see in the NFL. And Dak seemingly can't fix some of his fundamental problems. And so he'll never win. And I think that Jerry won't be able to have him as one of his loyalists like he could with a running back like Ezekiel.
The other thing about Dak, when he was younger, he was much more effective at rolling out and also running. He got that ankle injury. He can't do that anymore. So the defenses don't have to respect that anymore. And they can just go back into coverage.
And he can't beat the coverage.
Nope, not with that arm.
He can make them respect. He can make them have to blitz him or do some creative things, but he can't make them do that. Since he can't make them do that, now he's at an extreme disadvantage because he has to play to their strength now. They want him in coverage.
His big thing was that he would, quote unquote, run the offense. And there was a period of time when he was very successful doing that. But after the ankle injury and running the offense at a certain point, there's points in, especially in the NFL, you got to make a play. And he just doesn't have that gear.
I really don't. I really do agree with you though, John. I don't think he's even top 15. You could make the argument he's not even top 20, man. You could. I could think of. I mean, there's so many guys that are better than him. There's even some backups that are better than him, man.
Yeah. Well, his thing is that he's got all those empty calories in his stats. It's like this week when they get blown out. He might have close to 300 yards in passing, and 220 of it will come in mop-up time when the other team's going, yeah, just march down the field, run out the clock. We'll let you have anything you want, middle of the field. We don't care if you score a touchdown. We're up 5. And we'll just get the ball back, and the game will be over.
Yeah. I think, it's like that that accuracy, they can go all up and down the field between the 20s. But that coverage down there in the 20s really, between 20s and the goal line really gets tough. It's tight. And you can't run all over the field. You only have 20 yards down the field. And you have to really, really believe in your arm. Because I think that's the only part of the field where someone isn't always open. On the rest of the field, you could argue that a wide receiver is open on every play. Now, the quarterback probably can't hit him or is not willing to throw the ball to him. He may take a sack or whatever, throw the ball out of bounds. But down there in the end zone, those play, the field is so much, compacted that there may not be someone wide open like you're accustomed to, and you got to have the confidence to throw that ball in a very tight window. And that, I think, is where the elite quarterbacks really earn their money. And I don't think Dak can do that or has the confidence to do it.
Yeah, nah. It is interesting though. I do like that Tom, what you saying that it's kind of like Jerry Jones. Just he's a company guy. He just really rewards guys for being loyal. Because I think everybody sees it, man.
I mean, you can have a guy at night, but not in prime time.
Yeah.
Well, you also got to remember the Cowboys are the most popular franchise in terms of followers in the NFL. They, for a long time, other than the Los Angeles and San Francisco team, from Dallas all the way to California, before the Cardinals moved to Arizona, the Cowboys were the team for that area. That's what they broadcast out there.
Yep.
And he's got the most merchandise sales, usually, as a team. Sometimes there'll be a player, when Michael Vick was big, he'd pop up. He's got sold out 100,000 fan stadium every week. He does all of this great merchandising. He's going to be profitable no matter what. He's not one of these owners that's worried about all that kind of crap. But it's just, look, when he got rid of Jimmy Johnson,
that was it.
All his blueprint for what his problem is. He had Parcells in there. Parcells ran off a 12 or 13 win season. Jerry started interfering. Parcells had another year left on his contract, but he went, nah, I'm good. I'll see you later. And that's the shit. He kept Dave Campo as the coach for 3 years just for being a nice guy and staying around. They got rid of Campo as the head coach and made him the defensive coordinator. Nobody does that. When they find you as head coach, you're gone. There's no, hey, hang around the building. We'll find something else out. List. It's just.
Hey, let me ask you this, Tom. Did you ever meet Nate Newton?
Hell yeah.
What did you think when Nate Newton ended up going to prison for transporting all those drugs? Did that surprise you? Does everyone know this story?
No.
Oh God, he got caught with 200 pounds of pot.
Oh wow.
Jeez.
Did he get it from Mexico? He got it from Mexico?
I don't know where he got it from, but
what did they get you down in coming across the border or something, right? Down by border town, right?
I don't know where he got the 200 pounds of marijuana. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
He must have got it from you, Tom.
They can ask me all they want. Not,
Tom White.
Yeah, Tom White.
let's see here. It's Tom Sativa. In November 2001, police in St. Martin. Here, I'm going to use my radio voice. I don't get to read on this channel very much. On November 4th, 2001, police in St. Martin Parish, Louisiana, arrested Newton after he was found to have 213 pounds of marijuana during a traffic stop of Newton's white van. 5 weeks later, on December 12, 2001, Newton was again stopped in Texas and was arrested after a search of his vehicle revealed he possessed 175 pounds of marijuana, cutting down for the holidays. He was convicted and sentenced to 30 months in federal prison for drug trafficking. He has since reportedly gone straight, renouncing his past and turning his life around. How do I feel about it? Personally, I don't think marijuana should be criminalized. I think it should be recreational in every state. And the reason I think that is the tax money. I mean, because marijuana is de facto legal in this country largely. It's like speeding, and certainly you're going to get the tax money that would be otherwise going to drug cartels and people that are actual criminals, and you will put them out of business. If people can buy like at a store, you don't have to go to a guy named Paco's house and sit in his living room while he's watching some shit movie and pretend like you're making conversation while his girlfriend's in the back room measuring out. Not that I know anything about this, but anyway, I think, although I will say back in 1991 and 2001, it was a little excessive to have 200.
I mean, 200 pounds is excessive today.
Yeah.
I think it's still excessive.
He threw a pack of zigzags in the back just so he could say it was personal use.
Nice. John, you think you could smoke 200 pounds in a year?
Smoking right now.
I don't know if you could. I don't know if one person could smoke 200 pounds. I don't know if you could.
Man, that's a lot.
That's a lot of weed.
Like 15 pounds a month.
I don't know.
Shit, that's a lot. Holy shit.
Let's see, 15 pounds a month. That means it's half a pound a day for a month.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody probably can do it, but damn, that's a lot of weed to smoke in a day.
You'd have to put it in brownies and cookies and all that. You couldn't just smoke it.
Had to be in everything. Toothpaste, put it in every goddamn thing.
And it's just not. It's not just a pot. You're going to have a wheelbarrow load of Doritos every day.
Maybe 100 pounds you could get. I don't even think 100. I think maybe 50 pounds you could probably smoke in a year. But even then, I don't know.
And not today's marijuana. Maybe back in the day, a long time ago when it wasn't as strong. But now,
yeah, I think if you had 25 pounds, that's basically you're smoking like an ounce in a half a day. Then yeah, you could probably get away with 25 pounds for personal use. But anything above that, yeah, I'm not seeing it. I think that's probably the
So what I'm hearing is that somebody needs to come out with a strain called John Galt.
Smoking Galt by the pound.
Yeah. Maybe I think John could probably get away with 25 pounds. But that's about it. John, you still there? John's still there?
He's the YouTube phantom, man. He just be in and out.
He just bought a package of that Bugler tobacco. You guys ever get that? It's like a bunch of loose tobacco for roll your owns, and the only reason you bought it was for the papers. You just kind of threw the tobacco away right away.
I went to school with a guy that smoked Buglers all the time, man. It's not too many people know about the Buglers.
Well,
in
when
the blue package.
Yeah, sometimes like if you go to a convenience store that's like individually owned, it's not like a 7-Eleven. They won't sell zigzags, but they'll sell Bugler because it's tobacco and all that stuff. So
Yeah, Universal. I didn't. I don't know much about this Jones versus who is it?
Stipe Miocic.
Yeah, I don't know too much. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I think John Jones is gonna win. Both him and Stipe have kind of been out of fighting for I think over a year each, maybe a little longer. So, but if Stipe was active, I would think Stipe would have a better chance. But John Jones' last performances, he just dominated. So I do think that John probably needs to hang it up after this. It sounds like he wants to fight. Okay, if he wins, he wants to fight at least 2 more times. And the UFC is trying to set him up to fight Pereira before it's all over, which I don't know if that's a good idea. But.
Yeah. What do you think about John Jones being considered like a dirty fighter?
No, I think he's pushed the edge within the limits of UFC fighting, like the stomping on toes things that he's done. I don't think he's a dirty fighter. He's just smart. These are the rules. This is what I can get away with, so I'm gonna do what I can get away with.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah.
A lot of people say that because of that. Didn't he have some when he fought DC? Wasn't there an issue with an illegal blow or something like that? I forget what it was, but yeah, he's nasty, but he's not dirty.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. The eye poking stuff, poking people in the eyes.
Yeah, a lot of eye pokes. But he's so quick with his hands, and he fights with his hands open. That's gonna happen if you don't close your fist. So,
And he fights with his hands. I mean, he's constantly got that hand out, keeping the distance. So, that's fighting.
Yep. Again.
Yeah, that's what they were. That's what they were telling Jake Paul he couldn't do against Tyson last night. He was doing like a lot of measured type of punches. They told him he couldn't do it. There must be something to it.
Well, the way to beat Tyson is keep him away from you. That's the way. Once people started doing that, and of course a big guy like Buster Douglas, because if he gets in close, that's where he wants to work. He's short, he's got good head movement, and he's uppercut and combo. He's going to go to your body. He can't do that if he's not close to you.
Did you see that fight yesterday, Universal?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I did see the fight. I thought Tyson came out strong in the first round. I called it on the stream last night. I thought it was going to go to distance and go to Paul. A lot of his fights do that. And Tyson's 60 years old. He can't last that long, man. Like just based on just physical. Like he looks amazing, but the cardio of a 60-year-old man can't last. However many, would they go 6 rounds last night, something like that? So
yeah,
that just is insane. And
a 60-year-old that while we're at it, is probably looking for Nate Newton's phone number a lot.
Right.
I mean maybe he's gummies now or something, but I'm pretty sure from his podcast and everything else, he smokes tons of pot.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. I didn't even factor that part in.
He smokes so much pot that his speaking has actually gotten better.
Yeah, he's cleared it up.
No,
that's funny.
Yeah. Nah, he smokes, and he does a lot of shrooms too. I don't know if that may affect you in the ring. You can't see the guy, or maybe you seeing double of the guy, hallucinating a little bit.
Yeah.
It was
I
pretty
do
brutal.
think that Jake Paul can be considered a serious boxer now. I know at first it was a lot of kind of circus stuff, but he's proven that he's got some skills. I don't think he's ever gonna become an actual professional fighter because he doesn't need to. He's making more money than most average fighters now anyway. So to kind of continue off the conversation that was happening earlier when Bray was up, like he's figured out how to manipulate a dying sport and make it work for him. He is the boxing center of the world right now.
Yeah,
That's
it is
true.
kind of crazy.
I don't consider him a serious boxer because, I consider him a lot of really good things, but until he fought, he's only fought one active professional boxer.
Right.
And that boxer is the brother of a really good boxer, but
right.
He's also a guy that was on Temptation Island before he boxed Mike Tyson, and that guy beat him. So it's like, I'd love to see Jake Paul take on a dude that's really is a pro boxer that's got a record of, I don't know, anywhere from 12-0 to 15-0. And then let's see how he does. He's never going to fight Floyd because I think Floyd would fight him tomorrow for the money. But the weight difference is just too much.
It's too significant. Way too significant. Yeah. But again, I don't think he'll ever challenge himself to do that because
need to.
The money is just not there.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah. You think Floyd could beat him?
Yeah.
Really?
I think Floyd can definitely beat him.
Wow.
Yeah.
He won't be able to. He might not be able to knock him out, but he can beat him in boxing. Absolutely. Even now, because Floyd's what, like 47 or something like that.
And Floyd, I'll say it again, best defensive fighter in the history of boxing. You just can't hit him. I mean, how are you going to beat a guy you can't hit? And he's going to hit you. Floyd is 47 years of age.
Yeah.
See, that's a fight. That it's closer, but the weight difference is just. I mean, Floyd weighs 148 pounds. Jake would have 60 pounds on him.
Yeah, that
more than that.
Yeah, well, more than that. Yeah.
Jake looks like he's about 245, maybe like 250.
Jakey weighs.
Yeah, he looked really ripped yesterday, man.
Well, he's heavier cruiser, it says here. Let's see.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. Doesn't have his weight. Oh, it doesn't have his weight, but heavyweight is you got to be over 200 pounds to be a heavy.
Okay.
So if he's just at 200 pounds, he's 52 pounds heavier.
Yeah.
So anything on top of that's even more.
Yep, exactly.
So come on, man. That's an awful lot to countermand.
Wow.
Also, Jake is 6'1". Floyd is 5'8".
Oh, yeah. That's not.
You start just getting dimensions that like reach. Floyd has a 72-inch reach, and Jake Paul has a reach of 76 inches. He's got a 4-inch reach advantage, and all the weight. That's a bitch. I'm sorry.
That's a hard fight.
The guy has a 1-inch or 2-inch. People lose their shit. He's got 4.
Yeah, I'm not. Maybe that might not be the fight. I do feel like we're gonna see another Floyd fight soon, though. I don't know who he's gonna fight, but
Well, the way things are going, he's going to fight Connor again.
nah.
Where's Connor going?
Yeah, we don't need that again. Connor can barely last in the UFC ring anymore. He needs
I loved all those press conferences with Habib where he's going, I'd talk in the ring.
Yeah.
That would be my thing. He wouldn't say nothing, and then he's just pounding them. Talk to me now. Talk to me now. It's like, hey, man, you run your shit and do your little promotion thing to some people, and it's a joke. But you brought my dead father into it and everything else, and now it's like it's just a good lesson in life. It's like, hey, every now and then, some people take that shit and they're not playing about it. And Habib was not playing. I was so happy that I can't stand Conor McGregor. And one of my favorite MMA moments ever was when Nate Diaz beat him after 11 days' notice. Joe Rogan, hey, you shocked the world. I ain't surprised, motherfuckers.
Yeah, that was awful. Yep, I remember that. That was crazy.
No, I think that Khabib and McGregor fight was I think that was the best fight of UFC history, probably mixed martial arts history.
Yeah,
I think
definitely.
that fight had everything, man. That fight really had everything.
And to be honest, the UFC's kind of been slipping since.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, they really did need Khabib, man. Khabib was, I don't know, man. I don't think they'll ever get another fighter like him.
No, but they got some close ones though. Like these Muslim Russian dudes.
Yeah.
They are destroying the UFC. It's quiet as it's kept. They're just cleaning up, man. And pretty soon we might have like 4 of these dudes as champions because they're all like just climbing up the ranks. But they're hard to market to the American market because they don't speak clear English, and some don't speak English at all. So, the UFC is really struggling to find an English-speaking star. They don't have any. They're all foreigners. So, I don't know. We'll see what Dana White does if he makes a transition into politics and leaves all this UFC stuff behind. But it's definitely a falling. The sport's slipping a little bit. They need some help.
The couple of those guys are out of the same camp or whatever.
Yeah. It's the whole Khabib family. Like they just bred like a fucking army of these guys, and they just destroy people.
They're just like, first of all, if you get on the ground with them, you're done.
You're done.
Get it? I don't care. They got all these NCAA 4-time whatever. They go through them like a hot knife through butter.
Yes.
And when you hit them, it doesn't hurt them.
Nope.
They just look at you like, is that all you brought today?
Yeah, these dudes, I mean, they're fighting with you talk about mentality, they're fighting with a whole different, like, just aura. Like, it's like domination or nothing. It's like, I'm here to die, literally.
Yeah.
You think that's what it is that gives them that edge? That
fuck yeah.
Because a lot of times I do, and this is like a conspiracy theory. I do kind of wonder with these foreigners, like, what are they really doing in their countries that give them the edge over the U.S. that we're not doing?
They seriously train. Their training is almost like Spartans. It's like you go in and you die on your shield today. Training, no distractions, no deviation from diet, plenty of rest, because they pray and they go to sleep. But it is no distractions. You are here to learn how to be a train killer. And the American camps, they train hard and they work super hard. But those guys leave and they go do a podcast. And they might go out to a club. And even if they don't drink nothing, they're out till 3 a.m. None of that for these dudes.
Yeah, I don't think that there's a fallback plan for these dudes. Like, this is their life. After this is over, they're just go back and train the next fleet of fighters. Like, this is what they do.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense too.
They're not looking to transition into media or start a real estate company or any of this type of shit. They fight. Like, this is just what we do.
Yeah.
They look like gargoyles on the tops of old churches from Eastern Europe. They're just as wide as they are tall. They look like if you hit them with a bat, the bat would break. And we're talking an aluminum bat. It's just they're for real, man.
Beyond Rocky,
So,
man.
and they said Rocky training. Yeah, that's probably is what it is, honestly.
Man, there's a video of Khabib fighting a baby cub when he was like 8
Yeah,
years
yeah,
old. That's
yeah. I
and
saw
that was
that.
years ago. Can you imagine the shit they're doing today?
Yeah. Yeah, he was kind of beating the bear too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, think about that. Like, what the hell?
And Habib was scaring Connor like crazy. That's why he threw that thing into the bus.
Yeah.
And shattered the windows and stuff. He was trying to do anything to put those guys off their game that he possibly could.
Yeah.
And it didn't work. I can't stand Conor McGregor.
Yeah. Connor. I don't dislike him, but he kind of is. He kind of is a douchebag.
He's a troll.
Yeah.
I get
when on his run though, he was really good before Khabib. He was really good.
He was incredible, and I get the promotion thing. You know, he's a heel. He's trying to get people worked up, and I'm so awesome. And some people are going to like that, and the people that don't are going to dislike him. And the views go up, and the money goes up. It's awesome, all of that. But again, eventually, you're going to run into a guy that's like, "Hey, I don't play that crap. I'm here to fight you, so you better shut up." Yeah. But to talk to me now, that may be, I mean, that's right up there with What's My Name by Ali. It's, hey, we're doing a sports thing, but I'm talking to you right now, and I'm kicking your ass, and you ran your mouth earlier. Let's run it in here. I love that.
Yeah, I really miss Khabib, man. I really miss that guy.
And he's not like Pierre, the French Canadian dude that won.
Yeah. I remember the bald guy. I remember who you're talking about.
Yeah. George St. Pierre, is that his name?
Yeah.
I'm done for good. I don't count on it. I'm out of here. And then he comes back twice. Habib said, "I'm done." That dude meant he was done.
Yeah, I don't think there's even enough money that'll get him back.
Nope, he's finished. Undefeated, by the way.
Yeah, undefeated too, man. It's kind of insane to think about.
That guy when he got in Mount, he took your legs out too.
Yeah,
he wrapped your legs so you couldn't bridge or get toward the fence. Nothing. You're done.
Yeah, he's like I don't know. I've never seen anything like it. It's like a pit bull or something, man. It's like he held you down and just wouldn't let you up and just tired you out the whole time. Just used he would use his face against you. Like, who fights with their face? That guy would use his face for leverage, man. It's like, what the fuck?
Ronda Rousey's last couple fights, she was fighting with her face.
Yeah, not in a good way though. Yeah, Ronda. What's funny about Ronda? She actually sucked worse in WWE than in the UFC. Like, geez, you can't even transition into fake wrestling.
Yeah, she bombed that career. Well, let me ask you all a question about wrestling today, because I've seen an interesting trend. They're starting to get a lot more curvy women.
Oh
and women of color wrestling. Now I don't watch wrestling anymore. Like that was definitely childhood stuff. But I've seen some clips online where I might have to start. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've seen they're pushing more towards women in general. You'd be surprised, but there's a lot more women into wrestling. Like when I was growing up, there were literally like no women that I knew that were into wrestling, but
Yeah.
women are into wrestling a lot more now. It's kind of like the video games things too. Like
Yeah,
when
yeah.
I was growing up, there were no women in the video games. There's more women in the video games, more women in the wrestling. So I think it's just more like when you have more women fans, you kind of got to appeal
To them.
to them more. So you got all different types of body types now. Like when I was growing up, it was all tiny, skinny women with, breast implants. That's all
Right.
it was.
Sable.
Sable and
What was that black chick's name? Oh man. With that red.
Jacqueline.
Yeah, Jacqueline.
Oh my God, Jacqueline was a smoke show, man.
Yeah, man, that's hilarious.
Now it's the female. It's like an OnlyFans. I mean, they're just straight up. Trish, I remember Trish Stratus.
Trish Stratus. Oh, she was gorgeous, man.
I mean, hey, look. I think she's married to Triple H, but was it Stephanie McMahon?
Stephanie McMahon, yeah.
Hey, man,
she was pretty hot for a couple of years too.
Yeah.
She was pretty hot, but they all pretty much kind of carbon copies, like skinny women with breast implants. I'm not complaining at all, but now you see some just straight up overweight women now wrestling.
Yeah.
Like there's some girl, I forgot her name. I don't really watch either. I just kind of see what the women look like right now. But they have a nice balance. Well, they'll have one girl who's just, I mean, she looks kind of like China, that the Sasha chick, like where she has like a 6-pack. And then you have like some just damn near morbidly obese woman, like what the hell is going on? And everything in between too. You got like an emo chick. You got
Yep.
Like it's just
You got also all these chicks that used to be gymnasts and stuff. So like Alexa, what's her name? Alexa Bliss. That chick is doing twists in the air before she lands right off the third turnbuckle.
Yeah, they get a lot of former college athletes, basketball players, and all that stuff. They just kind of recruit them right in. And the cool thing is, I think a lot of these girls come with their own following, so it's a better transition for them after they're done playing collegiate sports.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
The girl's named Jada Parker or whatever. I was following her like a long time ago, and then she just went into wrestling. I was like, what the hell?
Well,
her name Jada something like that.
People go, oh, it's fake, and it is. And I haven't watched it since the 90s, really, with any regularity. But
yeah,
the sport might be fake to an extent, but man, the physical punishment and the things they're doing, that ain't fake.
No,
and it brutalizes a human body because you see them on TV, but then that week they're in 3 different cities and training and everything else. The Undertaker, good Lord, I can barely stand or walk.
Yeah.
He wasn't exactly Rey Mysterio. He's pretty ground bound.
HB, are you in your truck?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. I was like,
yeah, no, I can still pull something up though. Go ahead, share the screen. I can pull something up.
Oh yeah, that's right. I can share. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let me move it over to Chrome real quick.
Yeah, no, I could definitely pull something
I
up.
guess we sports talked some people out of here.
Yeah, I think we did.
They'll be back.
Well, Stanley's been up since 1951.
Yeah, Stanley could usually last longer, but with Solid Snake, man, it's like, man, he can deal with 12th man, but Solid Snake is just another. He's just another. I love Solid Snake, but I truly believe he's over there smoking crack, and you just can't really argue it with that type of energy, man. I love you, Solid Snake, but I think you're smoking crack, man.
Now, Before we hop into this, HB, do you ever go down to any sports bars down in Texas?
You said sports bars?
Yeah, sports bars.
I haven't been since I've been in Texas, but I
Right.
plan on it though. I plan
Yeah.
on it. Texas is weird, man. They're like liquor laws are a lot different than
Illinois.
Chicago. Yeah, so I gotta kind of figure things out.
Yeah, man.
But
well, I mentioned it because this is probably about 6 years ago. I was down in Houston, and we went to a sports bar, and I didn't realize it was a WWE like pay-per-view. And I learned that Mexicans love wrestling. They love this shit.
They're crazy for it.
Like insane for them. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? I was a little nervous at first.
Luchadors.
Yeah, they love WWE, man. They love it.
Really?
Yeah. You'll see it. I guarantee next time they have a WWE event on them pay-per-views, man, go to like a fucking sports bar. They're in there thick, man. Into it too.
They like those masks with their wrestling. Those
luchadors.
Yeah.
Hey, Crack, what's going on, Crack? Pull up, man. Pull up, Crack.
So this is what the women look like now in the WWE, man. Look at that.
Yeah,
Look at this. What?
Yeah.
This is crazy. This is way different than what we was watching.
Yeah, they're a lot thicker now, man. They're way thicker. They're way thicker now.
I'm gonna pull up another tab. Hold on. This is apparently these are like the top 2 women in the area, or I guess in the WWE now. Let's see if
they're gorgeous nowadays too, man. There's a lot of beautiful women now.
All right, it's up.
Let me see.
So it's Bianca Blair.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about with the 6-pack. She's the one that she can pretty much like lift the guy up over her shoulders.
Oh damn.
Yeah, she's a physical specimen. Like she's really strong.
6'7". Good height.
Kid Crack said Trump is a WWE Hall of Famer. That is true.
He is. He's done a lot of stuff. Yeah.
That is true. That is true. That is true.
Yeah, I don't even understand how they do this anymore. Like they have like different like show. It's like conferences almost. Like you got the SmackDown conference and the Raw, and
yeah, it's
a whole different world, man. I'm so out of this game. I don't get none of this shit. Like how do you have like 3 champions? Like what is going on?
That's the morbidly obese woman, Nia Jax. Nia Jax. Yeah, she's pretty.
She looks like one of my cousins, man.
Yeah, she's pretty overweight, but yeah, they got the full spectrum of women.
She's the cousin of The Rock. Okay.
Is she really? That makes more sense. That makes more sense. You know how many people are related to The Rock in wrestling right now?
Lot.
It's like
it's
a lot. Like he's got every one of his cousins in wrestling right now.
Wrestling's always been that way. Lanny Poffo, Leapin' Lanny had sons. One of his sons was Macho Man Savage, and then you had those guys down in Texas, the Ultimate Warrior, and all of his brothers, Von Erichs or whatever their name was.
She's tiny.
So is Alexa Bliss. She's microscopic. But they have like world champion intercontinental, world champion TV, world champion. They got all sorts of dumb designations.
Yeah, it's a lot of beautiful ladies, man. You think you could date a wrestling chick?
Yeah, absolutely.
Man.
As long as she'll try to choke my ass out, why not?
I mean, she could though. She could get you out of there.
Yeah, that movie playing super big.
Right there, upper right.
Upper right here.
No, yeah, that's her. Yeah, right there, Alexa Bliss.
Yeah.
Her finishing move is the Twisted Bliss, and that's when she does the big giant. And she's tiny. Look at her.
5'1".
And she does that flying in the air, doing a complete, whatever it is, 720 or whatever before she lands on him, messes him up.
Oh, so she used to be a gymnast.
Yeah. Check out the other pictures of her, man. Let's see what.
I'm gonna see if I can pull up a link of her doing this twisted of a clip. Let's see.
What do the other pictures look like? Because there's actually a music video. Bowling for Soup did a song about her, and she's in it.
Yeah, they only give you one shot.
Oh well, that's okay.
I'll keep it there for you while I'm searching.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, I'm not sure if we could play any of their content. I know WWE is pretty.
Yeah, I'll try to find some off-brand.
Yeah. I know they don't really play around with that type of stuff.
Well, a lot of them go down into lower divisions for a while and come back if it's part of the storyline. So they have to be in those regional types of shows and stuff. But I think it would just be brutal to be a pro wrestler. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, it's taxing.
Yeah, I knew a guy that was like training to be one. I'm not sure where he's at now, but yeah, it just doesn't seem really worth it. I think you got to really love wrestling to be in that.
There was a reality show, and I think it was only on for 1 or 2 seasons, but it was a WWE reality show where they train these people. It was like The Ultimate Fighter. Mm-hmm. And they were vying for a position in the WWE. And I think, during that show, so many of them got injured just training. Yeah. That I think that's the reason they didn't do it the next whatever. They said, it's not that exciting. See all the really good ones get injured.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy, some of the stuff that they do. I do catch some like when I'm scrolling on Twitter, I'll catch some stuff from like China or something, like, or Japan, and they'll have like some insane clips of some woman with a chair on her head and she'll get tossed off the top rope with a chair still on her head. It's like, what the hell? You guys got some crazy shit going over there in Japan. Jesus. Yeah, or like the backyard stuff. Oh my God. Oh God. Yeah, they'll have the whole ring set on fire and just a bunch of barbed wire. Like, what the hell?
Or BMX bikes jumping over and past them while they're fighting. It's like every one of the backyard ones that I see. I feel like just before the camera started rolling, somebody said, "Hold my beer." And they're like wrestling in jeans and stuff. It's just crazy.
Yeah, they got some guy who just I don't know what his name. I think it's something. I can't think of his names, but he just wrestles, like his whole persona. He's just like really laid back, and he just wrestles with his hands in his pocket the whole time. He's like super laid back and cool. I think that's what wrestling is kind of missing now too, is like the parody. You guys got to bring it back to like the early 90s where there's, like Doink the Clown or something. Just bring out a fucking parody or something. But I think it's kind of hard to sell parodies now because everything's so racial. Like you can't get away with like the Nation of Domination now.
Yeah.
I don't think you could do
the whole train. Remember that?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think you could get away with Godfather. The crazy thing about that too, I heard Godfather do an interview about that. He said in every city he would actually get actual prostitutes to come in.
Hell yeah, man.
Those were like real prostitutes. Those were like.
They're cheaper to just get them where they're at than be flying on them chicks around, feeding them and shit, hotel rooms.
You had Booker T, the Junkyard Dog, but also very racial was Razor Ramon.
Oh yeah! I used to love Razor Ramon. Oh man!
Because I'm coming for your guys.
They used to play up that Scarface, Coke Boy, Miami stuff crazy.
Yeah. Me, I make a lot of money. The ladies love me. Like, he used to go crazy with that.
Well,
Come to find out, he's not even Cuban. He's just
No,
a
he's
white
not.
guy.
Yeah.
guy,
He's a
yeah,
white guy.
and ravishing Rick Rude, who is all about rubbing up on chicks, and he's gonna do Miss Elizabeth and all this
Yep.
other to make the other guy mad.
I mean, honestly, we wouldn't be able to get away with Ric Flair these days either. The stuff he was saying.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you couldn't, but that's what like made it funny though too, man.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
like fun to watch.
Think about how Big Boss Man would have gone over during George Floyd.
George Floyd. Dude, they would have arrested Big Boss Man. Him and Chauvin to be bunkmates.
Oh, could you imagine him like bringing up George Floyd? You see what happened to George Floyd?
Yeah.
Like,
I'll put a name in your neck, boy.
Yeah. If you ever get down to Cobb County, Georgia, better mind your manners, respect the law and order. You do hard time. I play that song at home sometimes when I'm working out, man. It's awesome.
It's awesome. Man, we've come so far, man. That's crazy.
That would just be his finishing move, the knee on the neck. Like, oh, he passed out. Oh my God, he passed out.
Oh man, they'd call it the Floyd.
The Floyd.
Or they'd call it, what's the name of that cop that did it? They'd call it
The Chauvin.
Yeah, the Chauvin.
Yo. See, man. See, I would watch that today if they did shit like that. But yeah, they can't do that, man. They can't do that. I think too they had to make it like after they went public, they kind of had to make it PG.
Yeah,
because of their
What about even the Legionnaires? The super Muslim.
Yep. Yep. They used to come out racist and shit. And I remember when they brought that back, like right after 9/11 too. Like the timing of WWE was just amazing. They played on all the stuff that was happening in society.
Well, you had the Sheik.
Yeah, the
Iron Sheik. The Iron Sheik.
Iron Sheik.
And then was that the guy that was always on Stern? He was from Iran. You a big faggot. Yeah, and he was I hate America. I defeat you. I mean, he was really, and this was when the Iraq wars and stuff were going on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. They didn't care. I mean, hell, they were just playing into the fantasy.
Yeah. That's what made it good, though. That's what made
Shawn
it.
Michaels, the Heartbreak Kid, all that shit, man.
Yeah,
you couldn't. Man, that's crazy. We probably couldn't get away with like 10% of that to today's times. That's weird, man.
And to prove how powerful this social following is and stuff, man, I don't care what anybody says. The Miz was a crappy wrestler. He was great at all the heel stuff and the before in the hallway and in the ring, but as far as being a wrestler, he was terrible. Okay, here we go.
Not the Miz at all. I never got him.
He was on was one of those MTV Road show. It was Road Rules or something like that.
Yeah,
he did a couple of those, and on that show, he said, "I want to be a pro wrestler." And he wasn't even as bulked up as he was when he finally got in. Yeah. But as far as wrestling, he was terrible. But the other stuff is amazing at.
Yeah, he kind of sucked. I never really got the thing with him. I don't know. But yeah.
All right, gentlemen, I'm gonna hop off. I'll be around a little bit later, though.
All right, man.
Chatting with you.
Good luck, man. Good luck.
We'll do.
Yeah. I might. Let me see. I might have to put my camera on. Get a people something. So what kind of stuff do you do down in Texas, Tom? Because I'm a transplant. I'm still trying to figure out my way down there.
Well, I mean, first of all, a little upset nobody offered me a free laptop.
Yeah.
But I'm in DFW, so there's anything you want to do. I mean, it's it's a big giant city, so you like music, pick what kind you want. There's plenty of it. There's great restaurants. There's always some good sports going on somewhere. College pro. Heck, if you like football, Friday Night Lights here in Dallas are pretty incredible for the high schools. Yeah, I mean, I love it here. I lived, let's see here, Indianapolis, let's see, Tampa, Detroit, New York, LA, Toronto, Atlanta, St. Louis, and then I got to Dallas, and I said, "This is it. I don't need to move no more."
I haven't even like really been to Dallas. I've just been in like Fort Worth, just exploring Fort Worth. I haven't even gotten down to Dallas yet.
Well, I'll tell you the truth. If I could pick, and I can't because all my stuff's in Dallas, business stuff. But Fort Worth is, I think, the better. See, we don't really make a distinction between Dallas and Fort Worth unless you're talking specifically about one or the other. DFW is the whole area. And so that Fort Worth thing is way more laid back. It's way less $30,000 millionaire stuff. It's just, stockyards and neighborhoods. And if I could pick, I would live in Fort Worth. I really would. Fort Worth is a little more country, you do probably have a little more country stuff and whatnot, but you do have tons of clubs there. Tons of things if you want to do them. So yeah, there's really, everything you'd want to do. And if you're used to driving, there's Austin, there's San Antonio. There's if you want to go down to Lukenbach, you can. If you want to go down to the Bay in Port Aransas or Galveston, that's there for you. You got the hill country. You want to go out to West Texas and see the desert, it's there for you. You could go to the Llano Estacado, which is the part of Texas that's sort of a big square that is at the top of it, and that's getting sort of into the plains and a little mountainy. There's just everything's here. If you want to go.
Yeah, I do want to see the desert. I definitely want to see the desert out there. Yeah, because the only thing I've really done is go to a lot of the different the gun ranges and stuff out there. I've been to the mall, to the Arlington Mall. I forgot what it's called. But
I used to live in Arlington, and I don't know. I don't go to the mall, but there's a really good gun range. It's the Frisco Gun Club here in Dallas. It's you go in, they've got a 4-star restaurant in there. Of course, they've got a gun shop, and it's really pretty upscale if you look at it online. A lot of people like to shoot there, but yeah, there's no shortage of gun ranges. I'm sure you've heard.
Yeah. It's pretty intense, man. It's I definitely feel like a city slicker down there, man. Because some of the stuff you just don't see up in Illinois. Like, I can shoot that. I'm not even ready to shoot something like that. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Well, here's a thing you can do, and you might have to contact some people, but if you can get maybe an AR, I guess you could use an SKS or something, but if you get an AR with a night scope on it, you go out to West Texas where they have this tremendous population of wild boar that just wreck people's land, and day and night they want these things off their land. And there's certain ranchers that have so much land, and these boars just destroy it. They tear things up. They attack the other land. They're just awful. And they'll just go, yeah, go on out there, kill as many of them as you want. Yeah. And you can go online and see night vision with tracer bullets, some wild boar, and the guys hunting them have a pattern. So like the guy in the middle will take the middle one first, and the two outer guys will sort of, because they're going to scatter when the first gunshot happens. Even if you have a suppressor and everything else, they're too aware of what's going on. And yeah, man, I think there's been a couple TV shows about it.
Have you done that down there? Like
I've done it.
Hog hunting? Wow.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow. So you just leave them out there after you shoot them, or do you like collect the bodies too?
I've never taken them. Maybe some people do. You can cook them if you want to. I've heard varying things about it. That it's just like any other, and I've heard people say no, it's wild game meat. It's not good. But the guy sent the owner a picture and the GPS coordinate, and the owner came out and got him. We left. All we had to do was kill him. When you're hunting like that, you're probably going to be shooting from the back of a pickup. You do not want to be on the ground around wild boars or have to get into your truck. It's better to do it from a stationary platform that you can just drive away. And so, there was no room. Even if we'd have wanted to take some, we didn't have any room. To put one of them in there.
Why don't you want to be on the ground doing it?
The wild boars they're like pack animals, and especially if it's at night, if one of them gets peripheral to you, they will charge and attack you. And if they attack you, they're going to gut you wide open. Yeah. So it's unlikely necessarily that it would happen. Probably more likely at night than during the day. But some of the places, during the day, if there's 2 live oak trees out there, they're under those trees. It's so incredibly hot. So, you think you know where they are and all that stuff. But if you have to drive into an area with like ridges or something, you don't necessarily know where they're coming, whether they're not. Certainly if there's brush, they love that. And they'll go into briars and everything else. Their skin's so thick, they don't care. So it's just smarter. Also, there's something to be said to be shooting down slightly. Some people that shoot like to do that, but I'm not getting out of the truck. Especially at night. Just absolutely no way.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. I forgot that that was like one of the reasons I moved down to Texas. I like totally forgot about it, but I made this plan like maybe like 2 years ago, and I forgot. What really wanted me to go down there was the hog hunting. I totally forgot about it.
Yeah, and there's 3-gun shoots all over. There's, of course, Thanksgiving. There's turkey shoots everywhere. I mean, it's a gun-friendly culture. Most of the buildings here will have the Texas designation. I forget the number now, 8931 and 2. But basically what it says is on the outside of a business, it'll say whether you're permitted to carry in there or not. Now, that's the business owner's choice, but there are state regulations. In other words, if a business makes 51% or more of its income on the sale of alcohol, you can't have a weapon in there. So like a liquor store or certain bars. But they tell you, McDonald's down here for the longest time allowed open carry.
Really?
I don't think they said anything about closed carry, and I don't even know what their policy is anymore. A lot of places don't have a policy, and it's kind of a don't ask, don't tell thing. Like the company I worked for, Firearms Legal Protection, there was no posted rule in that building. So I knew personally that probably 3/4 of our staff was packing at work every day. And our president, one time, there was some sort of office shooting, and we were at a meeting of the whole staff, and he went, "I pray every night that somebody comes onto our floor with a gun." He said, "Yeah, I'm sure the guy would get what's coming to him, but I think it would just be funny. It's like a guy stumbles on a whole floor of unmarked police detectives, undercover detectives, He gets there and he thinks, oh, I'm going to shoot this place up. And then every single person there pulls out a gun and aims at it. That's another thing at work that is something you got to think about. And I'm sure people in the military think this way all the time. if you're having a discussion with somebody, because we had a guy that was a bit of a Fruit Loop, a little bit unstable, and I knew for a fact that he had an S&P in his desk drawer at all times, if not on him. And so he was getting real mad at some people one day over something. There wasn't even anything to get mad over. And we're all looking around at each other like, what the hell's wrong with this guy? I think he challenged me to a fight, and he challenged another guy my size to a fight. And this guy and I, we're just as calm as can be. We're like, why would you want to fight us? We're at work, man. But after that whole skirmish ended, he went back to his cube, and I looked over at this guy and said, John, this is the first time ever at work I've worried about somebody having a gun.
Yeah, yeah.
And he said, yeah, he probably shouldn't have one, at least not here.
Wait, so you said there was a shooting at your job? What was that about?
No. There was an office. It was in somewhere. See, because any big gun related story we wanted to know about because it affected our business.
Right.
And there was a shooting at some office somewhere. A guy went into his old office and shot some people in a conference room.
I wonder if it was the same company, because we covered a story over here about a guy, and I'm pretty sure it was Texas. It was at like a trucking company, and some guy, he went back into his office because he was mad this lady kept taking breaks. She kept taking like extended breaks. So he killed her at the office because she kept taking extended breaks.
Yes, I'm familiar with that story. It was long after the one I'm talking about, because this one, a guy, I don't know whether he had been fired or he'd been reprimanded or some works type sanction happened to him, and he went into the conference room where all of the people that had made this decision were, and shot them. There was 3 or 4 of them, but you're talking about I think that was up in Louisville, and he got mad that she was taking these long work breaks, and he'd get mad at her, and eventually she reported that he was being crazy at work, and he got angrier when she did that, and then she started intentionally avoiding him at work, and that drove him nuts. So yeah, he shot the one person.
Yeah, I think he was like obsessed with her too. Like he was kind of stalking her online or something.
Well, not only online, but he would stalk her at work. Like when she would go to take her breaks, he would come into the break room and sit there and watch her. And he brought guns to work a bunch of times before he finally shot her. He followed her out on the day. I think he followed her out to her car on her lunch break, and she just sat in her car for lunch, I guess, or was it common for her? He went and got his guns and waited for her to go back into the building and followed her into her cubicle where she could not escape. And then that's when he shot her. More than once, less than 6. He shot her multiple times, and he did it in front of, I don't know, 15 or 20 people.
Yeah.
But he turned himself in right away. Yeah. So.
Jeez. I wonder if he got the death penalty out there.
Well,
probably not. Probably not.
Unless they try and get a mental on him. I don't know why he wouldn't. That's premeditated. It's obviously pre-planned, etc. His bond was insane. His bond was $5 or $10 million. And I mean, this just happened October 21st. So they're still going to have to try him and sentence him. But I would not be surprised if he gets the death penalty here in Texas. And if he gets it here in Texas, you know,
it's going to be over pretty quick.
Going to wait around a whole long time.
Yeah, that's the beautiful thing about Texas. Yeah, they get them out of there pretty quickly.
And I will say this. We had a huge problem in the 80s with the Dallas County prosecutor. I mean, we've had several dudes that were in jail for 30 years that they later proved, oh, hey, they didn't get all the evidence to them, all sorts of stuff. But nowadays here in Texas, look, if a guy gets in a fight with somebody and road rages and shoots him, probably not going to get the death penalty. But if you do what this guy did, or you are in the act of committing a crime, yeah, look out. You know, if you just do this brutal pre-planned murder like this guy did, unless they can prove he's a nutty buddy, yeah, he's getting a needle.
Yeah, we were looking for pictures of the woman because I'm imagining she had to be pretty hot for him to go that crazy about her. I think she was like Hispanic too, so I'm imagining.
Well, her name's Tamara Colazzo.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, she was Italian. That's what it was. I think.
Well, but her first name is this could be a married thing because her first name I don't think I've ever seen as Italian. Not that means anything this day and age, but her first name Tamara is Tamhara. Let's see if I can find her. Yeah, there we go. Tamara Colazzo. Let me get an image here real fast. See if I can get one. Man, I'm not seeing anything on her.
Yeah, we couldn't find one. It was weird.
No, wait a minute. It said images. Oh, nope. Is that her? No, it's a different one. Tamara Colazzo, Courtney Colazzo. Maybe this is a fundraiser. No, I'm not seeing any pictures of her at all.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I was like, man, in this day and age, you usually can find a picture of anybody if you know their name.
Yeah.
But yeah, we couldn't find.
Oh no, here she is. I got her.
Share the screen real quick. Let me see.
Like I can maybe just convert the photo. Let's see. Yeah. All right. Let me see if I can just share it real quick here. Okay. Some of the things I have the power to do. Some of the things it doesn't let me. Maybe it can let me here. All right. Share screen, and I'm gonna do right here, and boom. There we go.
There we go.
So that's her.
Oh yeah. See, I had a feeling she was. She's not a smoke show, but she's definitely pretty.
Well, we also just see the top of the iceberg. We don't know what the rest of it is.
Yeah. She's not a bad looking woman. She might be for 51 too. She looks kind of Latino to me. I can't really tell.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Might be a little Italian, but he's 51 as well.
Okay.
So obviously he was crushing on this chick. She probably gave him, the forget it. But there's
forget about it.
There's why do you care? I mean, one of my coworkers was taking a long lunch every day. Even if it was somebody that worked for me that I managed, I'd probably go to him and say, hey man, your breaks, those are cool with me as long as you make it up. And frankly, if somebody is getting all their work done and it's good work, they're not half-assing it, I don't care if they take breaks. It's like, hey man, you're getting everything we ask you to do here done. It's getting done very well. Nobody's got a problem with you. If you need to take a little extra time here and there, I don't care. You're obviously working hard enough, well enough when you are working.
Yeah, that's why I think that was his reasoning. I think it was more he was just it's probably crushing on her. She didn't she didn't give him the time of day. And just ended horribly. It is pretty sad, but
a month ago.
Yeah.
Working for some dumb trucking company.
Yeah. No, I was explaining to John, like, from what from what I gathered from it, she was probably like a fleet manager, or she worked as, like, usually with these like, so I'm a trucker, so I have like a fleet manager, and they're on call 24/7. So I have two different fleet managers. They both take 12-hour shifts back to back. Now, sometimes if they take like a vacation or something, I'll get somebody else. So what I'm thinking is this guy, he probably worked with her closely. They might have been on the same fleet or something. And her taking breaks, now he has to take on her workload. So sometimes I call in, I can't get to my fleet manager. I got to talk to somebody else. But 9 times out of 10, I'm talking to either two of my fleet managers. But they literally work 12-hour shifts back to back. So it's like they do kind of depend on each other a lot. So
Yeah,
I think
I had a art director partner. A guy I has to work with because I was doing all the writing. He was art director. And there were certain things that we needed to have approved all the time. And that guy, he was just slow at his job. And I don't mean slow in a bad way. He was a perfectionist. He did a really good job. But there were some times I was like, dude, I get here at 6:30 in the morning. And, everybody knows I'm leaving at 3. It's 7. And I'm waiting for this to be done so I can approve it. We got to figure out a better system here. And we did. I was like, I'm going to get you this stuff a day in advance from now on, because then you can work on it that night. It'll be done in the morning. We can talk about it. We'll turn it in early. We'll both look like superstars. But there's things you got to do at work. You just got to say, hey, this is the work situation I'm in, and management's aware about it. They're not telling her to take shorter breaks, so I got to just chill and find a way to be productive with that time or relax. But he, like my father, who I just talked to this morning, he used to say, crazy people do crazy shit. And if you try to figure out why, you're going to be crazy.
Yeah, you'll go crazy. Yeah. I try to explain that to people all the time. Like, a lot of times people have no reasoning for anything. It's just chaos, and it really doesn't have any allegiance to anybody. It doesn't make sense half the time. So
it's a duck fighting a koala bear in a bathtub. It's craziness. There's no logic to it at all. So it's, people go, gosh, what would make him do that? Being crazy.
Yeah. Nah. It doesn't get much crazier than that. Like,
and then a chick like that ignoring him, that incel mentality, that just had to be gasoline on a fire.
Yeah.
All those videos of Elliot Rodger having it.
Wait, who's Elliot Rodger? I heard that name before.
Elliot Rodger is the guy that shot a bunch of people and killed them near, was it San Diego State? It was near a college, and he made all of these video postings that were like, I don't know why women are picking the men that they do. Look at me, I'm beautiful.
Oh, I do remember that guy. I do remember that. Yeah, I remember watching his videos. He was like, he kind of like slick back hair. He was like real conceited type of guy.
Sort of.
Guy. Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely a white guy.
Yeah, I remember that guy.
He killed 6 people, injured 14 others using knives, semi-automatic pistols in his car near the University of California, Santa Barbara. But he made just ton, and you can see them, they're online, tons of videos about, I wear the best designer clothes. I drive a BMW. I'm a poet. I'm beautiful. Yet they go out with these women. They choose these men that are just inferior to me. And look at those two.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You see what Crack wrote? Oh, I didn't know it was that bad.
Yeah, it was that bad. It was, let me see here if I can. There you go. Here's your buddy. Now, see, he's like the poster child for the incel movement.
Yeah.
Because he never had sex with a woman, never even kissed a girl. And let's see if there's any other pictures of the twerp. But yeah, now see this apartment he was randomly assigned to with these two Asian students. He killed them first before he even left.
Yeah.
And his dad was like the assistant producer on the Lord of the Rings films, I want to say. So his dad was really wealthy, like spectacularly wealthy. There he is standing outside of Giovanni's Pizza for the rampage. Here he is visiting a Starbucks. Well, I can actually. Here he is, the crappy security cam video. But here he is at the Starbucks. And of course, we know Starbucks will have much better quality video.
Yeah, they do.
Before he went and he killed the three roommates, and then this 19-year-old and 20-year-old, these two girls, he just walked up to their sorority front door, pounded on it. They would not answer it because they saw him coming up, and nobody knew who he was, etc. And so two girls that were just walking sort of into the same door he was trying to get, shot him point blank.
Jeez.
Absolutely point blank dead. So yeah, he's a real piece of work.
Only in
a story.
Only in America would somebody go to Starbucks before they go on a killing spree. Only in America. Hey, let me get a frappe latte.
Let me see.
Caramel.
Let's see.
Go on a killing spree.
See, we can put the boom. So here you go. There's a 6-minute one. Let's see. Retribution. There's somewhere there's like a 45-minute one that's got all of his manifestos and all of his little trips that he took. There it is. Elliot Rodger, patron saint of incels. So let's see.
Man, he's the saint of incels. Wow.
I'll do this on YouTube. Whoops.
Have you ever like talked about that the whole incel thing? You know they have femcells now too.
I know. I really haven't. Let's see here. All Elliot Rodger. Oops. Rodger videos. Let's see if they've got his unreleased videos. Some of them were not released. So right here is an hour of them. But if you look deeply enough, you will find all of the videos that he did. And he's got a journal too, by the way. There's tons of this stuff, but the videos are just insane because he's almost like he's playing the Joker in a Batman movie.
Yeah, wasn't this before the Joker though, or was this?
Oh no, it was, but he's got this fake secret laugh. I mean, this fake sinister laugh. And today will be the day that they will know my retribution. And it's so fake that it's creepy. Let's see. Actual original Elliot Rodger video. You can find them somewhere on there.
Yeah.
The unseen tapes. It might not be great to watch all of them because it's very twisted stuff. Hunting down an incel extremists, inside the killings, inside the mind of a killer, his warning signs. I mean, there's just tons and tons and tons of stuff on him because he left so much information.
Yeah.
But anyway, whatever.
Yeah.
Just look at my clothes. My shirt is perfect. My collar is perfect. And he was a real short guy too. Oh, there you go. Phoenix Fish beat Brave Rogers. Yes. I'm sorry, we're supposed to keep that name out on now.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That
Keep it on my grill.
it is interesting. I don't know, this whole incel femcel thing. I do think it is all loose. Like it all kind of derives just from like sex. I don't think it has anything to do with anything but sex. But
I think you're right,
yeah,
because come on, think about it. You're 20, and it's not like you never made out a little bit. No, you haven't done anything. And our biological urge is so great that if you couple that with somebody that's mentally imbalanced, that's bad. That's a really bad combination. And the other thing I think that has a lot, to do with it is the internet and the way,
big time.
the way people socialize now, because it was a rite of passage. I mean, back in the day, calling a girl up and asking her out was a huge thing, because rejection. She could say no. She might not like me, and that's when your puberty. If you're a guy, you're probably gangly or something, and so you have insecurities to begin with. So it's not like now. If I meet a hot chick and I get her number, I'll call her in a heartbeat. Hell, if I even think she doesn't maybe like me, I'll be like, hey, well, you never know.
Yeah.
There she is, the bird of the channel, the Mariah Carey, the Aretha Franklin.
Mariah Carey and Aretha Franklin.
You are singing. I've never heard anybody sing as enthusiastically as you.
Oh, I've had a few Grammys, in my day.
Okay.
Wait, Momo, what do you think? Momo, what do you think? Momo said, "Man, old people just cannot comprehend the behavior or sync at all." What does that mean? Are you saying Tom doesn't understand it? I wonder what it is. I like Momo. Momo's like a really deep thinker, so I always want to know what his opinions on things. Portia, how are you,
Good
though?
afternoon, HB. Hi.
How are you? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm driving on I-80, the cursed highway of I-80.
The toll part.
No, I'm in Ohio now.
Okay.
But once you take I-80 more west, I heard some stories from some like old truckers where they were telling me that like once you get like I-80 through like what is it, like Colorado and I forgot what other states it goes through. Some states, but they say it's cursed. They said like Native Americans said don't build on it because it's like a bunch of burial grounds and stuff, and certain parts of I-80 is cursed for some reason.
Where are you headed? Where are you headed to?
Back to Pennsylvania, but right on the border though.
Okay.
If I could respond to Momo, behavioral sync actually makes my point, because if there are more people, then your opportunities should increase to meet someone in real life. But if you're on the internet and you do not develop the skills necessary to actually interact, it's the same, it's the same thing. I'm never going to meet a girl. I'm never going to be able to have a relationship because I can't actually talk to them in person in a way that attracts them. So anyway.
Yeah. And if you watched any of that guy's videos, he I could see why women weren't into him. He was kind of a weirdo.
Creepy.
Yeah, super creepy. And he wasn't even like an ugly guy. He was just creepy, man. It's like,
Nope.
what the?
Nope. And he should have been asking out girls at an incredible clip, because he could say, hey, do you want to go to the premiere of the Lord of the Rings movie? Because there's pictures of him with his dad at them. So, because his dad was the #1 assistant director on all those movies and shot most of the B B-roll for that thing. So come on, what a pull in Southern California to be able to just go. Even a girl that wasn't going crazy about him would be like, "We get to go to the okay." I'll put my dress on.
Yeah.
Anyway, enough
Yeah,
of
no,
that.
that it is a great pickup line though. Like, hey, my dad shot Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, come on, it doesn't get much better than that.
And it's not. They don't make a big. They don't make a big deal out of it. But his mother was stepmother, actually also a famous actress, not in the United States. She did a couple things here, but back in her home country, which is overseas.
Really?
Yep.
Man. Wait,
But
Portia,
none of
what
them
were
could
you
sing like
saying?
Portia.
Ah, Jesus Christ, Portia! Did I tell you about singing on the panel? What's going on?
We did karaoke.
Oh, you did karaoke last night? I didn't even realize it. Jeez.
Yeah, we did
Oh
karaoke.
God. I'm glad I was asleep.
That's so mean. I thought you loved my voice.
Oh God. Yeah.
I thought you don't like it.
Damn. Yeah, I'll go back and play it. I'll listen to it.
And
Damn.
she said that she wasn't using her real Grammy-winning awesome voice last night. She was using and I'm wondering why she chose the voice that she actually did use, or how she chose it. But yeah, she was saving her good voice.
Oh man, what song did you sing?
Oh,
what song didn't I sing?
What
I don't
didn't
know.
she sing?
Oh Jesus
Man.
Christ.
Yeah.
Well, you know how we haven't done it in a while, and you know how everybody gets nervous. So I'm just like, forget it. Let me just get it going. Let me embarrass myself first, so other people feel comfortable doing the same.
When she did "Pretty Fly for a White Guy," I said we've gone a little too far here.
Oh yeah. See, Portia she doesn't know. She doesn't know boundaries. She took
You
it
never
too
heard
far.
"Pretty Fly for a White Guy"? I'm gonna put it in the back chat. You'll laugh.
Oh yeah, no, I never heard that song.
Wait, Tom, can you read this from Momo?
See here. Approximately 44% of 20-year-old men has never had a romantic partner, also referred to as a girlfriend. This statistic highlights a significant trend in the social and romantic lives of young men. Yeah, we had that same stat, only it was 16-year-olds or 15-year-olds when I was coming up.
44%. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, man, it's all video games and staying home. And I'm sorry, there's something to having to call a girl up and go, "Hey, I was wondering." But when you just have to swipe right, you don't do any communication at all. So let me see if I can make this thing happen. I'm gonna mute myself for a second here.
44% is crazy. That's pretty sad. We might have to start importing girls or something. Oh man. Jesus Christ. Portia, were you in the left lane?
Oh.
You in the turning lane?
Yeah, sorry. I turned it.
No, you're okay. No. Keep it on if you're turning. Don't.
Well, yeah, I should have been on mute.
No, you're okay. Autism rates have been moving up and around the same rate over the decades. I'm sure RFK will fix all of this. Yeah, I'm thinking he'll have some solution to it too, Crack. Not sure what he's gonna do. Probably outlaw all the vaccines or something, but yeah, I'm sure I'll figure it out. I don't think the government can fix a lot of things, but I don't think governments can fix that issue. I don't know. I don't know what the thing is. I think what Tom said though, there is a lot of truth to that. Yeah, San Jose, you missed karaoke night. I missed it too. Thank God. No, I'm just playing. But yeah, I missed it too. I don't know. Yeah, Portia, make sure you check the back chat. I go to bed hella early like an old lady. Yeah. Yeah, Craig, I'm not even sure. Is there any actual empirical data about this whole food coloring thing? Or because it's not like the European countries are that much better than America. I'm not even totally convinced the food is what's making people autistic, or I don't know what it is. I really don't know what it is. I don't know.
I put that link in the back chat for you, Portia, and they've banned a whole lot of food colorings over the years. The big one was red dye number 5 back when I was young, but now it's red dye number 40 and yellow 5 and blue 1, and there's a bunch of them that they have banned.
Yeah.
Red dye number 5 would not be, your stomach would not digest it. So that food coloring would stay there. And like if some kids got sick and when they threw up, their parents thought they were hemorrhaging because all this red crap's coming out of their body.
Yeah. Is there any empirical data that it makes people more autistic though, or?
I haven't seen anything like that.
Yeah.
I think if we had the solution to that, we'd be on our way to a solution to autism.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's I don't know what it is. I don't know. I can't really. Yeah, I'm not a scientist or anything. I don't know. But it does seem kind of like it all does connect somehow.
Well, why do they put the dye in there? It's appetite appeal. It's the only thing it can be. Doesn't make the food taste better, doesn't take calories off, doesn't do anything else. So that's why. It's because Americans, other places in the world, they just cook their food. With certain things here, we have to have it look a certain way or it doesn't look right.
Yeah. I think in America, we do eat with our eyes a lot, I know I do for the most part, but I do try to. I don't really eat processed foods that much. I might have a candy bar here or there, but I try to eat actual foods like fruits, vegetables, and meats, and try to stay away from carbs and stuff. So I don't.
The thing that amazes me is if you have a garden and you grow your own tomatoes, and you eat one, and then you eat one from the store. It's is this even a tomato? It's it doesn't taste like one. The texture's not the same. It's commercially grown in high volume, and it's filled with things that will keep the pesticides, all that stuff. And so the tomatoes I remember growing up, unless they're out of somebody's garden, then I'm not getting those anymore.
Yeah. There might be something to it then.
The United States leads the world in food processing. But that's one thing we do really good. Maybe we shouldn't. Have you ever seen the pink stuff?
Yeah. That they put in the meat.
Yeah.
You
the first time I saw that and was told about it, I didn't believe it. I refused to believe it. And then I saw 27 videos that were all different with the same pink, looked like a big extruded piece of bubble gum.
That's why you gotta go get your meat from the butcher.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
Oh yeah, and you're in Texas, so
I'm okay. Yeah, we don't. Portia, you ever been to a barbecue place and there's a big sign above where they're serving up all the food that says "We don't dine on swine"?
I don't know if I've ever paid attention.
Well, it's the whole cattle thing. So you go up north, everywhere has pork ribs and certainly pulled pork. We have pulled pork down here, but a lot of places, it's all beef. You're not going to find any pork.
Yeah, I have noticed that about all the food, like all the beef down in Texas. It has like a big Texas stamp on the packaging. Like this was made in Texas. Like
Everything
wow,
does. You see a
man.
Burger King commercial, and at the end of it, the Burger King logo's got like a neon Texas outline. Go to your Texas Burger King, or your Texas Ford dealer. Everything's Texas, Texas. I love that. Matter of fact,
I love it too.
I'm going to watch Lonesome Dove, all 4 parts today, just so I can feel more Texasy.
Oh gosh, he's
Get cracks at microplastics, probably a bigger menace now. Yeah, they're saying there's in they're finding a lot of guys' sperm a lot now. I don't know where that's coming from.
You cut out.
All right. I said they said that they're finding a lot of microplastics in men's sperm.
Oh. Okay.
All right. Well, we got a guest in the building, you guys. I gotta bring him up. We got MC Nemesis.
What up?
Oh, hey, Nemesis.
How are you guys?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Yeah, I'm happy now that Donald Trump is the president again.
I know that's right, Nemesis.
He's gonna clean up the swamp.
What are you so happy about, Nemesis?
Well, Donald Trump won. And I got on my Aaron Woodard Experience channel, I've gotten in the last 28 days 1.5 million views, 13.6 hours, 13.6 thousand hours watch time. So I'm on my way to monetizing.
Wow,
You ought to
congratulations,
be there.
man.
You ought to be there by now.
And all I had to do is be myself.
That's awesome.
And I come up on these panels, I get judged by black people who want to hold me down.
Yeah.
But
hey,
and
Nemesis,
then,
Nemesis, do you think Nemesis,
black people
now that
try to
Trump
hold
is
me down?
Yeah, no,
Nemesis, now that Trump is president,
historically, black people have held down white people a lot, Nemesis. Historically.
I agree with. I mean, like the whole.
Can
like
y'all
I'm a
hear
rapper.
me?
Yeah,
I'm
we
a rapper,
can.
but I don't feel welcome.
Oh, I guess
we can hear you, Portia.
I'm a
Go ahead,
rapper, but I
Portia.
don't feel
Go ahead.
welcome by the blacks.
Go ahead, Portia. Go ahead, Portia.
Nemesis, now that Trump is president, do you think he'll finally get rid of the blacks?
Why am I not welcomed by the blacks? Because I make rap music.
No, I said now that Trump is president, do you think Trump will finally
I'm a
get rid
real
of the
rapper.
blacks?
MC Nemesis on Amazon. Like I'm a
You think
real
he's gonna
rapper.
send them back to Africa?
I don't know, but I know I'm a real rapper.
You're kind of like the next Eminem.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm like the Eminem, but Republican Eminem.
Gotcha. You should be monetized because all you need is 1,000 hours.
No, you need 3. I'm on my way on my Aaron Woodard channel.
Yeah, 3,000 hours and then 1,000 followers in your.
Well, it works differently for short videos. You have to have 3 million.
Oh,
you have to have 3 million short video views in a 90-day period.
Yeah, it's different for the shorts.
And 3,000 hours watch time. Now I'm on my way. I got 13.6 thousand hours, so I got enough watch time. I'm just waiting for my 3 million views. I'm getting about 600,000 every other day. So, and that's just from celebrating Trump. Black people tried to put me down for, celebrating Trump, and a lot of queer people did too.
Yeah.
Would you consider doing a short and a rap about the John Galt channel here?
I can put it on. If I make any rap music, I put it on Amazon behind the paywall.
Okay.
Because I'm trying to pay for my production. That's all I'm seeking to do. I don't care about making millions off it. I just want to pay for my production.
All right.
So if you guys can help me pay for my production by spreading, all I need is for people to listen to my music. I make great rap music, the best rap music of the 20s. I'm the greatest rapper of my generation. There's nobody better, and especially Appalachian. I'm Appalachian.
Yeah.
So that's and I'm really, like I said, I'm really on top of the news. I'm an annual subscriber to the Daily Wire. I am a premium X subscriber now.
Wow.
Oh, man.
So I'm able to deliver the news, and everybody loves it. I got 1 million views on one video alone, and I got hundreds of thousands on the others. It's amazing.
Have you ever heard Portia sing?
She's probably too irrelevant. She's probably not relevant enough to get an audience like me, though.
Well, I think she needs somebody like you. Like Prince would get like Sheena Easton or somebody, and he would like say, "Do
She can't
this."
afford me. Like I've gotten 3,000 subscribers in less than a week off of being a right-wing news pundit, and I'm on my way to monetization.
Yeah.
And and you can do it either way you want. You can now. Portia might be more Democratic, or she might be more moderate. Which one are you, Portia? Are you more Democratic or Republican?
Oh, I voted for Kamala.
So you're for abortion?
Why are you doing this, Portia? Come on.
So
Why are you
Portia,
doing
so you voted for abortion? Yeah, she's doing the Kamala laugh. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Dude, she does the Kamala laugh too. What's with these Democrats and their maniacal, like they're like a wicked witch of the West cackles?
Well, Mr. Nemesis, she's pulling your leg. She's one of the more Republican people on
so
this
she's a liar. She's just a liar.
No, she's just teasing. That's all. She's
No, that's
between-
lying. If I ask her if she's Democrat, she says yes. That's lying.
Well, actually,
that's
she didn't say
That's
yes.
not
She said
teasing or anything. That's just straight up lying. There's nothing teasing about it.
She didn't say she was Democrat.
She said
Nemesis,
she voted
you
for
lied.
Kamala. So now she's saying she's not. So she's a
You
liar.
lied too.
Are you a so Portia?
You said you
So
were the
you're a
best
liar.
rapper of the 20s.
Yes. Why?
Oh, she's got a point there, Nemesis.
I am a rapper. I'm making the best rap of this decade.
Yeah,
I
you
don't see
lied
what.
too.
Who's making the best?
Well,
Okay,
I
wait.
don't have you in my Apple
Who's
Music,
making the
Nemesis.
best rap then?
I don't have you in my Apple Music.
Wait, you think that
follow you
6ix9ine is the best rapper because he gets the most views? Are you crazy? 6ix9ine's not the best rapper. You think views and notoriety matter? It doesn't, because if that mattered, 6ix9ine's the best rapper. What matters is who's putting out the best music. Even though I'm underrated, you understand how an artist can go underrated for years.
Sure.
Wait, MC Nemesis, let me ask you. You said black people don't accept you. Why do you think that is?
They've been conditioned by the Democrats. The Democrats like Kamala Harris and Louis Farrakhan and Malcolm X, they're brainwashed the black people.
Well, seriously, Mr. Nemesis, don't you have friends that you joke with and tease with sometimes? And you might say, like for me, I would say, "Oh, I'm only 5 feet tall when I'm 6'5", and we're having fun. Nobody's really
but I don't
serious."
know her.
Okay, I got you.
If I know her, then yes, but I don't know this person, so I can only consider that she's a liar.
Okay.
Like if I don't know you and I ask you a question, be like, "Hey, how are you doing today?" "Oh, I like your red shoes. They're nice." "Oh, those aren't red, they're blue." And I look down, they're red. I'm gonna be like, "You're kind of kooky." And they'd be like, no, I just do that with all my friends. I'll be like, "I don't know you."
Nemesis, as much as you call in, you call in whenever I'm up here. What are you talking about? We've talked about Trump before.
So you think now you're narcissistic enough to believe that I'm joining the panel just for you?
No, I'm not saying that
How
you're joining it for
delusional are
me,
you?
But you're saying
So
that
you lied and you said you think voting for Kamala Harris is a joke.
Something.
You think the past 4 years has been a joke? You're about to figure out how big of a joke it is next year when the Republicans deport people, put an end to that transgender nonsense, crush those fat black lesbians that started Black Lives Matter, those godless, stupid bitches, And we finally put the fucking black activist in their place. Just like it used to be in the 90s.
Wow. Wow.
Oh, she left.
Yeah, she left. I think you scared her off, MC Nemesis. Congratulations, man.
Well,
Wow.
she's not making sense.
Well, I think her position was that she's discussed Trump with you many times, and her thought, I understand it's not your thought, is that she does know you because you talked so many times, and I think that's why she felt at liberty to joke a little bit. So,
what does she know? She doesn't know anything about me. As soon as I come up here, you put a picture of my face in a mocking manner as if it's supposed to offend me. And I have you know, by the way, that this piece right here, I put on a scarf and a hat. So if you've ever heard of the wrestler at MJF and AEW, he does a similar gimmick to where he'll put on a scarf and he don't wear the hat. He actually got hair implants, but I wear the hat because I can't afford hair implants.
other than yourself, who's the greatest rapper of all time?
Well, who do you think it is?
Well, I'm old school, so I would say it's either Tupac or Biggie. I'd have to flip a coin.
You realize they didn't put out much, like Biggie Smalls didn't put out much music at all.
Not much at all. Not much.
So I would say he's definitely not up there.
I think Tupac's, they've still got stuff of his they haven't released.
The only reason that you mentioned those two is because of their fame, not their skill.
Well, I like their skill. I mean, I listen to Big Daddy Kane and a lot of other rappers too. Those two just happen to be my favorite.
I'm just saying they're not the most skilled rappers out there.
Okay. Well, so who do you think is the best of all time?
Some of the rappers that I study Eminem, and I study the people that surrounded Eminem. He always tries to stay on top of the industry. Because he's white, he feels like he has something to prove. So even after he became famous and the best rapper popularity-wise, he still felt he had something to prove because the blacks are such terrible people that they refuse to accept people that's not of their, like, they won't accept people that's white in the rap. You have to make an entirely new genre. There's like white people's Republican rap now. That's fine. If you want to call white people Republican rap, we will rap for the Republicans. That's fine. Because y'all nonsense with your whole white supremacy and rap, and that shit gets annoying. And the political stuff that they've been doing since the 80s is highly annoying. Nobody's ever held black people down. Nobody, except for
MC Nemesis. Wait, what do you think about Eminem supporting Kamala?
Like I said, he's trying to appease the black people.
Yeah.
Do you listen to any of the country rap?
Like Lil White is pretty good. Ryan Upchurch. I've listened to Tom McDonald. Tom McDonald's the reason I became a rapper.
Oh, cool.
He's getting millions of views. I was really into the style that he was portraying. I was with him right before he started to sell out to the Republicans. And then I said, man, I can write better than this dude. I can do this better than him. I know I'm better than Tom McDonald. In my heart, I knew I was better than Tom McDonald. And I knew that if Tom McDonald could do it, I could do it.
Kind of has to look, though, too, you know. You might have to get some tattoos on your face. Have you thought about that? Maybe get, MC Nemesis, I think if you got a big MAGA tattoo on your face, I think it would really help out.
I don't know if he's with us anymore.
MC Nemesis, you still there? He's still up here. I think he muted though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So let me know when you're back, MC Nemesis. I think
they're coming by the room to give him the medicine again.
Yeah, his mom's it's lunchtime. His mom's got him a meat and cheese sandwich.
Yeah, he's got a Lunchables. I think probably, I mean, it's too bad because Portia, being a great singer like she is, sometimes you just need those singers to come in. And I know Dre and all the others have done this. They just sing this one line, and then they just throw it in wherever they want, you know.
Yeah, yeah. I think that would help out his appeal too if he got like a black woman singer to sing some of his hooks.
Yeah. Have you ever heard any of his music?
Yeah, it's actually pretty terrible. But yeah, I mean,
Hard to believe.
yeah, it's yeah, it's pretty terrible, but you know,
I'm not going behind the paywall to listen to any.
he's got some stuff on YouTube too. It's just MC Nemesis on Amazon Prime. Yeah, he's played some stuff for us too, and it was pretty terrible.
I wonder if he's like, he gets up on Saturday mornings, like, I got to make my rounds.
Yeah, no, he does. Yeah. He's an internet troll. Yeah, there we go, crack. There we go. Yeah, I think a good face tattoo would really help him out. I think that might be what he's missing. It's kind of hard to sell the Appalachian experience to America.
He looks like kind of an, you know, like a leprechaun rapper or something.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that picture was to mock him. I just thought that's the way he looked.
No. I didn't. I wasn't trying to mock him either. I guess I put his picture up to kind of, you know, show him some respect. You know. Like,
And we asked him respectful, nice questions.
Yeah.
I don't think Portia meant any harm.
Yeah. No, she didn't. I hope she comes back up. Hey, Lindy Lou. Good morning. Oh, good afternoon now. How you doing, Lindy? Yeah. Hey, Lindy. Yeah, he told a story one time how he got arrested and put in jail because he beat up a lesbian. So I think he's a little
yeah.
He might have a little incel in him. A little bit. Doesn't mind slapping a woman around a couple times.
I think if you're gonna really be a big star, you got to be a little more flexible.
Oh yeah.
You don't know me, you know that stuff.
Yeah. Lindy Lou, I'm in Warren, Ohio right now. Warren, Ohio. Kinda. What am I? I'm really just past Akron, a little southeast of Detroit right now. A lot southeast of Detroit. Yeah, still moving. I'm about to go on my break soon, so.
Oh man, you're just outside of Youngstown.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a lovely city. It's a lovely town.
Yeah. Ohio's a pretty interesting state, to say the least. Not the best state, but yeah.
Not even
really nice roads though, I will say.
Yeah, but they well, I don't know what it's like now, but they had strict enforcement back in the day in Ohio.
Yeah.
But did you take 90 across or?
No, I took 80 across. I'm taking 80.
So you're heading east right now, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So what did you take to get to 80, or were you just on 80 the whole time?
I took 94 to get to 80, so I had to go through Chicago.
Gotcha.
And I stopped in Gary, and then.
Oh, good move.
Yeah, I know it was gated where I was at in Gary though, so it was okay. I'm like, yeah.
It's and Gary, as bad as it is, isn't as bad as it used to be.
Nah, Gary is still pretty bad. It's still It's still pretty
No,
horrible
it's
there.
awful. It's just not.
Yeah.
It doesn't win every year like it used to.
Oh yeah. Well, they killed everybody. Everybody died. they, there's not enough people now, man. Everybody died of Gary. It's pretty horrible.
They shot each other.
Yeah.
Problems shot each other. See, oh man, yeah, that's. I don't know how far you have to go through Pennsylvania, but I remember I used to have to drive from Indianapolis to Providence, Rhode Island. And Pennsylvania, it just seemed to me like it's kind of like Georgia going south. It's like this state won't stop.
Yeah, nah, Pennsylvania it's a huge state to drive through, and there's so many mountains and stuff
Yeah.
too. So as a trucker, it makes it even worse, man, because you got to go up those grades, those percent upgrades, downgrades.
And it's all forest. There's nothing till you get to a town. You feel like if you break down, where am I going to go? What am I going to do?
Nah, that's not where you want to go. And so many. That's why I do kind of like driving Midwest, because it's just all flat. You just put the cruise control on and put your feet up, pretty much. But once you get to Pennsylvania and the East Coast, it gets a little dicey.
Yeah, I remember that in Pennsylvania because I was driving a 73 Vega. And let me tell you, I wasn't a trucker, but it was hard for that little piece of crap to get up those hills and stuff sometimes.
Yeah.
And then you go out west where I used to live in Utah.
That's even crazier.
Forget it. I mean, the people up there are used to it. And I was driving a stick. And they're like, well, you'll reach the top of the mountain and you'll be fine. No, you won't be fine, because you get to the top. And even when you're going down, there's like plateaus and stuff that you got to go up again and then down and up again. And then you get into Arizona and all that on the way to Vegas. And you're just down a corridor on the Death Star. There's just mountains on either side of you. And the grade is like 25% or some amount like that. Finally, I just talked to a mechanic and he goes, you had a 10-speed when you were a kid, right? I'm like, yeah. Well, just put it in a lower gear until you get to the speed you want. I go, isn't that going to burn out my gearbox? He's like, no, absolutely not.
Yeah, nah. A lot of people don't really know that. You can if you stay in a lower gear, it's like your engine. It's basically like you're braking without braking.
Yeah.
So a lot of people think they'll burn out there. I mean, you definitely want to pay attention to those RPMs. You don't want to burn it up too high, but there is always like a sweet spot where you could just lightly tap on the brake.
Yeah.
And
getting up is a problem.
Yeah.
You know, but if you downshift and get where you need to be, and then just make sure as soon as you can on the way down, take it out of gear and either coast to tap your brakes once in a while, or like you say, downshift into a gear that's cool on the way down. But you don't want to drive all the way to Vegas in second gear, but up and down the mountains is fine.
Yeah. Have you been to Vegas lately?
I was there last year.
Okay. Yeah, I want to go to Vegas. I haven't been in a while. I want to go. I still want to see that sphere. They said Kamala spent like $250,000 advertising on that sphere. Something crazy, something ungodly. But I do want to see it.
I'm weird. I've been going out there since 80. I don't know, 6 or 7. And when
I bet it looks completely different now.
Well, when I was doing stand-up, I think I was there for 13 weeks. I got held over. And at some point in time, that was at the Tropicana Lounge. I started staying in Old Vegas, Fremont Street.
Yeah.
And I started staying at the Golden Nugget. And even business trips, they book our whole company in a particular hotel. And I'd say, book me into the Golden Nugget. So now I have this insane, over the years, just kept my membership thing or whatever, preferred customer, guest, whatever. And I get these just insane rates, especially during the week on hotel rooms. It's like, sometimes there was a period of time when it was $39. I think it's gone up to $59.
Jeez, a night?
A night. Now, if it hits the weekend, then it does get up to, but nothing bad.
Yeah,
it's 100, 110. I still
still
get
nothing for Vegas. God,
exactly.
That's nothing.
So yeah, I'm always at the Golden Nugget, and then Fremont Street, which has the zip line and all the old and the street performers, tons of street performers, tons and tons of them, and little stages and stuff. So I don't even go to the Strip anymore.
No, I love Vegas. It's
See, this channel ought to have a meetup in Vegas.
No, that's whenever we've talked about it, that's what I said, that should be the only place we meet up at is Vegas. Because I think that's the perfect place to meet. And
well, it's built for it. That's what it's for. I mean, and then you can also say you get 15 or 20 people, then you go to one of those hotels or go to all of them and say, we got 20 people. What kind of break are you going to give us?
Yeah.
Get the room rate down and everything. And if you need a conference room for something, if you probably don't, you can just go to a restaurant and say, we need this section or whatever. But that's what Vegas is built for.
Yeah. No, I think we'll get there eventually. I think we're still trying to grow the page first. And like our first step is getting back monetized and trying to figure that whole thing out.
You guys were monetized?
Yeah, we were. It was kind of my fault that we got demonetized. Well, it is my fault. I used to play a clip of this girl we know. She was like, she did a live stream one day where she just sucked on a dildo, and I clipped it, and I would play it as a joke. And yeah, somebody reported me, so we lost our monetization. So no, it's Universal Drama. It's absolutely my fault. It was funny. It was funny, but yeah. So we're working on that. But I think once we actually grow the page a little bit more, play the whole YouTube game.
We're gonna do that. I had a girl on my show and I started it because she was pretty good looking. And I said one day, she was on, and I said something about her eating an eclair. Mm-hmm. And by God, she sent in a video clip. So people started requesting things for, I want to see her eat a banana. I want to see her eat a popsicle. I want to see her eat and she did it all. Maybe we got away with it because it was just food. But before COVID, my show, which was doing very well, out in Utah, we had planned a big meetup in Las Vegas, and then COVID hit. So we didn't do it. But I think Vegas is the perfect place. The weather's good. Obviously, a lot of people are from the East Coast, but who doesn't want to go to Vegas?
Yeah, no. That's why I think it's definitely the best place. And yeah, I think people would show up too. But I think, as soon as we grow the channel a little bit, we'll probably have a Vegas meetup, and maybe during the summer. I'm looking towards.
The only other place would be down here in Dallas.
Yeah, that's what Portia was saying, but I'd rather do Vegas just because, we don't, especially if we're somewhere close to the Strip, and we could just walk everywhere. We don't even have to really worry about anything.
Yeah, and there's something to be said for you do your first one in Vegas because it's a layup. It's easy. The hospitality, you know about it. You're all there, as you say, in one spot. Everything's pretty easy. Later on, if you wanted to do something else, you could say, okay, we're going to do it in Fort Worth at the Stockyards or something like that.
Yeah. And then too, we would definitely do like a live stream, do like a live stream too, and but hopefully we could live stream the whole thing. Stay live like we usually do. Just kind of have different people going live while we're doing it. And
Well, you also for that, you're going to need a dedicated space, and it doesn't have to be fancy, but you need a table and Wi-Fi and all that.
yeah.
But also, while that's going on, not everybody will be streaming at the same time necessarily all the time. So you got to have plenty of video of B-roll.
Yeah.
Of behind the scenes type stuff,
Yeah.
No, it's a content gold mine.
Yeah. I think it'll be amazing. Like I'm already looking at a couple people that I know would pull up. I know Universal Jones, obviously John, Portia, probably Lolo, Garion.
Gotta have Stanley. It's not
Stanley. We gotta have Stanley. I don't know. I know he's a little old, but we'd have to get Stanley to pull up.
He'd be like Mr. T on the A team. We'd have to like knock him out. He never wanted to fly, so they always had to figure out a way to put something in his drink or whatever and make him go to sleep, and then he'd wake up when they finally arrived.
He'd probably be like the one that drinks the most too. He'd probably
Really?
drink the most. Yes, I think Stanley would outdrink us all. Yeah,
I
Stanley would probably.
don't drink, so I'm always in charge of wrangling everybody and let's get a car and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And that's fine. That's no big deal. But yeah, there's pretty cool stuff down there, and even off the strip at some of the smaller places, and they have wild events at some of these places. They have one is called Karaoke XXX, and it's not really XXX. It's just that former porn stars are the hosts and some of the participants, and people just come in and do karaoke there. And I know Portia is a international karaoke star. So
Yeah. I think it would be. Yeah, we probably have to go down there during Exotica, whenever Exotica's there.
well, Exotica is on the East Coast. The thing that's there is the AVN, which is even bigger.
Oh yeah, that's right. AVN.
Yeah, they used to have it at the same time as the Consumer Electronics Show. So you'd go there and they'd have all these brand new, the Apple Watch and things that are debuting and just amazing technological stuff. And then right in the next giant conference room area is the AVN people. I think the Consumer Electronics Show said, yeah, okay, this has been fun, but I think we're finished now. And so they don't have them at the same time anymore.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind going to the AVN. I've been to Exotica in Chicago. They went there. It was pretty cool, but all the like I wanted to take pictures with certain girls, but they all wanted to charge me. I'm like, I'm not paying you $50 for a picture. Yeah, whore.
Yeah.
It's like Jesus
Lousy
Christ.
whore.
Yeah, whore. Yeah, but I mean, I get it though. I get it. They gotta make their money somehow.
But some of them don't. I mean, the girls that are there all day, yeah, they're going to charge you. The ones that are like sponsored, that they only come in for like 2 hours, they've already been paid. So they're happy to just be in pictures and sign stuff because it's going to make their fans happy. And out they go after a couple of hours. But yeah, it's there's an Exotica they do in New York or New Jersey too. That I have a friend of mine. Actually, he was on my show this week. No Filter Paul from Opie and Anthony. He goes to those and covers them and stuff. But when I used to work for Hustler, I was all up in that stuff, and I really don't know much about it now. Although a former porn star I think she still does Cinemax and stuff, maybe. That I know. I think I'm going to have her on my show upcoming here.
Nice. What's her name?
She lives in Vegas.
What's her name? We're definitely gonna watch that one. What's her name?
Well, you can. I don't know if it's behind. If I don't know if it's on my Patreon only right now. But I did a podcast with her already, and it's Rebecca Love.
Rebecca Love. When do I remember her?
I think she bills herself as the Skinemax, the Skinemax B Queen of late night or something like that. She did a bunch of those.
Oh, she did like those type of like the.
Well, no, she did the real ones too.
Oh, okay.
Later on, and man, nowadays we were talking about Jake Paul. Nowadays, those adult entertainers, they ain't giving out the contracts and stuff like they used to, and so all of them have a podcast and they have a OnlyFans and they got everything.
Yeah,
you can have them phone calls, pre-recorded. They got everything.
Jeez.
They got those spin wheels where, I don't know, some guy tips them and they spin, and whenever it lands on, that's what they're gonna do. Yeah, it's a fascinating industry.
Yeah.
With extremely well-adjusted people.
Yeah.
They're straight edge. None of them are on any sort of drugs.
Oh yeah, nah, they're mostly pretty drugged out. I don't know what it is with porn, but there's like a really high suicide rate. Yeah.
Well, and that's kind of gone up here in the last 10 years. And then there's a high rate of like weird stuff, like died of asthma in a hot tub. There's a lot of that, or car accident. A lot of car accidents too.
Yeah, it's probably all drug related, honestly.
Yeah,
most of it. I think you got to be pretty drugged up to be a porn star.
But then again, there's the one I dated said, I'm doing this for 5 years and I'm retiring. I'm never doing it again. Is exactly what she did. Opened up a store in Malibu and finished. So, and then you got people like Christy Canyon who never did any of that stuff and just kind of really didn't do porn that much. She was just very famous for it. And then since then, show on the Playboy Channel network, on satellite, then it turns into a podcast. So she's, obviously didn't fall into all that. But
wait, you dated a porn star?
Yeah, it's dated might be a little generous.
Nice. I mean, date. Was it like a half-hour date, or was it like a?
No. I was living in LA and
okay.
Eventually moved into her place, and
so yeah, you were really dating.
The thing about it is, there's two things. First is you have to be prepared that say you're on Melrose and they have these newsstands, and you may walk by a newsstand and you will see the girl that you're dating / living with, and she's on the cover of a magazine and she's with not Tom.
Yeah.
So you have to be prepared for that. But the biggest thing is that people don't realize, I don't know what it's like today, but back then they would work, quote unquote, work for like 2 weeks. They would just make like 10 scenes in that 2 weeks and then nothing for, as long as a year. Yeah. And they used their fame to get huge. Back in the day, I don't know what it's like now, gigantic paydays from strip clubs that they performed at. And all they had to do there was go dance on a stage and then sign all the merch. And they were charging and they did make a lot of money on it. But so, you only had to have the bad thoughts in the back of your head for 2 weeks and then you were fine.
Jesus Christ. So while you were dating her, she was actually still pretty active.
Oh yeah.
Oh man. Oh man.
And then she would go off and I mean, she was making $25K
A
for
scene?
for one night.
Oh.
Unless you got you're a contract girl, those girls don't make that much.
Yeah.
On those movies. They get paid once, they never get paid again. They don't have royalties, they don't have anything else. And but the appearances, at least back in the day, this is before the internet, and they made just ridiculous coin, ridiculous bank at these strip clubs.
Man, yeah, I don't think it's like that anymore.
300 guys show up. They got to pay $10 to get in. Okay. So there's $3,000 right there.
Yeah.
And they're not, I mean, they're buying drinks at a strip club, so they're going to, and tipping, they would tip the girls and everything else. I went to a couple of the strip club things, and
while she was like working, just to kind of check it out.
We went to that town, so like we went there. I think she did Friday and Saturday, and then we spent another couple days in that town. The fun part was, I didn't go there when she went there. She had to get there early and all this stuff. So I would get there and I would sort of time when I was walking past. Most of those stages, start at the back and then they go, deeper into the club. It's kind of like a little runway deal. So I would wait till she was almost to the end of walking to the end of the little runway thing. And that's when I would walk by and she would jump off of the runway and I would catch her. And the only reason I did that was to piss off every guy in that place. And, it was fun. She was fun. But she was really flaky. I mean, she thought she could interpret the dreams of horses and stuff. It was nuts.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
she was out of there. I never heard a girl that crazy. I've heard some crazy chicks.
Well, she wasn't out front with it though.
Yeah.
You'd have to really talk to her about it, but yeah, she was interesting. She was in one respect, she was a really great girlfriend because I was working a lot and she was doing whatever she was doing, but she had that thing that some girls have that's like this isn't good enough for my man. My man's only the best. Yeah. So like if I went to a restaurant and they brought out, and I wanted fries and they brought out mashed potatoes or whatever, I'd go, man, they got my order wrong. Oh, well. And she'd be like, oh no, let me take care of it. I mean, she didn't like pamper you, but if I had a jacket that I'd had for a long time, it's just like, well, that jacket's kind of old. I'm like, well, yeah, but it's my jacket. Yeah. There'd be a brand new one that she liked, and she didn't buy cheap stuff. Like the next day or two, it would just be there. I got you a jacket. It's a nice jacket. You wear this one with me. Wear the crappy one when you're not with me. Okay. She was very, very that.
We had we have a Muslim guy that calls up, and he actually said it's like an old Muslim proverb that what did he say? What did Dwale say? He said something like girls from the brothels make the best wives, and that's like an old Arabic proverb or something.
No, you can't really universal. She was white and she had kind of a Scandinavian background. She was like a sweet, but she was American as apple pie. I mean, but that was probably her background. She was on the cover of one of the special editions at Hustler, and I was consultant on that. And we were having the final meeting before going to production, and so there was a bunch of people in the meeting I didn't know, and she was actually in the meeting, but she was not on set yet or anything, so she was just wearing like a hoodie and some sweats or something, and I thought she was like a production artist or somebody else like that. I didn't think anything of it, and so I started talking to her, and she invited me to meet her. We were going to go out on the beach and do a clam bake or something, I think, and I was living at the time in the Melrose area, just on Orange, a few blocks off of Melrose, and there was a duplex in the front on Orange that had one side. There was an editor of a big movie magazine that also worked for Hustler, like I did. On the other side was the head art director for a magazine that was called Rip magazine. It was a rock and roll magazine that Hustler produces a lot of magazines that have anything to do with pornography. Tons of them, computer magazines, best home and garden type magazine, tons of them. Anyway, Peter Sorkelly was his name. Anyway, so there was that duplex, and then behind it was a bungalow. So it was like almost like a Quonset hut, like a tin can cut in half type of a thing. And that's where I lived, in the back. So I got home that night, and the editor of the movie magazine was also working on Hustler and also working on these special editions. And we were out in the back grilling or something, and I said, "Hey, that girl at the meeting, me and her are going to hook up tomorrow and go do a thing." And even his wife knew. He goes, "Yeah." She's standing there. His wife was really cool, and he goes, "Tom, she works for the magazine." And I went, "Yeah, she's a paste-up artist or something like that." And then his wife goes, No, she works for the magazine." And then it dawned on me exactly what she did. But the head photographer there at the time I was there was an Austrian guy named Ladi von Jansky. And I remember the first time I went to the studio where they were shooting, because I wrote for the comedy section. We had lots of things we had to have photographed there. So I went out there. I'm actually in some of them. I've gotten so much makeup on. It's, you wouldn't know unless I said, "Check that out. It's me." But Lottie said, "The problem with these girls is not that you don't know where they've been. The problem is you know exactly where they've been."
Yeah.
And we had a guy, we called him Stunt Cock. He was this just kind of gross looking, probably in his early to mid 40s, heavy set, pudgy guy. He wasn't like morbidly obese. He was just pudgy everywhere. However, he was able to instantaneously achieve at full mast. And that's why we called him Stunt Cock, because no matter what, you would bring him in, and if that's what you needed or they needed, I never had to use him for any of the comedy stuff. But every time I went there, this dude was there, naked, sitting in this little green room that had massive stacks of Hustler and everything else. And he would be sitting there with one, reading it like naked, but it would be covering his junk. He would just have it on his lap, looking straight down. Yeah, it was a weird place. Larry Flint.
What did they use him for, though? He was a stunt guy.
Well, sometimes they would just need a shot of. They would need tight shots, close-ups, And so if the good looking guy that was in the wide shots was having problems, and they do quite frequently, they'd bring him in and they wouldn't show his body at all. It would just be, girl's face and whatever. Yeah.
That's always the thing for me. Why I could never really do porn. I couldn't do it just because there's a bunch of guys in the room watching. That would always, I feel like I wouldn't be able to perform like that.
It's worse than that.
Yeah.
It's worse than that. All of the photographs, because you see stills from certain, filmed pornography or videotape pornography.
Mm-hmm.
They do all the stills before they shoot the scene. So and by the way, lighting for photography, much more difficult than lighting. I mean, you've got to stop down. So everything that you see in that scene, they had to pose for before they even started making the double humpback whale. Okay. So then they go and do the actual scene. And what did I hear one of them say? There's a big difference between effing a porn star and being a porn star effing. It's like everybody dreams of being with one, and then some people think, oh, I could do that.
Hey, sorry I had to leave before that. My wife was calling.
That's okay.
Come on, you don't have to lie, MC Nemesis. You know it was your mom.
No, I'm not lying. My wife was calling. I had to leave.
It was your mom. Stop it, man. Come on.
So
is that what you call her? Is that what you?
What happened to Portia?
She's very upset that you didn't think that you guys had talked enough to maybe have a very innocent.
Well, I was on this other channel. It's called.
Did you cut out again? Yeah.
Lady, not to go up there.
I think you're
I
cutting
tried to
out.
go up there. Am I?
You're good now.
April Love, right? Does anybody know who that is? April Love.
No. Never heard of her.
April Love didn't want to talk about racial relations. She's a black woman, and she disagreed with me that the Black Lives Matter movement, started by a bunch of fat black lesbians that hate God, was worse than the KKK ever was.
We're gonna get back to the porn talk, by the way. Let's just let
the
MC
what?
Nemesis. No, nothing.
Is that the Just Breathe lady?
April Love?
Yeah.
I don't know if you know her. I doubt she's very famous. She only has 1.08 thousand subscribers. April Love.
Yeah,
but anyway, she was very disrespectful to me because she said that she didn't want to talk about racial relations. And that was after she was fine to talk about it as long as I was agreeing with her. She said it's an interesting topic. But then when I said that the BLM movement's worse than the KKK, she shut down really quick and didn't want to go further. Because she said, that's your opinion. I said, no, it's backed by facts. And when people's confronted with the truth, they either run or accept it.
Yeah. I think I'm seeing who she is. Mr. Nemesis, do you have like a streaming show of your own? Not your songs, but a show where you talk and discuss politics and things?
No, but I've been thinking about doing a talk show. I want to do a podcast. I'm offering $200 if you will come to Jambo Studios in Hickory, North Carolina, to do a podcast with me. Just have a minimum of 10,000 followers on a platform like YouTube or X or, just one of the big ones. If you have over 10,000 followers, you come to Jambo. We talk for an hour or two, and I'll give you $200.
Well, why would you be interested in doing it like we're doing it over StreamYard? So you save the $200 and you have them on your show via video.
Oh yeah, that's fine too. I mean, they're anytime I go live, they're more than welcome to pop up there. Just
Cool.
subscribe to my channel and pop up if you want to do it over StreamYard, because I go live too. But if you want to make money, if you want to actually do a podcast with me in an actual studio to where you're being recorded and actually mixed and mastered by a professional, you know, an actual sit down like Daily Wire like does. Actual sit down.
Or Joe Rogan.
Yes, Joe Rogan.
Well, I hope you and Portia can put this past you, because she really is very, very Republican.
Does she have over 10,000 followers?
Not online, but in real life. You should see her. She goes to Subway. I swear to God, at least 30, 40 people follow her, and while she's singing.
There's got to be over 10,000 followers on a digital media platform, because this is the best method of communication.
Yeah,
Through the
yeah.
media.
I think she just wants. Well, I let's not speak for Portia. I think it would be nice if you guys could mend that fence here.
I think Portia finds me to be an interesting character. I think she's caught up in the whole nigger word, you know.
Now,
It doesn't mean anything, by the way. It's a made-up word made by the Appalachian people.
No, all words are made up.
No, that's not true.
What did they call
words are used to describe things. They're not all made up.
Well, no, I'm saying before somebody came up with the word apple, there was no word apple. Somebody had to invent that, and now we all know it's an apple.
Well, yeah, I mean, everybody always, like, even though before the English language, even in caveman times, they would grab an apple and be like, "Ruh," and that was apple in their language.
Yeah, yeah. I wonder who the first person was. I always wonder who was the first person that milked a cow and then drank it.
There's no telling.
Yeah, that was this leap of courage, I think.
Do you find yourself thinking about?
Yeah, very brave man. A very, very brave man. Whoever did that first.
Do you guys think? Do you guys find yourself living in the past a lot?
No, I actually live in the present.
I only use the past to teach me things that I can use in the present and future.
But how do you know if it's true?
I think it's like anything else. You have to look at it and research it and find out if it's true.
Okay. So you're saying the method to discover if something's true or not is to look at it and to research it.
Yeah, and then find out
to know if it's real. So, in order for me to know if this cup is
real, not to know if it's real, to know if it's true.
Okay, so if this cup is
Nemesis,
I don't know.
Nemesis.
How do you do it?
What came first, the color orange or the fruit orange?
Our ability to perceive. Do you guys know how the world works? That the world is a projector, and it's not a video camera. It's a projector. You are not a video camera. You're projecting your reality. Like a movie, like an old school film, you're projecting it through your eyes. It's not downloaded like a video. It's projected.
Gotcha.
It comes from within, not from the external environment. So, and that's why some people are colorblind. Some people see different stuff than others. Some people even have hallucinations because it's a projector. That's why whenever you take DMT, that is the actual reality that you're projecting is the DMT.
What is DMT? I don't know what that is.
It's just a heavy psychedelic.
Oh. Have you taken it before?
No, but I've taken a psychedelic amount of weed.
Okay.
But what do you think about that? Do you believe that white people are superior to black people, Tom?
No, I do not.
Do you believe in white supremacy?
No, I do not.
Yeah, I don't believe in it either. I don't believe that racism's real. It was made by the blacks to control the blacks. It was made by people like Louis Farrakhan and Malcolm X to control black people.
For us, by us.
Yes.
Like FUBU. Wow. I never thought about that.
If racism was real, then this would imply that white people are superior to black people. If white supremacy is real, that means I have an advantage that you don't have. That, like, I'm supreme to you. If it's real, I am supreme to you. That, according to racism itself.
Do you think that there are situations like if a white person and a black person apply for the same job, they both have the exact same type of education background, everything else, that there are some people that either consciously or subconsciously will hire the white person over
Well, right now, white people are better than black people because black people's being held down and told that they're inferior, so they're lashing out. So right now, white people are superior to black people on average.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I don't know. It's such a complicated issue.
Okay, so if you didn't have people like Malcolm X, you didn't have these black leaders saying, "Oh, it's the white man's holding you down. White men are superior." If they weren't superior, if you elect us in power, we'll make sure they don't have advantages in the system. And then the black people says, "You know what? I am inferior because I don't have this, I don't have that like another white man has." Because the white people usually have generational wealth, whereas the black people don't because of the family unit.
I don't remember. I mean, I don't know of, I should say, Martin Luther King or Malcolm X saying stuff like that.
What I'm saying is, they're saying there's white supremacy Nazis or whatever roaming the street. This would imply that they have an advantage that black people don't have, like government power or something. And it's just simply not true.
Where do you get the ideas for your songs?
What, do you agree that it's true?
That what's true? That the white people are superior to black people because black people have been suppressed and kept down?
Yes, but by other black people telling them that white people are superior. White people, the reason that you don't make it in life is because white people are superior to you. That's what they tell black people. And then black people say, well, they're only superior across the system. The system. So the system that's holding them down, yes, only because of the system of the Democrats that leads you to believe that you're inferior. So if a white man and a black man right now have the same attributes, the white person has the advantage because of what black people have done to it's called because of the black Illuminati, basically.
I gotcha.
Does that make sense?
It is logical.
There's the light-skinned male Illuminati and then the dark-skinned black male Illuminati.
Right. And
have you ever heard of Prince Hall Freemasonry?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's all black.
Have you been here? Have you ever been in here when Be Brave and Think is in here?
No. Have you ever been in here when John and Dory, the Scott brothers, are in here?
Oh yeah. I'm just asking because I think you and Be Brave would.
I think you and the Scott brothers would be that you would talk well. So, what do you think of that, though? Has this ever registered to you?
No.
Why not?
Well, it's the first time hearing of it.
And why is that? Because you believe whatever you see on the news, you never do any digging.
No, I don't think that's the reason.
How old are you? I'm only 31.
That makes sense.
How old are you guys? You guys don't know any of this?
When did you start going bald? You're only 31.
So you guys don't know anything about politics or psychology, and you're how old?
Well, I know a lot about politics.
Okay, so Islam is the dark-skinned male Illuminati, and they lump in the Hispanic and Latino.
Yeah.
And then the light-skinned male Illuminatis, the Jewish men, the Republicans, Knights Templar, Asians. The Abrahamic religions want to establish a rule by theocracy and technocrats like Elon Musk.
My bad.
They target 45 to 64-year-olds.
Wait, why did you start going bald? You're only 31. Or when did you start going bald?
I started going bald when I was 20.
Oh wow.
Because I went to jail for beating up some lesbians.
Yeah.
And I got assault charge. They put me down for 2.5 years because I beat up these 2 lesbians.
Yeah.
And I think because of the stress of that, I just shaved my head. I had a full hair of head going in there when I was 20, and then I lost it all in jail. Probably worried about my sentence.
Yeah, yeah. Nah, jail is pretty it's pretty stressful, so I understand.
Well, I figured out like most black. See, my time in jail, I got to observe people. So black people are cowards in the jail. They form groups of people. They're scared to death. Like, and I ask people, I said, why did you join a gang? They say, because of the other gangs. They're scared of the other gangs trying to control them. So they join up with other gangs. But no gang controls anybody. Like, who are they controlling? I mean, they don't control anybody in jail. I was never assaulted or anything. Like, was there riots? Yes, because you have one gang trying to say I'm superior and another gang trying to say I'm superior.
Yeah. Was there anything that you enjoyed about prison?
No.
Oh. Wow.
There was some benefits, but nothing I really enjoyed. Like, I spent a lot of time in isolation because I was too violent for public. Because they would put me in there, then someone would annoy me and I'd punch him or fight him or something, beat him up. Then they put me in isolation. And one time people just paid me. There's like, here's you some commissary, go punch this chomo. And I did. And they took me in this hole for that. So I was actually a hitman in jail. I started off normal, and then by the end of it, I became a paid hitman.
Did you find extra time to read or do any of that
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of? Okay.
But mainly what I figured out was that how much of a badass that I am, you know?
Sure. Sure.
Like, I'm an ass kicker, no doubt.
Yeah.
You know?
Did you do any homosexual activities in there?
No.
Okay.
But there was a lot of the homosexuals. Well, there was a lot of people that were proud to be homosexuals in there because they were tops. And being a top is like, hell yeah, we smashing that motherfucker. Like, you know, there'd be people bragging about it because there's sexual dynamic is the top bottom dynamic, dominant, submissive. So you have submissive gay people in there that's enjoying themselves. Then you have a lot of power tops, which will claim in the world that they're not gay. I'm like, dude, you got your dick sucked. You tell me how much you fucked this other man in the ass, and yet you're not gay. Well, no, I ain't gay.
Yeah.
They're on the down low.
Yeah.
No, they try to say that they're power tops, so they're not gay because they just do the fucking. Do you guys think that? That in jail, if you top, you're gay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I always heard it called the down low. Keeping it a secret.
I love them.
You could try them. They may be too big.
Maybe. But yeah, my jail number, I don't know. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks for answering that question.
What do you guys think about that, though? Does that make so? You think being a power top makes you gay?
No. I mean, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. But I guess I guess what I will say is being a top or a bottom less gay, or is being a top less gay than being a bottom? I think they're both pretty gay, honestly. Yeah, I think they're both pretty gay.
Well,
But I think in prison though, you know, you guys are pretty much animals in there, so you're gonna kind of resort or revert to animalistic behavior.
I mean, so you think that being in a cell would make you become like an animal? Well, no, it doesn't.
Yeah, I think if you lock any human being up over a period of time, he loses his humanity.
Well, to a certain extent, I definitely was traumatized because
Yeah.
you're not able to move. You're just in a cell.
Right.
And you just start going inward to your mind.
That
So
had
all you really have is your mind.
That's a
that
long
had
way to go.
yeah, that had to be very traumatizing for you.
And then when you come out, I mean, I only spent 29 months. So I come out and I'm still like institutionalized in a way because see, I've sit here. God, how long's it been? It's been like 7 years since I had a public job. The last public job I had was Taco Bell, and I ended up throwing the taco in somebody's face because he snatched a bag out from my hand. And I took that. I said, hold on, wait. I said, wait a minute. This order needs another taco. He snatched it out. So I said, okay, here's the taco. And I threw it in his face. And I remember the cheese and everything running down his face. And I said, get outside, let's fight. He wouldn't get outside and fight me. He just went in the back and washed his face off and cussing. I said, come on, let's fight. That's the type of person I am. I don't care if it's at Taco Bell or anything. You mess with me, we're fighting. You know it?
Well, yeah. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
here in Texas, I think there's a fight every 5 minutes over a taco.
Well, I'm just saying, if I go to work for you and you try to bully me, you try to say, oh, I have more experience than you, blah, blah, blah. No, we're going to do this job right. And if you're not on board with it, then I'm going to beat your fucking ass.
Did
So
you say
go
did you
ahead.
say did you say that Taco Bell was the last job that you had?
Yeah, the last public job.
Okay. So you just been working for yourself ever since?
Yeah, now I got a really good job. The state's paying me money, and I have a 50,600 equivalent.
50,600.
Yes.
Okay.
Because what do you guys think about this? The state gives me $768 monthly in food stamps.
Right.
Did you guys think that they give you that much?
Well, no, I didn't. But the way the food prices are going up, you know.
And you said how much a semester? 12,000 divided by 2. Yeah, but I thought you said you get more if it's in summer. You get more. How much do you get in total if you go a whole year at 3 semesters?
Is that your mom?
No, that's my wife. So you get 4,000 a semester? Yeah. So you get 4,000 a semester.
Wow.
If you go all 3 semesters. So that's 12,000 a year that you'll get. And I'm going to be going to become a psychology major. And then I own and then I'm a landowner and I'm a homeowner. So next year, after I get my record expunged, they'll give you $702 per child to foster.
You're gonna foster children?
0 to 5 years. Yeah, why not? If the state needs people to do it, I'm able-bodied.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I could raise 5. I mean, I already have one kid. That's my
Yeah.
own. So the state is willing to pay you $702 per child.
Per month?
Per month, yes.
And what if you are assigned from Child Protective Services a child that is black?
Oh, it don't matter what color they are to me.
Okay.
Money,
700
money.
bucks.
So if I try to take on 5 more children, that'd be $3,500. Okay, I get a $5,000 tax credit from JD Vance. Plus, I get, how much tax return do you get? You said about 15,000, right? We'll get back. Yeah, about 15,000 in tax return for having a kid total.
Wow. How long you been married for?
Oh, just a little over a year.
Oh, okay. So it's kind of like a new.
So this is the way the economy really works. There is no actual economy. The way the economy actually works is like this. The state will give you, if you have a child, what you need to do is get married.
Uh-huh.
This is the purpose. This is what the Republicans want you to do. Get married as early as possible. We're talking 18, 19 years old. Forget college. They don't want you to go to college.
Right.
And why is that? You're like, what? I mean, they do want you to go to college, but after.
Okay.
They want women in the home focusing on their kids. And if women are willing to do that, they will give them $768 a month in food stamps, $4,000 a semester, $5,000 tax credit per child, and then you can foster. And we're getting on up there to 6-figure income now.
Do
And
you
this is
include the
by the
food stamp?
state.
You include
What?
the food stamp? You include the food stamps in your income?
Of course.
Yeah.
And plus WIC. There's also WIC. That gives you free diapers and free formula. And then when your child becomes 6 months old, they give you free baby food for the first 5 years of the child's life. Everything in society is based on children.
Right.
If you don't have if you don't have children, you get the shit taxed out of you. Like my mom, right? She only gets, if she tries to go to school, she only gets $450. But because I have a child, I got $2,000 this past semester plus on top of the extra. And this is immune to inflation. If inflation strikes and food goes up, food stamps goes up, we got a raise on our semester. And then, of course, the tax credit would go up. All this. This is not predicated. You don't have to have no stupid ass boss, no stupid ass job. You need to spend your time going to school. Like me, I'm going to be taking psychology. You don't need to enter this shit. Like the workforce is not going to do you no good. One person can be in the workforce. You're married. My wife had the better job than me.
Right.
So I quit. Or I can't, like whoever finds the best paying job. My wife just happened to find a better paying job. And if I decide to work, all of this is cut out. I cannot work a public job.
Right.
If I take a job working this, all of it's cut out. That is not the path to success. And plus, I
Right.
wouldn't have no time to go to school to become a psychologist.
Right.
Yeah. So this is the path to success, not what your mom, work hard and stuff. That doesn't work. The state taxes people. They will tax the people that's working. They don't have job security. Retail, fast food, manufacturing. You know what happened during the hurricane? They weren't working. That's what happened.
How is it living with your mom?
No, my mom lives with me. I own a 6-bedroom house.
Okay.
Yes. So I own it, like my name.
Okay.
I own this house and my land. And by the way, like I feel like only landowners should be able to vote. I don't know why they keep letting everybody vote. Stupid.
They're calling you a loser in the chat. How do you feel about that?
Well, what I'm saying is that I own land, right?
Right.
Why should you What do you rent? You have no right. Like, you don't even own anything. If you don't even own anything, I'm just simply better than you in life financially. So we only need to have people that own land being able to vote.
Isn't that kind of un-American then, though?
That's the way it originally was. You had to
What
own
about
land.
taxation without representation?
The whole you think there's an actual economy? Like, what do you do for a living? Like, what field?
No, let me ask you though. Answer my first question. What about paying taxes? If I pay taxes, shouldn't I have a right to vote?
I don't think so.
If I pay taxes into this country, I shouldn't have a right to vote?
No, because you don't deserve it unless you actually own something. You're not contributing. The property tax pays for the education, the public education. So if you don't own land, you're not helping the children. Like I said, if you don't have kids, you're not helping, you're not producing taxpayers. The economy, America's a business, and they're going to pay you per child because those children are taxpayers. And if you take care of the taxpayers, which takes care of the government can get more money. You need to be asking not how your government can serve you, but how you can serve your government. Because the more that you serve your government, the more you kiss their ass and lean into it, especially Republicanism now. Just lean into it, have kids, dedicate your life to children, and the government will give you bukus of money. And then you could take that money, or you can what? Work your McDonald's job, work your factory job, get your $20 an hour, be too prideful to sign up for government assistance.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't want to bring kids into this world. Well, I think the people that
I
feel
think
that.
I think you found a loophole. You found a loophole and it's working for you. I think that's good.
This person in the comments said, "Jobless Joe Jackson here puts zero into others, provides zero value to." No, I do provide value. You don't
What
understand.
value? What value do you provide?
See, you guys think that it's valuable to be a retail worker. It's not. You're a dime a dozen. I have a child. I have a child.
Right.
Yes. And because I have a child, I'm entitled to $50,600 worth of equivalent benefits for one child. I don't have to work. I am a caretaker. That is my job. I'm a caretaker. That's my job.
Your child. Does your child have some sort of like health issues or mental issues?
No.
Just a regular child. You get $50K for that.
You get $768 in food stamps. You get $4,000 a semester if you go through all 3 semesters. You get if you foster a child that's not yours, you get 702 cash, 5,000 tax credit, which would give you about 15,000. Like if your partner works a job, I'm just telling you my finances to help you. Like instead of you going out here trying to work, like the Republicans want you to be married, one person working. That's the way they designed the government. They don't want both people working. They want one person working, and then the state will take care of the others.
What if you could get a job where you made 3 times that? You're making $150,000.
Correct. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm going to go to school for my psychology degree to aim to make the 148,000 that they averagely make. That's the only job, but I have to have a psychology degree for that. They're not just going to. You can't just go to Burger King. I want 150 grand. Nah, you got to be like, okay, I have a psychology degree, 8 years. I'm Dr. Woodard now, and then you find a practice, and then you open up your own practice. And guess what? People with Medicaid and Medicare, guess what? You're once again paid by the state. The state controls everything. The state will pay you to be a psychologist. So I'm already working for the state, and I plan to continue to work for the state. I'm just telling you, there's no way around it. You cannot buy, trade, or sell without the mark of the state. You can try to make it on your own. You can try to. What are you doing? Like, you honestly think that okay, I'm going to come out here and get a $15 an hour job,
Yeah.
and then all my benefits go away?
Yeah. Yeah.
When I could just sit back and go to school for the next 8 years, become a doctorate, and then when I start working, I make them enough money to justify me giving up the 50,000 benefits to make 150,000, like you said. But it'll take 8 years, guys.
Do you feel like so what happens when your rap career takes off?
It could potentially.
Yeah.
Now that I got 1.5 million views on my Aaron Woodard channel already in the past few days, getting more popular, leaning in, just service the state.
Are you a
Whatever the state
taxpayer?
wants.
Do you pay taxes into the system at all?
Of course.
And just property taxes?
I pay property taxes, I pay sales taxes, I pay income taxes.
Okay, do you pay
All the
federal
taxes.
taxes? You pay federal income taxes?
Yes.
Because that gets redistributed and pays for the whole system, basically.
Yeah. It's because the people like you that pay your taxes that keep me up to where I can be a caretaker. My job is more important than your job. I'm a caretaker.
What, for your child? For your child?
Yes.
I mean, I cared for my child. And
But you
also I
have a
paid
job?
taxes. What do you think? Do you think I don't have a job?
I don't know. Do you?
I'm a taxpayer. I've been paying taxes since I was
But
14.
how much? What industry?
And building commercial buildings,
So you're in the
building
construction industry.
hospitals. Absolutely, yeah.
So you would say that you make more than the $15 an hour that they're offering out here in entry level
Of
positions.
course, yeah.
See,
But
I'm unskilled.
yeah. So you're getting skills to become a what? You're at school. And
A
you're gonna,
clinical psychologist.
okay, so you're eventually going to generate revenue from that job, and then you're going to pay back into the system. So you're not a net negative, right? You're not going to be a net negative eventually.
Definitely not.
How old are you?
I'm 31.
How many more years of school you got?
8.
Oh, I'm just starting. I will have 8 years of school.
Are you married or anything? Like how 8
Yeah,
years
I'm
of
married.
school? Jeez, man.
It's because I'm married that I'm able to go to school. If I wasn't married, I'd have to go out here and get a job like you and be a loser.
Do
And
they factor in her income, like when you're getting your benefits from the state?
yes, that's what I'm talking about. You have to be married. One person works, one doesn't.
But you're still receiving public assistance from.
Yes.
I mean, is it somewhat shameful?
The way the system works is this: my wife goes to work. If I get a job, I would have to be making over 50,000 a year to even supplement the amount of benefits that I get right now. And the jobs out here don't even pay 50,000. So why the hell would I go to work for a
I mean,
construction
I
company?
understand. Look, I understand there's
Like
a.
I would never work for you. You would offer me 15 an hour or 20, even $25 an hour. You offer me. I'd say I need $40 an hour, and you would say, "What would you say?" I'd say I work for $40 an hour.
Well, the thing is, I'm not going to
Would you
say there's
hire
not
me
a.
for $40 an hour? Because that's the amount of money I need to justify
Well,
going back to
you
work.
said you're unskilled, so probably not. But
Right. So that's not my
so
fault. It's not
the
my
system's
fault.
look.
It's not
Okay, I
my
understand.
fault that the state
System's
is
broken.
going to pay me more than your greedy, lazy dumbass. The state is just smarter.
I know, but see,
Because
certain
you're
people.
lazy, you're greedy, you're an idiot, you don't know how to pay people right, and you expect people to work for $20 an hour. Now listen, the
Certain.
state doesn't
Yeah.
expect that. The
I mean,
state,
we have a broken system when wages are less than government benefits. So there's no question.
no, it's not a
But
broken system, it's broken people. Your dumbass refuses to pay what a real wage would be. You want grown men to work for you and you want to pay them teenager wages. And then you
if
want to pay
okay, so let's say I hire you in 40 an hour.
Yes. Then you have a grown man to work, and you say, "Oh, you don't have skills." I have the ability to learn. I'm a good listener. I was in honors. I graduated with honors in high school. You know, it's on you. Like if you're not, see, he left. So that's what I'm saying. He can't keep. See, he don't want to face it.
I wish he'd have stayed because Ryan used to be a rapper, and he was called Lil Calzone because he's got that Italian language.
I got a call. Look here. Okay, so I'm sorry, Tom. I'm gonna cut you off. Go ahead, bud.
No, that's okay. I was just telling him about your rap career. You were Lil Calzone, and I mean he tore it up down there in Baltimore.
Okay, Ron. So so Ron, you need to pay me
$40 an hour, right?
You need to pay me in order for me. Now, the government is willing to pay me this amount of money. How much money are you? Now, the government wants me to take care of children. I go to foster care sites and they say, we're looking for people like you. We really need people like you to take care of children, especially since I have a home and some land. And I say, because of what I have, because I'm so successful at a young age and I have a house now, and because I'm so successful, then the government's like, please help raise these children. We'll pay you. And 702.
Well, I mean, how are you successful when, like, how did you get the house? Was it gifted to you? Is it your YouTube career or what?
Well, it was my wife's, and then I married her.
Oh, so you just inherited it, basically. Okay, so look, so it's a transfer then. So you didn't actually earn the house. You just received the house by
I earned the
inheritance.
house.
So you're like a you're like a stay-at-home mom then, pretty much.
Yeah.
I'm a homeowner.
I call it a house husband. Okay.
Yeah, house husband.
Also known as a bitch. But either way, I've never
It's now I'm open to gig work. Like your construction work, I'm open to do it. I've done gig work. It's just I'm not gonna see the only difference. See, the reason you can't hire me, I would work for you. What if I said I'll work for you for $20 an hour, no papers? Would you do it?
The jobs are federal jobs, so no.
Ryan, no papers. I'll work $40 an hour with papers, $20 an hour without. Which one?
MC Nemesis, does your wife make you wear lingerie too?
I don't understand why you guys think that it's effeminate to be a homeowner.
I have to work, right? Because I believe it's natural. It's natural to work. You know, it's not natural not to work.
It's your wife's home. It's not, you know.
Well, it's
that's a normal state of every animal in the world has to do things to eat to generate, life.
Not me. The state gives me all the food I need. They take care of my baby. They give me money. I don't have to do anything.
What state is this? What state are you in?
North Carolina.
Okay, so now there's a malign system, for sure. When wages don't
don't
pay as
sit here
much.
and blame the system. The system is fine.
Well, there's a disincentive, obviously. If you're getting more from staying home,
you're just greedy. You're too greedy to hire real grown men to work. Like you want grown men to work for $15.
These are larger economic arguments, sir. Okay?
You want
which you
grown
obviously
men
don't
to work
understand.
for $15 an hour.
Well,
okay. So if I were to pay you way more, and then bid jobs, as I bid them, I would not get those jobs, right?
You want me to work? Why do you want me? Right now, I'm making $24.3 an hour doing nothing. Except being a caretaker. I do have responsibilities that way. So are you going to pay me I want $40 an hour to leave my government benefits behind. It's not
a broken system.
I'm capable of doing it. I'm smarter than you. I could do it better than you.
I feel like you're not. You don't even understand basic economics. So
no.
You probably got a ninth grade education.
My dad was a construction worker. He was a roofer. He taught me all about it.
I'd put you on the business end of a rake somewhere, and that'd be about the smartest you'd be. Raking leaves and shit.
You think that when I find someone willing to pay me $40 an hour, a grown man's salary, I'll gladly go to work. But
Well,
until
sir,
someone's willing to
you're
pay
not
me a
worth that
grown
much
man's
money,
salary,
obviously,
I'm
or
going to
else you would
stick to
be
my
able to get that.
$24 an hour by the state.
Well, I
Yeah.
think
I pay more taxes than you probably get in a year, sir. So,
And
and
I
that's because
receive that. You
I have
give
a
me
skill
money.
set,
See, the way the
and you
state
do
works,
not.
you support me
Yes.
because the state
Oh,
makes me.
I probably support you 2 times over.
Yeah, and if you don't do
Ryan.
it, the cops are going to beat the fuck out of you. So shut up, nigger.
They ain't gonna beat me.
Yeah,
Hold
they
on,
I'm
one
are.
not some
second.
They'll
fucking
throw
loser
your
from
ass
North
in jail.
Carolina.
You get
They ain't gonna do nothing to
$10,000
me.
behind, they're going to
I
garnish
don't
your
break the
wages.
law.
Don't
I
fuck
don't
with
break the
me. I'm
law.
getting your money. I will get your money.
Hold on.
Okay.
Tom, go ahead. Get in there real quick. Go ahead,
Well,
Tom.
I was just going to say that Mr. Nemesis has, a home. He may have acquired it in the marriage, but it's both of theirs. And so, yes, he's a homeowner, and he did work for it. Have you seen his wife?
No, I haven't. I don't want to say anything bad about his. I just know that property taxes don't cover what he's currently taking from the system. Now, once he's a psychologist or whatever, he would then be paying his share back into the system, and hopefully it be a net positive. Hopefully,
Yeah, but you can
So
talk about it all you want. The state is going to give me. They're going to give me. What don't you understand? I got 2,000 last semester. I get 3,000 the next. You don't make the decisions. They do.
no,
The
I
only
understand that.
decision
It's
that you have.
unfortunate.
The only decision that you have is that if you don't pay your taxes, you get $10,000 behind. They're going to garnish your wages until it's paid back. You get $100,000
I
behind.
pay my
They're going to
taxes
come to
though.
your fucking house, whip your ass if you don't comply, and take you to jail
That's
like they
not
did Larkin
true. That's not
Rose.
how it works.
You
They're going to try
goddamn
to
right
seize
that's how it
assets.
works.
They're going to try to seize assets, and they're going to go to
Yes,
court
and they're
for
going to
us. But
take your shit. My shit's fine because
okay,
I
but
get
I
paid
pay
by
my
the state.
taxes. I have an
Yeah, you better,
accountant that
and you
pays my
better keep paying your
taxes.
taxes. And you have no right to criticize the system. Children, being a caretaker is more important than you'll ever be. We need to be protected, not you.
I went to
You
school at night, sir.
It doesn't
I
matter.
worked during the day and went to
You could
school at night.
literally kill yourself today and you won't matter to nobody. If I kill myself, my son suffers and the state suffers. They have to take up the mantle.
Well, the
I'm
state would
way more
actually
important than
benefit
you.
because they wouldn't have to pay.
I'm more important than you. You
Ryan
are
has
a fucking
children.
slave. You're my slave. You
I feel like you're
understand?
not. I feel
You
like
are
Ryan,
you're
my
not.
slave. You pay taxes. I get your taxes. You
but
understand? I do what I want and you are working. You
Mr.
are my slave.
Mr. Nemesis, Ryan has children.
I do. Yes.
They would just,
Okay.
if he
I've
dropped dead.
raised them up.
Yeah.
I've raised them up.
Okay. So, do you have a double income?
I currently have a double income. Yes.
So you don't know what
But
it's
see,
like.
to what? Now, let
You're
me tell you what it's
criticizing
like.
me.
I'm
How
gonna
much
tell you
money
what
do
it's
you
like.
make a year?
I work during the day. I went to school at
How much
night.
money do you make
I
a
got a
year?
degree doing that. It took till I was 26 years
How
old. I
much?
paid for it myself. Okay,
How
so I do
much
know. How much what?
do you make a year?
I do pretty well.
How
Why do you
much?
ask this?
50. Do you make more than me? 50,600.
I pay more taxes than that a year.
So
What are you
you're okay.
talking
So you have a
about?
6-figure income, right?
Absolutely.
Or a
I've
seven
had a
figure.
6-figure income since I was your age, buddy. So
Okay. So
yeah,
you have a 6-figure income.
yeah. So go
Okay.
ahead.
So you pay taxes.
I've been paying taxes for a long time. Yes.
Okay, I don't pay taxes. The reason you pay taxes is to give it to me because the government says that what you're doing is not as important as what I'm doing. So I am more important than you. And I'm not saying that I say it. I'm saying the government says it. The government says I deserve money you don't.
Yeah. So when I look at the mirror, what I see is a guy that pays his way and pays for others. So that's called a man. It's called a
Aaron,
man.
Aaron, I had to jump on here, man. This shit you said is fucking hilarious. Keep going.
Well, Ryan tries to
Yeah.
say, okay, so right now I make $24 an hour. And Ryan's trying to say that I'm not a man because I'm not out here.
I'd never go on the state's goal, man. That ain't
I
happening.
mean, I used to roof. I used to put siding on houses, windows.
Aaron, but
I
you're
used to
saying
paint.
Aaron, you said something
None
earlier.
of that did anything for me, John.
Aaron. I want
So
to.
you go to
John,
school
none
at
of that
night.
did
You,
nothing.
you work during the day because you're a man, because you're a grown-up
It
adult
did
man.
nothing. I did
All
not
right,
feel like
Jesus.
more of a man. I was just
Right.
tired.
Hey, Aaron, I want to
I
ask you a
didn't get to
question, man.
do what I want.
He was
Hey, Aaron,
tired. Oh my
I
God.
want to ask
And
you a
now I
question.
make more
Aaron,
money. I get to
Aaron,
go do rapping.
Aaron,
I
Aaron.
get to go
He
to school
gets to
for
do rapping.
psychology.
Wait,
And I have other people saying that
Aaron,
I'm in the wrong.
Aaron, no,
John,
Aaron.
it's MC Nemesis, John. MC
Oh, this is
Nemesis.
MC Nemesis. Okay, hey, MC
Yeah.
Nemesis. Okay, damn, he had his Aaron up there. So you said something earlier really piqued my interest. That's what made me join. You said something about, the government sees what Ryan is doing, what you're doing, and they say, Ryan, go ahead and fetch so the MC Nemesis can do his thing, or something to that effect. I'm paraphrasing you. Is that right? That the government takes Ryan's money and gives it to you so that you can do what you see fit. Is that what you're saying, MC Nemesis?
Yeah. He hit the.
Did he drop off? Oh, he hit the mute.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, he hit the mute. But yeah, that's basically what he's saying. He's saying that the government believes
Yes.
that him being a caretaker is more important than Ryan being a construction, working in building, buildings and stuff.
By virtue of them giving him money, they are rewarding him not doing anything. That's his logic, right?
Right.
It's not that I don't do anything. I'm in the service industry. I make rap music.
Right.
So I make entertainment.
Right. Indeed. Right.
Well, but the government doesn't pay you for that though, right? MC Nemesis?
No. I use the money I get from government to cover that cost.
Right. That's what he's saying. He said the government don't pay him to rap. He just uses the government money. Eventually
I will make money off the rap. If I keep publishing music, I make more money every year.
Right.
But you're in net negative to the government. They're paying you more than you're paying in. Is that correct? You pay federal taxes.
No, my wife still pays taxes.
MC Nemesis.
So you pay more federal taxes than you
my wife
receive in
pays
benefits.
taxes.
Hey,
you guys realize that?
MC Nemesis, is your goal to be a taxpayer like Ryan so you can fund more people like you? Do you think that's a good thing?
If I can supplement the income, I would go to work today. If I had someone offer me $100,000, I would go to work today. The problem is these companies are out of touch with reality. They want to offer $15, $20 an hour to do these hard manual labor jobs, and you're not even paying what the government says. The government says, no, just stay home and raise kids. Okay.
Right.
And then Ryan says, I have a hard ass manual labor job for you. And then Ryan pays $20 an hour. The state pays $25 an hour is what I'm saying. The state is beating you. The state is winning.
Do you think that if Ryan paid 28 or if the state paid less, you take that hard working job from Ryan? Do you think the state needs to lower your wage or does Ryan need to raise his wage?
No, they need to raise my wage, tax Ryan more.
Okay. I'm just curious.
What will you do?
And the reason that is we don't need to be out here building anything. We need to be raising kids. We need to be making better people, not building useless buildings for Democrats to use.
What will you do if President Trump comes in and some of these entitlements start to disappear?
They're not going to disappear. They've already increased. Remember J.D. Vance's 5,000 tax credit? That didn't exist this year. I didn't get 5,000 this year. I will next year. Hey, that's a big deal, guys. I just want you to realize.
MC Nims, can I ask you one more question, man? Because this is really interesting to me. When you see all that money going to the Ukraine and Israel, does this really firm your stance that you're doing the right thing?
I'm for Israel first. America second.
Okay.
If it wasn't for Israel, there would be no America right now because the Zionists are the Republicans.
Okay. So why you say you for Israel? Why Israel first? I don't really understand it. Can you explain it?
The Zionists are a group of Judeo-Christians, which represent the Republican Party.
Okay.
And they use their money. They use, like the Daily Wire, use their platform. They use their money to sway public opinion. And so the Zionists have taken control of the Congress, the presidency, and just everything, the House, the Senate, and the executive.
So why are you for Israel first?
Because that is Israel. Because Zionism, their headquarters is Israel. And like Stefanik said, Trump's new cabinet member, Israel first.
And this he might be onto something, John. This might be why Ricky Rubio is so bearish on Palestine.
And you know what else is like? He kind of
bearish. The place has been destroyed. It's one of the kingdom
And
come.
the
What are you
reason
talking
I'm
about,
telling you guys
bearish?
this, is to
tell me
get your
what.
opinion. I want to
Yeah.
know, what is your opinion about me? My job, is it legitimate? Like, the state is a company.
Well, you don't have a job. You just take care of a kid. So, is a kid in school all day? The kid's probably in school all day.
No, he's only
What's the
6
kid
months
like,
old.
7?
He's
Oh,
only
he's
6
6
months
months.
old.
Okay, I got it. Okay. So you do take care of a kid all day then. I get you. Okay.
So my job, like I said,
I think you found a loophole, man.
Is there any way to do it without taking the state's money? Like, couldn't you just cut back the budget a little bit, or?
Let me ask you this, Ryan. Why shouldn't he? He send money to Israel and Ukraine. Why shouldn't he take his share?
Because I don't want to take from other people when I can do for myself.
Okay, but the train been left that station.
I don't he's trying
I
to.
worked 5 jobs before I took the government's money because I'm against it. I don't believe in it. I
And
believe
the
I'm
government,
capable.
and the
I
government,
believe I'm very capable.
and the
Okay.
government
And
would
So
guess
make.
what?
why do you work though? Okay, if you can make
Hold on,
more
hold on,
money
Ryan.
not working.
But don't you think the government would pat you on the head for working those 5 jobs and take your cut of the money, and then print more money and send it to some foreign country?
Yeah,
Like,
but I have pride. I'm a person that has pride. I would get 2 or 3 or 4 jobs. Now, if you're disabled or if you have some kind of ailment, that's a separate story. But if I'm capable, I'm not. I don't. That's not who I am. That's not
but I
I
how I
guess
was
do have an
raised.
ailment.
and I'm not
I
even.
tried to work in Taco Bell, and like I said, why did they fire
What's
me
your
for
ailment?
throwing a taco? Why did they fire me? I didn't fire myself. I didn't quit. I threw a
So you have
taco in his
mental.
face.
Why did they fire you?
It was
You have
not
mental
my
illness.
choice. I would be working
Why did they
if
So
fire
go get
they
another
can't
job. Go get a.
handle me disciplining their workers.
Th-
you?
They fired him because a guy yelled at him when he was giving him his order, and
No. Another worker. I said, "Hold on, their order needs another taco." I had the taco
right,
in my
that's
hand.
that's what I was getting to. You were trying to complete the order. It was the taco short. The guy grabbed it away from you. You had the taco, and so you threw it in his face. Said,
Yeah,
"Here's
I
your
gave him the missing taco.
in the face."
It's discipline. I was trying to teach him, hey, if you don't get their order right, the customer's always right. The customer first. You make sure their goddamn order is right. That was the message I was trying to send, but the manager didn't see it that way. The manager saw it as an aggressive
All right.
person.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, MC Nemesis. So when you were working, did you take your? It sounds like you took your job very seriously.
Yeah, I always take my work seriously.
Let me ask you this question: what about the people that worked around you? What did you think about them?
Oh, I didn't have any problem with them. I took their advice. I was new. I worked there for a few
What was
weeks.
the
I was
problem with it?
new.
So what was the problem? Who did you have the problem with the taco about?
It was just some random person that had been there for a while. We was on the line because in Taco Bell you work in a
So he worked
line.
there with you. So that person worked there with you.
That person was deliberately trying to give somebody, trying to short somebody a taco.
Okay. So is it an employee?
An employee was deliberately trying to short a customer a taco.
You didn't like that he was trying to be short someone a taco.
I wanted to do the job to the best of my ability. So I said, hold on, there's another taco.
Mm-hmm.
But then he snatches the bag out of my hand, saying, that's kind of like, hey, fuck you, I don't care. And so he got a taco in his face, and he wore it.
Yeah, I see. Okay.
So that's what you
Yeah.
get. If you
So
don't do what I say, that's what you get.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I could see. I think it is. It's probably better that the government pay you to stay home. Actually,
Correct.
It's a good point.
I'm
It's a
not
good
good with
point.
the
Some
public. Like,
people, yeah.
I'm not
Okay,
good with
so I'm with you.
retail. I am not good with retail. I'm not mentally stable to put up with bullshit. I will tell it how it is.
So you do have
I'm
so it
just
is
not
like
a very good servant, guys. I just don't like in construction. I work fine. I'm a hard worker. You know, I carry the shingles up the ladder. I put the shingles on. But if you make me mad, I don't care if you're the boss. Like my dad made me mad one time. I threw. He asked me to get something. He made me mad. I threw his fucking tool, and I was like, "Let's fucking fight." And he wouldn't fight me.
Let's fight. You want to fight?
Nobody's gonna fucking yell at me. Nobody's gonna. You can tell me in a calm manner, but if I see any hint of aggression, you're fucked.
How big
If
are
you're
you?
frustrated, like Ryan, how often do you get frustrated in construction? How many times would I beat your ass on a daily basis?
Hold on, ain't no ass with
I
the
mean,
tail.
I'm a block layer. I'd knock the piss out of you.
I know.
Count on that shit.
See, Nemesis.
If you did somehow win the,
hey, I'm trying to ask you a question.
You know I'd be.
Hey, I'm trying to
with a weapon, right?
I'm trying to fucking ask you a question. MC Nemesis, how big are
This
you?
motherfucker's crazy.
How big?
You know if you hurt me,
I'm trying to ask you a question.
Stop
I do want
muting
to
me, nigger.
I'm trying to ask you a question so you
I
can
don't
keep.
care about your questions. What you ask. Stop fucking muting me, piece of shit.
All right, wait. Let me have a conversation. How big are you, MC Nemesis?
I told you to stop asking me questions.
Okay.
Mr. Nemesis, I'm interested because you sound like a guy that's hardy, a guy that works hard, and so are you?
You guys just don't like the fact that you guys have a problem with the state. I get it.
No, I'm not talking about the state.
Go ahead.
I'm not talking about the state or anything like that. I'm saying you want a job in construction. You're good at it. It's just that people won't pay you what you're worth. I'm trying to get an idea of how big you are, and
the reason for this is because I know I'm a good worker.
Sure.
Now, if you pay me $40 an hour, you can cuss me out or say whatever. The problem is you're not going to pay me $20 an hour on top of demanding, on top of being an asshole.
Right.
I'll get paid a premium, and then I'll tell you, hey, you're being an asshole. You don't give me another $10 an hour, I'm going to beat your fucking ass.
Right, but I'm just asking, and that makes perfect sense, by the way. Nobody wants to work for less than a wage that they can live on. Are you like I used to lay brick myself, Ryan? Believe it or not.
Nice. Okay, you were a mason. Good. Okay, good. I like it.
Only thing that I could lay, but the bigger issue is I'm 6'5", and I can carry a lot of stuff, and I can go up ladders and stuff. Are you a big guy, or are you just an extra hard worker?
6 foot tall, above average height. Average height's 5'9".
How much do you weigh? How much do you weigh, MC Nemesis?
Around, I'd say about 300.
Oh shit,
305.
You talking that shit, and you can really deliver on your threats.
And what I'm saying is, I don't
that's
want to
way
hurt.
beyond the BMI.
I'm an ass kicker. I beat people up outside. I beat people up in prison. Violence is not the answer.
You've been to prison, Nemesis?
Yeah, we was talking about that.
What did you go to prison for? I'm catch me up.
I beat up 2 lesbians.
That's pretty awesome.
Now, I think, and I'm from Indiana, another great basketball playing state. In my state, I saw this all the time, and I think it needs to make a big comeback. Do you wear overalls? Because I do.
The Pakistan, listen, let me tell you something. The way the world works is this. There's only so many of us. Like, see, I'm a homeowner.
Yeah.
And now that I'm just an advocate for the state, not for democracy, for the republic.
Okay.
The reason I'm an advocate for the state is because I tried to tell people the government was evil. I tried to get people on my side. I tried to tell them that there was 2 wings of the same bird, all that bullshit. You know what they did? They didn't give one rat fuck. They didn't give one rat